And Donggu had only one goal: to become the supreme lord of the martial arts world, no matter what. But, without fail, every single time Donggu reached the absolute peak, he'd get dragged down by some random jerk named Taishin Rion, who'd jump out of nowhere and suicide bomb them both into oblivion in the most frustrating way possible. This crap kept looping. And now, we're already on Donggu's 6th reincarnation cycle, and so far, things seem pretty normal. In this life, Donggu ends up in the modern world with an adorable little sibling. His mom is carrying the baby, totally stressed out, heading towards his kindergarten to pick him up. She has no idea where the little rascal has run off to. He was literally just there. But suddenly, an emergency broadcast alerts everyone about a massive dimensional rift tearing open near the Gugunzong intersection, which is right where Donggu's mom is standing. The moment they hear that a vicious B-class demon has broken out, everyone there goes into a total panic and runs for the shelters, waiting for the Awakened Association to handle it. But at that very moment, Donggu's mom only cares about him, stubbornly refusing to leave without finding him. A skyscraper right in front of her crumbles to the ground. A split second later, a deafening blast shakes the earth, sending debris and rocks flying. Everywhere, a massive dragon appears, flapping its giant wings. After that devastating impact, countless civilians are left injured. And as for Donggu's mom, honestly, I don't even know how she survived. Clinging tightly to her baby, though her whole body is aching and battered, she keeps muttering, "Donggu. I have to find Donggu." And then, she just passes out, still having no clue where he is. Suddenly, some guy spawns in carrying a massive 3-span magical bag on his back. Everyone is overjoyed, like they just saw a ray of hope right at the gates of hell. It's an awakened, we're saved, but the awakened guy just scowls and screams at them for ruining his badass entrance. Shut your damn mouths. The entire crowd is completely stunned, their eyes twitching uncontrollably. But aren't you a superhero? Yeah, well, this hero definitely didn't come here to save your sorry asses. The awakened dude then pulls out his massive magical bag and uses it like a vacuum cleaner, sucking up all the cash scattered around. Turns out, that demon had smashed through a city bank, and all that loose cash was now flying straight into the awakened's bag. What the hell? Using superpowers to rob a bank? Do you have any idea how much money I had to pay that freaking hero association, huh? He barks, ordering everyone to shut up before kicking the debris. Clutching the heavy bag of cash on his back, he turns around with a nasty smirk. Did you idiots seriously think we awakened fight monsters for free? Just when they thought they were saved, they realized they'd run into a total piece of trash. Everyone's blood starts boiling with pure rage. And to make things worse, this fake hero decides he's going to wipe them all out to silence the witnesses. After all, no one can expose him for stealing the cash if everyone is dead. A savage, evil look gleams in his eyes as he prepares to slaughter his own kind. Once I deal with that giant lizard, you guys are next. And then, I'll still be hailed as a... The Awakened's wicked grin stretches from ear to ear as he imagines the glorious future. And then from behind, a chilling kid's voice suddenly cut in, sounding totally flat. Well, assuming they were still breathing, that is. Donggu, the pint-sized version of him, casually stood with both hands shoved in his pockets, right in front of the Awakener. The dude actually thought some psycho was challenging him, laughing. Bro, it's literally just a kid. The guy burst out laughing. You little brat. You really think an 8th rank beast has what it takes to kill me? Donggu was completely speechless at how brain dead this guy was. Since that monster wasn't an 8th rank at all, the guy's face completely froze. When the 8-meter dragon stood right behind him, puffing out a breath that reeked of hell. Only then did the shocked Awakener realize this beast was at least a rank 6. Just then, the system notification finally updated to confirm that the monster appearing was indeed a rank 6. A massive explosion sent black dust covering the entire building. After the dust cleared, only the 10-over twisted corpse of the wicked Awakener was left behind. The monster let out a roar, a massive contrast to tiny Donggu, who didn't even reach its toe. Donggu shot a cold, sharp gaze at the beast, like a master commanding his pet. But, more importantly, that massive dragon would probably scare his mom and sister half to death. Of course, the dragon didn't understand a single word Dungu said, and it lunged forward, thrusting its razor-sharp claws right at him. Without flinching for a second, Dungu charged in and threw a punch that pierced straight through the giant beast's body. To the people of this world, it might be a terrifyingly strong monster, but in front of a martial arts alliance leader who has reincarnated 6 times like him, it was nothing more than an oversized lizard. The flesh and blood of the dragon rained down on the ground, paving the way for Dungu to walk on. Even though he had trained like crazy, his current level was still pretty low. But there was one thing he knew for sure in this life: he would become the absolute overlord of Earth. Human evolution had kicked off 30 years ago, when for some mysterious reason, humans were gifted with attributes, like psychic powers. Every country threw themselves into research, reaching the conclusion that everyone was granted different attributes. To gain an edge, nations began studying how to control the traits of these gifted attributes. And the first country to crack the code was the United States. However, this method was classified as top secret. Major world powers were also pushing forward with their own research. After 20 years of human evolution, gates slowly began to open, and monsters of unknown origin kept pouring out. These beasts stepping out of the gates were completely immune to standard military weapons. Only those with awakened attributes could take them down. Back at the battlefield where the rank 6 dragon had been, the unique squad leader, Park Sung-ho, was left wondering how on earth a human could completely obliterate a rank 6 monster with a single strike. After checking every single security camera within a 5-kilometer radius, Sung-ho didn't notice anything off besides Yong-hu, a kid who can spot a level 6 monster with just a glance. Then the real monster has got to be you, not that chameleon over there. Hey mister, let's go. Already. A blonde kid in the distance was waving at Sung-ho. Sung-ho. Walking away, he let out a heavy sigh. Once Yong-hu grows up, there's no way he'll be an ordinary guy. And the kid hanging out with Sung-ho is the exact same story, with both of these absolute monsters popping up in the same era. Where on earth is this world heading? 5 lifetimes have passed, yet Yong-hu still can't forget that bastard Shinryeon. If Yong-hu keeps on reincarnating, that guy will just keep reborn right alongside him and ruin Yong-hu's life again. Shinryeon would always sacrifice himself just to take Yong-hu down, and Yong-hu was always the one getting taken out in the most pathetic way possible. But not this life. Yong-hu is going to pay back every single bit of crap he had to endure over those past 5 lifetimes. Ha! Yong-hu, his mom's loud shout, snapped Yong-hu back to reality, reminding him that he was actually inside a virtual reality game. Holding a fly swatter, she barged into Yong-hu's room. How many times do I have to tell you, playtime has limits? You got that? It's barely morning, and you're already glued to your game. Yong-hu tried to explain he was just grinding his skills to level up, but his mom just blew a fuse. Grinding skills, my foot. Do you take me for some kind of fool? Yong-hu gave a goofy smile and waved his hands, saying he'd log off, but his mom looked down with a freezing glare. Oh really? You better promise me. Yong-hu nodded vigorously, but his mom leaned in closer, her eyes flaring with pure murder, making him break into a cold sweat. Finally satisfied, Yong-hu's mom headed out, telling him to grab breakfast and get to school. In his past lives, Yong-hu had learned how to handle extreme torture without flinching, but in this life, just one sharp glare from his mom had Yong-hu instantly falling in line. Every single morning, he'd sit there like a good boy, waiting for his mom to lovingly spoon-feed him. But strangely enough, Yong-hu didn't mind this food at all, probably because it was cooked by his mom herself. At kindergarten, a group of kids were whispering among themselves, "Are you seriously gonna do this?" "Of course. But I'm scared, Kang-jun." "Are you sure you can take Yong-hu down?" The kid, Kang-jun, clenched his fists with a cocky grin. "Who do you think I am? I'm the guy who..." His 2 buddies nodded, but their side eyes totally gave away what they were thinking. After all, every single time Kang Jun challenged Yang Hu, he got absolutely wrecked. Kang Jun felt a sting of embarrassment, but this time, he was absolutely sure he wouldn't fail. Because he had just secretly learned his family's secret technique from his dad. To convince his two sidekicks to join his suicide mission, Kang Jun decided to show off the move. He stomped his foot hard onto the ground, then unleashed a massive punch at the ancient tree right behind him. The trunk didn't just snap, it literally blew up in an instant. The little brat clapped and cheered. Whoa, getting spicy. Kang Chun rubbed his nose smugly. The title of the Golden River Clan's heir wasn't just for show. Thinking about, Donggu only made Kang Chun's blood boil. Who told that guy to always fight him over Hera? There was no way he was letting Donggu off the hook. The twins looked at each other with worried faces. But are you sure Donggu will actually show up? I'm already here. Donggu's flat, cold voice echoed. His sudden appearance, right on cue, startled the crap out of the three brats. Even though Kang Chun tried to stay on guard, he couldn't grasp why Donggu had accepted his challenge so easily. Was the guy not terrified after witnessing Kang Chun's lightning punch technique earlier? But in Kang Chun's eyes, Donggu was just trying to pose and act cool in front of everyone. After all, everyone knows Kang Chun is the real boss around here. Whatever, it didn't even matter anymore. Kang Chun was totally confident he had an ace up his sleeve. No matter what that brat Donggu planned, he stood zero chance of beating Kang Chun. Over at the Golden River private estate, Donggu stood all alone in a corner. Meanwhile, thank you, everyone, for coming to my party. You guys can eat as much as you want. The classmates shouted in unison, wishing Kang Chun a happy birthday. He was indeed a rich young master, having nothing but cash and generosity. Donggu watched from a distance, looking totally detached and isolated from the crowd. Just then, a girl with bright blonde hair and a sun-like smile showed up, holding a bouquet of flowers in her hands. Donggu recognized Yuhara. He had seen her on television before. Looks like she's some famous star. Kang Chun rushed over, eyes sparkling like a puppy seeing its owner return from a long trip. Did that kid seriously not know the difference between boys and girls even in kindergarten? Why was he acting so clingy? Kang Chun blushed and was on cloud 9 as he took the flowers from Hera. But after just 2 sentences, Hara spotted Donggu standing far away and walked over to start a conversation. Oh, Donggu, you came too? I heard you're the absolute best in class at Assassin 5. Seeing Hera talk so friendly to him made Kang Chun super salty, and he suddenly yelled out, "Hey, Donggu, get away from Hara." Meanwhile, inside the office of the head of the Golden River family, Lee Ho-guk burst out laughing upon hearing about Kang Chun. Just yesterday, the kid was begging him to pass down the clan's secret technique just to beat someone up. Lying to me, huh? What a brat. Hearing Lee Ho-guk say that, Butler Kim respectfully reminded him, "Don't be too hard on the kid, sir. Just let the boy do whatever he wants, at least on his birthday." Lee Ho-guk waved his hand, gesturing to the butler to stop nagging him. The butler changed the subject, asking Ho-guk if he still remembered that cracked core. No? Ho-guk nodded, but didn't get why Trong Quan was even asking. It's just a tool to help out when the gates pop up. Even though it's still a precious item, you can only get by taking down demons. It's super expensive, and honestly, it's just the kind of thing you like, right? Ho-guk's words made Trong Quan jump out of his skin. Shifting back to the main topic, that liquid core was clearly no ordinary core. It was actually a cursed core, and anyone who ever touched it has been wiped out from this world, along with their entire clan. So what? Ho-guk shot back. Knowing Trong Quan's anxiety, he flashed a confident smirk. Do you really think I'm someone who'd get easily cursed like that? Right as he finished speaking, a massive crash and an earthquake-like tremor left the two men completely dazed. Down below, a huge hole in the wall had just been blown open by Kang Chun, and the guy buried under all that rubble was none other than Donggu. Kang Chun stood smugly over Donggu, soaking up the cheers and achievements. On his birthday, Kang Chun actually beat Donggu. That's so cool. Kang Chun turned around, flashing his signature. Golden family smirk, asking, "Are you okay?" "Don't worry. I'll protect you from Donggu." Hara sighed. He thought he was so cool, but she had never even been scared of Donggu in her life. Besides, Donggu hadn't lost yet. "What are you talking about? Didn't I just take Donggu down? He's going to be out for at least a few hours." Hara's eyes flashed as she smirked with absolute confidence, asking if Kang Chun wanted to make a bet with her. Suddenly, Kang Chun remembered those eyes. Hara's eyes were the eyes of God, which let her see other people's status, a seriously unique attribute. Panicking, Kang Chun spun around only to lock eyes with Donggu's unwavering red gaze. Right behind him, Kang Chun jumped out of his skin, like he'd seen a ghost, while Donggu tilted his head and smirked. "Just think of this as a little birthday gift from me. Do you like it?" Kang Chun's mouth twitched, while Donggu playfully thought about how much the kid would love it. But Kang Chun still had to pay the price for messing with Donggu. "Now, it's my turn." Donggu flashed a spine-chilling grin, and with bloodshot, bloodthirsty eyes, lunged at Kang Chun to make sure the kid would never dare challenge him again. Donggu's hand locked onto Kang Chun's face, making Kang Chun panic and yell at him to stop. Another loud crash echoed through the air, and Hoguk rested his chin on his hand, chuckling. "Are they two at it again?" Trong Quan was getting anxious, seeing how relaxed Hoguk was about Kang Chun. But Hoguk was actually pretty curious to see who his son's opponent was, especially now that Kang Chun had mastered that secret skill. Still, Trong Quan was way more worried about that cursed item, not knowing what Hoguk planned to do with it. "Stop nagging already. Seriously. Go." Hoguk roared back, thinking that would be enough to shut Zhang Quan up, but he didn't realize. "Or do you seriously not get how dangerous that cursed droplet core really is, boss?" Seeing Hoguk go dead silent, Zhang Quan got the memo immediately. If anyone else found out, they'd have zero face left. This was absolutely no joke. Hoguk snapped back, completely clueless as to why Zhang Quan kept making such a damn big deal out of it. But according to Zhang Quan's investigation, that droplet core was originally supposed to belong to Kim Tae-chu, the former president of the Yunhua Association. "That monster, it belongs to him?" Hoguk asked, and Zhang Quan had to confirm. It 2 years ago, Tae-chu's family was slaughtered by monsters from inside a gate, so he stepped into that gate himself and obtained this very core. But the droplet core only goes to a select few, and every single one of them and their families were completely wiped out. That's why people call it the cursed droplet core. "Do you honestly think you can beat him, boss?" Zhang Quan's question was a real gut punch. Hoguk didn't want to just roll over, even though the writing was on the wall. Zhang Quan knit his brows. "You'll be dead before you even get a chance to show off your power. Are you sure you still want to keep that thing? But about that droplet core, I think I kind of lost it." Zhang Quan's jaw dropped, and he couldn't help but swear at his boss's sheer carelessness. But at that exact moment, down in the hall, his classmates and Zhang Wu were also in a complete daze. Who would have thought Zhang Wu would get pushed back by Kang Chun after that last hit? Hara could feel that Kang Chun's energy had completely shifted. That weird light radiating from him terrified Hara to the core. She immediately signaled their classmates to get the hell out of there before Kang Chun completely lost control. Outside, the entrance of Golden River, Captain Sung Ho tracked Jung Woo's trail all the way here. He noticed Jung Woo's kindergarten uniform, and based on his route, he guessed the boy was actually Lee Hoguk's third son, Kang Chun. This was the only place that could breed a monster like that, and he needed to confirm if Kang Chun was actually that monster. Sensing the threat, the kids bolted outside instantly. Meanwhile, Kang Chun was levitating in midair, looking as if he had grown 2 horns and a tiny tail. Hara tried her best to convince Kang Chun to snap out of it, but his face was already warping into something grotesque. Hara was so terrified she couldn't even breathe. Meanwhile, Jung Woo realized Hara could use her special eyes to spot hidden dangers. If that was true, she was going to be a real pain in the ass for him in the future. By now, Kang Chun didn't look anything like a normal kid anymore, his voice raspy and blood-curdling. "I'll slaughter anyone who gets in my way," Hara screamed at Jungwoo, telling him to run. But in a split second, a powerful wind strike blasted Hara right in the face, sending her flying. Hara lay sprawled on the ground, blood dripping from her mouth. Her mind was totally blank, with only one desperate thought, wishing her parents would show up to save her. Or literally anyone, please, just anybody, just appear right now and help. Meanwhile, Kang Chun was slowly creeping toward her. But right at the last second, he got blasted away, just as Hera completely blacked out. And the guy who just crashed the party? None other than Donggu himself. Hyped up, Donggu charged in and threw a massive punch right into Kang Chun's face, a blow so brutal that even his newly awakened second personality got completely wiped out. As Kang Chun slowly came to, Hoguk's lecturing voice started echoing in his head. "You messed up. You have to do better. If you ever want to be worthy of inheriting Golden River, at least be as strong as your older brother." Back then, Kang Chun proudly brought home a gold trophy after winning first place in a kindergarten martial arts tournament. But instead of being proud, Hoguk totally lost it and yelled right in his face, "Don't you dare get cocky over some lame little achievement." In that split second, Kang Chun's eyes filled with tears because he felt so hurt. But after all that, Hoguk still placed his hand on Kang Chun's head and actually praised him. From that day on, Kang Chun became completely obsessed with getting praised. Suddenly, that dark aura flared up again, and this time, Kang Chun's inner voice screamed in his head, "I have to destroy you. I'll make my dad praise me even more." But right after saying that, he got absolutely wrecked with a punch to the mouth, sending him flying backward before he could even stand. Donggu stared down at Kang Chun's face with pure disgust. Meanwhile, Kang Chun painfully dragged himself up, looking like he'd finally snapped back to his senses. Donggu squinted and let out a cold smirk. "Stop whining already, you're nothing but a weak loser." "Oh, so weaklings aren't even allowed to complain now?" Kang Chun spat back, mimicking Donggu, and in a literal blink of an eye, he materialized right in front of Donggu. Kang Chun threw a savage kick straight to Donggu's face, sending Donggu flying backward and rolling all over the dirt. Once again, that dark, creepy aura exploded out of Kang Chun, and his voice began to distort. "You're totally right, man. The weak don't get a say in anything, do they?" While these two overpowered kindergartners were beating each other half to death downstairs, the two grown-ups were totally panicking upstairs, searching for the rift core. Zhang Quan couldn't comprehend how Hoguk could be dumb enough to lose something so insanely dangerous, screaming through his megaphone, "Find it! Hurry up! Hurry up!" As they searched, Hoguk couldn't help but wonder, how could a legendary powerhouse like President Kim Taek-soo fall victim to such a freaky, messed up curse? From what Zhang Quan understood, that cursed stone completely hijacks the soul of anyone who touches it, driving them totally insane, just like how Kang Chun is losing his mind right now. Cursed people. Back to the fight. Kang Chun seemed to be totally overpowering Donggu. Landing just one solid punch on Donggu sent him into a state of manic ecstasy. "So, how's it feel getting wrecked by a weakling like me, huh?" Haha, Donggu. Kang Chun had always wanted to destroy Donggu because he absolutely loathed his fake, handsome face. Flashback to when Kang Chun sneaked into his dad's study room. A strange voice calling out from that cracked purple stone totally caught his attention. "Go ahead, touch it, I'll grant you the ultimate power." The twisted, warped grin on Kang Chun's face was straight up sickening. Now, Donggu was flashing an even more devious smirk, his entire body shaking with laughter. "Are you happy yet? Or are you just playing tough?" Those words completely dragged Kang Chun's pride through the dirt. Enraged, he lunged forward. But Donggu easily dodged it, grabbed him by the hair, and used his own momentum to slam his face straight into the wall. The wall cracked like a spider web, but it didn't knock Kang Chun out. It just pissed him off even more. "Mother fucker, you bastard, how dare you?" Donggu realized. It was the fracture stone, a parasite that feeds on other hosts. Shut the hell up, Kang Chun. Kang Chun's face literally screamed. What the absolute fuck? Before he could even process it, Donggu delivered another brutal kick, dragging Kang Chun's face like a plow across the wall. Gasping for air, Kang Chun whimpered. What? How can a punk like you be such a real monster? Donggu slowly approached Kang Chun, wearing a straight-up villain face. Meanwhile, the fracture stone couldn't understand why it couldn't defeat Donggu. Even after fusing with Kang Chun's body, it needed a better host. Hey, what the hell are you guys doing? Just then, Sung Ho walked in and stared at Donggu with absolute disbelief. Before he could say another word, Kang Chun suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Sung Ho, totally caught off guard. Sung Ho had no idea what was happening before he suddenly screamed. His body felt like it was being ripped apart. In just a few seconds, his eyes changed, as if he had become a completely different person. The fracture stone possessed Sung Ho's body, and he threw his head back laughing. Haha, Donggu. You're dead meat. Now. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? This time, the question came from Ho Guk. He saw Kang Chun collapsed on the ground, bleeding everywhere, and his face instantly hardened. Ho Guk stared at Sung Ho, who was now possessed by the fracture stone, and assumed he was the one behind the attack. Can't you see I'm not in the mood right now? Get out of my sight while I'm still giving you a chance. Ho Guk instantly switched into devil mode, his eyes burning with pure, unbridled rage. You're pissed? Well, I'm not in a great mood either, you asshole. Ho Guk activated his golden wave skill, rushing toward Sung Ho fast and heavy, like a massive tidal wave crashing down on him. Sung Ho clutched his dislocated left arm, cursing through gritted teeth. Fuck you, you piece of trash. I'm gonna end you. A dark shadow suddenly loomed over Sung Ho. Ho Guk stood tall right in front of Sung. And Tazar is barked too. The fracture stone had to leap out of Sung Ho's body to survive. Sensing this, Donggu immediately gestured to Ho Guk to grab it. Ho Guk reluctantly reached out his hand. All right, stop nagging already. But Donggu was much faster. Grabbing, holding the cracked core in his hand, Zhang Guan panics and screams, Hey, that thing is crazy dangerous. We need to put it somewhere safe right now. But Zhongwu isn't listening, his face showing a sinister look. Later, loser. The stone, sweating bullets, tries to sweet-talk him, promising to give Zhongwu the ultimate power if he lets it slide. Zhongwu just scoffs, since this is literally the funniest joke he's heard in his 5 lifetimes. In a split second, Zhongwu crushes the stone into pieces, turning it into nothing but dust. The two old heads start screaming at each other. What the hell? What a total waste. The chaos is finally over, and Golden River has to clean up this absolute nightmare. While Zhongguan is patching up Kang Chun, he asks him if he remembers any of yesterday's madness. Kang Chun tears up, not remembering a single thing except for the first few minutes, right before his birthday party started, just as Zhongguan figured. But right now, Kang Chun is only stressing over his birthday party. After today, all his classmates are going to be too spooked to hang out with him anymore. Even though he doesn't remember a thing, Kang Chun still knows he and Zhongwu threw down, even if it was basically just Zhongwu completely ragdolling him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from upstairs. Kang Chun panics, fearing another one of those damn stones has popped up. Meanwhile, a young Golden River guy gets blasted right in front of Zhongwu, and he kneels before Hojuk, crying out in shame. Forgive me, Third Master. Hojuk steps toward Zhongwu. Just as he thought, this kid is the one who thrashed Kang Chun. Zhongwu stares back at Ho Guk-n, analyzing him with a sharp glare. You accusing me of something, old man? At first, Hogyuk figured Zhongwu was the one possessed by that cursed cracked stone. But then he realized his own son was actually the one under its control, meaning Kang Chun had to have fought someone else before Zhongwu even got there. That's why Hojuk wanted to test Zhongwu's limits against Kang Hyan, his other son. Even though he was rumored to have insane potential at just 15 years old, he still got wrecked by Zhongwu. Hogyuk recalls that creepy, wicked smirk on Zhongwu's face, feeling like he's found a kindred spirit. I like that smirk. How about we get some sparring in? Jungwoo chuckles, realizing Hoguk is way more stubborn and interesting than he expected. Kang Hyun immediately tries to stop him. Father, I really don't think you should do this. Jungwoo is Kang Chun's friend. Hoguk doesn't care, only wanting to hear what Jungwoo has to say. Kang Hyun secretly prays. Jungwoo will say no, or else someone's gonna end up dead. But Jungwoo is way crazier than he thought. To him, this is basically an opportunity for some free training. Hoguk bursts out laughing, his voice rising, high in excitement. Man, I freaking love your answer. The most important things in a fight are power and guts. Having power but no guts is just a waste, and having guts but no power makes you a total idiot. So, a truly strong person, truly the one who holds power and has the guts to master it. Donggu finally understood why he found Hoguk so interesting. The old man was a simple thinker, but surprisingly wise. Hoguk asked Donggu if he was scared to face him as an opponent. Hearing the flat no from Donggu, his face wrinkled up as he grinned like a gorilla. Are you holding back because you're worried your power might crush me, old man? Donggu seemed to read Hoguk's mind. As the old man replied, he threw a punch and lunged forward. Donggu swayed his head to dodge that strike, but a barrage of other punches instantly came flying. Even though Hoguk's build was as massive as an ape, his speed was second to none. With Donggu running out of room to dodge, Hoguk spotted an opening and unleashed his heavenly strike, punching straight into Donggu's soft stomach. Kang Chun and Jong Gun were rushing at full speed to stop Hoguk. He couldn't understand why Hoguk wanted to test the strength of a 7-year-old kid. Suddenly, something blasted out from the wall right in front of them, blocking their path. Kang Chun realized that the man lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back was none other than his own father. Through the massive hole left in the wall, 10 years passed, and a teenager's voice echoed. Hasn't it already been 10 years since I made a hole in this wall? Now, Donggu was a 17-year-old teen with a mischievous charm and vibrant energy, clearly written all over his face. Donggu touched the wall with a nostalgic look as another young voice called out. Hey, yo, Donggu, what are you doing? Donggu let out a long sigh. It's been 10 years, and this hole still hasn't been fixed. Kang Chun scratched his head. That's because his stubborn old man refuses to fix it. Why on earth should we fix it? That was exactly the default response from Hoguk. He treated it like a trophy, a memento of his very first defeat. Donggu couldn't fathom it. What was there to be proud of in a defeat? Hoguk waved his hand. He was proud, because his first ever loss was under the hand of a 7-year-old kid, but honestly, it didn't even matter because Donggu was just too insanely overpowered. I know I admitted defeat, but now I've got to test you again. Hoguk spoke as he charged forward, unleashing a thunderous punch, aimed straight at Donggu. He leaped to the side to avoid getting crushed like the most miserable floor in the world. Hoguk laughed. Haha, you're the one who taught me this new move, Donggu. Donggu felt a sense of deja vu. This was just like a guy he met in his past life. If his past life was repeating itself, then nothing was impossible. But even so, it didn't matter. Because no one could ever beat Donggu. In this lifetime, he was going to do whatever he wanted and just enjoy it. When monsters clash, the little guys get crushed. The miserable Kang Chun stood to the side and yelled, Chatomata, stop it or I'm gonna die here. Hoguk apologized and instantly pulled back his lightning. Kang Chun collapsed to the ground, after almost becoming a piece of charred roasted human meat. Dad, stop using that move all the time. Hoguk was as excited as a kid with a new toy. He never expected it to be this insanely strong. Yeah. Junggun stepped in right then, hyping up the move for being both insanely powerful and flashily aesthetic, courtesy of Hoguk. But no matter what, they couldn't just use it. Here. Their vault was literally running on empty from all the house repairs. Jungwoo scratched his head, suddenly remembering something, and asked how much damage he actually had to pay. Back then, Junggun held up 10 fingers and said, 10 billion won. What the actual hell? Why so much? Jungwoo remembered it being way less than that. But Jung-gun's memory was no joke. He could literally pull up an itemized receipt from 10 years ago. 10 years back, that cracked Nightstone Jung-woo, crushed to dust, was actually sold by Jung-gun to someone else for 10 billion won. Where the hell was he supposed to dig up 10 billion won now? Every single year, they had to cough up 300 million won just to keep this mansion clean and tidy. Jung-woo gritted his teeth. Even if he worked part-time till his bones literally broke, he wouldn't even make 300 million won. Who knew maintenance was this ridiculously expensive? Hoguk burst out laughing, throwing his arms around their shoulders. Come on, guys, that's in the past. We gotta live for the future, right? Right in the middle of this vibe, a cute, tiny voice echoed out. Hey, hubby. Jung-woo jumped as a little kid, rushed over, and hugged him tightly. Ho, Jin? I'm practically your big brother. Who the hell taught you to say that? Hojin, Hoguk's youngest daughter, pointed right at the culprit, who had corrupted her, none other than her completely brain-dead dad. Hoguk had already locked in Jung-woo as his future son-in-law. Even though Hojin was still a bit too young, she'd be ready to be his wife in just a few more years. Jung-woo couldn't believe Hoguk would actually do this to his own daughter, forcing him to wait another 10 years. Hoguk, half asleep, groggily nagged, make sure you treat Hojin right, all right? Your mom and I are besties, so she won't mind at all. Jung-woo was utterly speechless. No wonder those two were so close. They both loved throwing their own kids under the bus. Seeing that, Jung-woo didn't fight back. Hoguk sealed the deal. Aight, looks like we got a new family member. And to top it off, my son-in-law literally crushed the head of the Golden River clan. I am not your son-in-law. Jung-woo snapped back, picking up Hojin and walking off while Hoguk whined in the background. Even though Hoguk seemed so carefree, he was actually quite calculating deep down. Hojin could very well be the ultimate hope for the Golden River clan. Even though Hoguk had known him for a while, there was still an invisible distance between him and Jung-woo. Hojin, you gotta grow up fast. If we lose this son-in-law, your old man is toast. Hojin naively nodded, leaving only Jung-woo utterly helpless, wondering why the hell he got mixed up with such a dysfunctional family. The next day at school, Kang Chun actually asked Jung-woo if he was seriously planning to marry his sister. Jung-woo flat out rejected him, brushing it off. Kang Chun switched gears and asked about Jung-woo wanting to learn magic. He couldn't wrap his head around why Jung-woo was messing with magic. Was he trying to rule the world or something? Jung-woo's specialty was swordsmanship, but honestly, carrying a blade around was getting a bit inconvenient. Then why the hell are you even studying other stuff, Jung-woo? He chuckles. Just because you learn swordsmanship doesn't mean you have to carry a sword 24/7, you know? In this lifetime, Jung-woo has to become way stronger than before, because there's no telling when that Shin Ryong bastard will make a comeback. Unix Academy is a government-funded school, built to train those with special attributes and nurture talented young blood. Here, they're taught survival and combat skills tailored to each individual's abilities, while also packing a standard education system like any other school. To get into Unix, taking an entrance test is a must, and the acceptance rate is, suddenly, a crowd of fangirls comes rushing crazily toward the two of them. Oh my god, Min A-hun from Red Eyes. And even the big boss, Kang Min-ho, is here. Kang Chun blushes, totally embarrassed. What the? I know I'm handsome, like Kang Min-ho, but you guys really don't have to go this far. An annoyed voice cuts in. Hey, get the hell out of the way already, will you? A blonde, pierced dude with an entourage following him around like some A-list star speaks up, making the crowd absolutely lose their minds. It's Gi-hun. And Min-ho too. Two total hotties right in front of us. But why are these two losers blocking their way? Min-ho shoves Kang Chun right into a nearby utility pole. Kang Chun rubs his face, scoffing. What? Get out of the way? Your push was pretty weak, dude. Just as Kang Chun is about to throw hands, a bunch of girls scream right in his face. Because of you, we can't get close to him. Who would even want to look at your ugly face anyway? Why are you hiding it? Kang Chun's fragile little heart completely shatters. The heir of the Golden River clan just can't accept being called ugly. Out of nowhere, Min-ho goes flying out of the crowd, landing flat on his face, the girls start screaming, calling out for their beloved Appa. What the hell are you doing here, fatty? Long time no see, Kang-chun. A bald punk with a vertical scar over his left eye struts over, leading his goons. Right behind him, Kang-chun furrows his brows, recognizing Park Ki-ho. He cocks his head up like he's the king of the world. Still remember me, huh? It's Park Ki-ho from the Black Tiger Gate. The moment Kang-chun sees Ki-ho, he rolls up his sleeves, ready to throw down. Luckily, Jung-woo steps in and stops him just in time. But before Kang-chun can even do anything, those crazy fangirls already charge in. Apologize to our Appa right now. Hurry up and apologize. Ki-ho frowns. Apologize? The girls point over to Minho in the distance, their eyes bulging as if they're about to pop out. Apologize properly. Now. Meanwhile, two guys go over to help Minho up, who is gasping and clutching his stomach like he's on his period. Ki-ho gets surrounded by the furious girls, their spit flying all over his face like a spring shower. Apologize already, you psycho. Ki-ho scratches his head, playing dumb. But a split second later, a sly grin spreads across his face. You all want me to apologize, right? Fine, here. He suddenly reaches out his hand, making the girls flinch. In Ki-ho's hand, a cloud of green smoke slowly drifts in, shaping itself into a green, crispy, fresh, and delicious apple. Ki-ho tosses it to a girl nearby, but right after, the apple explodes, and a strange gas blankets them. The girls clutch their throats, coughing violently, with tears streaming down their faces as Ki-ho smirks. What's wrong? This is my fruit, you know. Why are you all making that face? His lackeys burst out laughing at the sight, while the girls desperately beg Ki-ho for mercy. He grabs the nearest girl by her hair, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. What's wrong? Not a fan of my fruit, huh? Kang-chun can't stand it anymore and charges straight at Ki-ho. Ki-ho suddenly leaps up, doing a split kick to block the punch of his. Kang-chun. I see you're getting more and more. Kang-chun grits his teeth. He can't stand seeing a scumbag like Ki-ho bullying innocent bystanders with his dirty magic. Just then, a group of guys crowds around. Recognizing Kang-chun and Ki-ho, they whip out their phones. Jialahei's team. Whoa, are we about to witness a showdown between the heirs of Golden River and Braktiger? Doongu also finds this clash of the heirs pretty interesting. He figures Kang-chun can probably handle Ki-ho easily, since the guy doesn't look like much. Meanwhile, Kang-chun is still locked in a war of words with him, demanding to know why he used poison on ordinary high school girls. Ki-ho just scoffs. Poison? Got any proof? If you don't believe me, look behind you. The girls suddenly feel completely fine, their discomfort vanishing in an instant. Ki-ho smirks, throwing a mockingly smug look at Kang-chun. Chill out, kid. I was just giving that notoriously cocky punk a little lesson. Then he yells out to the onlookers in the distance, asking if he's in the wrong. The bystanders look at each other. Honestly, that Kang Min-ho guy was pretty damn arrogant at school too, always looking down on everyone else. Doongu immediately sees this Ki-ho guy in a new light. His personality flipped in a split second. Annoyed, Kang-chun barks at the other guys. Seriously? Are you guys seriously siding with this trash Ki-ho? But of course they are. Suddenly, Ki-ho lunges forward, thrusting his hand out like the fangs of a venomous snake. Kang-chun is caught off guard for a second, but instantly grabs his arm, locking his other hand tightly around Ki-ho's throat. Seeing this, the girls, now fully recovered, start cheering passionately for Kang-chun. Teach him a lesson. Hell yeah. Go get him, Lee Kang-chun. Chun squeezes Ki-ho's neck hard. Landing a cheap shot like that means he wants war. Ki-ho grips Kang-chun's arm, looking at him with a smug, mocking grin. You planning to use that poison gas again? Too bad you don't even know how to fight, do you? Is that so? Ki-ho responds cryptically, and his arm suddenly tightens. Watching closely, Doongu instantly recognizes that move. It's suddenly, a teacher runs over to break up the crowd. What do you kids think you're doing? throwing down right in front of the school gate. Huh? Scram? All of you? Kang Chun lets go of him. You and me. We're not done yet. Oh, I'm so scared, you fat ass. Ki-ho sneers, then leads his lackeys away. The teacher yells at the rest of the kids who were busy catching the drama. Go home, everyone. Donggu and Kang Chun go grab a couple of cheap sodas, even though the whole time, only Kang Chun opened his mouth. Man, today is really not my day, huh? Donggu's words make Kang Chun choke. Kang Chun admits that if the teacher hadn't shown up, blood would have definitely spilled. But according to Donggu, Kang Chun was the one being provoked from the start and ruining his first day of school by leaving a terrible impression on the teacher. But honestly, if that Park Ki-ho guy had laid hands on you for just a few more seconds, you'd be toast. Kang Chun is totally confused. He didn't think Ki-ho was actually that big of a deal. Suddenly, Donggu grabs Kang Chun's hand, making him freak out. Whoa, dude. What are you doing? I'm straight. Okay. On Kang Chun's wrist, a dark handprint left by Ki-ho is clearly visible. Donggu shudders, squeezing his soda can tight. No way. Could that Ki-ho guy also be a reincarnator? Donggu's mind drifts back to his fifth life. In the middle of a battle, Donggu was zipping through, absolutely crushing everyone in his way with just a single sword. Just 7 more people, and he'd finally get a good night's sleep. Heh. Tonight, there's no need for sleep anymore. Donggu suddenly stops dead in his tracks. Before him is a horrific scene. A complete psycho has captured all the remaining survivors, tying them up under a tree with a sickening grin. Because I'm going to slaughter every single one of you. A girl screams for help, but he chokes her, cutting off her voice. Sorry, babe, but you're way too cute for me to let you slide. Absorb. The second he says that, the girl's face melts as if she's being sucked completely dry. The sheer force of the energy blast makes Donggu cover his eyes. The remaining survivors are stripped of their life force by the long-haired freak, their horrific screams slowly dying out. Once everything goes dead quiet, he lets out a massive burp. Man, that was delicious. Hey, you want to know why I didn't just kill them one by one? Because this rush is way better. Recalling that sick, twisted face of that psycho gives Donggu the creeps. That madman had caused him so much trouble, but in the end, he still fell to Donggu's sword. Honestly, if Donggu had slipped up for even a split second, he'd be the one dead. But right before he died, that bastard left Donggu with some words he'll never forget. Don't get cocky. If I had just managed to absorb 10,000 people, there's no way I would have lost. Donggu recalls that absorption skill, the ultimate state that can only brackless be unlocked by absorbing the power of 10,000 souls. That lunatic had only absorbed 3,000 people back then and was already that broken. He even swore a vow that in his next life, he would stop at nothing to absorb 10,000 people. To guard against this impending threat, Donggu needed to find out if that Ki-ho guy was also a reincarnator. Right then, Kang Chun ran over and asked Donggu what the hell that handprint Ki-ho left behind actually meant. But before Donggu could even open his mouth, the school speakers blared, ordering all students to hit the main hall and line up. Donggu reminded Kang Chun that it was his turn to head into the exam room. Watching him walk 2 away, Donggu didn't know whether to tell him the truth or not, since there wasn't even sure yet. Meanwhile, in a classroom packed with a crazy mix of physics and chemistry, Professor Richard had just filled up a chalkboard the size of a movie screen. He recalled how a student once asked why they had to learn this crap, and his answer was that these subjects were key to unlocking what magic actually is. While Professor Richard was spitting facts, the students were already whining and groaning like crazy. This is way too hard, Professor. We don't get any of this. Just then, a guy knocked on the door to announce it was time for the newbies to go line up outside. The hall was packed to the brim. Donggu was just standing there, looking around by himself when that prick Ki-ho came over to start some trouble. Donggu didn't expect the guy to actually sign up for the magic department. This was the perfect chance to dig up some dirt on him right after the test was over. Ki-ho sneered, saying he thought Donggu would be glued to Kang Chun's side. The guy clearly thought that if he could just play Donggu like a fiddle, he'd easily control Kang Chun. Hey, do me a favor and bring that idiot Kang Chun to me once this test is done. Alright? Donggu just fired right back. And why the hell should I do that? Kiho's brain seemed to lag, failing to process Donggu's sassy comeback. His lackeys, on the other hand, were already itching to beat the crap out of Donggu. Kiho condescendingly patted Donggu's face, his eyes narrowing with a murderous glare. Look, if you want to survive school in peace, you'd better start behaving and watch your mouth when talking to me. Suddenly, a girl nearby shouted out, Hey, what do you think you're doing? Trying to bully someone? Really? Kiho rolled his eyes and sighed. Who the hell is it now? The girl bent down in a 90-degree bow to introduce herself. My name is Yoon Jung. I've applied to the magic department. So what, you freak? Kiho snapped. Yoon Jung's eyes glared back, sharp and stern like a strict teacher. She was not about to let Kiho get away with bullying on the other students. Kiho's veins bulged on his forehead. He absolutely despised people who dragged things out. He glared at Yoon Jung and spat. What do you want? Yoon Jung pointed straight at Donggu. Apologize to him right now. For the first time across his 6 lifetimes of reincarnation, Donggu's jaw literally dropped from sheer shock. Some gray-haired thug rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, ready to teach Yoon Jung a lesson. But Yoon Jung wasn't scared of any of these punks. She cast a shield. The thug crashed hard into her invisible barrier and got blasted away instantly, flying 10 meters back before slamming into a wall. Donggu was completely blown away by her powers. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe at the crazy flex they just witnessed. Kiho stepped forward, finally getting why Yoon Jung thought she was so tough. She got a little spark of talent and now she's acting all high and mighty. Yoon Jung kept her cool and demanded once more for Kiho to apologize, but the guy only grew cockier by the second. Wow, you kids are really asking for a beating today, huh? If you want an apology, come and get it. Donggu suddenly spoke up. You better not move a single muscle, punk. Kiho's face twisted in rage as Donggu ordered him around. Donggu didn't back down for a second, locking eyes right with him. Kiho suddenly froze up, his whole body starting to shake. Seeing their boss standing there like a total idiot, his lackeys started hyping him up to make a move. Kiho lost it and screamed, Shut the hell up. Quit rushing me. Kiho had no freaking clue why his body was suddenly acting up. His guts were turning completely upside down, and his face was all twisted up, trying to hold in a massive dump, trying to hold back the brown tsunami. Meanwhile, Donggu just flashed a wicked smirk. Who knows what kind of sick trick he just pulled on this dude? Yoon Jung poured fuel on the fire, mocking him. Is saying sorry really that hard for you, bro? Do you really have to do all this? Kiho's face went completely dark. The dude was in pure agony right now. He desperately needed to beat someone up just to distract himself from the pain. Kiho charged straight at Yoon Jung while his cronies went wild. Hell yeah. Beat him up. Get payback. Kiho threw a kick, but it didn't even scratch Yoon Jung's barrier. Then, everyone suddenly plugged their noses and cringed. What the actual hell is that smell? Why does it smell like hot garbage? Kiho was clutching his butt, his knees knocking together. I can't hold it. His lackeys kept pushing him. Bro, what's wrong with you? Are you even a man? Kiho turned around with a horrified face. It's coming. It's coming. It's about to breach the danger zone. No. Please. Don't. Don't. Oh crap, it's out. Splat. A brown puddle dripped down onto the floor, making everyone gag. Quick. Open the damn windows. The whole hall went into absolute chaos, and they turned every single air purifier on max. Professor Richard walked in, holding a handkerchief over his nose. The security guard apologized, saying they had a little accident in the exam room. It's a bit pungent in here. Professor Richard forced a chuckle. Well, accidents happen. No one could have predicted it. Sure, having the test room turn into a literal dump wasn't great, but Professor Richard was already scanning for top-tier candidates during this first mana wave. The guard was super curious about who had the most crazy potential. Professor Richard pointed toward Donggu and Yoon Jung, but the one he really had his eyes on was Yoon Jung. With a mana pool like that, Calling him a genius was a massive understatement. There are barely any mages in the United States who can reach level 5 mana at his age. Yoon-jung recognized Professor Richard and bowed, apologizing for the mess. This made the professor like him even more. Even though the kid was a powerhouse, the professor hyped Yoon-jung up. Your mana is incredibly pure. You've got a wild future ahead of you. Keep it up. Yoon-jung nodded like crazy, promising himself he'd go all out. Professor Richard turned to look at Donggu, nodding slightly. This kid isn't half bad either. Donggu had heard of Professor Richard. His file said he was a top-tier mage and a highly sought-after instructor. But if this old man couldn't even spot his true talent, then what a massive L. Donggu glanced over at Yun, who was grinning like an idiot because he got hyped up with a few compliments. Professor Richard was still sizing Donggu up when suddenly, the professor recognized his sound transmission skill. Pulling off this kind of high-level cheat code at his age? To actually master it, Professor Richard started questioning if he had completely misjudged him. He demanded to know why. Donggu even came to the Magic Academy when he already had this insane power. Like, did he seriously want to dual class in both martial arts and magic? Donggu, smug as always, knew he didn't need martial arts, but magic was a total mystery to him. And pulling a legendary professor like Richard was a rare opportunity. Professor Richard had never seen a single soul actually master both paths. If Donggu kept pushing it, he was just being a cocky brat. But, to Donggu, Unix was just a school that trained people to hunt monsters by mastering elements and combat skills. He didn't care about drawing a line between magic and martial arts. All that mattered was leveling up his own strength. Hearing that, Professor Richard cringed in disgust. And what if you fail? As if. How is that even possible? Richard couldn't comprehend where Donggu got this massive ego, completely clueless that Donggu had been alive since Richard's ancestors were in diapers. Professor Richard warned him that during class, he would put Donggu on the spot with some tough magic questions. Donggu just grinned and nodded, like, sweet. Now, I actually have a reason to try a bit harder. On the way out, Kang Chun was already waiting. So, did you crush it? Actually, stupid question. I already know the answer. Then, out of nowhere, Chang Chun burst out laughing, making Donggu facepalm. Turns out, he just heard that Kiho fought someone and literally crapped his pants in the middle of the exam room. Absolute gold. Donggu, though, realized the idiot had actually ended up poisoning himself. Kang Chun gasped. Wait, so he messed up his own poison? Donggu nodded. And just like that, Kang Chun was throwing double thumbs up, hyping Donggu up as the absolute goat of the magic world. Donggu just waved it off, guessing that loser Kiho was probably losing his mind, trying to figure out what went wrong. Kang Chun was dying to know what went down between Donggu and Kiho in that room. Donggu dropped a warning about Kiho's absorption skill, saying it backfires horribly on anyone who doesn't know how to handle it. Kang Chun, of course, had zero clue about it. That's some weirdo tier power, specifically for total creeps like Kiho. Meanwhile, in a locked room, heavy, desperate breathing came from a girl hiding under the bed. She watched a pair of feet walk over and stop. She peeked out, only to see dried corpses hanging on the wall. Out in the hallway, dead bodies lay scattered everywhere, completely drained of life. The girl covered her mouth, pale as a ghost. No way. This freaking monster. This has to be a nightmare. Then a voice whispered right in her ear. Why'd you come back here? Aren't you supposed to be hiding under the bed like a good little girl? The girl, tears streaming down, followed by a blood-curdling shriek as her face began to twist and distort. Early the next morning, the chosen candidates were ordered to line up early. As usual, Kang Chun was standing with Donggu, but he couldn't figure out why Yuan Dong. When Donggu did what Kang Chun said and looked over, he locked eyes with Yuan Dong, who blushed and quickly looked away. A few dudes walking by accidentally got blasted back when Yuan Dong's barrier popped up. Kang Chun looked left and right, completely clueless. What the actual hell was that? Did she just make eye contact with you? Donggu was totally done, telling Kang Chun to stop overanalyzing crap. More importantly, They hadn't seen that other punk show his face all morning. Just then, a totally wrecked, lifeless-looking guy caught Donggu's eye. Kang. Chun actually felt kind of bad for him. The guy's face was haggard. On top of that streaming disaster, Donggu walked straight over to Kiho, telling Kang Chun to stay put. A sly smirk crept up, oozing excitement. Time to check something real. Quick. The second Donggu approached, Kiho immediately snapped, going full aggro and grabbing his collar. Tell Kang Chun, that bastard, that I'm looking for him. And another thing, what happened back then wasn't funny at fucking all. You hear me? Don't you dare get smart with me. Donggu tightly gripped Kiho's hand, and out of nowhere, slammed him flat on his back. Kiho was caught off guard, but still managed to roll away, landing on his feet. You bastard, you actually know how to fight? Dung replied. You never asked. Besides, fighting isn't for showing off, so why the hell would I tell anyone? Especially a dumbass like you. Pissed off, Kiho ignored his stomach pain and lunged forward. Every strike he threw, Donggu effortlessly dodged. The crowd rushed over to catch the drama. And honestly, Kiho's moves looked pretty damn flashy. Frustrated that Donggu kept dodging, Kiho lost it and screamed, "Stop running! Are you even a man?" Donggu let out a snicker. If he wanted a real fight, he was getting one. Donggu lightly tapped the bridge of Kiho's nose. A loud crack echoed, and a stream of bright, red blood sprayed right out of his nostrils. He crashed hard against the wall, dropping to his knees to clutch his stomach. Just as Kiho looked up to curse, Donggu's foot slammed straight into his face. He collapsed, and Donggu immediately grabbed him by the head. Donggu yanked Kiho's head up, though it was a struggle since the guy was bald. You want more? Kiho's eyes flared with pure rage. You're fucking dead. I'm gonna murder you. Donggu coldly smashed his head into the floor, fracturing the tiles even worse. Donggu lifted Kiho's bloodied face up again, a terrifying smirk on his lips. So, you want some more? Kiho went completely pale. For the first time, he was facing someone way more ruthless and dirtier than him. With his face covered in blood, sheer panic flared in his eyes. What the actual fuck was wrong with this guy? What? I only meant to toy with him a little. He looked up, stammering, and asked, Who the hell are you? Zungu laughed smugly, and with a low, mocking voice, he said, Curious only now, huh? But that doesn't even matter right now. The only thing that matters is, do you want more? Zungu slammed Kiho's head hard against the ground, but the bastard still struggled to resist as a dark, eerie power slowly seeped out and enveloped his body. Kihor grit his teeth and hissed each word. Fine. You bastard. I am the pride of the Black Tiger clan. Kihor looked up and roared at the top of his lungs as a massive surge of power erupted everywhere. He was suddenly hit by this insane force, but still managed to raise his arms to block it just in time. The crowd around them instantly went into a frenzy as the bastard stood up to face Zungu. What the hell? What's going on with him? His entire body was covered in dark, soot-like stains. Seeing that, someone gasped, Wait, isn't that poison? Meanwhile, a cold-faced guy was watching everything play out from a distance. It was none other than Ki Hongsu, 20 years old. Although he played a major role in disciplining the delinquent students at the Law Academy, rumors said he was also carrying out top-secret missions. The students panicked at the unfolding situation. This guy's completely lost it, using such a vile technique. This is bad. Some actually worried about him. Do you think that guy's gonna be okay? They were still anxious, knowing that skill was made to kill. But seeing Zungu still standing strong right in front of him made them gasp in disbelief. Wait, he's totally fine? Kihor laughed smugly. I'm back, bitch. He fiercely charged at him, spitting threats. You should have finished me off when you had the chance. But Kihor's eyes suddenly widened in sheer terror as he witnessed Zungu looking up, flexing his entire body to unleash a violent explosion of power around him. Kihor raised both arms to defend himself, stammering, what the hell? The students nearby also panicked and covered their noses. What is this? Frowning in disgust, they said, "Is this poisonous gas?" Everyone was terrified, causing a chaotic panic. "Shut your mouths. There's too much of this toxic gas. I can't see a damn thing." Kihor broke into a look, cold sweat, sheer panic showing on his face as he realized, "Don't tell me that bastard. Did he push out the poison I injected into his body?" "But what?" Zungu said next, froze him dead in his tracks. "Man, I didn't think your poison would be so weak it barely tickles." The thick fog of poison completely blocked their poison vision, forcing Kihor to frantically look around. "You piece of shit. Where the hell are you? Quit hiding like a rat. You coward." Suddenly, a brutal hand slammed right into the left side of his face. Zungu's shadow flashed by in a split second, leaving Kihor crashing hard onto the ground, shattering the pavement beneath him. Zungu slowly turned his head back, his glowing red eyes filled with pure murderous intent. "I'm asking you just one thing, bro. Where did you learn that absorption skill?" He was crawling in agony on the ground. This absolute dog. Then Kihor grimaced in pain, his face completely contorting into a hideous mess, his mouth wide open, exposing his teeth. Then Dungu cocked his leg back and kicked him, sending him flying like a rag doll. He smirked triumphantly. "Fine, if you don't want to talk, that's cool." But instantly, a puff of white smoke shot past like lightning. Dungu unleashed a barrage of punches straight into Kihor's stomach. "You're gonna spit it out, one way or another." The dude's eyes rolled back from the insane pain. Dungu hoisted Kihor's limp body up and laughed maniacally, getting ready to land the finishing blow, when suddenly, a roaring scream echoed out. Dungu narrowed his eyes on high alert as a thick cloud of white smoke enveloped them. By the time the smoke cleared, Dungu was the only one standing there, his arms raised defensively in front of his face. He looked up, totally baffled, wondering, what kind of technique is this? Then, his eyes popped wide open in shock as Ki Young-soo calmly and coldly walked right up to him. Dungu sized him up, totally on guard. There was no doubt about it that Guy had used a technique that felt super familiar. Staring at that handsome, stone-cold, and chill face made Dungu wonder, could this guy be a reincarnated soul too? But Dungu immediately shook off the thought, thinking, nah, not quite. There's a difference here, because of the attribute. He kept glaring intently at Ki Young-soo, thinking, this guy is weaker than that other dude. Otherwise, I don't think it would have gone down like this. Ki Young-soo broke the ice first, introducing himself. "I am Ki Young-soo, a fourth-year student from the Student Discipline Committee," he explained. "Even though school rules technically allow this, you guys are taking things way too far." Dungu, refusing to back down, snapped back. "Oh yeah? What about the fact that that bastard poisoned me?" Ki Young-soo shrugged it off. "I don't think so." But Dungu stood his ground, defending himself. "Look, my current state doesn't even matter. What actually matters is that piece of garbage literally tried to kill me with poison. And that venom is still coursing through my veins." Ki Young-soo's eyes turned ice cold as he stared at Dungu, thinking to himself, he's right. As long as the opponent is still dealing active damage, the battle is technically still ongoing. Then, Ki Young-soo glanced over at the unconscious Kihor, weighing his options. Besides, Kihor is the successor of the Breck Tiger clan. He's definitely gonna get trashed by everyone for being the heir of Breck Tiger, and still playing dirty with poison to kill another student. Plus, there are way too many eyewitnesses here. It's gonna be impossible to sweep this under the rug. Meanwhile, some bystanders were still worried about Dungu, saying, "That bro got poisoned. Do you think he'll make it?" Another student replied, completely unsure, "No idea. Not looking good." Suddenly, Dungu darted right past Ki Young-soo and stomped straight on Kihor's face with zero mercy. Ki Young-soo's face darkened with irritation as he cursed silently. "This absolute bastard. He knows exactly who I am, yet he still went for another hit." He called out, "Hey, take your foot off him so we can talk, will you?" But Dungu only gave him a bizarre, twisted grin, asking back, And what if I say no? Kyomsu tried to persuade him despite being super annoyed. Kiho is already lying there like that, so how? Could he have poisoned you? Dungu arrogantly shot back. What? If that jerk was just faking it? He found it harder and harder to understand. This guy was acting so damn casual around me. So why would Kiho use poison on him? Thinking this, Kyomsu turned to threaten him. Then I'll be your opponent if you keep acting like this. Got it? Are you actually confident you can beat me? Dungu let out a creepy, mocking smirk that startled him. Do you really think you have the right to be that confident? As Kyomsu looked into that smile, he felt a sudden chill of danger. Crap. I feel like this guy is super dangerous. He had to lower his voice to reason with him. If you stop right here, I'll act like nothing ever happened. Got it? Dungu kept silent, just staring at Kyomsu. Then Dungu pulled his foot off the guy's battered face. Sounds like a plan. Everyone around watched the scene in dead silence. Kyomsu awkwardly asked, "Mind if I ask for your name?" Dungu smiled brightly, turned back, and replied, "I'm Dungu, a first-year student in the magic department." Dungu shoved his hands in his pockets and swaggered off, while everyone fearfully cleared a path for him. Kyomsu found it hard to believe. A first-year student who just got here? The other students, along with Kyom, stared intently at Dungu's retreating figure. Kyomsu thought to himself, standing near that guy, I could tell he's no ordinary dude. Kyomsu sighed. I'll just keep an eye on him for a while and see. The campus grounds on both sides were completely deserted. As Dungu walked, he kept thinking about his own power. Kyomsu had no idea what that absorption skill was. Dungu narrowed his eyes. That means. Meanwhile, at the mansion of the Break Tiger clan head, John sternly frowned and asked, "What is this? What on earth is happened here?" Seeing the corpses scattered all over the hotel hallway making his right-hand man panic in confusion. What? What the hell is this? He clearly showed absolute panic and fear. It seems that guy escaped. After absorbing all the bodyguards, John ruthlessly punched the subordinate in the face and roared, "You absolute idiot, letting that guy escape so easily." Seeing a female corpse sucked completely dry, even losing her eyeballs, made him snap even harder. What are you still standing there for? Go find him at all costs. Do you think this is some kind of joke? Yet another unfortunate victim was sucked dry, leaving only a shriveled, bare head. In the pitch-dark hallway, a twisted silhouette was holding the head of that poor victim, lifting it up. He licked his lips in satisfaction. Cut to Unit College, where massive academy buildings stood side by side. Inside, a completely ordinary classroom, Dungu's sheer presence was causing quite a stir. On the desk in front of Dungu, he speechlessly stared at a colorful, chaotic mess. Two girls nearby were whispering excitedly, catching his attention. Is this the guy who beat that other dude so bad he literally pissed himself? The girl next to her chimed in, "Wait, seriously? He's so freaking hot. We get to. It's sit right next to him." But a freezing cold voice cut right through their planned stay. Excitement. "Hey, do you mind getting out of my way for a sec?" Hara coldly flipped her ponytail. "I need to get through." Right as she finished speaking, she stormed right past them and walked straight to where Dungu was. Ignoring the annoyed glares from those other girls, Hara didn't even to give them a glance. The two girls, still fuming, glared and whispered, "Wait, isn't Hara some kind of TV star or something? Acting like she's Dungu's girlfriend or something. She probably picked this class just to sit next to Dungu." She smiled, but raised her fist to threaten them. "Hey, I'm literally sitting right here. If you're gonna talk smack, do it some other time." Dungu timidly shrank back to the side. The other female students got super annoyed after being threatened. Look at her flexing. The short-haired girl stood straight up and snapped. "Seriously, I'm starting to hate these celebrity types. Watch out, or you're gonna get blasted on SNS later, girl." SNS is basically like Instagram. A Korean. Hara jumped up and yelled, Excuse me, what? The other girl didn't back down either. What of it? Her friend quickly dragged her away to avoid any real trouble, saying, forget it. Let's go. Hara crossed her arms and plopped back down in a huff, grumbling, I didn't even do anything, and they're already hating. Dungu glanced over and asked, are you like a celebrity? Is it really okay for you to act like that? I mean, even though you've been like this since kindergarten. Hara glared at him and hissed in a sharp voice, what did you say? He turned his head to dodge her glare. No, it's nothing. Still, Dungu couldn't help but ask. But seriously, Hara, you already know so much about magic. Why are you even here? Hara cheerfully replied. There's still a ton of stuff I don't know, even if I do have the eyes of God. She excitedly explained before asking, hey, do you have any idea how insanely cutthroat the entertainment industry is these days? I still have to bust my butt. But by the way, would you still hanging out with that guy from earlier? He replied, you mean that rich snob? But mid-sentence, Hara suddenly slid closer and wrapped her arms around Dungu's. Annoyed, he snapped, what the hell are you doing? She only squeezed his arm tighter. Come on, just stay still. I know exactly what I'm doing. Despite her bold words, Hara's face was blushing red as she thought about Dungu. She recalled how he knocked some dude straight into a wall when they were kids, remembering him as the prince who saved her back then. Hara kept blushing and clinging tightly to his arm, making Dungu break out in a cold sweat. He stared back and demanded, why are you looking at me like that? Is something wrong? Blushing, she still tried to act tough. I just wanted to get a closer look at you. What's the big deal? Suddenly, a massive stack of books slammed onto the desk, making both of them jump in shock. Dung flopped down right next to the books. Hara looked visibly annoyed, while Dungu just spared a brief glance. Then, she smiled cheerfully again. She turned to ask him. Of course I did. Want to borrow it? Anxiously pinching his arm, she whispered, hey, what the heck are you doing? Dongwu replied honestly. Well, I was just saying hi. Hara glared at him with a questioning look. Do you know her? Nervous, he glanced at her. We just happened to meet the other day. Hara scoffed. Dongwu was stuck between the two girls, who were glaring daggers at each other in pure anger. Sparks literally flew between them right in front of his face. Suddenly, a phone ringtone broke the tense atmosphere. A message notification popped up on his screen, and Dongwu exclaimed, oh, it's my sister. Sujan had spammed him with texts. What are you doing? If you're free, let's go see a movie. My treat today. He texted her back. I've got classes this afternoon, so I can't make it. Regret was dripping from Jun's reply. Really? But Iron 4 is premiering today, bro. What a bummer. Dongwu could only reply, sorry. Meanwhile, at the CGV cinema, Sujon's friend was buzzing with excitement. Sujan, is your brother Dongwu coming? But she just stared gloomily at her phone. He's busy with afternoon classes. Her friend's face fell instantly. I wore this outfit just for Dongwu to see. What a waste. Sujan shook it off and smiled. Whatever, let's just go. But her friend wouldn't give up, whining. But I want to see your brother. She dismissed her casually. Next time, her friend hurriedly ran after her. Hey, wait for me. Time flew by, and day quickly turned to night, but the theater's exterior was still packed with people. Sujan was running down the street in a panic. I didn't expect that movie to be so gripping and long. I'm so late. Mom's totally gonna kill me. On the pitch-black street, she was completely alone. Suddenly, Sujan froze in her tracks. The entire street was deserted except for her and a flickering streetlight. Sujan looked around frantically. Where on earth am I? She had no idea a dark shadow was silently watching her from behind a Bactization's wall. Then, she gasped in shock as she spotted something. She turned around, her eyes widening. The camera zoomed in closer to capture her sheer panic. 3 masked figures were rushing straight toward her. Sujan screamed in absolute terror. Suddenly, A plume of white smoke exploded, blanketing the area. As the thick, swirling vortex of smoke slowly cleared, she stood her ground, shielding her face with her two hands. More figures materialized, forming a tight circle around Sujeon, trapping her in the middle. They started muttering, "This kid isn't your ordinary child. We'd better not underestimate her." Despite her terror, she bravely spat back. "What do you misters think you're doing? So, if you lay a finger on me, aren't you afraid of getting locked up by the cops? Ha!" The guy in the Ultraman mask isn't about to be scared off by some empty threats. "And who are you trying to fool, kid? There aren't any security cameras here, and this place is completely deserted with nobody around. You think you can mess with us? Even if the cops show up, they're dead meat." They immediately lunged at Sujeon. A 13-year-old kid, like her, stood no chance against their self-proclaimed hero squad. But the girl bravely fought back. Sujeon unleashed one powerful kick after another. Pretty impressive. She was quick enough to dodge a vicious strike. As Sujeon fell back, she turned around to taunt them. "You call that a fight? How embarrassing." But things took a dangerous turn when the guy in the Captain America mask sneaked up beside her, raising his hand to strike, while Sujeon was still completely off guard, laughing like a maniac. "Oni-chan, baka," he spat maliciously. "Gotcha." Donggu sprinted as fast as he could, anxiously kicking open the door. Overwhelmed with worry, he shouted, "Sujeon." Sujeon burst into tears and lunged to hug Donggu's legs. "Big bro, I thought I'd never see you again. Why did you take so long?" He quickly knelt down, asking her in a panic, "I'm so sorry. Are you okay, Sujeon? What happened? Why are you at the hospital?" Sujeon looked aside and stammered, "Well, the thing is..." She pointed at some guys beaten to a pulp, covered in casts, lying in hospital beds, hooked up to IV drips. "Those creeps tried to kidnap me. And those masked jerks are still over there groaning. Ow, my leg hurts so bad." Donggu asked Sujeon, "Do you even know who they are? And how they ended up like this?" The girl fell silent for a moment. Sujeon rested her chin on her hand and began to explain. "Back then, Sujeon turned around just as Captain America was about to strike. I was almost blindsided by Captain America from behind." Sujeon had looked back in sheer panic, and right at that critical moment, all she could do was scream, "Big bro." Suddenly, a devastating blow slammed into him, sending him flying and keeping her safe. Sujeon collapsed to the ground as the shockwave of the attack unfolded right before her eyes. A furious roar echoed, "Drop dead." The masked gang, completely clueless, fell into total chaos. What the hell is going on? The girl eagerly looked up, wondering what was happening. But then, a voice echoed, calling out to her, "Young lady." A massive crowd of fierce-looking men, dressed in black suits and dark sunglasses, marched in, leaving her completely stunned. The leader of the Tizen Black Syndicate stepped forward, looking down at Sujeon and asking with deep concern, "Are you all right? We apologize for being late, young lady." The masked punks tried to act tough, shouting to get attention. "Who the hell are these guys? How did they track us down? Do you think you can stand in our way?" Tyson glared at them, gritting his teeth in anger. "Who are these guys in black?" The guy in the Ultraman mask muttered in shock. "What the hell are you talking about?" The guy in the Iron Man mask asked. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" His face twisted into a savage scowl, and his two pitch-black eyes burned with pure murderous intent. Taysan roared out an order, "No matter who you punks are, anyone who lays a finger on the young lady is dead meat." From behind, he barked out command after command. "Black Union, crush them. Kill them all." The Black Union members charged at the masked freaks all at once, shouting back, "Sir, yes, sir." Taysan wanted to round up every single one of them, barking, "Don't let any of these punks escape." Fists and kicks flew, mixed with savage cursing. "Die, you bastards, die." The gang members relentlessly wailed on the masked crowd. Hyped up on pure adrenaline, they started chanting complete nonsense over and over. "Black Union, never die." Sujeon stood right next to him, completely dazed and slack-jawed. What? What the hell is this? The roars kept echoing through the air. Never die. Shrill screams of agony rang out, making the little girl turn pale with fear, while Tae-san suddenly seemed to snap back to reality. He dropped to his knees and asked, Young lady, are you hurt? Sugyeon flinched hard in fear and backed away, gasping, What are you gonna do to me? Spotting a trace of oozing blood on her hand, Tae-san completely lost his mind and screamed, The young lady is hurt. Does it hurt? Sugyeon glared at him with pure suspicion. It's not even your hand. Why are you tripping? But seeing him literally tremble with anxiety, she tried to calm him down. Look, I'll be fine. Mister, it's just a tiny scratch, no big deal. Hey, mister, are you even listening to me? But Tae-san just buried his face in his hands, sobbing hysterically. No, this is bad. I'm literally dead. Sugyeon asked, totally worried. Mister, are you okay? I'm seriously fine. Meanwhile, the guys in the massive brawl were still going wild out there, yelling, Die, you trash. Nice one. Then, he suddenly stood right back up, radiating intense rage. The girl flinched, staring at him in utter shock. Tae-san had completely lost his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs, Code 1 alert, exterminate every single one of them. After telling the story, Sugyeon burst into tears, sobbing as she blamed Donggu. Why didn't you show up then? Do you have any idea how terrified I was? Do you? He could only stare at his little sister in silence. Then, she glanced over at the masked guys, covered in bandages from head to toe, adding, But honestly, those misters look kind of pitiful. Outside the hospital, the sky had already faded into the pitch black dark of the night. Donggu stood leaning against the wall in the basement parking garage, looking incredibly gloomy. Suddenly, a group of guys dressed in black headed straight toward him. The Black Union lined up in perfect formation right in front of Donggu. Sweat was dripping down their foreheads and cheeks as fear slowly started to creep in. They bowed deeply before Donggu, chanting in unison, The young lady has returned home safely. He glanced down at the crowd as Tae-san and the rest of the gang bowed so low they were shaking like a leaf. Donggu silently evaluated them. This Black Union gang was pretty notorious, full of thugs and infamous criminals. Having them protect his little sister actually seemed like a solid plan. Tae-san suddenly yelled out, taking all the blame, Boss, please punish me because of my sheer carelessness. The boy simply sighed and turned on his heel to leave. Ignoring the crowd behind him, he sighed, Fine, whatever, I'll help you out next time. But it's late already, so go home and eat. Even so, they didn't stand up, but instead kept bowing deeply to apologize. We'll do better, they promised, but in just a split second, the entire group of men in black completely vanished, leaving him all alone. In this dark parking garage, a heavy, suffocating silence filled the space as he stood frozen in the hallway with a dead serious look. Donggu stared intensely at the building across the street before walking off alone in the garage, once again, until his shadow faded into the darkness. Far away, hiding behind another wall, Seo Hyun's shadow crept out. That bastard wore a sinister, cunning smirk. Meanwhile, back at Brektiger, outside a massive, ancient mansion, a woman stood surrounded by some little kids. The members of Brektiger were all full of energy. The kids excitedly yelled back, It's the Back Tiger clan. The teacher gently smiled at them. That's right, kids. This is Back Tiger, one of the 8 major clans in South Korea. One of the kids then asked in a cute, soft voice, Teacher, is Back Tiger the absolute strongest in Korea? The teacher stammered a bit. Well, trying to dodge the question, she explained. Our country has united to form an alliance to fight off the monsters coming out of the gates. And within that alliance are the 8 legendary clans, with Back Tiger being one of them. That's why I can't really say who's stronger or weaker. Suddenly, a hearty laugh rang out, catching everyone's attention. If you ask me, I'd say the Back Tiger clan is definitely the strongest, John Chan declared, as he walked up with his bodyguard, Hin On. This was the head of Back Tiger himself, John Chan. The teacher quickly greeted him. "I can't believe you personally came here, sir. It's such an honor." He waved off the praise. "Oh, don't be so formal," John Chan chuckled. "The students here at Brektiger are the young talents who will bring glory to our nation. How could I not come? Visit them? Besides, teacher, didn't you know I absolutely adore kids?" Hearing this, the children happily rushed over and hugged his legs. "Grandpa, you must be the strongest in the whole wide world, right?" One kid piped up, while another begged, "Grandpa, I want to take a photo with you." John Chan bent down, laughing along with them. Sure, let's take one." The kids cheered excitedly, shouting, "You're awesome, Grandpa." But down by the steps, Sung-ho was glaring cold hard at the happy group. He spat a curse under his breath. Gritting his teeth, Sung-ho muttered angrily, "I'm going to rip off that old man's fake mask." Just then, someone spoke up, catching Sung-ho's attention. "Should we call for backup?" He looked down and cautioned her. "We have to be extremely careful. Our enemy is one of the 8 powerhouse clans in Korea. If our movements are leaked, it could trigger a massive war between the alliances and the 8 major clans." After questioning Sung-ho with a dead serious look, she added, "Do you still remember what happened before that?" He brought up that bizarre, empty seminar where 300 people had chilling at some seminar. But for some crazy reason, everyone just straight up vanished. He fires back. "You seriously think that's all?" Sung-ho brings up that freak accident where 3 buses plunged into the deep sea. Like, there was this one case where 3 tour buses just randomly went over a cliff along the coast right near Gugok Tunnel. And that's not all over in Anyang. Literally every single staff member and guest in a hotel just disappeared. Sung-ho drops his own theory on them, saying, "Honestly, all 3 of these incidents, I'm pretty sure they're the work of gate monsters. But why did Seol-hee snap so fast? Are you kidding me? If some monster did that, how is the building still completely intact while only the people are gone?" Sung-ho calmly cuts in. "Look, that's not what I meant. I'm not saying for sure that none of this is connected to the Back Tiger clan." But she's still totally worked up. "Then you've got absolutely zero proof." Unlike the totally panicked Seol-hee, he just keeps his cool and tells her, "We need to keep watching. I know you're desperate to find your missing twin sister, Seol-hee. But now is deadass not the time." Sung-ho keeps breaking it down for her. "Plus, the Back Tiger clan dug up something weird in an ancient tomb about 1 year ago, and I have a strong feeling that whatever they found is tied to all of this." He doubles down. "We can't just go charging in blindly when we still have no clue what the Baek Tiger clan actually found in that ancient tomb." Meanwhile, John is still playing the role of a sweet, kid-loving grandpa, the little kid he's holding happily. Cheers. "You're the absolute best, Grandpa." And John laughs along. "You too, kiddo." But Sung-ho still wants to play it safe. "We should wait and see what they're up to in the near future. Making our move, then will still be plenty of time." Meanwhile, the others are wrapping up their goodbyes. The teacher starts leading the kids away, saying, "All right, let's head out, everyone." The kids wave back sadly, "Bye-bye, Grandpa." But the second they're gone, his smile completely vanishes. John asks coldly, "Is Kiho awake yet?" And his bodyguard immediately replies, "Yes, sir." Inside a traditional style room, Kiho is sitting on a bed, covered in cuts and bandages. His head hung low, and an IV drip hooked up to his arm. The sudden voice of John makes him jump. "Why aren't you out? Getting some fresh air?" Kiho looks up in absolute terror as his father and the bodyguard walk in. Throwing his unhealed injuries out the window, he drops straight to his knees in panic, begging John, "Father, please, I'm so sorry. I swear I'll never mess up again. Just please, forgive me this once." But looking down at his own son, he remains ice cold. "The mess you made? It doesn't actually matter. But since you're the one who caused it, you're the one who has to pay the price." Kiho's entire body starts shaking uncontrollably, his voice cracking, "Father, I'll get stronger, I swear." But hearing those desperate promises only makes John grit his teeth in sheer annoyance. "I'll prove to everyone that I'm your strongest son." Kiho buries his face in his hands. I'm so sorry." Flashbacks of his absolute nightmare of a childhood start rushing back. Of his dad when Kihor was just a kid lying flat on the floor, using his hands to cover his head, taking every single blow from his own father. "Please, I'm sorry. It's my fault." But the old man just kept ruthlessly whipping him. "You pathetic loser." John kept shouting and cursing at his son with the absolute worst insults. "You really think you can inherit the Back Tiger clan with that trashy level of yours?" While enduring the relentless beatings, he kept telling himself, "I have to get way stronger." Beneath those shielding hands was the dead-set determination in young Kihor's eyes. "I must get stronger." Outside, the rain was coming down hard. The old man stood in a corner while his bodyguards held an umbrella over him. John watched the workers rushing around to move the massive crates. He snapped an order. "Move them carefully, damn it." The anxious worker quickly replied, Yes, we understand, sir." But then, someone's hand slipped. They screamed, "Watch out," as the coffin slammed hard onto the ground. John roared in fury. "Hey, you trash. Do you have any idea how much this is actually worth?" The unlucky worker fearfully tried to explain. I'm so sorry, sir. My hand just slipped." Still pissed, he yelled, "Get it together, you useless sacks of garbage." But none of them noticed the coffin lid had popped wide open. Sounds of frantic apologies filled the air. "Sorry, so sorry." Shouting, "Hurry the hell up. If the boss finds out we messed this up, we're dead-ass fired." Meanwhile, the open lid revealed the person lying inside. In the shadows, Kihor stood there, completely frozen, his face pale with sheer terror. Staring right back at Kihor was a human head, completely drained of all its life force. Xian Yen, his body still wrapped in white bandages, stood there holding that shriveled human head, completely frozen in place. Out of nowhere, Kihor offered him a deal. "Yo, do you want me to help you get out of here?" The guy just stared back in dead silence, listening to him. "If you stay here, you're never going to escape. Seriously." Though Kihor was shaking in his boots, he still pushed his demand. "I can get you out of here safely, but it comes with a condition." He clenched his fists tight and shouted, "Teach me that skill." Xian Yen narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, before letting out a highly amused smirk. Fast forward to the present. A heavily bruised Kihor was standing in the mansion's hallway. A servant walked up to deliver a message from John. "Young master, the boss ordered me to tell you to train and move your body more to help with your recovery." He just silently stared down at his own hands. Kihor then asked, "Hey, by the way, is there any news lately?" The servant hesitated for a second. Well, our clan is in a bit of a chaotic mess right now, so I really don't have any solid info." Annoyed, he knitted his brows in anger. "What? Are you too stupid to check the news and find out what the hell is going on?" The servant stammered in fear. I don't know why, but a few hours ago, literally all communication channels were jammed." Kihor gritted his teeth in sheer frustration. "You useless idiot, you can't even get a simple thing like that right?" The servant could only tremble and apologize. I'm so sorry." Then he glared down at the servant who was bowing in fear. Kihor sighed. "Whatever, it's fine. Give me your hand." The servant looked confused. "Yes, sir." Kihor roughly snatched his hand, snapping, "I said give it to me, hurry the hell up." The servant trembled. A painful scream echoed as dark, shadowy power began to surge and pour out. The servant collapsed to the floor, reduced to nothing but a shriveled corpse, while Kihor stood tall, an immense, overflowing dark energy swirling around his hand. He stared at his hand in absolute disbelief. No freaking way. Is this a joke? Is this skill really this busted? Around his hand suddenly ripped apart on their own. Soon, all the bandages covering Kihor's body shredded into pieces, and his entire body was engulfed in a massive, surging storm of pure, raw power. Damn. I can feel this insane new energy surging through my entire body. Suddenly, he remembered Dungu's smug, arrogant face. With this kind of power, that dog is dead meat. But a sudden, deafening rumble cut Kihor off. He looked around wildly. What the hell is that noise? Outside on the streets, the night was in total chaos as people panicked. Wait, did our wireless signals just get cut off? Looks like it, sir. What the hell is jamming the signal? I need to get back to work. Meanwhile, association members holding glowing batons stood on the street, shouting, "Attention, everyone. We are currently conducting a live combat drill. All citizens, please evacuate to a safe zone immediately." The announcements kept blaring. Please stay clear of the surrounding areas. The citizens on the streets were getting annoyed. Seriously? What is it this time? Another drill? This sucks. But the speakers kept blaring. Please be advised. This area is extremely dangerous. Evacuate to the nearest safe zone right now. Meanwhile, Dungu stood before hundreds of association members. The vice president of the association called out to Tisan. Hearing his name, Tisan looked over. Yes, vice president. He was breaking out in a cold sweat. Why do I feel so damn nervous being here? Tisan thought, feeling completely lost. Well, he explained, it's just, this is the first time I've ever seen. And you like this? Dungu flashed a cold, bloodthirsty smirk and gave the command. Starting today, we wipe Brektiger off the face of the under the cover of the pitch black night. A group, dressed in black, was leaping swiftly across the rooftops as a voice urged them on, shouting, "Cleansing squad, pick up the pace. The enemy has already breached the main building." These black-clad figures were from the cleansing squad, ranked second among the 3 strongest units in Brektiger. The squad leader of the cleansing squad, Seijin Jiang, led the charge, his brow furrowed with rage. To think someone would dare trespass into Brektiger territory and ambush us. Whoever it is has some serious nerve. I don't know who they are, but they must be tired of living. Suddenly, the squad members in the back were blindsided, crying out in pain. Seijin Jiang gasped, glancing back in shock. He quickly roared to the rest of his unit, "Ambushes! Watch out! Get ready!" But despite his warning, one by one, his men kept falling. Seijin Jiang launched himself off a wall too, sneaking down a path littered with the corpses of his dead crewmates. Seijin Jiang gripped his sword and roared, That damn brat, I'm gonna kill you. Where the hell are you? Come out. Here." Suddenly, a voice echoed right next to him, freezing him solid. "The damn kid you've been whining about this whole time is right here." Dungu stood next to Seijin Jiang, arms crossed with a smirk. "I came here all alone, so don't be scared." Seijin Jiang swung his sword, lunging at, "You bastard. What the hell are you trying to pull?" Dungu flashed his signature smirk. He whipped his leg around, delivering a brutal kick straight to Seijin Jiang's gut. Instantly, the guy vanished, leaving nothing but a trail of white dust as he slammed violently into the wall. Wood splinters rained down onto the floor. Seijin Jiang collapsed amidst the ruined wooden debris, shaking violently as he desperately propped himself up with his sword. Seijin Jiang gritted his teeth, barely holding back the excruciating pain. To think he'd strike so ruthlessly. Then, he glanced to the side, his eyes widening in pure horror. The ground was littered with corpses, sending Seijin Jiang into an absolute panic. What the actual fuck is this? He still couldn't believe his eyes. Are you kidding me? What the hell just happened? Standing in the distance was Dungu. With a creepy, reaper-like smile, he slowly approached, sending Seijin Jiang spiraling into utter, dazed panic. "No way, you've got to be kidding me. That's impossible. Did that brat seriously do all of this by himself?" As if reading his mind, Dungu flashed a wicked smirk and confidently declared, "Hard to swallow, huh? Well, don't sweat it. After all, by tomorrow, Break Tiger will completely vanish, like you guys never even existed. Suddenly, a loud, booming laugh caught Donggu off guard. Well, aren't you a big-mouthed little brat? A group of thugs wearing devil masks, carrying swords and spears, glared intensely at him. Their leader threatened, "Should I just slice that tongue of yours off? You've got a seriously foul-mouth kid." This masked group was actually the villain unit, the number one. Out of the 3 strongest teams in Break Tiger, Seijin Zhang's eyes widened. The strongest team under the villain leader. Looking down at Donggu, he sneered. "Do you have any idea how many brats like you out there fear the living crap out of me?" But Donggu wasn't even flinching. He confidently shot back. "Oh, I know. And besides, your sick hobby is tying a leash around your opponent's necks and ripping out their tongues, right? Not to mention trafficking women." Suddenly, the entire mansion violently shook. Sung Ho leaned against the wall in a panic. What just happened? What was that loud noise just now? This makes 0 sense. Sung Ho began to piece it together. "It looks like someone ambushed Break Tiger," he gasped, completely stunned. Sung Ho couldn't believe it. What kind of organization would dare challenge Break Tiger? He blurted out, "No way. Who on earth could it be?" Sung Ho thought to himself. "First, I need to head back and report this to the Unique Association." He turned around. "Tell him we're heading back to report first." "On me." "Let's go." He hesitated, refusing to budge. Her face showed she wasn't about to let it go. She suddenly leaped onto the roof, leaving Sung Ho completely stunned. "Sorry, go on ahead. I gotta find my sister." He lost his cool, barking out an order. "Where do you think you're going? Get back here right now." But he suddenly hit an electric barrier midair, and even Sung Ho could see the bright sparks of electricity crackling around her. He plummeted, and he rushed over in a panic. "Are you okay? Damn it." Sung Ho caught her, the intense pain forcing He to grit her teeth and shut her eyes. He started panicking. How the hell did this happen? Why is there something blocking the way up there that I never even knew about? Meanwhile, on the other side, the whole villain squad got sent flying like ragdolls. A huge crowd of them surrounded Donggu, but he still completely wrecked them. Donggu stood calmly in the center, ignoring the screams around him. This brat is not normal. Get him together. But he only got more hyped, raising his hand to strike. Nice. You guys are just rushing in like moths to a flame. A brilliant surge of power gathered around Donggu's hand, shaping into the silhouette of a sword. The villain leader gasped in horror, recognizing it, the shadow blade. He gracefully swung his sword, creating a massive tornado that whipped across the area. The villains scattered in absolute terror, screaming, "Run! Get out of here!" The gale raged, threatening to blow everything away. Yet, just like before, they all ended up sprawled outside the vortex, while he stood perfectly still in the center. The leader couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at the glowing blade in his hand. No way. That sword. That shadow blade skill. It was lost ages. The villains crawling on the ground snarled in anger. "Who the hell are you, brat? Why are you doing this to our family? What did we even do wrong?" Donggu just looked down at them. With a smug, mocking smirk, he said, "You really think I'd kill you? For no reason? Think about it." They still stubbornly glared up and argued, "But we literally didn't do anything to deserve death." Donggu raised his sword with a laugh. "Fine. I guess there's no harm in telling a bunch of dead men." These words sent shivers down everyone's spines. They froze, staring up in sheer shock. Dead? But right then, he threw his head back and laughed. "It's because you guys tried to kidnap my sister. Though, obviously, you failed." The entire villain squad was dumbfounded. "What? Did we actually kidnap her?" The villain leader still tried to argue. "We didn't kidnap anyone. We only wanted to kill you." "Oh, is that all?" Donggu's voice grew even more merciless. "In that case, I have even more reason to wipe you all out." Suddenly, Another figure appeared, making the villain's eyes widen in sheer terror. I didn't think you had the ability. That power. Seeing Kihor walking up, they screamed, "Why, young master?" The villain boss frantically warned him. "Young master, get out of here, now. It's not safe." Just then, a hand grabbed the glowing red armor. Kihor hissed. "Who the hell are you?" The villain boss stammered. "Why, young master, it's me." But he just straight up crushed and snapped the man's arm. Crimson energy surged outward as a blood-curdling shriek ripped through the air. Kihor just sneered. "Like I need you worrying about me. Trash." The other villain members panicked, shouting, "Young master, what are you doing?" But he didn't give a damn. Kihor's face twisted in pure, sadistic ecstasy as he absorbed their power. One by one, the villain squad was drained, dry, and collapsed. When another guy got grabbed by the throat, he shrieked in terror. "Young master!" Kihor laughed like a maniac. His right hand gripped one guy's neck while his left hand yanked another's hair. Terrified, the squad panicked. Someone in the back screamed, "Let them go." But he ignored them, focused entirely on sucking the energy out of that poor bastard. The villain boss, furious, clicked his tongue. He launched a brutal kick right into Kihor's gut, shouting, "I told you to stop." Kihor got sent flying, but managed to slide on his hands and knees to catch himself. Gripping his blade, the villain boss roared at Kihor, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" The tension grew suffocatingly heavy. Jung-woo watched the drama unfold from a distance. Kihor's face went dark as he growled, "What did you just do to me?" Kihor's face twisted into pure, unadulterated malice. "Your only purpose is to let me do this. You're nothing but stepping stones to make me stronger. You should be honored to serve the Brektiger family." The villain boss froze in disbelief, murmuring, "Our duty?" His mind drifted back to the past, to the moment he and his men beat their chests, swearing proudly, "We will serve the Brektiger clan forever, and we gladly offer our lives for the glory of Brektiger." The scene shifts back to that familiar, ancient mansion. In the corner of a room, a little boy sat crying with his head on his knees. It was Kihor. Back then, the villain boss gently approached him, asking, "Hey, kid, you doing okay?" Little Kihor just kept his head down in silence. The boss tried to comfort him. "Come on, chin up, buddy. Your dad is just trying to help you get stronger." But Kihor coldly brushed his kindness aside, saying, "Stop trying to comfort me. I don't even get to train like the other kids my age." Hearing this, the boss fell silent, but he quickly perked up, asking excitedly, "All right, how about I help you train instead?" The villain boss flashed a thumbs up and grinned. "Hell yeah, of course. I'm gonna help our little master get strong enough to inherit Brektiger." Kihor let out a sniffle and threw his arms around the old man's neck, startled the villain leader. He heard the sobbing voice of the kid, promising, "I will." Kihor sobbed, tears streaming down. As he continued, trying to act tough, "Please help me." He hugged the villain leader tightly and just broke down crying, sobbing uncontrollably. Back to the brutal reality, the leader slowly repeated his words. "Our duty is to serve the Brektiger family, to dedicate our lives to the prosperity of Brektiger." Even now, Kihor was still trying to lift him high up, into the air. He was super smug. "Looks like you guys' philosophy is a bit twisted." He gripped the villain leader's neck tighter as streams of energy slowly drained from his body. Kihor screamed like a maniac. "You bastards are just disposable pawns for me? Got it?" The hand on the villain leader's face was completely shriveled up, his skin darkening, his cheeks sunken, and his veins popping out as he struggled to speak. "Young master." The villain leader, still caring, gasped his last words. To him, "Young master, watch out for that guy. He's dangerous." His hand went completely limp, but Kihor still held the villain leader's corpse high up. He was tossed to the ground, tears still wet on the corners of his eyes, yet he only coldly remarked, as expected of the leader of Brektiger's strongest squad, "Holding out this long?" Kihor turned to taunt Dungu. "Kept you waiting, huh? I should thank you for waiting, shouldn't I?" Dungu confidently grinned back. Actually, I should be the one thanking you for doing those guys in for me. But right now, I'm kinda curious about how you know that absorption skill. A sudden gust of wind sliced through the air. He lunged right in front of him in a split second, delivering an earth-shattering punch straight to Donggu's gut, leaving him dazed. You don't need to know, dumbass, for everything you did to me. Donggu grimaced in pain, his eyes burning with rage. Kiho unleashed a flurry of kicks. Now, I'm paying you back. He could only use his arms to block. In front of him, screaming, he threw a furious punch right at Donggu's face. Damn it. Elsewhere, chaotic, deafening noises were echoing. The members of the Dark Association were struggling in the middle of the Brektager siege. Hey, this is bad. On Brektager's side, orders were being barked. Don't let the intruders escape. Capture them all, Taeson shouted. Anxiously, how much longer do we have to stay here? Yoon Sok turned to answer. Even as a man in black aimed his sword at him, we have to hold out here until the chairman completely purges. Brektager. Yoon Yi was still advising Taeson. We must keep supporting the chairman. The black-haired guy closed in, pointing his sword at him. Die. But Yoon Yi easily blew him away with a single powerful punch. This black-haired punk gets sent flying, crashing hard into the wall. Taeson turns to him, saying, Yo, I think we're almost done cleaning up this mess. Yeonwoo looks over and nods. Looks like it, but suddenly, a raspy voice cuts in, startling them both. You punks. In a split second, Taeson is blindsided by an attack. Before he can even react, he can only watch. Yeonwoo panics, screaming Taeson's name. But right after, it's his turn to take a brutal, bone-shattering hit. As a massive blast of white energy punches Yeonwoo straight in the gut. The guy roars in pure rage. How dare you trash run wild in the Brektager family territory? Yeonwoo can only let out a ragged choke. Arg. The impact slams him hard into the wall, cracking a huge chunk of it. He grits his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. Damn it, what the hell just happened? Suddenly, a leather boot stomps right onto Yeonwoo's face. John has gone completely ballistic. His face is twisted with rage as he grinds his heel into Yeonwoo's face, roaring, You damn, useless pigs. The deep, angry wrinkles on John Chen F's face twitch, showing his absolute, boiling fury. Have you idiots found out who's behind this damn chaos yet? John's right-hand man panics, stuttering, Sir, all external communications have been completely jammed. I can't gather any intel at all, not even who these punks are. The man presses his foot down harder onto Yeonwoo's face, making him writhe in agony. John keeps interrogating him. Listen up, you piece of trash. Tell me who you guys are, if you don't want to die right now. Yeonwoo struggles to squeeze out. We're from the Golden River family. Hearing that answer only makes him rage even harder. His voice booms. The hell did you say? The Golden River clan? Right then, a Brektager guard rushes in, desperately reporting, Sir, there's a massive battle going on, right outside. Otherwise, there's no way they could have breached our defenses so easily. John stomps down even harder. Tell me, who is your damn leader? But Yeonwoo stays tough, grabbing the man's foot to shove it off. You think a piece of trash like you deserves to know who my boss is? All of you are gonna die under to the chairman's hands anyway. This pushes John completely over the edge. You arrogant bastard. Suddenly, the wall behind him shatters, catching his attention. Donggu is sent flying through the air, crashing right in front of John and Yeonwoo. He's knocked completely cold, lying motionless in the Kmark, middle of the wrecked floor. Seeing Donggu, Yeonwoo screams out in horror. No. Chairman. Right after, Donggu lies there completely unconscious. At that exact moment, John looks totally baffled. He whips his head around, demanding, What the hell is going on? Then, standing right behind him, Kiho is there, his eyes glowing with deadly intensity. John panics, gasping as he sees the guy flash a terrifying, wicked smirk. John stares back at him with pure confusion and suspicion. Somehow, Kehoe flashed a smug grin, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he asked, "So? What do you think, Dad? Am I good enough for you? Yet?" Then, he hyped himself up excitedly, bragging, "But hey, it's all thanks to you bringing that monster out of the ancient tomb that made me this freaking strong." Seeing this, the old man panicked and snapped at his arrogant talk. "You absolute dumbass. You use that thing? You've basically turned yourself into a monster just like..." And Kehoe just kept a straight face, saying in a totally careless tone, "No matter what you say, Dad, I'm not gonna stop." With that, Kehoe grabbed his dad's top henchman by the collar, making the guy panic and gasp, "Why, young master, what are you doing?" A split second later, he unleashed his power, leaving John dead shocked. His right-hand man didn't even get a chance to beg, "Please, I don't want to," before Kehoe sucked out all his life force, leaving nothing but a shriveled corpse. Then, he turned around with a maniacal laugh. "Man, this feels so freaking good. Do I pass your test now, Dad?" John lost his mind in pure rage, stepping forward and screaming right in his face, "You are no longer my son. Ever since you learned that trash tier skill, you became a straight-up monster." Hearing this, Kehoe dropped the corpse to the floor and mocked him with deep bitterness. "When I was weak, you treated me like garbage anyway. But now that I've gotten strong, you call your own damn son a monster." Finally, he narrowed his eyes maliciously and hissed, "So, what should I do with you now, old man?" Hearing this, John flinched in sheer terror, standing completely frozen and speechless. Seeing that, Kehoe slowly walked over, patted his shoulder, and flashed a smug smirk. "All right, take a rest, Dad. From now on, I'm taking over the Black Tiger clan, John." John gritted his teeth in pure fury. You'll seriously regret abusing that damn skill." Unfazed, Kehoe just scoffed with total disdain. "If you got a problem with that, Dad, why don't you try me? Didn't you always say that the strong get to have everything?" Hearing this, his dad was too choked up with rage to speak. Why? Just as the tension was getting heavy, a sudden voice nearby broke the silence, making both of them jump. "Hey, why don't we just settle this with our fists?" It was Dungu, who had just sat up after being knocked out. He playfully suggested, "It'd be pretty fun to beat up both father and son at the same time." Shocked to see him still breathing, Kehoe blurted out, "What? How the hell are you still alive?" Hearing this, Dungu smirked mockingly, "Dead? Bro, that word is meant for you, not me." Kehoe's face twisted in terror as he gasped, "What?" Then, he looked over at the two guys, sprawled out on the ground, and urged them, "How much longer are you guys gonna play dead? If I remember correctly, you two. Bro literally survived getting his throat slashed, so why is he already playing dead over a tiny scratch? Lying there?" Within literal seconds, both of them immediately stood straight up. "Sir." Just like that, Dungu decisively ordered them. "All right, you two head out first." They answered in unison and vanished in a flash. "Understood, Chairman." Boom. Right after, he brushed the dust off his clothes and slowly stood up, ready for whatever. "All right." Dungu looked up with a dead serious face and muttered, "Guess I gotta get a little serious now." But out of nowhere, Zanchan charged at him like a freaking rocket. And then, a massive explosion went off, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Through the smoke, Dungu leaped backward and scoffed, "Nice try, but you're still way too weak." Hearing that, the old man seized the chance and popped up right behind him, ready to swing his sword. "How about this then?" Reacting instantly, Dungu's eyes darted backward by instinct. "Behind me." Instantly, Zanchan threw a fatal blow. "Die, you little brat." That deadly roar from Fran, his vicious sword slash forced Dungu to jump back several meters. His eyes widened in pure shock and confusion. Like, seriously, the guy was literally right in front of him a second ago, When the hell did he get behind him? Before he could even process it, the old man rushed him again, like lightning. Donggu panicked, thinking, crap. Zanchan struck again with a slash straight to his back, roaring, Black Tiger, die. And he didn't stop there. He unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Black Tiger Strike. After blocking for a bit, Donggu analyzed, you're definitely using some kind of cheat. It's boosting your... Zanchan smirked arrogantly and flexed. It's just a little upgrade. Just a little help from a magic stone. He then glared at him with cold, merciless eyes. Now, beat it on your own. Zanchan spammed his skill, launching thousands of blades straight at him. Black Tiger Strike. Deflecting them with his sword. Donggu admitted, yeah, I'll admit you're pretty strong. Then, he lifted, his head oozing insane confidence. But against me, that's still nothing. Hearing this, the old man glared daggers and demanded, what did you just say, punk? Completely ignoring him, Donggu plunged his sword into the ground. Unleashing his skill, a series of massive cracks ripped through the earth, speeding straight toward him. Shatter. Seeing this, he jumped back in panic and shrieked, you're out of your mind. Zanchan was absolutely frozen in shock, stammering out, how? How can you? Suddenly, his eyes nearly popped out at what he saw next. Swift as lightning, Donggu popped his skill like a wild tornado, ripping everything apart. His ultimate move was so terrifyingly overpowered that it blasted straight through the entire building. Zanchan was blown backward, roaring in pure rage, you little bastard. At this point, all he could do was whine helplessly in his own head. This is so unfair. How the hell does this guy have such a broken skill? Once he calmed down a bit, John Cho slammed down onto the next roof. Right as he was catching his breath, Donggu unleashed another move, sending him flying. Seeing how the kid was flexing such crazy intense energy, he panicked, thinking, there's no way I can get close to that little bastard if this keeps up. Finally, with eyes blazing with fire, he coldly declared, now, it's game over for you. Are you ready to kick the bucket? Right then, a rough hand grabbed. Seeing this, John Cho screamed out his name. Kiho! Kiho, with eyes full of pure hatred, spat out a threat. You're the one who's gonna die today. Donggu, I'm gonna drain every last bit of power from you. Right after, he unleashed his skill, creating a magic circle all around them. Kiho started draining every drop of Donggu's inner energy, making the kid scream in agonizing pain. Kiho let out a smug grin, getting super hyped as he felt the power surging inside him. Meanwhile, Donggu was screaming in pure rage. He struggled to keep his eyes open, barely holding on. Veins popped all over Donggu's face as he panted heavily, voices echoing in his head. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He grit his teeth, cursing in frustration. How the hell did it come to this? At the same time, Kiho was absolutely ecstatic. This godlike feeling. What is this? Just how much power does this punk actually have? But right then, something made him freeze dead in his tracks. In absolute panic, Kiho stammered, wait. My power is getting sucked backward. Realizing things were going south, John Cho ran over, screaming at the top of his lungs. Kiho, let go of him. You idiot. But then, Donggu broke into a wicked smirk. He curled his lips into a triumphant grin. Too late. Right. Then, the old man froze in horror, watching his son get drained completely of his life force. No way. Now, Kiho was shriveled up like an empty husk, collapsing onto the ground without a single trace of life. John Cho's heart literally stopped. He broke down in pure despair, crying out, no, this can't be happening. My son. Kiho. Donggu coldly brushed his arm off, letting out a mocking scoff. You really thought that pathetic little skill would work on me? Don't go thinking you're the only one who knows it. I already clapped the very first person who ever used it. But unlike you, I don't abuse it like a cheap cheat. With that, he shoved Kiho's body onto the ground, wearing a smug grin. Sleep tight, kiddo. Turning back to John Cho, whose entire body was shaking with rage. The old man roared, "You, filthy dog. I'm gonna rip you apart. And then I'm saving my son." Snapping completely, he charged forward with eyes burning with fire, roaring his words, "Once more. You bastard. I'm gonna kill you and then save my boy." Donggu just burst out laughing with a mocking look. Man, that's hilarious. A dude with one foot in the grave trying to save a corpse. The moment those words left his mouth, they both clashed, causing a massive, earth-shattering explosion. John Cho got blasted back and, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. He could barely prop up his battered, wrecked body. You absolute bastard," John spat. Mid-agony, John screamed out in desperate confusion. "Who the hell are you? Why do you want to destroy my Black Tiger clan?" The very next split second, Donggu drove his sword straight through the old man's chest. At this moment, Donggu looked totally unbothered, sneering with pure contempt. "Yo, old man, looks like you talk way too much. Didn't I already tell you earlier? Kidnapping my sister. You should have known there'd be hell to pay." As soon as the words left his mouth, he ripped the sword out of his body. As he sheathed his blade, John collapsed to the ground, dead. Donggu scanned the area, sighing with boredom. Over already? His gaze drifted back to the corpse as he pondered with a look of regret. Man, what a waste. I didn't want to kill him this fast. Should have grilled him on. Who taught him that skill? Now it's gonna be tough. Right then, he spotted a strange stone, hovering right above John's corpse. Shocked, he blurted out, "What? Is that a cracked mana stone?" Looks like he implanted that stone right into his own body to absorb its power, allowing him to use it like he did just now. Donggu was filled with doubt, asking himself, why didn't the manager mention this to me? They should have passed this crucial info along. This is seriously concerning they're actually resorting to banned items just to get a cheap power-up. Suddenly, he sensed a strange presence and looked straight ahead. In a flash, Donggu was already hot on the runner's heels. It was Seiji, who glanced back in utter panic. Are you kidding me? Seeing him, chasing him down, Seiji unleashed his skill, Chaos Lightning. A split second later, Donggu instantly recognized the move and dodged it by a hair's breadth. Right away, he cornered Seiji, pointing his blade right at his face. He growled furiously. You think I have time to play games with you? Terrified, Seiji started stammering, but still tried to act tough. Wait, do you even know who the hell I am to lay a finger on me? Donggu smirked, tossing out a guess. Let me guess. Are you the Black Tiger leader's son? Seiji grinned arrogantly and shouted with total confidence, hell, no. I'm Han He, the third son of a top-tier clan. I was just invited to Black Tiger. I don't know who the hell you are, but if you dare touch me, my family will hunt you down. Hearing this, Donggu felt like he just hit the jackpot. He leaned in close to Seiji's face and growled. What did you just say? Utterly terrified, Seiji stammered, unable to form a sentence. Why you? Donggu raised an eyebrow mockingly and spoke in a dark, ominous tone. Want to invite me over to your clan's place for a little chat? Do you? Huh? Seiji gasped, completely panicked. What? What do you mean by that? Donggu stared back at him thoughtfully. I've got to calculate every single move, but still, if anyone finds out I wiped out the Brektegger clan, that'd be bad. It's way better to make it look like a war broke out between your family and the Brekteggers. Hearing that, Seiji went pale and frantically protested. No way. Our family has absolutely no grudge against the Brekteggers. I was only invited here as a peace envoy. Jungwoo flashed a devious smirk and asked, in that case, do you want to live or what? Make up your mind. Hearing this, he stood up straight and nodded frantically. Yes, of course I do. As soon as Seiji complied, he shoved a pill right into his mouth. As he instinctively swallowed it down, Jungwoo spoke with absolute authority. You've swallowed it. If you keep my identity a secret, you live. Otherwise, spill it and you're dead. Seiji's face went pale in a panic, screaming, "What? What the hell did you just feed me?" He just casually replied with a sly grin. "Just a little something to keep you in check. It's called the soul-binding art. Nothing to be scared of." Then, he turned away and gave a sharp command. "Tayson, take this punk and train him to join the Dark Guild." In the blink of an eye, Tayson appeared and knocked Seiji cold. He picked up Seiji, ready to execute the order. "Understood. From now on, I'll be the one training this little buddy." Next, Jungwoo summoned all the guild members, shouting, "Everyone in the Dark Guild, leave fake traces of that guy's family on all the Brektiger corpses. Whoever is best at fabricating a crime scene, get to work." One of them immediately responded, "Understood. Leave it to me, John." In the freezing night, under the soft blue moonlight, a glowing stone lay quietly next to a corpse. Despite being deserted, it still radiated a faint light. It was Seoin. He picked up the stone, grinning with sheer excitement. A second later, he absorbed the stone into his body, and a sudden flash of light burst out. Right then, Seoin gritted his teeth, enduring the overwhelming surge of power. Finally, he let out a wild scream as the absorption finished. Next, Seoin clutched his stomach, trembling violently. Pulling himself together, he let out a savage laugh. Under the blood-red moonlight, Seoin smiled with satisfaction, as if he'd just finished a masterpiece. "I finally did it." In the quiet night, inside the house, Jungwoo's parents were fast asleep. At this moment, he was tiptoeing as quietly as possible, careful not to make a sound, as he passed their bedroom. When he reached his own door, Jungwoo gently turned the doorknob. His heart was pounding as he let out a tense sigh. Sneaking back home, fearing his parents' scolding, was literally 100 times harder than wiping out the Brektegers. A second later, a voice suddenly demanded, "Where the heck were you?" Just then, Sujin was sitting on her bed, staring at him suspiciously. Hearing her voice, he jumped out of his skin. "Why are you only getting home now? And what's with your clothes?" With his clothes looking so incredibly trashed, Donggu played dumb, acting like he had absolutely no clue. "What are you even talking about? It's way too late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" The girl replied, dead serious, "I was waiting up for you." Hearing this, he just laughed it off, trying to dodge the subject. "Oh, is that so? All right then. It's pretty late now. We can talk about it tomorrow morning." "Okay." Right after that, Sujong flat out refused to let it go. "Don't you dare change the subject. Tell me right now what you were doing out there." Seeing her like that, Donggu was taken aback for a second, but he secretly smirked inside. Is she actually worried about me? Then, he gestured with his hand and tried to explain, "Look, I was just busy. Besides, you've literally never asked me stuff like this before anyway." Without another word, he quickly whipped out 250,000 won bills to bribe her. But a second later, she fired back, with total determination. "What I mean is, I was freaking terrified of those thugs from before. I thought they'd try to get revenge on you, especially when I saw you all beat up like that. This is seriously no joke." Donggu just replied by whipping out double the cash. This time, Sujun totally snapped and yelled, "Do you seriously think I'm some shallow, materialistic brat? I'm gonna tell Mom." Seeing that still wasn't brat enough, he threw in even more, leaving her completely jaw-dropped. "Oh, really? How about 500,000 won then?" Staring at the bills in front of her, her eyes went wide. Donggu held onto the stack of cash and teased, "Well, you turning this down? With this kind of money, you could easily grab those VIP tickets for those idol shows. You'll have plenty of bragging rights with your friends, huh?" The very next second, Sujong snatched the stack of cash. She blushed and quickly tried to justify herself. I'm only doing this because I didn't want Mom to yell at you, so I won't snitch. It's definitely not because of the money or anything." He flashed her a thumbs up with a proud grin. "Of course, that's my girl, after all." Then Sujong happily chirped, "Thanks, bro." A little later, Donggu asked with genuine concern, "Sujong, are you scared when you go out? If you want, I can hire a bodyguard for you." Hearing that, she asked in surprise, A bodyguard? Sujong recalled the brutal fight from before with a blank, speechless face. But the very next second, she firmly declined. No way. I don't need one. I can totally take care of myself. Plus, you taught me tons of martial arts moves for self-defense, so I'm totally fine. I'll prove it. Saying that, Sujong showed off and threw a few moves to demonstrate. Check this out. Instinctively, he spun around to catch something flying. Then, done, Gu smirked, waving the stack of money in front of her. What's the matter? Suddenly, something made him completely freeze. The girl unleashed a flurry of money-snatching hand moves. Seeing this, he was totally impressed as he held onto the stack of bills, praising her. Whoa, that's pretty fast, huh? Sujong smirked with absolute pride and smugly asked, well, am I awesome or what? Hearing this, he thought to himself, damn, she's even better than I expected. She can definitely protect herself. And then, he handed the rest of the cash to the little girl and warned her. Still not good enough, kid. You gotta grind way harder. Hearing that, she rolled her eyes and grumbled on her way out. Yeah, you say that all the freaking time. And with that, she slammed the door, shut with a loud bang. Donggu frowned and muttered, why does it feel way harder dealing with my little sister than actual enemies? A second later, he sighed and flopped onto his soft bed. He mumbled his theories to himself. They were probably already investigating the reason behind the Bake Tiger clan's annihilation. Suddenly, a heavy thought weighed down on his chest. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Suddenly, Donggu sat straight up, clutching his head and pulling at his hair in frustration. He groaned in annoyance. Stop it. I don't want to remember that crap anymore. Then, memories of his past life came rushing back. Back then, a mysterious girl introduced herself. My name is Yonghee. At that time, Donggu was leaning against a tree trunk, and he indifferently asked, so, what? The girl held out a piece of grilled meat and enthusiastically offered, want a bite? This grilled meat is seriously good. Donggu skeptically asked, is it poisoned? Seeing this, Yonghee immediately raised the meat, denying it. Of course not. Why are you so damn paranoid? Ain't you hungry? You're totally missing out. With that, she took a bite to prove it to him. He still acted smug and arrogant. I used to survive in a place with over 1,000 demons slaughtering each other, and I'm one of the final 3 who made it out alive. You think I'd die of hunger? Hearing this, she said while chewing, damn, that's unbelievable. Then, Yonghee tilted her head and made an offer. Hey, you, wanna be my right-hand man? Hearing that, he looked at her, in complete shock. Under the warm sunlight, Yonghee proudly declared her goal. I will become the queen and conquer Murim. So, I need you as my right-hand man. If you don't like being my right hand, then just marry me. Hearing that, Donggu burst out laughing scoffingly. What? Queen? Murim? Then, he threw her a challenging look. My goal, since the day I was born, is to conquer Murim. Don't go stealing it. Hearing that, she got pissed and snapped back. Who cares? It's mine now. As time went by, Sol Yun clenched his fists and threatened, turn around. He tied Yonghee up tightly and coldly ordered, make your choice. Seeing this, Donggu grimaced, completely lost on what to do. At that moment, tears streamed down her face as she sobbed. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Back in reality, he massaged his forehead, tossing and turning. I can't sleep if I keep overthinking like this. He realized that Kiho's absorption skill obviously came from that guy, meaning this whole thing is far from over. Elsewhere, at the base of the dock, Bake Tiger clan's building. The Bake Tiger guys. Lying in a messy heap on the ground, Suho just stared silently at the pile of wreckage. Meanwhile, Sung Ho stepped up from behind to report, we are currently investigating the ones who had the brute strength to wipe out the entire Black Tiger clan, but sooner or later, we'll sniff them out. Hearing this, he pondered and guessed, I bet my life there's only one person behind this. He asked back in utter shock, who? Suho turned around, with a freezing cold glare, asserting, There's only one single monster who could wipe out the entire Black Tiger clan. Could it be that freaking demon? Under the dead silent night sky, the wind howled, creeping a freezing chill through the air. Down on the ground, a member of the team barked out orders. Then, Eon X decisively commanded, "Tear this entire place apart." Right next to him, Tae-san was grabbing Seiji by the neck, his brow furrowed. In confusion as he spoke, "I haven't even had time to trash this punk yet. What does the boss want with this place anyway?" Eon X, totally annoyed, snapped at him as he stood there dazed. "Hey, you're just gonna stand there? Are you defying my orders, huh?" Right away, Tae-san panicked and stood dead straight, frantically making excuses. No way, it's not that. I was just being a bit sluggish." Hearing this, he immediately warned him, "Shh, keep it down, or else we'll." After that chilling threat, Tae-san mumbled, "Yes, sir." At this point, Eon X glared toward the deep forest, his mind racing as he calculated, "Whatever the case, we need to sweep the area around the Black Tiger Forest to find that ultimate powerhouse the chairman mentioned." Right as they were scheming, a sudden, loud blast echoed. Eon X panicked, demanding, "What? What the hell is going on?" Right after, an emergency broadcast blared out, "Attention all citizens. A level 3 gate has just ruptured. All residents in the city, please evacuate the area immediately." Hearing the warning, citizens in the city lost their minds, screaming, "Run for your lives." The level 3 warning kept blasting. "Right now. Evacuate Incheon immediately." After that, Tae-san turned around, sweating bullets, and urgently repeated, "A level 3 gate is wide open. We've got to get the hell out of here right now." Hearing that, Eon X scowled and snapped, "Get out? Did you forget what your damn orders are?" In the city, after everyone had cleared out, only a dead silence remained. At that exact moment, a massive beast suddenly spawned. On the other side of the city, Eon X leaped across the rooftops, calmly analyzing the situation. "Our mission is to investigate it. Even if it's a monster, we still gotta get the intel and report back." Hearing this, Tae-san agreed, chasing right behind. "Fine, let's move. We'll just stick to this dirt path." "Got it." Once they agreed on the play, he sternly warned him, "Pass the word to our crew. Our target is a level 3 monster. Do not draw its attention to us. Just check its status and fall back immediately." Damn it. Right at that moment, sparks of fire shot straight at the two of them. He jerked back in shock and gasped, What? This? Fire? Where the hell did it come from?" Right after that, Tae-san, totally stunned, pointed into the distance. "Look, it's over there." Seeing this, the two of them hurriedly ducked behind a boulder, peeking at that freaky creature. Eon Sick, curious but kinda terrified, whispered, "Hey, should we get any closer to that thing?" Tae-san replied nervously, "This is the first high-level monster I've ever laid eyes on." Just as they were whispering, the monster suddenly whipped around. It glared straight in their direction. Seeing this, his eyes widened, and he shouted, "It saw us!" Terrified, both of them yelled at the same time, "Run! Scatter!" As they split up, a fireball exploded right on the rock they had just been standing behind. After that insane moment, Eonsik grit his teeth and muttered, This is... What the hell is this?" At this moment, Tae-san stood frozen when he saw him swallowed by a sea of flames, yelling, "Vice Chairman." In that life or death moment, he asked himself, "Am I really going to die?" And then, with a bitter thought, he told himself, "This is insane. If I get hit by that, there won't even be a body left." Right then, Eon 6 stood right in the middle of the sea of fire, struggling to catch his breath. Suddenly, Seojin appeared, grabbing the monster by its neck and lifting it off the ground, while it writhed in agony. Seojin smirked provocatively. "You look pretty tough, don't you?" At this moment, inside the packed blaze, Eon Sick closed his eyes, his heart pounding like it was about to burst. "No, I don't. I don't want to die. I still haven't paid for my crimes. He burst into tears with an intense desire to live. I don't want to die like this. Amazingly, the flames vanished, leaving him stunned. Am I not dead? Taeson, with a look of disbelief, pointed and said, V Vice Chairman, look over there. The two of them looked ahead, as the blinding light made them squint. What the hell is that? No way. In front of them, Seojin had squeezed the monster so hard it literally shattered. Seeing this, Eon-Sik gasped in terror. A level 3 monster? Taeson watched in utter shock, realizing killed in a single blow. Meanwhile, the monster was choked so hard it could barely breathe. It screamed in a blood-curdling tone. Finally, the beast let out a desperate, dying shriek. Just then, Seojin seemed to realize something, showing a mysterious smile. So that bastard got reincarnated too. After dealing with it, he turned his head to look at the two of them. At this point, Taeson gestured with a resigned voice. We have no other choice. There's only one way left. Never. Run away. Eon-Sik quickly replied. Understood. Then, without any hesitation, they both charged straight at him. Seojin stood frozen in place. He's totally on guard with all this mystery. I smell something fishy from you guys. And that skill you guys have? It's from someone I know way too well. Hearing this, the two of them are completely clueless and start whispering to each other. Wait, how does that senior know? Meanwhile, inside the city, the reporter introduces the serious-looking guy standing in front of her, who looks like he's actually joining in. The man, with this super dignified look, is none other than the immortal sword, Dungu. Right. After that, a rushed voice cuts in, startling the news crew. Hey, is it our turn to get on TV yet, or what? The news broadcast rolls out, and the reporter solemnly announces that the Back Tiger clan has been completely wiped out, and the family head, John, is dead. A conference is about to go down here to discuss the loss of a major pillar of one of the 8 great clans. Today, the 7 leaders of the clans gather, and this news is going to blow up worldwide because of this massive loss, but we're still in the dark about what they're actually meeting for. The main meeting spot is at the Mumuon building. Suddenly, a guy looking like an Aste Zen master walks up. It's An Gi-Oh from the Hwasong Moon clan. The old man takes in the vibe, reminiscing. Man, it's been a hot minute since I was last here. Then, the reporter points the camera and confirms, yes, the leader of the Hwasong Moon clan has officially arrived today as well. The next guy rolling up is Hoguk from the Golden River clan, and he's grinning with a sarcastic smirk. Yeah, I know I probably shouldn't have worn this outfit here. Then, he turns around and warns him in a low voice. Hey, Dungu, don't go wandering off anywhere today. Hearing this, Dungu shrugs, surprised. What's the deal? You think I'm gonna get beaten up? He gasps in shock and presses him. Seriously though? Dungu, did you seriously wipe out the Backslashen Tiger clan all by yourself? I honestly can't believe it. Just you, all on your own, doing stuff that even the 8 greatest clans wouldn't dare dream of. But honestly, it's for the best. I didn't want any business with that fake-ass clan anyway. Hearing this, he shrugs it off completely like it's no big deal, leaving the old man utterly speechless. I don't know, honestly. I just went for a casual stroll yesterday. Hoguk, totally stressed out and worried, keeps lecturing him. Whatever, just stay the hell out of this meeting. Just go walk around or something. A second later, his tone gets dead serious. I absolutely have to go to this meeting and keep my head in the game. You gotta look out for yourself, okay? And watch your back around here, especially with Mincheon. Just then, Yoon Jung speaks up from behind them. All curious, why do you have to watch out for my dad? Spotting her, Dungu gasps in shock. Yoon Jung. Her sudden appearance catches them both off guard. So Dungu asks, what the hell are you doing here? But before he can get an answer, another voice cuts in. Oh, so you know my daughter? Wait, me? Hearing that familiar voice, she spun around and gasped, Dad! Yep, the guy who just showed up was none other than Cheon Mincheon of the Baeko clan. Doongdung hyped him up to her dad, saying, Yo, He's actually my classmate. But her dad just asked back, super skeptical. Wait, you're Lee Hoguk's son? But before Dong-gu could even explain, she whispered to her dad, Dad, that's Ha Dong-gu. He's not Lord Lee Hoguk's kid. He's just the guy enforcing the law over there. Meanwhile, Ho-guk popped up from behind, unexpectedly acting all buddy-buddy. Well, what do you know? To think I'd run into Cheon Min Cheon's daughter, the famous magic prodigy. How about we set her up with my boy, Jung Chun? He's a total beast, you know. Hearing this, Min Cheon couldn't help but burst out laughing. Man, you never change, do you? Are you trying to use us? Or what? But Ho-guk just shrugged it off, acting all smooth. Hey, I'm a straight shooter, all right? I don't go around backstabbing people like some folks. I'm all about that honest life. Min Cheon just scoffed and teased him. Oh really? Honest? Or are you just plotting some shady move? That just made Ho-guk crack up even harder. Ha ha ha. Come on, don't throw shade at me like that. While they were busy trading verbal blows, someone nearby cut in with some serious heat. Mind telling us why exactly the Baeko clan got wiped off the map? And what do you big shots actually plan on discussing in today's summit? Min Cheon decided to change the subject, proposing, hey, why don't we head inside? Ho-guk was totally down. Hell yeah, there are way too many annoying flies buzzing around out here anyway. Then he pointed the way for Ho-guk to follow. Trailing behind them, Doong-dong finally found a second to strike up a chat with Dong-gu, asking, are you really that shocked to see me here? He shrugged. Yeah, a bit. I mean, it'd be pretty weird if a magic prodigy like you didn't show up here. She giggled. Well, that's because I'm only cut out for magic. My grandma wanted me to learn martial arts, but I just couldn't get the hang of it, let alone master it. Anyway, welcome to my place. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Sung-ho was secretly keeping tabs on what was happening outside. Remembering those words, only a single person wiped out the entire clan, he wondered. Could it really be that absolute monster of a demon from history? He thought. The Baeko clan was one of the 8 major clans, repping South Korea. And over here, the Baeko clan, led by Park Jong-chun, is easily one of the heaviest hitters left. Did one single person really clear out the whole clan by themselves? Plus, that crazy incident at Gate C3 last night was so bad they had to evacuate the entire city. The control center claimed it was a false alarm due to a system glitch, but the way Gate C3 just vanished. Could it actually be linked to the Baeko clan? Or maybe that demon really did show up and completely slaughtered the Baeko clan? Thinking about this, Sung-ho grimaced. I seriously don't get it. Why on earth couldn't he just speak clearly for once? If that's how it is, then trying to finding it would have been a breeze. Whatever, I'll just figure this crap out myself. First off, I should spy on this clan gathering. Inside, the meeting room is dripping with tension. John, snapping irritably, speaks up first. I've been saying this the whole damn time. What are you thinking? What are you waiting for when the proof is staring us right in the face? Meanwhile, the other John calmly fires back. Dude, you seriously need to chill out a bit. John shoots back. What the hell is that supposed to mean? John continues. Sometimes, what we see with our own eyes isn't the whole truth. John, who's got zero chill, barks back. The evidence is clear as day. Every single corpse has the marks of that Heibi clan on it. Who else could the killer possibly be? On the other side, Dong-woong can't hold back anymore and retorts, you think everyone shares your brain cell? Behind Hebei is the Chinese government. We could face some crazy harsh sanctions if we make a false accusation. If we ignore that and attack Hebei, all of South Korea could be in deep trash. Seeing things get way too heated, Minchon, who is running the meeting, finally chimes in. Keep your shirts on, guys. Didn't we meet up to actually talk this out? Dong-woong takes a deep breath, slumps back in his chair, and says, sorry, I got a bit too worked up. Seeing that Ho-guk hasn't made a single move yet, Minchon asks John Are you suggesting someone's trying to stir a beef with Chinese Hebei on purpose? Minchon hesitates. I'm not totally sure, but a massive clan like Haho getting wiped out by a Hebei clan in such a short time. It's hard to make a call when we don't even know the real story behind this entire mess yet. But I've got my doubts, especially since the Golden River clan is right next door. Seizing the moment, John In points the finger straight at Hoguk. Exactly. The Golden River clan benefits the most, since they're right next to the Back Tiger clan. All the perks would naturally go to Golden River, meaning. Hearing this, Hoguk just scoffs in pure disgust. Are you jokers seriously doubting me? Survival of the fittest, man. Sucks to be weak, but that's not my problem. This shuts Minchon and John In up real quick. All they can do is curse him out in their heads. This absolute psycho. Hoguk adds, the way you guys are looking at me is making me pretty damn uncomfortable. So Minchon has no choice but to say, all right, let's drop it, Hoguk. After some more talking, Hoguk stands up, totally pissed. Looks like this meeting is a total waste of time. I'm out of here. Minchon, with no other choice, declares, all right, let's call it a day then. I just hope we can all get along in the future. Meanwhile, Dung Dung and Donggu are enjoying the view in awkward silence. Finally, she mutters under her breath to start a conversation. Donggu, I feel like this meeting is gonna take forever to end. But, hey, can you wait here for a sec? I'm gonna go grab some of the snacks I brought along. Before Donggu could even agree, she already locked it in. All right then, I'll be right back. Just wait a sec. Witnessing this, Donggu sighed. Man, Shemenqian's daughter is seriously unbelievable, but I can't really turn her down either. I just hope that meeting doesn't sniff out anything suspicious. But wait, shouldn't my White Tiger squad be headed back by now? Then he reassured himself. Well, they'll probably be fine. I mean, they were my immortal army in my past life, right? Just then, his phone rang with Fu Le's voice blasting out. Hey, my friend, let me say thanks to you I have what I have today. Donggu picked up. Hello, Secretary Kim? He didn't even get a few seconds of peace before screaming, what? You found them? Once he arrived at the scene, Jong-gun immediately reported, this is the place where they had a clash with someone at dawn. Donggu stared at the chaotic mess in front of him. You couldn't even call this a fight. He could feel that this clash was way more brutal than your average brawl. Because of that, Donggu concluded, this is a slaughter. Hearing this, Secretary Jong-gun couldn't help but shudder. A massacre? You mean they're all dead? Without saying a word, Donggu dashed forward. He landed nearby, his face filled with pure shock. This place was a graveyard, with countless bodies scattered all over the ground. Jong-gun struggled to catch up, panting heavily as he asked what was going on. But seeing the scene before him, he gasped in sheer horror. What? What the hell is going on here, Donggu? They've been completely turned into dried-up corpses. Donggu roared in rage. Black Association. I haven't even gone down yet, and you guys are already dead? What are you still lying there for? Get up and make some noise. To his surprise, the corpses that were lying dead silent suddenly opened their eyes. They crawled up, muttering gibberish. But witnessing this, Jong-gun shrieked in absolute terror. What the actual hell is happening? Aren't they dead? Donggu smirked deviously, thinking to himself, they've got a skill. I taught them. They've achieved immortality. Sometime later, at the PAL, Golden River family residence, Tae-san said to Donggu, I've sent him in there. That guy looks exactly like this. His voice was trembling slightly. I've honestly never seen anyone that ridiculously strong before. Donggu held the drawing in his hand and grinned. Just as expected. I knew it'd be like this. The guy definitely has what it takes. Though, Tae-san, your drawing skills are seriously trash. Is this even supposed to be a picture? Feeling completely helpless, he ordered, Hey, hand me a pen. Tae-san replied, Yes, sir. Here it is. After a moment of fumbling around to fix the sketch, Donggu handed it back to Tae-san and asked, Alright. Now, he looks like this, right? He nodded frantically. Yes, exactly. That's definitely the guy. At this moment, he also started to fall. He got lost in thought. Damn, so it really is that guy. But after that, it was totally obvious that back then, he had just crawled right out of his host's body. Donggu had already rushed him with his sword and sliced that freak into 49 tiny pieces. He was absolutely 100% sure in his gut that the bastard was dead and gone back then. But now, I've got to stop this before things get even worse. Look at those pathetic lackeys. And this drawing? They totally ripped me off, didn't they? No doubt about it. It looks exactly like what I just drew. What a bunch of copycats. Donggu kept scheming, thinking, if I don't fix this, I'm totally screwed. That bastard. He's already taken out so many people. But how the hell did he pull that off? No, wait, that doesn't even matter anymore. That punk, probably, already figured out I'm the leader of the association. But it still doesn't know our association is still up and running. How the hell is that guy even alive right now? And now, I actually have to deal with this freak. That same night, a bunch of guys were frantically chasing after Seo In. Freeze! Stop right there. Grab him before the target gets out of our perimeter. Eliminate him. Slay the demon. Damn, he's too fast. We have to attack together. Fireball. In the face of those relentless attacks, Seo In just scoffed and dodged them like it was nothing. He smirked and snapped his fingers, saying, "Time to go to hell, boys." Instantly, a forbidden power. The guys screamed at each other. Spread out. Don't bunch up. Separate. Right before escaping, Seo In wanted to silence them once and for all. He grumbled, "You pests are so damn annoying," and reached his hand straight out, clenching his fist. At that exact moment, those guys completely lost control of their bodies. They whimpered and groaned, "Stop, please." But they couldn't escape their fate of turning into shriveled corpses by Seo In's hands. As he made his escape, he sneered mockingly, "You brainless idiots, did you really think you could outrun this?" Out of nowhere, a shadow dashed forward with a sword, roaring, "You bastard." Seo In dodged the blade and asked, "Oh, so you're their captain?" The man declared his identity. "Damn right. I'm Baek Han Dong, one of the 12 squad captains of the Eunuchs Association. Who the hell are you anyway?" Seo In burst out laughing at that. "Me? I'm Seo In." Han Dong frowned, highly suspicious. "Seo In? I've never heard of that name in my life. Are you from one of the 7 great clans? Or are you with the government?" Hearing this, the guy just sneered. "What the hell are you even talking about? 7 clans? Government? What kind of trash is that?" Seeing his arrogant, mocking face, Han Dong lost his temper and charged forward to teach Tim a lesson. "You arrogant piece of trash. Fine. If you won't talk, I'll beat it out of you." But Seo In just shrugged. "Oh really? A little pest like you wants to try?" As the villain unleashed his skill, Han Dong barely managed to dodge and lunged straight at Seo In, shouting, "Gotcha, you bastard." But out of nowhere, Seo In effortlessly caught him with a single hand, like, "Hey, you little punk. Let me give you a quick warning. Before you try to off anyone, you better make damn sure whether you actually have what it takes to pull it off." Suddenly, Han Ryong screams out in pure agony before getting completely deleted and vanishing into thin air. Seo In just flashes a twisted 9 and mocking smirk, saying, "Heh, interesting. But who would have guessed Han Ryong could actually reassemble his body from those tiny shattered pieces? And now he's standing right behind him trash-talking. How's that? Me splitting apart and putting myself back together is my exclusive skill. You damn bastard. You better spill the truth before you die." Seo In stays completely chill and replies, "I already told you. I'm Seo In." But Han Ryong just squeezes his neck even tighter, threatening him, "Don't you dare play games with me. Tell me where the hell you come from." Seo In calmly advises him, "Don't be in such a rush, bro. Knowing it now won't do you any good anyway. And besides, I'm the one who's gonna rule the Murim. This was way beyond what Han Ryong could comprehend, so he grips his neck even place, tighter to interrogate him, demanding, Murim? What kind of absolute garbage are you spitting? Suddenly, his eyes go wide with shock, and his pupils shrink to pinpricks. Before he can even react, a wave of Seo-in's raw power completely crushes Han Ryong, turning him into a dried-up husk. Once that's done, he turns around and sneers, isn't having this power just freaking awesome? Meanwhile, Seo-in notices a dark shadow that just appeared. Who's this? You want to join the party too, you little copycat? Up in the sky, a massive storm of dark clouds gathers over the forest, with lightning bolts violently crashing down one after another. Out of thin air, a dark figure emerges, standing tall in the sky. From this moment on, a deathmatch between a Grim Reaper straight from hell and the Blue Dragon begins. The Blue Dragon unleashes its massive aura to intimidate him, but the Grim Reaper doesn't even flinch. He whips out his scythe and starts slashing wildly. With every single frenzied strike, the Blue Dragon screams in absolute agony. That's when Donggu suddenly snaps awake from his dream. Without a second of hesitation, he kicks open the balcony door. Using his feet as a launch pad, he leaps off without looking back. Right after comes a landing that makes a massive crash. Donggu doesn't have the luxury of time to care about that, so he just storms off. Once he reaches a good vantage point, he finally stops, narrowing his eyes to scan everything from up high. Since the Golden River and Black Tiger clans are located right next to each other, they have a ton of overlapping, disputed territories. They're always clashing for their own clan's benefits, but due to an unfortunate incident, the Black Tiger clan got completely wiped out, leaving all their resources and districts to be taken over. At the Golden River clan's estate the next morning, a meeting is held in a top-secret, authorized personnel-only room, where a meeting of key members is taking place. Our Mansok Merchant Association demands protection from the Procras. Golden River Clan, Wabi and our Mr. Ryong demand the exact same thing. Hearing this, Ho-guk crosses his arms defiantly and mocks them. Protection? If. And what if I say no? Faced with such an irresponsible response, those two other guys obviously lost their minds and objected. No way, that's absolutely out of the question. Sir, right now, all the territories under the Black Tiger clan are in your hands. As long as we keep working together, we can easily become. But Zhang Quan couldn't stand this crap and snapped. Cut it out, you're seriously ticking me off, sir. Please tell these guys to stop spewing such brainless trash. The other two got totally triggered and yelled, What did you just say? Secretary Kim, you don't mess around like that. Ho-guk was also caught totally off guard and froze up. Secretary Kim, are you out of your mind? You need to watch your mouth. But Zhang Quan just kept going. Sir, look at them. They totally look like bribe-loving crooks. Look how fat they are. I don't think this is a good idea, Ho-guk roared. Knock it off. Secretary Kim, you're crossing the line here. But he still insisted. I don't agree. I refuse. Do you think I don't have a good reason to reject them? Hearing this, all three of them were completely speechless. Ho-guk could only ask, Secretary Kim, did I do something wrong? Big time. He pushed up his glasses and explained, Our Golden River clan is gradually taking over Black Tiger's resources, but it's just too massive. We need to recruit more staff, and the systems must be restructured to manage everything effectively. The two from the Merchants Association questioned. Sure, that makes sense. But what does that have to do with us? Zhang Quan slammed his hand on the table in frustration. I'm the one who has to handle all of that. I can't survive with this much pressure. Hearing this, Ho-guk scratched his head. Is it really that overwhelming for you? He just continued. Moreover, instead of absorbing the forces of Black Tiger, why don't we think about this? If we seize the Black Tiger clan's resources, won't that person come back to get revenge on us? Ho-guk laughed without a second thought. Of course not. We'll become strong enough to prevent history from repeating itself with Black Tiger. However, he got splashed with a bucket of cold water as Zhang Quan shattered his delusion, saying, Keep dreaming. It's not as easy as you think. Do you seriously think you can defeat the guy who wiped out the entire Black Tiger clan? And do you really have what it takes to beat that Hebei clan? Hoguk smirked sheepishly and laughed. Well, nobody knows how that would turn out yet. Seeing him like that, Zhongquan warned, Sir, don't get ahead of yourself. What if that guy belongs to some massive, influential family, and then we'll end up as enemies with every single association and clan out there? That's it, the decision stands. Hearing this endless lecture, Hoguk could only respond helplessly. Ugh, my head hurts. For this, we need to ask Donggu. Where is Donggu? Messy stuff like this has to be handled by Donggu. Donggu, save me. Has Donggu gone out? There was no reply from the other end. Zhongquan told him. I called him, but he didn't pick up. Hearing this, he frowned even more. How can he not pick up? At this moment, where the hell could that kid be? Hanging out with that singing group or whatever? Meanwhile, Donggu was actually chillin' at a cafe. Holding his face, he looked totally helpless. But who would have thought? Donggu was actually grinning ear to ear? Damn, this is getting interesting. That crazy bastard, Jean Gangbech, has reincarnated. That's definitely Jean Gangbech's trace, Selin, and Jean Gangbech must have fought there. Looks like it was a total do-or-die battle. The road to revenge is still pretty damn long. Both Jean Gangbech and Selin are reincarnated souls. As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. Hey, kid, are you deaf? You want this cafe painted with your blood, or what? Stop trying to act cool and get the hell out of here. Donggu had absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. But these two new guys, the twin brothers Dog G and Dog K, were already acting like total bullies. Young Master Pang Dojun, the heir of the Hebei clan, is visiting this cafe. So beat it, make the view nice and clear. We hope everyone in this cafe will leave immediately. Young Master Pang absolutely hates looking at trash like you. Donggu couldn't stand this BS anymore. He just laughed, stood up, and asked sarcastically, Let me ask you something. What the hell is Hebei? How come I've never heard of it? Feeling insulted, one of them lunged at him, using Ice Fist to teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the cafe turned into a straight-up war zone. Donggu, far from being scared, actually flashed a wicked grin. Ha ha Hebei ha. Suddenly, I'm kind of interested in you, Hebei punks. I tried to live a quiet life for a while, but you guys just won't let me be good, will you? Those two idiots, not knowing when they're outmatched, literally threw money at his face. They threw money right at his face, and then acted all high and mighty. Take this and buy some medicine. Consider it a reward for surviving that hit. Suddenly, they stood straight and bowed respectfully. The trash has been cleared, young master. Just as their unison greeting ended, a handsome guy with a cold expression walked in. It was the heir of Hebei, Pang. In a cold, arrogant voice, he said to his lackeys, By the way, if you cleared the trash, at least make sure it's completely clean. When Dog K turned around, he realized Donggu had vanished into thin air. While he stood there like an idiot, wondering, where the hell did that guy go? Donggu was watching from nearby, thinking to himself, Pang Dojun, the heir of the Hebei clan. Has that guy already arrived in Korea? Which means they already know that the Black Tiger clan has been wiped out. From what I know, they wanted to use the Black Tiger clan in their struggle for the leadership. How dare they use the Korean Murim for their own gain and fight for China? Looks like I'm gonna have a hell of a lot of enemies to deal with in the future to block me. Besides Jin Gangbek and Seo Moon Yeop, who are the two reincarnated rivals, there are 7 other clans. While he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted him. Yo, oh Junggu, why are you hiding here like a pathetic little rat? Or is it that you couldn't take them on, so you ran away? Junggu glared, demanding the newcomer's identity. Who the hell are you? The newcomer, named Heho Min Wung, smirked slyly and replied, Curious about who I am? We'll be seeing each other again real soon. Right as he said that, he launched a fireball straight at Junggu, but Junggu was quick on his feet and managed to dodge it just in time. Because that guy vanished way too fast, Junggu was left all alone, screaming in pure frustration. You freaking lunatic. Who the hell are you anyway? From inside the cafe, Ju Chan had already noticed everything that just went down outside the window. Meanwhile, Zhang Gu was still frantically searching for the bastard who had just messed with him. Running from one building to another, there wasn't a single trace left behind, so he could only swear under his breath. Damn, he was too fast. How dare you get in my way? Meanwhile, the meeting of the clans was taking place. Just then, a subordinate rushed in to report that Peng Juchan from the Hebei clan of China was on his way here to negotiate. A moment later, the meeting room door burst open, and Juchan showed up with his two imposing bodyguards. Seeing a guest from so far away, Min Qion enthusiastically ran over to greet him. My, look at you, young master. Traveling such a long distance to get here? Anyway, welcome. But Juchan didn't even give a damn, just walking right past him, leaving him completely humiliated, facing the elders. Juchan's attitude remained incredibly arrogant as he ordered, "Listen up, everyone." Some of the people in the meeting couldn't stand such disrespect and snapped back immediately. What did you just say? How dare you speak to us with that tone? Ju Chan continued. A conflict between the Korean clans has led to the disappearance of a member of our Hebei clan. Because of that, I, Peng Ju Chan, demand that the investigation authority be handed over to us so we can look into this ourselves. One of the elders slammed the table and yelled, "What did you just say? Hand over the investigation authority? Who gave you the right to make decisions on your own? Even if you're the heir of the Hebei clan, this is way too disrespectful." Taking the chance to show off and intimidate the meeting, he flexed his power and shattered the table, splinters flying everywhere, instantly shutting the elders up so none of them dared to open their mouths again. Once that was done, Ju Chan barked, "If you don't want to hand over that investigation authority, then go catch that damn suspect and bring them to me." Suddenly, Heo Guk stood up and clapped, sneering, "How hilarious. Quite impressive. Actually, your sheer confidence and arrogant provocation." Hearing this, Min Qion panicked and tried to stop him. "Heo Guk, what the hell are you saying? Don't forget this is an official meeting. Stop it right now." But Heo Guk had no cross of his round intention of stopping. He sneered, "Are you guys really trying to stop me?" Min Cheon was still trying to play peacemaker, like, "Bro, I need you to chill out right now. From here on out, if the Golden River clan and that head honcho, Lee Ho-guk, keep acting up like this, we're not holding back." The other bosses tried to stop them too, saying, "We need to talk this out. Behaving like this is seriously uncool. Lee Ho-guk, don't be so selfish." But honestly, even if you're crazy strong, the other 5 clans don't believe for a second that they can't touch you. Is that so? But man, he completely ignored them and just let out this smug smirk. Ha, that's exactly what I want. If you guys are so confident, then let's play. Amidst their chaotic bickering, Do Jun let out a heavy, tired sigh. "Those useless losers," he muttered before concluding that if nobody had any objections, he'd take charge of the investigation for now. And if anyone dares to interfere, they'll be treated as an accomplice. Meanwhile, Jingu had made his way back to Min Cheon's garden. His mind was racing, thinking, right now, that guy must be hyping them up to help him investigate this mess. But if that bastard gets total control over the investigation, he might end up pulling the strings of all the clans in this entire country. And after that, he'll probably set up a fake crime scene, blaming some random killer for wiping out the entire White Tiger clan. To stop that from happening, I've got to block his path." Just then, Jin Jung's voice called out from a distance. Seeing her, he looked totally caught off guard. "Huh?" She grabbed Jingu's hand and asked urgently, "Why did you just disappear like that last time?" He quickly brushed it off. "Oh, I just had some urgent business to take care of right then." Jin Jung pressed on. "Okay, but why have you been skipping school lately?" Jingu kept dodging. Like I said, it was super urgent. Internally, he was kicking himself for forgetting about that whole situation. Not too far away, Min Qian spotted the two of them and spoke to Junin. See that kid? His name is Ha Jingu. He's basically the key player for the Golden River clan. That kid is the one who single-handedly put them on the map recently. Junin asked curiously, so, what are you planning to do? Min Qian replied, didn't you see how Peng Joqian was acting earlier? That punk is so cocky because he's got the Chinese government backing him up. Junin looked confused and asked, wait, what do you mean by that? Min Qian explained, we've got no choice but to go along with their demands. We absolutely cannot pick a fight with the Hebei clan. Junin hesitated on hearing this. If that's the case, Min Qian cut in. Even if we give up that control, we should still stand proud as an alliance. Otherwise, everyone in the world is gonna laugh at our so-called unity. And the biggest issue is, he sighed, rubbing his forehead in sheer frustration. We've got to persuade that absolute psycho, Li Hoguk. Junin wondered, is that even possible? We were literally about to throw hands with him a second ago. Min Qian replied, we'll just have to play it slow and ease into it. His clan. Jianan wanted to know exactly how they'd pull it off. So, Binchin locked his eyes on Dungu and suggested, that kid over there. If we take out Ha Dungu, our chances of winning are way higher, and we can wipe out the entire Golden River clan. While Dungu and Yundong were deep in conversation, Homyoung suddenly crashed the party. Spotting his mortal enemy, Dungu could barely spit out the words, stuttering. You're that bastard from the rooftop back then. Yundong grabbed Homyoung's arm, pleading in a soft, worried voice. Appa, to stop it. Seeing how she was acting, Dungu asked out of curiosity, who the hell that guy was. Yundong quickly spoke up. Let me introduce you guys. He handles a lot of the clan's business, and he's like an older brother to me. We actually grew up together since we were kids. Homyoung smirked, throwing his arm around her shoulder in an overly intimate way, and chimed in. Come on, you forgot the best part. Is growing up together all we did, Yoon? Dung blushed, mumbling shyly. But that whole arranged marriage thing was just a childhood joke. Hearing that, Dungu choked in shock. Arranged marriage? Homyoung sneered. Yeah, got a problem with that? And what the hell are you doing with my fiancé anyway? Before he even finished talking, he threw a savage punch, yelling, beat it, you little brat. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, as soon as he saw Kang Jun, Hoguk asked anxiously, where the hell is Dungu? We literally said, to wait outside the meeting room. Kang Jun told his old man, I've been here for a while now, but I still haven't seen him anywhere. Hoguk lost his cool and grumbled, what is up with Dungu lately? His phone is always off, and I can't get a hold of him. Kang Jun scratched his head in confusion and said, honestly, I have no clue what he's up to either. We haven't even talked lately. All I know is that he had some major emergency to handle. The more Hoguk thought about it, the sketchier it felt. But wait, those bastards. They're really trying to start a war with us, aren't they? Haha, fine, bring it on. I knew this day would come. Seeing his old man getting more and more bloodthirsty, Kang Jun quickly chimed in, whoa, hold on, Pops, we can't do that. The old man shot back. Do I look like I'm joking, son? There's no way we're letting this golden opportunity slip away. Suddenly, a massive explosion ripped through the air, sending flames roaring near where the father and son stood, making them both jump. What the hell was that noise? Pops, it came from over there. High above them, Homyoung unleashed a devastating fire strike, aiming to burn Dungu to a crisp. Even though Dungu managed to dodge, it took everything he had. Sensing that things were about to get ugly, Yundong screamed at the top of her lungs. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Right now. But he didn't give a damn about stopping. He just chuckled wickedly and said, just watch, babe. The real show hasn't even started yet. With a wild roar, he launched another attack. Blazing Soul Devastator. Explode. Watching the chaos unfold from afar, Min Qian muttered to himself, Why the hell is that Home-young kid here too? Well, if that's the case, then taking out Ha-Dunggu is gonna be way less of a pain. John, who was standing nearby, looked confused and asked, "Wait, isn't Home-young your favorite student, sir? But wait, doesn't this mean the Golden River and Black Horse clans are gonna end up clashing head-to-head?" Min Cheon gave a sly, mysterious smirk and replied, "What the hell are you talking about? This isn't a battle between clans. This is personal." John asked back, "Personal?" Right then, Home-young had already closed in on Dunggu, unleashing another heavenly flame fist right at him, leaving Dunggu with nothing to do but curse. Damn it. He had no choice but to try and get some distance from this annoying-ass bastard. But before he could even catch his breath, Home-young charged at him again, roaring, "I'm gonna rip you apart, Ha-Dunggu." With things getting critical, Dun-dung quickly jumped in, casting a protective barrier to shield Dunggu, crying out, "Please, stop this." Seeing this, he yelled back, "What the hell are you doing, Dun-dung? Get out of the way." But she absolutely refused to budge. "I can't believe you're actually this kind of person." As Home-young got closer and closer, he kept warning her, "Dun-dung, seriously, you've got to get out of the way." Flashback to when they were kids. He was 10 years old. On Dun-dung's birthday, he had gone looking for her. "Hey, Dun-dung, how've you been?" Dun-dung, who was just a 9-year-old kid back then, replied, "I'm good, thanks. How about you, big brother?" Gathering all his courage, he handed a cute little gift box to her and said, "Dun-dung, here, this is your birthday present." She was totally caught off guard and immediately reached out to take it. "Thank you, Home-young." But just as he was telling her, "Make sure you keep it safe, okay?" Min Cheon caught them in the act. He snatched the gift right out of her hands and asked coldly, "What do you think you're doing?" Recognizing the chairman, Home-young politely introduced himself. "Hello, sir. I'm Do Home-young, a new trainee here. It's really nice to meet." But Min Cheon just scowled, looking totally disgusted as he spat. "A new recruit, huh? How does a fresh punk like you have the balls to even look at my daughter? You little piece of trash?" Home-young had no idea what he did wrong. Facing such a powerful figure, he was too terrified and confused to even squeeze out a word. Seeing this, Dun-dung started crying and begged, "Dad, please don't. You're scaring me." But his hostile attitude toward Home-young didn't change one bit. "Get the hell out of my sight, you little brat." Heading back with a heavy heart, he spent that entire night sitting on the rooftop. That was until Dun-hyung, a member of the Tenyeon Flower Salt team, found him and said, "Ah, so this is where you've been hiding. I heard you tried giving a gift to the chairman's daughter and got chewed out. Is that true? What happened? Did he hit you? You okay? Come on, just tell yourself you already gave her the present and don't sweat it too much." Hearing those words, he couldn't help but venting all the frustration bottled up inside him. This world is so freaking unfair. It's just not right. Jun-hyuk could only laugh at that. "Hey kid, you're still way too young to talk like that. You gotta go through some real stuff first, before you really get it. If you actually want to get with the chairman's daughter, then you gotta become the absolute strongest to get recognized." Home-young couldn't believe it and asked, "The strongest? Seriously, if I become the strongest, I'll really get to hang out with Yoonjung? For real?" Jun-hyuk nodded firmly. "Hell yeah, kid. The strongest gets to have everything." Home-young got fired up again, swearing to Jun-hyuk, "Then from now on, I'm gonna become the strongest." Jun-hyuk just burst out laughing again. "Ha ha ha. Beat me first, kid, then we'll talk." Because of those words, Home-young trained like a beast day and night. From a weak little boy, he trained every single day until he was beating down countless opponents. But he still felt like it wasn't enough. So, he roared, "Bring it on. All of you. Muda, it's still not enough. I've always wanted to get stronger. Because of you." Back in reality, he grabbed Yoonjung's shoulders and poured his heart out. "I did all of this. Just for you." She gasped as Home-young squeezed her shoulders too tight. "Ah, you're hurting." Me. Stop. But he didn't care. He just kept screaming in Yoon-jung's face. To be the perfect man for you. I've worked myself to death. You know that, right? Don't you? She kept her cool, giving him a cold, serious look. Listen, you didn't have to go that far. Honestly, the way you're acting right now is just scaring me. But Ho-myung was completely losing control, yelling. But Yoon-jung, how the hell could you like a loser like Ha Jun-woo? Do you even know how much I love you? From now on, can you just be with me? Please? Ho-myung's completely unhinged behavior was the final straw. It made Yoon-jung so disgusted and angry that she snapped and screamed, "Just shut up." Blown back by the force of her power, Ho-myung struggled to get back on his feet, weakly calling out her name. But she declared cold-heartedly, "Is this who you really are? I'm so disappointed. We are completely done." Ho-myung's face went totally dark. What did you just say? Yoon-jung, why the hell are you treating me like this? How is this even happening? Completely braying. Losing his mind, he lunged straight at Yoon-jung. Luckily, Junwoo stepped in just in time and sent Ho-myung flying face first into the dirt. He glared down at Ho-myung. I don't want to see this pathetic, cringe-ass drama ever again. Coughing up blood from that brutal hit, he still tried to stand up, cursing. Junwoo. You motherfucker. You're dead. Junwoo looked down at Ho-myung with sheer disgust. If I wasn't so damn busy dealing with actual real-world shit lately, do you seriously think I'd waste my time watching your pathetic fight to win back your love? You damn bastard. Honestly makes me sick to my stomach. Push past his limit, it's like he's turning into a whole different beast. What the hell did you just say? Dungoo? So, now you're making me look like the bad guy, huh? If I don't kill your ass, I'll go down as a total joke. Dungoo just sneers mockingly. Oh, nice. Is the power of love your big motivation or what? But before he can even celebrate, Ho-myung socks him right in the face. Drop dead, Dungoo. He thinks to himself. Damn, this feeling. Did I just get way too reckless? Ho-myung, absolutely pissed, charges right at him, screaming. Dungoo, who the hell do you think you are to mess with? My business? He quickly ducks to the side and snaps back. He wanted to try some. He delivers a brutal blow, straight to Ho-myung's chin, yelling, but now you're the one forcing me to use force, you bastard. Clutching his face in agony, the punk touches his face, totally confused. Force? Forced? Then, out of nowhere, he screams, don't you dare disrespect my love, you freaking piece of trash. You have no idea what I went through just to get Dun-jung. Suddenly, a panicked scream echoes out of nowhere. Please, just stop. It turns out to be Dun-jung, screaming with every ounce of strength she has. Have I ever told, are you this? What we have right now is strictly sibling vibes. Hearing that, Ho-myung completely freezes. His face goes pale as he mutters, one-sided. My feelings all this time were just one-sided. Dungoo, sensing things are about to go south, quickly warns, Dun-jung, get the hell away from here. But she just can't bring herself to leave, protesting. But completely out of patience, he barks, it's too damn dangerous here. Get out of here, now. Hearing this, Dun-jung hesitates for a second. Reading the room, she quickly backs away, but doesn't forget to yell back. Fine. Just be careful, Dungoo. Ho-myung, who'd been silently watching the whole time, suddenly bursts into a hysterical laugh. His face goes completely dark, a murderous look in his eyes. Impossible to hide. Then he laughs like a total psycho. You've trampled on my heart way too many times. Dungoo, I am absolutely going to end you. He charges straight ahead, winding up his fist, ready to swing, drop dead. Just then, another voice cuts in. Is it really okay for your daughter to treat that guy like that? One Cheon, watching the two of them go at it, hears the question and shrugs. Who cares about any of that crap? All I give a damn about right now is who wins and who loses. Doo-won, standing right next to him, hears this and can't help but think, man, even though everyone knows exactly what kind of guy Mincheon is, and how different he acts on the outside, deep down, I never expected him to be this freaking cruel, treating winning the fight as way more important than his own daughter. How can someone be such a cold bastard? Mincheon, almost like he can read the old man's mind, suddenly says, "You think I'm being a total monster, don't you? But take a closer look at our surroundings." Over in that far corner in the back, Ducho, along with the twin brothers, Doc, Gu, and Daki, are also standing there watching. Jian was surprised to hear Mincheon say that and blurted out, "Wait, what? What?" Another guy who'd been watching the whole time finally chimed in, "I bet we've got something fun to watch now." Mincheon turned around and added, "Even though this isn't an official duel, this fight is absolutely worth watching. If that kid loses, there is absolutely no one left to save that trash clan of his. That's why we cannot afford to lose." Meanwhile, Hormyeon unleashed his move. A massive wave of fire blasted straight at Dungu. He frantically screamed, "Maha Hoto, Descent of the Flame King." The blazing fire closed in on Dungu, engulfing him completely as the oppressive heat radiated violently from the impact. Suddenly, a massive explosion went off, blowing away the flames and leaving behind a thick cloud of smoke. Amidst the chaos, someone screamed out, "Chaotic flame." Once again, the massive fire suppressed the entire field, burning even wilder this time and swallowing up a B-times-up huge area. Out of nowhere, someone gasped, "Wait, what? Is Dungu fighting?" Peering down from a window on the upper floor, Kangjun took in the chaotic scene below and turned to Hoguk. "Dad, Dungu is getting wrecked." Hoguk, still watching closely, replied, "Well, some say that kid has a unique attribute and is actually the strongest in his clan." Looks like they weren't lying. Kangjun, clueless as ever, asked, "A unique attribute? What's that, Dad?" He answered, though he didn't sound too sure himself, "I'm not entirely sure, but pulling off multiple skills at once is no joke." Meanwhile, in the heat of the battle, Dungu took a heavy hit and got blown back. He grit his teeth, thinking, "Damn, does getting hit by these flames nerf my movement speed and slow down my skills?" Suddenly, he realized something, but before he could react, Hormyeon charged again, diving straight down like a freaking missile. Dungu crashed hard. The impact was so insane it shattered the ground, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Flat on his back, he thought, "If I can't even move my body right now." Before Dungu could even finish that thought, Hormyeon dove right back down, ready for another strike. He roared, "I'm not done with you yet. I'm putting an end to you, Dungu." But Dungu wasn't scared at all. Instead, he got even more hyped, thinking, just you wait." The flames coiled around Hormyeon's arm, shaping into a blazing fist as he went totally berserk and screamed, "Flame Fist." Kangjun shrieked in panic, "Oh crap, Dungu." But Hormyeon didn't stop there. Immediately, chaining another move, Flame King's Fist. He swung his fist down with all his might, unleashing a massive explosion of fire that completely devoured the arena. The spectators watched with tense, pale faces, gasping, "Holy crap, look at this power. It's over." Kangjun totally lost his cool and swore, "Damn it, Hyung." But before he could even finish his sentence, the tide turned. Dungu kicked Hormyeon hard. Myung crashes straight to the ground, leaving everyone totally lost. What the hell is going on? Did the tables just turn out of nowhere? Even Hormyeon can't freaking believe it. Wincing in pure agony, he groans, "How? How is this even possible?" Dungu lets out a psycho laugh, looking creepy as hell, and sneers, "You seriously thought that trash attack of yours would actually work?" Meanwhile, some bystander is still shaking in shock, stammering, How the hell did this happen?" Trying to flip the script, Hormyeon forces every last bit of energy into his fingertips, frantically plotting his next move in his head. How did that punk pull that off? There is no way. Something is seriously off here. Standing over him, Dungu gets even more hyped, his eyes glowing a blood-red rage, as he throws a brutal punch straight at Ho Myung's face, mocking him. From the very start, that weak trash was completely useless against me. That punch was so brutal it busted Ho Myung's nose, blood dripping everywhere. Suddenly, flashbacks of his childhood hit him, back when he was just a bruised-up little kid. That was his brother, Jun Hyung. He walked over to the bed, sat down, and said with a smile, "Hey, aren't you supposed to be a tough kid? This little scratch is nothing." Hearing that, Ho Myung weakly mumbled, "Bro, Jun Hyung, thank you." Jun Hyung then pulled out a book and added, "And check this out. This book has the ultimate fist style that will help you crush the exam." Hyped and emotional, Ho Myung grabbed the book and stammered, Bro. Then, another memory flashed in his mind. Under a bright, moonlit sky, he was screaming with excitement, Bro, I won. I actually freaking won." Ho Myung ran over to the lamppost where Jun Hyung was waiting, totally hyped, and shouted, "Bro, I am the vice president now. How awesome is your little bro? It is all thanks to you that I made it this far." Hearing that, Jun Hyung beamed with joy and pulled him into a tight, proud hug, saying, "That is my boy. You did so good. Bro is seriously proud of you. Now, the big boss chairman is definitely going to notice you." Still hugged by his brother, Ho Myung muttered, "But to get the chairman to fully back me, I need way more power than this. But I am still gonna need your help a lot, bro." Without a second thought, Jun Hyung replied, Of course. Bro has always got your back. I am always ready." Suddenly, Jun Hyung's face went completely pale. Blood started dripping, pattering onto the cold ground, shattering the silence of the night. Out of nowhere, Ho Myung plunged a knife straight into Jun Hyung's back, leaving him gasping in absolute shock and pain. "You. Why?" Tears started welling up in Ho Myung's eyes as he cried, "I am sorry. I am so sorry. But I desperately need your attribute." Jun Hyung's mouth was overflowing with dark blood. Coughing, he weakly whispered, "You dummy. Why didn't you just ask me?" With tears streaming down his face, Ho Myung blurted out, "But my attribute. It requires me to steal the attribute from." Jun Hyung finally got it. "Ah, so that is how it is?" He gently reached out, cupping Ho Myung's head, and whispered softly, "Myung." Then suddenly, gathering his absolute last breath, he urged him, "You must become stronger, and on top of that, do whatever you want." As the flashback ends, Ho Myung snaps back to reality. Charging at Dong-gu like a madman, he screams, "I'll never lose to you." Seeing this, Dong-gu gets even more hyped up. He smirks, unable to hide the murderous intent surging in his eyes. Ho Myung unleashes his move, and the flames erupt once again, blazing with an oppressive aura. He crazily roars, "Flame Emperor." With a highly amused look on his face, Dong-gu laughs and says, "Ever since I watched you and figured out your attribute, those attacks of yours have been completely useless." Before his words even fade, he throws a straight punch right into Ho Myung's face. He takes the hit and gets blown backward, slamming into the wall with a massive impact, sending rubble flying everywhere. After a moment, the WT smoke slowly clears, leaving Ho Myung slumped against the wall. He groans. Then, he covers his face with his hands, his emotions completely unreadable. Ho Myung struggles to speak. How? How is this possible? How on earth do you figure it out?" Hearing this, Dong-gu replies smugly, "Well, I'll admit that attribute of yours is pretty damn strong. But after taking a few hits from it on purpose, I noticed some things. Plus, someone gave me a hint." Hearing this, Ho Myung instantly snaps back. "A hint? Who?" Suddenly, Yoon Jung appears out of nowhere. Stepping closer to the wreckage, she speaks up loudly, "I'm the one who told him." Ho Myung is so shocked he can only stammer out a few words. "Yoon Jung, you did this?" Ignoring his words, Yoon Jung continues firmly, "Your attribute can temporarily paralyze a person, making them unable to move." Dong-gu chiming in, "I just used a little trick to counter it." That magic is pretty dangerous to anyone else, but it's useless against me. Still in utter shock, Ho-myung calms down slightly and demands, "Why? No way. How could you possibly know about my day? A tribute?" Yoonjong hesitates, feeling too anxious to know how to explain. Suddenly, a voice echoes, "This is your attribute, right?" It turns out Yoonjung is recalling the past. Back when Yoonhyung was casting magic on her, she excitedly said, "Wow, this is amazing. I can't even move my body." Yoonhyung replied, "Right, but I rarely use this overwhelming attribute because it's a bit too much for me." Still unable to move, Yoonjung continued, "But it's so awesome. If you could fully control it, you'd be insanely strong." Yoonhyung scratched his head shyly and said, "But it doesn't really suit me." The spell on Yoonjung faded, but she still excitedly turned and asked, "Why not? That's ridiculous. It's so powerful. What are you even thinking?" Yoonhyung paused in thought for a moment before, flashing a bright smile, he cheerfully said, "This ability of mine, I think in the future, I'll give it to someone who's actually more worthy, right?" Back to reality. When Hamel heard what Donggu said, his tears were already streaming down. He mumbled under his breath, "What? Me? I really am a demon. Why did I help him just because of his stats? I'm a demon." His tears stopped flowing, and a wicked smirk spread across his face as he whispered in a low voice, "That's right. If I'm a demon, then I'll live like a demon." Hamillion suddenly roared, the flame in his hand flaring a violent red. "Donggu, do you know to the reason why I want to kill you? I must kill you to get recognized. I'll get recognized by the chairman, and Dung will be mine." While he was monologuing, Donggu's expression was turning dangerous. By now, Homillion had completely lost his mind. He leaped high into the air, charging straight at Donggu with flames wrapping around him, screaming with all his might, "I can finally make my brother proud of his little brother." Donggu was no longer calm, like he was just now. He swung his arm, preparing a brutal counterattack, and roared, "Your story is sad and all, but the outcome isn't decided by sheer will." With those words, he lunged forward and delivered a devastating punch, making Hamillion cough up blood. Getting absolutely wrecked and in agonizing pain, only one person crossed his mind. "Brother, I'm sorry." At a rooftop cafe, Do-chan smugly held a glass of water, saying with amusement, "That fight back at Libra looks like Donggu. I'm sure he's definitely super strong." Do-chan kept that same smirk and continued, "Yeah, Donggu is probably the one who helped one of the 7 clans." Not quite getting it, his subordinate asked, "Young master, are you sure?" He stood up and added, "And maybe Donggu is the one who helped the Golden River clan grow so fast." Doki's face darkened, and he seriously asked, "Should we get rid of him before he gets any stronger?" "Assassination is one of our specialties, after all." Hearing this, Da-chan burst out laughing and replied, "Assassination? Man, I think that kid has actually helped us a lot, you know." Doki didn't get it and wondered, "Helped us? How?" Do-chan snapped at him, "You idiot, didn't you notice back at that meeting? Hogwok and the other clans are like oil and water. It's no surprise a war is about to break out soon. Plus, clan leader Minshan acts like this righteous leader on the outside. But on the inside, he's a cunning devil. A war is definitely coming. All we gotta do now is sit back and enjoy the civil war of those 7 clans." Meanwhile, at the Libra Tower, a highly angry Minshan slammed his fist, loosening his tie. But his face couldn't hide his burning rage. He roared, "This is an absolute disgrace." The secretary standing next to him nervously stammered, Please, chairman, calm down." Cheon ground his teeth in pure rage. That brainless punk actually took out his own brother just to steal his attributes, and he still lost? What a total piece of trash. Acting all smug and arrogant before he left like that. That freaking brat made me look like a total joke in front of everyone. Go and wipe him out right now. A useless waste like him is of no use to us anyway. Meanwhile, Min Kyun's door wasn't shut tight. It was left slightly ajar. Standing outside, Donggu gasped as she overheard everything, completely freezing in shock. Suddenly, a bunch of guys holding clubs rushed in like they were hunting someone down. One of them violently kicked the door open, making a loud crash. They burst inside, but there was no one there. Only an empty hospital bed, looking neat, as if no one had ever slept in it. Totally confused, they lost it and screamed, "What the hell? Where is he? Where did that punk go?" Losing their minds, they roared, "That little bastard! Find him right now. We have to track him down and end him immediately." Meanwhile, at Golden River, Jongguan was so pissed his face was bright red as he stormed down the hallway. On his way, he ran into Kang Chun, who cheerfully waved and greeted him. "Hey, mister. Morning. How's it going?" Jongguan just brushed right past him, coldly spitting out a single word. "Morning." Kang Chun, acting all carefree, turned around and called after him. "Whoa, mister, why the face? Who peed in your cereal?" Already irritated, Jongguan snapped, "None of your business. Quit asking." He stormed over to the room where Hyoguk and Donggu were chatting and kicked the door wide open. It slammed hard against the wall with a loud crash, startling Hyoguk. He spun around to look at Jongguan and asked, "Whoa, Mr. Kim, what is up with you today?" Jongguan's face darkened as he ground his teeth in fury. "Why? This is absolutely insane. How could you actually dare to do that?" Still clueless, Hyoguk asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Jongguan let out a joyless, mocking laugh, emphasizing every single word. "Why on earth did you pull a stunt like this? Do I mean nothing to you? We are already being targeted and watched by the other clans." And yet, completely losing his temper, he exploded. "That kid was an absolute prodigy. Why the hell did you have to end him? Do you have any shame? Any heart left at all?" By now, Hyoguk was thoroughly panicked. He quickly blurted out, "It wasn't me. Donggu was the one who did it." Unlike the panicked Hyoguk, Donggu just sat there completely chill and said, "It's not just those clans, but Hebe is on us too." Hearing this, Jongguan snapped even harder. "And you're saying that with a proud look on your face? Cut the BS. Donggu calmly replied, "Well, right now, the best defense is a good offense. We take the fight to those 7 clans in Hebe. From what I've seen, they aren't exactly on the same page anyway. The fuse for this massive war, and it's gonna blow any second now. And our Golden River clan is going to be the one taking the biggest piece of the pie after this war. The clash that Donggu's talking about? It's gonna be a battle that absolutely nobody sees coming." Meanwhile, in a dark corner behind the school, some sketchy noises suddenly start echoing. They keep getting louder and more frequent. Turns out, those noises are coming from a brutal beatdown. Right now, Junki just took a nasty punch, straight to the face. Gihut yells out, "Damn, this loser looks just like the punk I've been hazing since middle school. And now, even in college, at Unix, he still won't quit. Yo, you're Junki, aren't you?" Gihut and his 2 lackeys start stomping all over Junki. He can't do a damn thing, just covering his head and taking the beating while they trash talk him. "What were you thinking? Enrolling here, you bastard? You actually thought you had superpowers? Or did you think you were suddenly better than us? You're just a piece of trash who can't even control his own powers." Screaming in pain, Junki whimpers, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please, just let me go." One of the goons walks over to Junki's bag and pulls out a phone, laughing like a maniac. Yo, get a load of this." Hearing this, Junki musters all his strength to scream, "Give that back. That's my little sister's phone." At that, one of the bullies stomps hard on his hand and yells, "Who gives a crap about your sister?" Gihut, holding the phone, steps up to Junki with a smirk and threatens him. "Listen here, Junki. If you don't hook us up with your sister, then, starting tomorrow, you'll be coming to school stark naked. Got it? I'm gonna take a picture of this pathetic face of yours to keep as a souvenir. Oh, And I'll send it to your sister too. The goons burst out laughing, totally thrilled by the idea. That's hilarious, boss. Hell yeah, let's do it. But right then, from behind them, a strange voice suddenly cuts in. Apologize to him right now. The two lackeys spin around and run over to the newcomer, getting all hyped up. Whoa, look, it's Hara, guys. I've heard this chick is some super famous star. But suddenly, one of the two is shoved violently to the side, left completely dazed. Turns out, Hera just struck him. And she's not done yet this time. She launches a brutal kick, sending the other guy flying straight into the wall. As she beats him, she yells, "Stop doing such pathetic, shameful things. I am not playing around with you bastards." The remaining lackey loses his patience, lunging forward and wrapping his arms around Hara's neck to lock her down, angrily screaming, "Are you kidding me?" But Hara remains dead calm, delivering a high kick straight to his head, sending him sprawling backward. She snaps, "I should be the one saying that." Gihut, watching this whole time, can't believe his eyes and shrieks, "What the hell? Isn't this brat just some celebrity? How is she this strong?" Hearing that, Hara retorts, "Quit spitting that useless garbage. This is the result of grinding hard and practicing." She thought to herself, "Actually, the truth is, I just didn't want to lose to Donggu, so I hired a private tutor to train for a whole year." Hara then spoke up again, "If you don't want to get beaten to a pulp again, then apologize to my friend right now." Jihook found it hilarious and scoffed, "Apologize? Are you kidding me?" Right then, one of his lackeys who got trashed earlier jumped out of nowhere, sneaking up from behind, getting ready to knock Hara out. Fully confident, he sneered, "Go to sleep, babe." But thanks to her insane reaction time, Hara managed to dodge it just in time. Before she could catch her breath, another lackey flew in with a kick. Hara blocked with her arms, but still got pushed. Ji-hyuk was also gearing up to strike from behind, finding herself cornered and on the defensive. Hara thought, "Shoot, 3 of them attacking from 3 different directions. This is bad. I need to put some distance between us." While thinking this, she spun around and leaped backward. But another lackey suddenly rushed her out of nowhere and screamed, "Running away is useless." His sudden appearance caught Hara completely off guard. She couldn't react in time and could only watch as the fist closed in. She shut her eyes, bracing for the impact, but suddenly, someone reached out and blocked the punch. It was Hungu from the Iryu group, ranked 8th in the business world. Hara turned to look at him and asked, Are you Hungu?" With his punch blocked, the lackey's wrist was squeezed so hard by Hungu that he trembled. He shouted, "What the hell? Who are you?" Hungu just smiled and spoke in a gentle voice. "Hey there, Hara. Yeah, I'm Kang Hungu." Hearing his name, the lackey quickly pulled his hand back, his face turning pale with fear. Ji-hyuk and that punk instantly dropped to their knees, begging, "We are so sorry, senior. Please, just forgive us this once." Hungu kept his friendly face and replied, "Stand up, guys. I actually want to be friends with you too." Ji-hyuk rushed over to Jun-ki, and while running, he said, "Yes, we are truly sorry." Meanwhile, the 2 lackeys scrambled even faster, running to help Jun-ki up. They kept saying, "My dear friend, are you okay? Who the hell beat up our Jun-ki like this? This is absolutely crossing the line." Hungu turned his head and said, "Seeing you guys get along so well really warms my heart." Hearing that, the guys nervously replied, while dragging Jun-ki along, "Yes, thank you. We'll to be taking our leave now." Watching the whole thing play out, Hara wondered why they were so terrified of Hungu. Hungu simply gave a casual shrug and replied, "Probably because I'm their senior." Suddenly, he looked down at Hara and asked, "By the way, Hara, are you free right now? I have a few things to say." Hearing this, Hara felt confused. "Huh? Say what?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, Donggu stared at his phone, reading a text message from Hara. "Donggu, yo, what are you even doing? Why aren't you in school? Is something up? He just leaned against the wall, zoning out for ages, totally ignoring everything around him. He stared up at the sky, muttering to himself, wondering if Hara is busy right now. Honestly, if she hadn't brought it up, he would have totally forgotten about having to go to school. Dungu couldn't quite wrap his head around his own feelings, overthinking, and wondering what this weird feeling was. Finally, he shook it off and turned to walk away, grumbling under his breath. Whatever, I should probably just go to school. Don't want my parents getting called in. Besides, training my magic with Dundung should be fine, right? But wait. Lately, Dundung hasn't been showing up to class either, he thought to himself. Man, I guess. My only option is to ask Professor Richard about magic. Just like John and Homium, they all flexed powers that were way beyond their usual limits, just by tapping into their elemental attributes. No way am I gonna sleep on this in a world full of magic. Out of nowhere, Yan E popped up right behind Dungu, speaking in a super respectful voice. Boss, I have a report. Dungu didn't even flinch, casually replying, You're kind of late. Scratching his head, Yan E answered, It was way harder than I thought, sir. We had to expand our search party just to look for clues. Before he could even finish, Dungu cut him off. All right, spill it. Yan Yi reported. I investigated their movements and tracks from that day. Those bastards didn't even leave a single trace at the scene. Hearing this, Dungu started scheming. Not even a single tiny trace? That's pretty concerning. To leave absolutely zero trace. That means he's leveled up big time. But honestly, who cares? He's not the only one getting stronger here. It's almost time. Eon X suddenly chimed in. There's one more thing I found, though it's still kind of blurry. Dungu blurted out instantly, Is it the rebirth of Gangbesh? Hearing this, Eon X immediately replied, Yes, sir, but we still don't have the full scoop on. I'm guessing that guy belongs to the unique association. Each association has its own specific duties, like the association that monitors the appearance of gates or the one keeping an eye on the city. And then there's the Gate-Conquering Association. These three associations are just as crucial as the 7 great clans from before. My bet is he's just lurking around here. Dungu's face tightened up with tension. He rubbed his nose and said, Right, if that dude is really with the unique association, then he must be going through some brutal training. Standing right next to him, Eon X agreed. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He suddenly remembered something and continued. By the way, on my way over here, Dungu couldn't believe his ears, his face going completely blank. At the same time, at some diner, Hara was sitting across from Hungu, asking him coldly, What exactly do you want to say, senior? I'm only here because of my dad's business. I've got plans, so I have to leave right away. Hungu calmly replied, All right then. In that case, let me just lay it out there. Hara, what I wanted to say is, you're gonna have to marry me. Hearing that, Hera completely froze, her eyes widening in shock. Seems like Hara finally processed the news. She leaped out of her seat and screamed, sending food flying off the plates. Getting married? Hungu didn't even care about the messy food. He just looked up at Hara with a smug smile and said, I figured you'd react like that. I can explain. But before he could say another word, Hera shrieked again. No way in hell. Hungu kept his cool and explained, Hara, think about it. If your entertainment agency merges with my company, do you have any idea how huge that would be? Hearing this, she cut him off. I despise you. Completely losing her cool, Hara turned around and stormed off in a rage. But he still didn't forget to shout back over her shoulder. If that's all, I'm out. Thanks for the food. Though, enjoy your meal. What a crappy day. The entire time, Hungu didn't show even a single speck of emotion. Then, out of nowhere, he burst into a creepy, psycho laugh. His grin was downright terrifying. Resting his head in his hand, he muttered to himself. And here I thought you'd behave like a well-mannered noble girl. So disappointing. You'll always be my cash cow. At a certain gate, someone called out loudly, Dungu. Turns out it was Hara. She ran up to Dungu, calling out loudly, Sorry, I'm late, Dungu responded, acting a bit distant. I didn't come to school because of our plans. So whether you're late or not, doesn't even matter anymore. Hara still didn't read the room, keeping a cheerful look on her face as she asked, Why are you so mad at me? Hara acted all cute and continued, Fine, then let me make it up to you like this. Dungu, I'll be your cash cow. Dungu seemed a bit swayed, but it didn't last long before he put up a cold front again. What the hell are you doing? Hara, pouting, questioned him. Did you really have to make me say it first like that? Dungu quietly pondered after hearing her words. Why is she so simple-minded? Are all famous people like her? Hara clung onto his arm and pleaded, Forgive me, just this once, first and last time. Dungu, meanwhile, was lost in a sea of kansei thoughts. Why isn't she saying anything about meeting Hungu? Suddenly, she grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying excitedly, I want to show you somewhere. Although reluctant, Dungu followed her, breaking his silence to ask, Where are we going? Hara looked back at him, grinned, and said, To meet my dad, or if not, him, then my granddad. Dungu couldn't believe his ears, his jaw dropping in utter shock. Hara, losing her patience, snapped, Stop hesitating, or my dad's gonna choose that other guy. There are so many rich jerks out there who want to marry me just for that massive fortune. Dungu stopped in his tracks, but he kept a tight grip on Hara's hand. Looking dead serious, he asked her, Is that guy you mentioned, Hungu? Hearing that, Hara gasped and blurted out, Wait, how the hell do you know his name? Hearing her reaction, Dungu just shrugged and replied, Just a wild guess. Hara let out a sigh and broke it down for him. Yeah. My grandpa has no clue what that creep is plotting. Plus, I can't stand the guy. But honestly, you're the only one who actually fits as my boyfriend. Dungu fell silent again, making the whole vibe around them feel super awkward and quiet. Looks like he finally gave in and couldn't stay mad anymore. He let out a sigh and asked, But is your grandpa actually chill? Meanwhile, somewhere else, an older guy was totally losing his mind, screaming, Who the hell do you think I am? Do you think you can just come and go as you please? That angry old man was the chairman of Korea Industrial Group, Do Manchun. He might look terrifying on the outside, but deep down, he's actually a televinazide, warm-hearted person and Hara's grandpa. The negotiator on the other side of the table remained calm and tried to convince him. No, sir, that's not what I meant at all. I'm just saying, if you could take a look at our proposal for investing in this new tech, would you mind reviewing it, please? That negotiator was Ha Dungchun, Dungu's dad. Manchun, still fuming, snapped back. Look, I respect you, but it's honestly disgraceful to lie just for your own gain. I'm extremely disappointed in you. Hearing this, Dungchun quickly apologized. Yes, sir. I will do my best to make things right. Manchun seemed to calm down a bit, and the old man asked, So, what are you getting at? You think we should invest in developing a super lithium-ion battery plant that uses energy stones? Fine, I'll think it over and give you an answer later. Dungchun stood up, bowed deeply, and sincerely said, Thank you, sir. In the elevator, the display screen showed they had reached the lobby. Dungchun walked out looking completely exhausted. He sighed, loosened his tie, and muttered to himself, maybe because this tech is too new and hasn't been recognized globally yet, which is why other companies are hesitating. Getting investment is just way too hard. His face was a picture of pure gloom. But then again, why would a massive corporation trust a tiny, no-name company like ours? As Dungchun was walking away, his phone suddenly started ringing with a loud buzz. He pressed the phone to his ear. Yes. Dongchun speaking. Suddenly, he let out a massive shout, startling everyone around him and making them stare. Seriously? You're actually going to invest in our company? Meanwhile, Donggu's profile was popping up on a tablet screen. Ha Donggu. 17 years old, high school junior. Notable feat. Completely crushed Puck Kiho of the Brektiger clan. Hunggu smirked as he read, commenting, well, Donggu is pretty decent, being able to take down Kiho. Honestly, it's a miracle the kid is even still breathing. Suddenly, a voice echoed from outside. That's only because the dumb Brektiger clan got wiped out, so they never got a shot at revenge. Dojo walked right up to Hunggu, a super scheming look plastered across his face. He tossed out a greeting. Yo, long time no see. Hunggu. Hunggu wasn't even shocked to see him. The guy's name instantly popped into his head. Zorchan. With a smug-ass smirk on his face, Zorchan kept talking. Looks like today is your second worst day ever, huh? Hunggu finally stood up to return the greeting. Long time no see, Zorchan. The guy completely ignored Hunggu's wave and snapped. What the hell makes you care so much about that kid? Also, I don't really dig that stupid smile of yours. Wipe it off before I break your neck. Hunggu still kept his usual chill, polite face. He flashed a friendly smile, but dropped a warning. If you want to trash the deal between Bak and Ilyu, go right ahead. Suddenly, Zorchan stepped in and choked Hunggu, growling out each jock. Word. You think I don't have the guts, punk? Hunggu glared back with wide eyes. At him, Zorchan squeezed so hard that Hunggu's neck snapped right off. But suddenly, a voice echoed out, cut it out with those useless threats. Turns out, that was just inside Zorchan's head. Real time, he was just standing by the window while Hunggu sat chill, with his legs crossed on the chair. Zorchan turned around with a sly smirk and said, You're getting pretty damn crafty, aren't you? Gu calmly replied, Cut the crap and get to the point. Zorchan walked over to Hunggu, leaning against the cabinet and acting totally blunt. Look, I don't want to waste my breath on you, so I'll make this as short as possible. I don't want to think that the Ilyu group is gonna break their word, or that you guys are plotting something. Hunggu's face didn't flinch one bit, he just silently listened. Zorchan kept going. So, if you don't wrap up this deal before the deadline the Ilyu group promised, you already know what's gonna happen, right? Finally, Hunggu spoke up. We'll be enemies. Zorchan smirked. Good to see you. Still remember. Hunggu's face turned dead serious as he replied, Just you wait and see. He stood up, shoving his hands in his pockets, and spoke with massive confidence. I'll be the one who makes your entire clan kneel before the Habak clan. Hearing this, Zorchan kept quiet, then turned to walk away, but didn't forget to call back. Fine, I'll trust you. Don't let me down, bro. He walked to the door, but suddenly stopped. Oh, and by the way, about that Donggu punk. He turned his head back with a sinister smirk and added, He's not as simple as you think. Hunggu stayed quiet, watching him walk out. Meanwhile, at a different place, someone greeted, Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for purchasing our company's new product. Hunggu, looking slick in his sharp suit, sat with his legs crossed and cheerfully replied, Don't mention it. Honestly, this product is absolutely amazing. Besides, your son, Dongku, is my junior. Since I'm his senior, it's only natural that we look out for each other. Hearing this, Dongku was deeply moved. Is that so? We gotta look out for each other. Donggu was touched. For real? Man, that is awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Back at Dongchun's company, everyone was like, Boss, you shouldn't overwork yourself like this. Especially after taking out that massive bank loan to expand the factory. Dongchun, who was keeping an eye on the production line, heard this and replied, Don't sweat it, guys. The client we're supplying is the Ilyu Group, so no matter how hard we gotta grind, we still have to bust our humps to deliver on time. Suddenly, an employee from outside rushed in, panting, and yelled, Boss, we got a massive problem. The Ilyu Group is returning every single piece of our shipment. Dongchun went completely pale. He stammered, What did you say? Cut to the Ilyu Group headquarters. Dong Chun was on his knees, desperately begging. Hyung-woo, please, you gotta help me. Hyung-woo, looking down at him with utter disgust, heard Dong Chun cry out in total despair. If you reject the shipment from Hyper Factory, our company is literally dead. Please, I beg you, sir, please reconsider. Hyung-woo didn't even flinch. He coldly replied, we found tons of defects in the delivered goods, and that's my final decision. Dong Chun heard this and screamed in disbelief. Defects? Where? I literally checked every single one of them myself. Hyung-woo, annoyed, snapped back. So you're saying I'm a liar? Dong Chun panicked and instantly blurted out, No, that's not what I meant. I'm so sorry. Hyung-woo stood up abruptly, looking totally suspicious of him, and said, Mr. Dong Chun, I'm deeply disappointed. The only reason I even wanted to throw you a bone was to help my junior. Choking back tears, Dong Chun crawled forward to grab his pants, begging with everything he had. No, please, don't do this. Please rethink this. Save me. Hyung-woo heard this, and a devious smirk flashed across his face. He offered, a deal. Hand over those Hyper Factory design blueprints to us, and only then will I accept all the goods I ordered before. Hearing this, Dong Chun asked in sheer bewilderment, hand them over? Elsewhere, Jo Cheon burst into a loud laugh. Man, is that guy seriously doing that? How freaking naive. Is he really trying to crush Dong Chun using his own family? Standing nearby, Docker spoke up. What should we do? Jo Cheon looked highly amused as he cheerfully replied. First, let's just sit back and see who wins this. Okay? There's no rush anyway. But what I'm really curious about is if we can uncover the secret behind the destruction of Bake Tiger, things would have been so much easier. He stared up at a cobweb-covered nameplate and continued, but hey, the deeper we dig, the clearer this truth will become. Docker and Doki had been listening to him this whole time. Totally clueless, one of them asked, wait, the person who wiped out the entire Bake Tiger family. Who the hell was that person anyway? Docker asked in confusion. But I am kinda curious. John is no pushover either. How could that even happen? Besides, how could that old man? And yo, I've actually got this special trait, and it's insanely OP. Hearing that, Doc John laughed it off and asked, oh yeah? Just how strong are we talking here? But honestly, if you go up against someone who's actually built different, it's not gonna make a damn difference anyway. The dude walked away, stepping down the stairs that were trashed with leftovers from some crazy brawl. The whole place was completely wrecked and covered in scuff marks. Zoran called back as he walked. By the way, the clown who pulled this off is a sneaky bastard. He threw all 7 clans into total chaos and got them all beefing with each other. That played right into his hands, and the nearest clans are basically picking clean whatever the Black Tiger Gate left behind after getting completely wiped out. He stopped and looked back to ask, so, which clan is the absolute closest? The twin brothers Dog and Doggy blurted out at the same time, Golden River. Hearing that, Docker was totally confused and asked, wait, but that clan? He paused, and Doggy chimed in. How could they have wrapped things up so quickly? Seeing the question marks floating above their heads, Zoran understood their confusion, so he patiently replied, you're right. The loophole in my theory is that it gets stuck right there. I mean, why would a clan like Golden River be able to pull something like this off? The head of the Golden River clan is indeed strong, but definitely not enough to wipe out the Black Tiger Gate all by himself. If that's the case, then among the others, he suddenly pictured Jung-woo fighting Ju Ho-myung that night. He shook his head and thought to himself, nah, can't be that kid. That loser is a total scrub. There's no way he's that strong. How could he be that beastly? Zoran quickly snapped his head back and called out, anyway, everything we've dug up so far points to some personal vendetta. But honestly, that doesn't even final matter anymore. What we really need to do is find out who the hell destroyed the Black Tiger Gate that day. We've got to follow every single lead we have. The twins immediately saluted in agreement. Meanwhile, in a quiet neighborhood, Kang Chun was chasing Jung Woo from behind and yelled, "Jung Woo!" He ran up and grabbed Jung Woo's shoulder, asking, "Hey, are you even listening to me?" Jung Woo scratched his ear and replied, "My ear's kinda itchy. I was just out with Hana." "What's up?" Kang Chun yelled in absolute shock. "What? You're kidding, right? Are you actually gonna marry Hana?" Jung Woo snapped back, annoyed. "Are you stupid? I'm only 17. How the hell am I gonna get married?" He calmed down a bit and asked, "So, why? Are you following me? What's going on?" Kang Chun quickly replied, "The successor of the Ilyu group, Hungu, has his eyes on you." "This is bad," Jung Woo asked. "Bad? Is that dude really that strong?" Seeing that Jung Woo was completely clueless, Kang Chun explained, "He's insanely strong. The real problem is that Hungu knows exactly how to use his power. The Ilyu group is one of the 5 biggest conglomerates, and they use that raw influence to completely crush any rival." Kneel down before the fight. Hearing that, Dungu's head was just filled with question marks. Seeing that, Kang Chun asked, "You clueless or what?" He tried to explain it one more time. Basically, the Ilyu group can crush any company they want in a heartbeat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Kang Chun turned around and saw Su Jon resting her hands on her knees, panting like crazy. He called out, "Su Jon." Kang Chun dropped to his knees to hug her, asking happily, "Su Jon, how are you? Why didn't you reply to my DMs? Give me a kiss." But Su Jon tried her best to dodge him, and replied, "Big bro Kang Chun, that doesn't matter right now." Suddenly, remembering the emergency, she screamed out again, "Big bro, something's happened. Dad. Our family's in deep trouble at the factory." Dongjun and 2 others stood in front of the employees and said sincerely, "I'm so sorry, everyone. As the president, I couldn't save us." He bowed his head in deep regret. "I lost sleep and forgot to eat, trying to develop new products. But I never expected we'd end up bankrupt today. We also apologize for bothering our past staff all this time." The employees, instead of blaming him, did their best to comfort him. "Boss, it's totally fine. Don't ever give up." "That's right, boss. If that's the case, we'll just start over and find another investor." But those words couldn't convince Dongjun. He still bowed his head and continued, "Thank you all for believing in me. But no one dares to invest in our company anymore because of our massive debts and bank loans." He looked up with a smile, but tears were streaming down his cheeks. "I was truly happy during our time together, even if it was short. Thank you so much, everyone." The employees gasped and rushed forward to comfort him. "No way, boss. We can't let it end like this. This company is your life's work. Please don't give up." Suddenly, an employee from outside ran in, panting, and blurted out, Boss, great news. There's a new investor willing to back our company." Hearing this, Dongjun smiled with joy and asked, "What? An investor?" At the conference room, Dongjun stood in front of the projector giving his pitch. "Since our hyperfactory has harnessed the power of cracked stones, it saves 5 times more energy than standard lithium-ion batteries." The investor, wearing a pricey suit, sat comfortably in front of the projector and said seriously, "Thanks for the explanation, but there are a few issues." Hearing this, Dongjun got nervous and asked, "What might those be, sir?" The investor replied, "Your previous battery pack was indeed great, but here, it's supposed to provide a continuous supply. As far as I know, the office supplying your products has already gone bankrupt." Dongjun felt a bit annoyed, but he tried his best to keep his cool. Helplessly, he spoke up, "Sir, did you really have to put it that way, right?" He emphasized every single word. Turns out, Jung-gu was Jung-gu. He sat cross-legged, looking incredibly smug, wearing a devious grin on his face, like a total villain. He said with a cheerful grin, "Dad, you don't have to worry about this anymore. I'm going to drop a huge investment into your company." Over at the Ilryu Group, Hee Hong-gu was holding a meeting with the shareholders. A guy stood in front of the projector, presenting Hype Factory, a brand new product that harnesses the power of cracked stones, and its business potential is straight up massive. If we get our hands on that blueprint, we're going to pull in a massive mountain of profit. Once we secure it, then taking it to PDR and selling it globally is going to be a piece of cake. This thing will disrupt the entire domestic market. It's way more effective than anything else. Hearing this, Hee-hangu thought to himself, I can't believe I got this lucky. If this succeeds, I'll definitely keep my position. Suddenly, an employee rushed in, completely out of breath, to report, we have a huge problem, sir. The Han River Company has secured a brand new investor. Stunned, Hee-hangu's jaw dropped as he demanded, what? Meanwhile, near a block of high-rise buildings, Jung-gu, standing by the car, called out, what are you doing, Dad? Aren't you getting out? His dad stepped out, his eyes wide, and jaw hitting the floor with utter shock. Jung-chun finally managed to speak. My son? Jung-gu replied, yeah, Dad. His dad went on, is this? Before he could finish, Jung-gu reached out and gave his dad's cheek a hard pinch, making Jung-chun yelp in pain and clutch his face. By now, Jung-chun finally realized this was real. He gasped in awe, but still complained. Okay, so this isn't a dream. But did you really have to pinch me so damn hard? Then, he suddenly raised his voice. How on earth did you get that much money to invest? Do you even realize that this is enough to save our whole company? The kid let out a heavy sigh and said, Dad, I'm pretty sure I already told you. I only took a fraction of my salary from working at Golden River. Hearing this, Jung-chun got all tense and whispered nervously, should we really? Before he could finish, Jung-gu stepped in closer and gestured for him to keep it down. Taking the hint, Jung-chun quickly covered his mouth. The kid seriously warned Jung-chun, Dad, you gotta promise me. This whole investment thing stays a total secret. If you let it slip. His dad quickly cut in. All right. I'll keep my mouth shut this time. Still uneasy, Jung-gu pressed on. I mean it. It's absolutely a secret, especially from Mom. Jung-chun flashed an okay sign and said, got it. The father and son then headed inside together, with Jung-chun chatting as they walked. Let's go inside, your mom said. She whipped up a massive feast to celebrate your return. In the distance behind them, a suspicious car had been watching them this entire time. Inside sat Hee-hangu, keeping his eyes on them even after the two had vanished inside. He muttered to himself, is Jung-gu really the investor behind Hyper Factory? The secretary, who was sitting right next to him, replied, yes, that's the info our intel team dug up. Hearing this, Hee-hangu questioned, but where does a basic high school kid like him get that kind of cash? The secretary quickly answered, I haven't figured that out yet. It's just. Hee-hangu pressed, just what? The secretary quickly went on, Jung-woo and Hara seem to have gotten super close lately. Hee-hangu's face immediately darkened at that, his brows furrowing deeply. Meanwhile, the silent night fell over a neighborhood. Hara was walking back home when a sketchy-looking guy in a cap loomed behind her. Hera noticed him and immediately tensed up, her hand gripping her purse strap tightly. Cautiously turning back to check him out, she suddenly bolted forward before he could react. Suddenly, a guy with a scarred face blocked her path, sneering. You little brat, I'm not letting you get away this time. The guy with the cap from earlier also caught up from behind, holding a thick wooden club, and barked, how dare you trash us like that? The scar-faced guy brandished a long knife, threateningly. Today, I'm gonna make you pay. He lunged at her like a psycho, screaming, go to hell. But she swiftly delivered a clean kick right to his face, sending him crashing to the ground, knocked out cold. Turns out, Hara was filming a scene. Director called out, cut. That action scene was absolutely perfect. Hara broke character and, feeling guilty, turned to check on the actor she just kicked. Are you all right? Did I kick too hard? I'm so sorry. Even though the actor's nose was bleeding, he still smiled and said, "It's nothing, Hara. Sacrificing yourself for art is the best feeling." The screenwriter ran over to them, satisfied, and said, "Great job, guys. That's a wrap for today." Hearing this, everyone cheered happily. "Great job, everyone." Hera suddenly noticed someone. Oh, it was Jung-woo, who had arrived, carrying a small bag, handing it to Hara with a smile. Leaving the film set, Hara sat in the car, Jung-woo's jacket draped over her shoulders. She said happily, "Thanks for coming." Jung-woo, who was sitting right next to her, replied, "Of course, I had to come." Hearing this, Hara asked, "Aren't you worried?" But he calmly and gently replied, "Why should I be?" Feeling a bit shy, Hara murmured, "About meeting my parents, you know." Jung-woo casually responded, "So, what?" Hearing this, Hara got a bit annoyed and said, "What do you mean, so? What? How can you be so chill about this?" Smiling, he replied, "I didn't do a hit and run. Why should I be scared?" Hara quickly chimed in, "But I'm worried." Full of confidence, Jung-woo reassured Hara, "It's fine. Just trust me." At Hera's house, Hera went inside first, with Jung-woo following close behind. She said as she walked, finally back home. Suddenly, she noticed something, her eyes widening, in complete shock. Standing there, waiting for them out of nowhere, was Mansion. The moment Hera saw the old man, she panicked and gasped, "Grandpa?" She rushed over to him, nervously asking, "Wait, didn't you say you were going on a business trip?" The old man completely ignored her question and barked, "An order? Cut the excuses. Inside. Now." And inside the house, Manchun sat there, giving them a death stare. Donggu saw this and thought to himself, "So that's Manchun, the big boss of Korea Industries. Back in his day, this guy was a total powerhouse. Even at his age, he still has that crazy, intimidating aura." He walked over, respectfully bowed, and said, "Hello, sir. I'm Hara's boyfriend, Donggu." Hearing that, the old man scoffed and said loudly, "Hara's boyfriend? No way in hell I'm letting my granddaughter marry some loser from a pathetic family like yours." Hara looked at Donggu in total confusion, then turned back to Manchun, asking, "Wait, babe, Grandpa? What do you mean by that? A pathetic family?" Hearing his favorite granddaughter ask, Manchun immediately snapped, "Am I wrong? Didn't the Ilyu group pull their funding from your dad's company?" Donggu didn't even flinch. He stayed cool and confident, replying, "Man, Korea Industries intel is way worse than I thought. My family's company actually just scored a massive investment, and every single issue has been completely cleared up." Manchun lost his temper and barked, "Who do you think you're kidding? How are you so sure? What, do you think you're the investor or something? And more importantly, how the hell could a 17-year-old kid like you actually invest in a whole company?" Out of nowhere, two massive dudes appeared right behind Donggu, rocking dark sunglasses and holding some pretty big batons. Manchun lost his cool completely and screamed, "Donggu, you little scammer. How dare you play my granddaughter for her money?" The two bodyguards quickly stepped in, blocking Donggu with their batons, but the kid didn't even show a single hint of fear. The bodyguards gritted their teeth as Hera looked at the scene unfolding in front of her, clenched her fists in absolute rage, and screamed, "Hey, what do you two think you're doing? Get your hands off him right now." Donggu just smirked, staying completely unfazed. Manchun waved his hand, ordering the two guards to back off. Donggu stepped forward until they were face to face, staring each other down. Donggu finally broke the silence. "So, let me get this straight. You actually think I'm just using Hara for her money?" The old man scoffed and snapped back. "Oh, is that not what's happening?" Donggu let out a sarcastic smirk. "Yeah, totally. I look like a broke kid. So how could I ever pull someone like her, right?" Hara clenched her fists, yelling, "Grandpa!" Seeing his granddaughter's rage, Manchun backed down a bit and said, "Fine. If that's not the case, then show me some actual proof I can believe. Donggu just smiled with pure confidence and challenged him. And what do I get if I actually prove it? The old man smirked and replied, if you can actually pull that off, I'll approve of your relationship with Hara. But if you can't, not giving Manchun a chance to lay down the law, Jungwoo confidently stepped up to make a deal. So, I'm completely cut off from Hera now, right? Hera raised her eyebrows, totally shocked and confused. Wait, what? What are you planning to do? The old man coldly shot back. You sure about that, kid? With a smirk, Jungwoo leaned over and slapped a fancy, luxurious box onto the table. Lifting his head, he grinned and teased. Go ahead, old man. Open it. Manchun glanced down, his eyes locked onto the box as a smirk of interest crept onto his face. The old man picked up the box, eyeing it skeptically while tossing out a dry compliment. Well, this case looks decent. Enough. He popped the lid, and right there inside was a stone, glowing with a blinding red light. Manchun knitted his brows, staring at the intense, brilliant aura as he muttered to himself, no way is this. He stared dead at the gem in the box, jaw practically dropping as he gasped, a level 7 water stone. Manchun knit his brows, lost in thought. Even though I've seen all kinds of water stones, a level 7 water stone like this is still a first for me. Looking up, his cool completely gone, the old man demanded, who the hell are you anyway? Jungwoo shrugged with a chill smile and shot back, just an ordinary guy. Manchun scowled, totally unimpressed, and grumbled, so you expect me to just hand my granddaughter over to a complete nobody? Jungwoo smirked, with pure confidence, mocking him. What? You planning to go back on your word now? The old man's eyes narrowed, deep in thought. I've got to put some eyes on this kid, as soon as possible. Manchun gritted his teeth, his face twisting as he growled, totally pissed. I don't buy it. Hara squeezed her eyes shut, losing her mind as she yelled, Grandpa, seriously? The old man slammed the box shut and coldly declared, we already have an arrangement with the Hungu family, she snapped, screaming at the top of her lungs. I don't care. I'd rather die than marry that guy. Manchun jumped to his feet, barking. Just because he brought the stone doesn't mean we have any proof it actually belongs to him. I still don't trust you for a second, kid. Take him down. The second those words left his mouth, 2 armed bodyguards spawned out of nowhere and lunged right at Jungwoo. One massive fist slammed straight into Hyuk Su's face with a brutal hit, completely shattering his glasses. Hyuk Su gritted his teeth in sheer rage and charged, roaring, You piece of trash! Jungwoo just smirked, flashing a wicked grin at the two of them. Swift as lightning, Jungwoo smoothly caught his arm. In a flash, he grabbed Hyuk Su's head and looked down. With a cold, bright grin, Jungwoo slammed his face first into the table. Manchun bit his lip, watching this brutal beatdown in complete silence. Jungwoo's eyes flared up with a dangerous, psycho glow as he asked, Wanna keep going, old man? Sighed in defeat, the old man told the guards, Stand down. Patting Hyuk-soo on the back with a bright laugh, he asked, Oh, by the way, we got a deal. Yet? Manchun clasped his hands behind his back, staring at the 2 massive holes in the table, his mind racing. There's literally 0 intel on this guy anywhere. It completely blanks out my scouts, and I'm getting totally outclassed by some 17-year-old brat. Glaring over at Jungwoo, he asked coldly, One last question. You knew I'd be home today, didn't you? Flabbergasted, Hara gasped. Oh, really? Is that so, Donggu? He calmly smiles and replies, If I didn't know, there'd be no point in preparing a water bullet core. Manchun gets so pissed, he yells, What a crafty brat. Donggu replies shamelessly, I'll take that as a compliment. The old man turns his gaze toward his granddaughter and asks worriedly, Hara, I think this guy is dangerous. It's a no-go. Do you still like him? She walks over, links her arm with his, and replies happily, Grandpa, did you really think I didn't consider that first when I chose Donggu? Only he is a perfect match for me. Manchun frowns, sighs with worry. Hara, why did you make such a quick decision? Don't you know your grandpa is worried sick about you? Hara tilts her head, looks at him with a bright smile, and explains, I can't live with you forever, Grandpa. Manchun looks at his granddaughter, smiling happily and with a heavy heart. He says, it seems like you really do like him, pursing his lips in a mixture of sadness and worry. Will this really be okay? I don't want a little girl to suffer. I wonder if that guy can take care of her, or not? After worrying for a moment, Manchun sighs, narrows his eyes, and says, all right, fine, I agree. Overjoyed, she runs over and hugs him tightly, showering him with praises. You're number one. Thank you, Grandpa, Manchun barks playfully. Stop it, my back is killing me. Stop squeezing me, go hug him instead. Dong-gu turns his head away, smiling with satisfaction to him. Self. That night, in a modern city, where countless skyscrapers are still brightly lit, a luxury car is speeding down the road at a dizzying pace. Hyung-woo frowns in frustration, focusing on driving while his mind races. Pursing his lips, he can't stop wondering. Why did the chairman call off the engagement and act like nothing ever happened? Flashback to the past. Hyung-woo stands before the desk of his father, Hun-min, and asks in shock, really, father? His father glares at him and angrily yells, I am extremely disappointed in you. How could you fail to win the heart of a single girl? Because of you, I've completely lost face. These memories continue to tear his heart apart. Hyung-woo's hands clench the steering wheel, his body shaking with rage as he mutters, Dong-gu, how dare you challenge me? He widens his eyes, coldly, declaring, I will absolutely kill you. The scene cuts to a two-story house with its lights on. Out in the yard, countless bodyguards have been wiped out, blood splattered all over the ground. Someone shouts, authoritatively, drag their boss out here. The inside of the house is no better, with bodyguards and weapons scattered all over the floor. A voice from a phone rings out. Guksik holds the active phone in front of Sukjin's face. So, even when you end up in hell, you'd better think about what you did. Leaning against the wall, blood and tears mixing on his face, he begs pitifully, I'm sorry, please save me. The person on the other end of the line coldly orders, kill him. Instantly, Sukjin's painful screams echo continuously as blood splatters everywhere. Right away, Gussik's agonizing screams echoed nonstop, blood splattering everywhere. Splattering everywhere. Gussik coldly stood up, dusting off his hands after taking out his prey. Suddenly, he remembered that his phone call was still active. Gussik brought the phone back to his ear and spoke up. Oh, and he? Turns out he was a member of the elite assassin guild. Giving a wicked laugh, he continued, of course I'm taking this job. I accept the request to assassinate Dong-gu. As night began to fall over a thin, high-rise apartment building with its lights still on, Dong-gu stepped into his unit, kicked off his shoes, and called out, I'm home. But there wasn't a single word of reply. Surprised, he looked around, searching the room. Slipping his hands into his pockets, Dong-gu stood in the middle of the room, wondering where everyone went. Suddenly, a surprise kick came flying toward him, aiming straight for his chest. He paused for a split second, but swiftly dodged it. A flash of excitement, crossing his eyes. Before Dong-gu could even regain his footing, another roundhouse kick came sweeping, diagonally from the left, aiming straight for his head, the cold wind brushing past his hair. It was a whirlwind combo of rapid-fire kicks, and the final strike was an uppercut kick, whistling through the air as it aimed straight for Dong-gu's chin, forcing him to tilt back sharply to dodge. Dong-gu calmly tilted his head, his gaze aloof yet dripping with casual disdain. Letting out a soft breath, his lips curled into a teasing smirk. Is that really the best you can do? Furious, Soo-jeon leaped up, throwing another kick at him as she snapped. Oh, we are not done yet. The girl launched a powerful strike at her older brother, grumbling petulantly, this is punishment for coming home so late. Dong-gu calmly raised his arm to block it and chuckled, oh, is that so? Soo-jeon landed with a pout, placing her hands on her hips, and whined, "You're cheating. How did you even see that coming when I was moving so fast?" Standing up, she huffed and kept complaining. "Are you really that desperate to win against your own sister? Why can't you just let me win for once?" He grinned and replied casually, "Hey, if you want to beat me, Soo-joon, you've got to train a lot harder." Soo-joon squeezed her eyes shut in frustration and shouted, "By the way, I heard some older girls have been chasing you. I'm only doing this because I don't want you getting played. They're literally using their money to buy you gifts." Still smiling, Donggu asked in surprise, "Who on earth told you that?" "It's not what you think." The girl crossed her arms, pouting as she huffed and looked away. Just then, their parents walked in, carrying bags of groceries they just bought. Confused, they asked, "What are you two doing standing there?" He and Soo-joon snapped in unison, "Nothing. It's nothing at all." Their mom carried the groceries into the kitchen and called out, "Go wash your hands. Soo-joon, help me set the table for dinner." The girl trotted right after her and obediently replied, "Coming." Donggu massaged his neck, sighed wearily, and said, "All right, I'm heading to the shower then." Suddenly, Dong-chun stepped over and grabbed his shoulder, stopping him. "Wait a second." Surprised, Donggu looked back and asked, "Yeah, Dad?" Cupping his hand over his mouth, he whispered, "Don Electronics is going to buy a huge batch of products from our company." Scratching the back of his neck in confusion, Donggu asked, "And why does that matter?" Dong-chun pointed his finger, smirked, and said, "Duh. Of course I gotta report this back to you, since you're the investor, after all." Donggu got super frustrated and blurted, "Wait." He panicked, looking around frantically before grabbing his dad's shoulders, whispering through gritted teeth, "I already told you, Dad, I'm not an investor. I don't want to do this." Dong-chun grinned mockingly. "Oh, come on. It's only because of our investor that our family business is back up and running. How could I not do that?" Donggu panicked, frantically waving his hands to shut him up and whispering, Okay. Fine, yes, I'm the investor." His mom stood in the plaza's kitchen holding a spatula, yelling grumpily, "Are you two not planning on eating dinner? What are you whispering about?" The two of them squealed in terror, "We're coming." After stuffing their faces, he quickly said, "I'm going to see Haraday." Donggu's mom asked in shock, "At this hour?" He calmly explained, "Yeah, she's super busy too. I'm just going over to check on things." She smiled warmly and replied, "All right, be careful on the road." Right after that, Donggu practically vanished out the door, right before Dong-chun and his wife's eyes. He crossed his arms, feeling a bit unsure, and muttered, "Are we sure about this?" She patted his back to reassure him. "Oh, with Hara, things will definitely be fine." Donggu's mom smiled excitedly, giggling as she said, "If everything goes smoothly, our boy is gonna end up as the son-in-law of a major Korean entertainment agency." Meanwhile, he had already headed down to the courtyard for a chill walk. Donggu strolled slowly across the streets. Little did he know, Gutsik was already tailing him from behind. His eyes locked onto him like a hawk, and with a wicked smirk, he muttered to himself, "Donggu, 17 years old. This job from the Ilyu group is going to be an absolute piece of cake." Gutsik thought smugly, he shouldn't be much of a hassle. But hey, the client is always king. While he was totally lost in thought, Donggu had vanished into thin air. Gutsik hung his head, his face turning grim as he brooded, but standing right there. He coldly ordered his goons, "Grab him." Gutsik narrowed his eyes menacingly and muttered, "Time for the hunt." Donggu's figure kept flickering, appearing and disappearing along the road. He swiftly darted deep into the woods, jumping and leaping over rough obstacles before finally stopping after a long, exhausting chase. He slowly stood up. Gutsik's crew had already caught up, surrounding him in a tight circle. Donggu furrowed his brows, glancing at the weapons they were holding, and calmly said, "You guys, my sure don't give up easily, do you?" In response, they brandished sharp-edged knives and sneered contemptuously. "Who else did you expect Just think of us as the guys who are gonna teach you some manners in place of your parents." He adjusted his glasses and chuckled mockingly. "I heard that lately, some high school punks have been stirring up trouble, but don't sweat it too much. I won't let you suffer too long." His goons readied their attack, while Gutsik slowly sneered. At first, it was a little irritating. Just a little, but he'd forgotten that day. Sensing their rush, he shouted to stop them. "Hold up! Before we start." Gutsik tossed something toward him. Dungu calmly picked up the phone to answer. "What's up, Dungu? Looks like you're doing just fine." The man on the other end of the line sneered, continuing, "Honestly, I didn't want to do this, but too bad for you. Messing with me means your chances of survival just hit 0. Resting his chin on his hand, he chuckled evilly. "You'd better realize who you're dealing with. I hope in your next life, you can live a quieter one. Rest in peace." Ending the call, Gutsik asked with a sinister smirk, "Now that you know exactly why you have to die, let's wrap this up, shall we?" He lowered his head and replied coldly, "Of course." Dungu let out a twisted, Joker-like laugh, mocking, "You should be the one realizing who you're dealing with, right?" Furious, he ordered his lackeys to charge, roaring, "Still barking when you're on your deathbed? Kill him. Goodbye, kid." Calmly standing in the middle of the crowd, he clenched his fists and unleashed his move. Eternal, heavenly thunder. Gutsik gritted his teeth, watching in sheer shock as his men were blown away, muttering, "What? What the hell is this?" Dungu smirked evilly, quietly appearing right behind him with a sphere of lightning in his. "Did you really think you have time to stand there acting surprised?" With a terrifying grin, he threw the sphere right at Gutsik. Gritting his teeth in sheer panic, Gutsik leaped backward. Suddenly, another sphere, twice as large, appeared. It surged violently toward him, instantly obliterating the massive boulder in front. Gutsik gritted his teeth in pure rage, thinking, "How the hell is this kid so fast? There's absolutely no way." Looking down at the destruction left by the sphere, he couldn't help but wonder if he'd severely underestimated the kid. Was the Eliu group lying to him about this brat? Just as he was about to jump down, he realized Dungu had already vanished without a trace. A wave of shock washed over him, but Gutsik angrily lunged his blade forward, sneering to himself, "So what if you're fast?" But Dungu had already read his every move. He effortlessly grabbed Gutsik by the throat. With a sinister smirk, Dungu effortlessly lifted him off the ground, saying, "Don't sweat it. I won't let you suffer too much." His eyes flared with a savage intensity as he added, "Of course, it's just going to tingle a tiny bit." Dungu bared his teeth in a wicked grin at Gutsik. Clutching at Dungu's hand, Gutsik gritted his teeth in sheer terror. These are the eyes of a real Joker." Dungu's grip tightened further, leaving Gutsik gasping for air in utter shock. "No, this is bad. This bastard is definitely no ordinary high school kid." Two images flashed in his mind as he realized, this guy is definitely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Dungu coldly spoke up, "You probably finally figured it out, huh?" Dongwu gave him a dead cold stare. Gutsik chimed in, "Too late, buddy," as he coldly brushed him aside, his unconscious body to the ground. Dongwu coldly stared at the ruined scene before him. Gutsik and his lackeys had already kicked the bucket. Suddenly, a bunch of cars pulled up right at the exit. Dongwu stopped in surprise. They all flung their doors open at the same time. One car was packed with tough-looking thugs packing katanas. Another car was carrying a mix of women and men already locked and loaded. The doors swung wide open, and they started piling out, carrying some seriously massive weapons. He bit his lip, watching the mob close in, and thought, "Now we're talking. If they only sent a single assassin to take me out, that would have been a major letdown." Donggu slid his hands into his pockets and said coolly, "Man, a real fight like this is way more my style." Jinhan, sporting a bandage over one eye, let out a nasty laugh and sneered, "Hey, behind him, isn't that Park Gutsik? Damn, I didn't think that guy was such a weakling." But whatever. Now, this kid is our prey. He casually gestured them over with a smug smirk and snapped, "Cut the crap. What the hell are you even rambling about? Why don't you all just jump me at once? I don't have time to deal with you guys one by one." The guy got ticked off and threatened, "Don't get cocky with us, you little brat. We're the Darkness Guild, ranked second among the 8 major guilds." He glared at him with a smirk and warned, "You better not think we're anything like that loser." Park Gusik. Donggu nonchalantly blew some dust off his fingers and shrugged. "Well, the only way to know is if you all just bring it." The Darkness Guild, completely triggered, brandished their weapons and charged. Their leader roared in fury, "You arrogant little bastard. I'm gonna beat that smug attitude right out of you." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a production crew was setting up their cameras. A guy stood by the wall, waiting. Hyungwoo, dressed to the nines and holding a bouquet of flowers, was lost in deep thought. He smirked, glancing at the crew with pure disdain. "Ha, Donggu, you must be a goner by now, right?" Hyungwoo smugly thought to himself. Even if Park Gusik couldn't finish the job, the Darkness Guild ranked second in the entire Korean guild ranking will handle him. And once the Darkness Guild takes on a contract, failure isn't even a word in their vocabulary. Meanwhile, the director of photography was busy shouting out directions and hyping up the crew. "Great. Okay, let's move on to the next scene." Hyungwoo looked over at the crew, falling into silent thought. "You cost me a hell of a lot of money. But whatever, as long as I can win Hera's heart, this is a small price to pay." Hyungwoo smirked deviously, plotting his next move. "If that bastard is dead, or ends up with amnesia, I'll swoop right in to comfort Hara and score some major points." Suddenly, someone walking past bumped right into his shoulder. Hyungwoo snapped his head up, glaring at the hooded guy walking ahead. Furious, he barked, "Hey, you bump into someone and don't even apologize? How can anyone be so incredibly rude?" Donggu, holding his phone, tilted his head, gave a soft smirk, and replied, "Oh, if it isn't Senior Hyungwoo. I was on the phone and got distracted. My bad, Senior." Hyungwoo's eyes went wide, his face turning pale with shock. Donggu eyed him nonchalantly and teased, "What were you saying just now, Senior? I don't quite get it, but you're looking pretty pale, Senior, aren't you? What's going on?" He looked like he couldn't believe his eyes, his face completely panic-stricken. "Seriously? The Darkness Guild still hasn't dealt with that bastard? There's no way. How is he still alive?" Suddenly, Hera walked over and called out, "Jungwoo." She happily locked her arm with his, smiling brightly as she asked, "Jungwoo, did you wait long for me?" Jungwoo squinted his eyes with a warm grin and replied, "Not really, I just got here myself." Realizing there was someone else there, Hara looked surprised and said, "Oh, what about Senior Hyungwoo? Why is he here?" Jungwoo winked and gave a playful, teasing smile. "Maybe Senior is just a huge fan of mine?" Looking at Hyungwoo, she innocently smiled back and replied, "Oh, really? Thank you so much, Senior." Hyungwoo gritted his teeth, holding back his fury as he muttered, "Yeah." He swallowed his pride, turned around, and walked away. Hara was left totally confused and asked, "What's up with the Senior?" Hyungwoo turned his back on the two of them, his eyes sharp and burning with absolute rage, jaw clenched tightly. In a fit of sheer frustration, he slammed the bouquet of flowers onto the ground. Hyungwoo stood in front of his car, shouting in fury, "How the hell did that piece of trash survive?" Suddenly, the phone in his hand started ringing, with a call from Mom's precious boy. He gripped the phone in his hand. The caller ID was actually hidden, but the ringtone kept playing incessantly. Hyungwoo, who loved to show off, answered the call and put the phone to his ear, saying, "I was just about to call you." The person on the other end of the line asked in shock, "Did something happen?" Hyungwoo gritted his teeth, furious, and replied, "You couldn't even handle a simple task like that. Are you freaking kidding me? That bastard, Ha Jung-woo, he's still alive." Hyungwoo yelled in anger, demanding answers. And what about Park Woo-sik and the Darkness Guild? They've been completely wiped out. And yet you're acting like you have absolutely no idea what's going on? The person on the other end sneered and mockingly replied, "Oh, come on. Young master of the Ilwu group, Park Woo-sik, and my men were all killed by that Ha Jung-woo guy. Is that what you're trying to say?" He furrowed his brows, confused, and asked, "Yes, that's exactly it." "But what do you mean by that?" The leader of the Darkness Guild, Gae-hwan, frowned and coldly replied, "The one we suspect isn't Ha Jung-woo, it's you. Did you seriously think we wouldn't see through those pathetic little tricks of yours?" Hyungu's furious voice came roaring through the phone. "Are you guys out of your minds?" The man coldly cut him off. "Save the act." Gae-hwan frowned angrily, exposing his plot. "Aren't you trying to team up with the Hebei family to take over the clan? You bastard! Do you think we're stupid? Did you really think you could use us as stepping stones?" His eyes widened and his jaw dropped in sheer shock as his secret was laid bare. Hyungu stammered, trying to explain, No, that's not true at all. It seems like we have some major misunderstanding here." Gae-hwan's cold, sharp voice continued to echo over the line. "Cut the crap. Do you think we don't know the ILU group secretly signed a deal with the Hebei clan?" He was shaking like a leaf in front of B4. Those words, while Hyungu nervously tried to explain. "Seriously, it's really not like that. Believe me." He stood, frozen as the guy coldly retorted, "We only needed to dig a little bit to find out. Who do you think you're playing, you bastard?" Hyungu stared at the phone in his hand, asking anxiously, "How is this even possible? Why do you guys think that?" He bit his lip, panicking as he thought, "I'm sure I didn't tell a single soul about this, so how? If this gets to my dad, I'm dead meat for sure." Hyungu hung his head, lost in thought. Just then, Dun-gu stepped out from behind, hiding behind a tree to quietly watch him. Dun-gu smirked maliciously, thinking, "Don't lose hope just yet. This is only the beginning of the nightmare I'm bringing, and everyone gets a piece of it." He looked up at the sky and muttered indifferently, "All right, time for the next step." Suddenly, Kang-jun got kicked out of nowhere, as Do-jun grabbed his shoulder and coldly warned, "Hey, watch your step, will you?" He smirked wickedly, adding, "Hey, Kang-jun, I wonder what kind of face Lee Ho-gun will make when he sees his son dead. And as for that bastard Dun-gu, I'll deal with him later." Hyungu clutched his head, thinking. A massive fire-breathing dragon dominating the entire city appeared. The history of the guilds is actually shorter than the 7 clans. Everyone was trying to bring it down. The reason behind the rise of these guilds was the gates. At first, they were just loose groups of countless factions, but they gradually formed organizations, which eventually evolved into the 8 major guilds today. And among them, Darkness is a massive, powerful guild with over 200 core members and 1,000 members. They are known to be incredibly ruthless and brutal bastards. He rubbed his temple, thinking angrily, "Damn it, my dad went through hell just to get Darkness here. If my dad finds out that I failed, I'm dead meat." Hyungu bit his hand, racking his brain. And what about that Hebei clan? If Do-jun shows up here again? He frowned, so anxious he felt like exploding, muttering, "But wait, should I use Do-jun's power?" In Hyungu's mind, a vision of that guy coldly choking him popped up, making him frantically shake his head to clear it. No way. That guy is too damn dangerous. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He raised his head and snapped, "What is it?" The secretary, hiding behind the door, nervously replied, "I have some information to report, sir." Hyungu barked back in anger. "Do you think I'm in the mood for this right now? Do you even get what's going on?" She stammered nervously. I'm really sorry, but..." Realizing he was overreacting, he rubbed his forehead and sighed. "Fine. What's going on at the company? Give me the report." The secretary hesitantly replied, "Yes, sir." She, looking at the folder in her hands, she stammers in fear, "Yes, it's the Daehan group. They've signed a partnership with Hyperfactory. Hyung-gu instantly snaps like a ticking time bomb. Glaring at her, he barks, "What the hell did you just say?" The secretary bows her head, explaining in terror. Hyperfactory is currently completely flying off the shelves right now. And if Hyperfactory keeps growing at this rate, the sales of ILU electronics are projected to plummet. He coldly throws the stack of papers right into her face, cutting her off. "If we don't do something about this," Hyung-gu points furiously at the door and roars, "Get the hell out. I don't want to see any of this. Get out of my face right now." Terrified, the secretary clutches the documents tightly to her chest and stammers, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." He gnashes his teeth in pure rage, his face darkening as he curses under his breath. "Dong-gu, you worthless bastard. You really think I'm just gonna sit here and die over something like this?" Hyung-gu is completely consumed by a wave of furious hatred, swearing to himself, "I'll personally rip that fake-ass mask right off your face." Scene cuts to a school, where a young Hera and young Dong-gu are walking down the hallway as his soul's shadow looms behind him like a savage demon. At Golden River, an estate with a classic architectural style, Dong-gu casually walks up and asks, "Yo, couldn't you find Kang-chun anywhere?" Rubbing the back of his neck, the man calmly replies, "I've lost touch with him since the other day." He looks gloomy as he explains, "I've actually been looking for him too. Got some stuff to sort out." He purses his lips, lost in thought, when suddenly Hoguk's shadow, blazing with pure rage, charges from afar and roars, "Hey, Dong-gu." He is absolutely furious, but Dong-gu just calmly purses his lips and casually blocks him, sending Hoguk flying back. He can't help but look at him in shock. "Huh?" Dong-gu waves his hand, shouting back in annoyance, "Uncle, what are you getting so worked up for?" Hoguk, looking like he's about to explode, jumps right on top of his head and yells, "Kid, I heard you're marrying Hara." Dong-gu's eyes widen in utter shock as he protests, "No way. Who told you that?" He hops down to one side, landing heavily on the floor. Hoguk's eyes light up as he asks, completely deadpan, "Seriously?" He clears his throat and explains, "But we're not getting married that time soon." Hoguk drops his jaw in disbelief. "What the hell? Then, what about my daughter?" Dong-gu shrugs indifferently. "Well, it's a bit unfortunate, but that's just not gonna happen." Hoguk's face turns beet red as he points, fuming. "What? So you're saying you're cheating on my daughter? Is that what you're trying to say?" Casually standing behind him, Dong-gu calmly replies, "Just deal with it, uncle." Hoguk instantly blows a fuse, spewing endless curses. "Are you freaking kidding me? How could you do this? My daughter is a grown woman. You two just need to go get registered and do the deed for one night. Then you make 2 kids. Everything's safe and sound, and live happily ever after. What's not to love?" Dong-gu drops his jaw, completely horrified. "What the absolute hell are you talking about? How can you say such trashy things in front of a minor like me? No matter what. You shouldn't talk like that, uncle." He firmly raised his voice. "Either way, I'm still against this marriage." He immediately cut in to fire back. "Who I want to marry is my own choice. You're not my parents." Hoguk, furious and unreasonable, barked, "I don't care. You have to marry my daughter." Suddenly, Dong-gu calmly lowered his voice and said, "Drop it. The important thing right now is that Kang-chun has gone missing." The Binstai Min old man turned around in shock and asked, "What? Kang-chun is missing? Mr. Kim, what's going on here?" He startled and stammered, "Why, yes." Zhang Quan, sweating with anxiety, explained, "Since yesterday, I haven't been able to reach him, and lately there have been a lot of." Hoguk calmly replied, "Kang-chun probably just has something to take care of and will be back soon." Zhang Quan anxiously hesitated, but, he grinned, speaking with pure composure, "Whenever and wherever it may be, anyone who is a son of Hoguk will overcome any challenge, right?" With that, Hoguk burst out laughing, walking away and leaving deep worry all over his face. Suddenly, He scratched his cheek with a worried look and said, "But it's probably best to go look for the kid, right?" Zhongquan bit his lips, lost in thought. Ho Guk sighed, complaining about that useless brat. Donggu pursed his lips, looking 100% lost in thought. A moment later, they split up, and Donggu headed back to the city. Hands in his pockets, he strolled along, completely lost in thought. His underling called with an update. "Boss, we still haven't found him. Something feels way off." Donggu narrowed his eyes suspiciously, muttering to himself, "The Syndicate. Even if we have to mobilize every single member of the round alliance, we have to find Kang Chun, got it?" The guy immediately replied, "Yes, sir." He stood under the shade of a tree, looking up. In front of him was a high-rise building. Donggu wondered, "Is this the place?" Touching the doorknob, he couldn't help but marvel. Filming these days really has a lot more budget. Donggu opened the door and stepped inside. He looked in confusion at the eerily quiet scene before him. The camera equipment sat completely still, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Donggu turned around in confusion. "Did I get the wrong place?" Suddenly, Ho Guk stepped up from behind with a sinister smirk and said, "Not at all. You're in the right place. This is where I'll live stream and expose your fake online gangster face to the entire world." Just as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut. He snapped his fingers, laughing wickedly. "Now, let's begin." Immediately, a series of projectors appeared in the hall, displaying countless active screens. The live feed of the two was broadcast directly onto the TVs, growing sharper and clearer. Sitting cross-legged like a king, he stared intently at the screen, broadcasting. He couldn't help but wonder in confusion, "Ho Guk, what kind of ridiculous stunt are you pulling?" On the screen, he was grinning sinisterly at Donggu. Donggu frowned, calmly speaking up, "What the? You used Hara as bait to lure me here? This hall isn't just packed with broadcast screens. There's even a 360-degree, sharp camera. And that's not all. They've got filming gear set up, absolutely everywhere," leaving him totally shocked, as he says, "And a live stream too? Seriously, how many cameras do you even need?" Hungu chuckles arrogantly, replying, "Consider this my personal apology to you, kid." Confused, Donggu tilts his head and asks, "An apology?" He lowers his head with a sinister smirk and explains, "Yeah, I apologize for underestimating you, Donggu. I never expected you to be the one who wiped out all of Gusik's elite warriors, especially those S rank. S. 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 Is to S. 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 S-class hunters." Donggu scoffs, asking him coldly, "Wait, aren't you the one who messed with my family back then? They almost went completely bankrupt because of you, thanks to your little order-canceling stunt." Hungu raises a single finger, replying, "Come on, that was just for a little fun. But now, it's time to teach you a lesson, kid." He asks, totally unimpressed, "What lesson?" But before he can even finish, an iron bar plunges down from above, slicing right past Donggu's face. Behind Hungu, a massive swarm of metal floats in midair. He smirks arrogantly, boasting, "I can manipulate metal. Less than 1% of the population has this kind of power." He glares, full of confidence, and says, "Metal manipulation. I can control every single piece of metal on the face of the earth. I'm one of a kind, a total beast." Right then, a bunch of metal objects fly straight at Donggu on Hungu's command. He yells in pure excitement, "Like I said, less than 1% can do what I do." Donggu just shoves his hands in his pockets, completely unfazed, and says, "Oh wow, so scary." Before the words even leave his mouth, he completely vanishes, leaving the metal to slam straight into the wall, shattering it completely. Donggu, eyes glowing, appears behind him with a smug smirk and says, "Controlling metal sounds pretty cool on paper, but honestly, I couldn't care less." He grins with pure excitement, raising his voice. "No matter how insanely powerful that ability is, In the hands of a total loser like you, it's still completely pathetic. Instantly, a deafening boom echoes through the entire hall. Just as Donggu is about to throw a devastating punch to his face, Hungu pulls up a metal shield, blocking the hit. Donggu smirks, thinking to himself, "Time to wrap this up." Hungu glares with pure rage and snarls, "I told you already. I control metal. I definitely underestimated you before, and that was my biggest mistake." Donggu's eyes widen as a massive storm of swords and spears rains down on him. Hungu thrusts his hand forward, commanding coldly, "Now, die." Donggu easily hops around, doing backflips to dodge every single hit. He keeps jumping and flipping, effortlessly outrunning the relentless barrage of blades. Sliding low across the floor on his knees, several spears slam violently into the ground behind him. Donggu calmly stands back up, looking at the complete mess in front of him. Smirking mockingly, he says, "Well, that was quite a pain in the neck." Hungu laughs deviously, replying, "You're celebrating way too. Whoa, hold on. I haven't even shown you what I'm truly capable of yet." 4. Suddenly, Donggu's phone starts ringing. "Yo, check this out, buddy." Hungu plays the gentleman and speaks up. "Looks like you got a call, so I'll wait." He grabs his phone and answers it. Kang Jun's voice comes through, sounding totally panicked. "Donggu?" Donggu's shocked and asks, "Kang Jun?" The poor guy's face is completely beat up, covered in nasty wounds. He desperately begs, "Yes, it's me. Donggu, please save us." Kang Jun is chained by the neck like some wild beast, while Dogger holds the chain, grabbing his hair with a wicked smirk. Dogger holds the phone near Kang Jun's face as he desperately cries out, "Hello, Donggu, can you hear me?" Suddenly, some guy walks up and snatches the phone away. Du-chan holds the phone, looking incredibly smug, and speaks up, "I heard you're pretty good at throwing hands. Or are you gonna chicken out and hide? But hey, if you want to save your little buddy, you better move your ass." He chuckles wickedly and adds, "I don't have all day, you know? Of course, first, you gotta get past Hungu." Donggu asks with a stone-cold stare, "So you're the punk who started this war, right, Duchion?" He replies with a smug grin, "Guilty as charged." Donggu chuckles dangerously and asks, "You sure you won't regret this?" Du-Chi-On grins excitedly and mocks him. "Regret? I think you should be saying that to yourself." He throws his head back, laughing so hard he's crying. "I'm positive that the Golden River clan wiped out the Break Tiger crew, and my little brother went missing right after. That's connected to you, isn't it, Donggu?" Du-Chan walks over and places his hand on Kang Jun's shoulder, asking calmly, "I'm totally right, aren't I?" Then, with a sickening crack, he crushes the kid's shoulder, making blood splatter everywhere. Kang Jun's eyes bulge as he screams in pure agony. Du-Chion laughs like a wild beast and says, "So now, I'm gonna slaughter this punk and wipe out the entire Golden River clan." He excitedly reveals, "By the way, let me let you in on a little secret right now. 6 major clans, excluding Golden River, are currently on their way to Golden River." Just like Do-Chion said, out on the streets, 6 cars are speeding like crazy. Min Chun sits inside, biting his lip in deep thought. Another car carries Don in, and everyone is wearing a dead serious expression. Dong Wung sits in his car, carefully wiping down his weapon, getting ready to strike. 5 supercars lead the way, followed by a massive fleet of cars packed with henchmen, all rolling into Golden River. Du-Chan stands by his car door, talking on the phone. "Have fun fighting Hungu over there. Man, I'd love to stay and watch, but I gotta head to Golden River and do some cleaning up." He grins with pure disdain. "Oh, and by the way, watch out. Hungu isn't some weakling. He's a monster." Donggu purses his lips as the line goes dead, a mysterious smirk playing on his face. Hungu arrogantly sneers, "So, do you get the picture now? You're completely screwed, but if you want to save Golden River, you gotta go through me first." Donggu, flexing with insane power, sneers with a wicked grin and speaks up, "So, all of you are teaming up to drag down Golden River South? Huh? I'm gonna make every single one of you regret ever crossing me. Inside the school, an angry voice explodes. Iyama, why the hell are you being so damn slow? In a pitch-black room, Gehyu angrily grabs him by the scruff of his neck, barking, hurry up and open the door. Iyama stammers, completely terrified. No, not that. It's too freaking scary. He scowls, yelling and pointing his finger. Right at the exit. Barking. Hungu. Faking to be all holy and righteous. But who knew he'd go around picking on a junior like that? You gotta record it and snap some photos. He furrows his brows, asking anxiously. But why can't you guys just do it yourselves? I'm literally about to wet my pants. Gehyu, pissed off, raises his hand to threaten him. The hell did you just say? You expecting us to unlock it ourselves? You're the one who can unlock anything, aren't you? Gritting his teeth, he snaps. Nobody else can crack this door open but you. Get it open now. Iyama grits his teeth, shaking in fear. Okay, I'll do it. Just please don't beat me. Nervous as hell, he slowly cracks the door open. Cut to another scene, Dungu back in kindergarten, where he was playing board games with Hara, finding going to class with his buddy to be super helpful. I could level up my brain power and fully dedicate myself to martial arts. So, Dungu decided to spend as much time as he could with his buddy for a spar. Back to reality, he whips his leg up, delivering a brutal kick straight into Hungu's pretty face. The insane power from that kick sends him flying a whole 100 meters away. Slammed hard against the wall, Hungu grits his teeth in agony, thinking, how the hell is the power of this bastard's basic kick so insanely strong? Obviously this guy isn't just some nobody. Right then, Iyama grabs the chance, stepping out with his phone flash already on, and shouts, "The door's open." His eyes widen in disbelief as he realizes he just got secretly snapped. Scared out of his mind, he slams the door shut, stuttering, I'm so sorry. Enraged, Hungu charges over to smash the door, barking, You punks, delete that freaking photo right now. Dungu grabs the chance, leaping onto the door with a sadistic smirk, ready to unleash a kick, and asks, why do you care so much, bro? Gritting his teeth in sheer hatred, he snarls, I'm definitely going to destroy you. Hungu immediately counters, but Dungu coldly drops a devastating kick right on his head, roaring, You think that's gonna stop me? Kyunghwa, completely restless, stares at the screen in shock. His eyes widen in disbelief as he mutters, Hungu was right. That's the guy who took out our crew and our gang. Knitting his brows in pure rage, Kyunghwa declares, How dare you stick your nose in our business? You're dead meat. Cooling his head to think, he pauses. Wait. Dungu is a Golden River family member. That means the Golden River family ordered this punk to mess with our gang. Sweating as he realizes the key point, Kyowan suddenly blurts out, That's it. The family, Golden River, is suspected of wiping out the entire Black Tiger clan. No way. Meanwhile, at Golden River, Officer Gyong Ok frantically reports, We're totally screwed. Inside the office, the boss yells, ordering, Everyone, gear up for battle. Right ahead of them, a massive crowd of hostile clans is marching in with burning eyes full of hatred. Gyong Ok continues, 6 clans are invading us, and they're all grouping up. Ho-guk grins with excitement as he gathers his energy, replying, Perfect, just thinking about it gets my blood pumping. Inside the command room, the elder glares in frustration and barks, Chief, are you insane? He looks utterly clueless and asks, Huh? What's wrong? The guy is terrified. To tears and presses him. How can you laugh like that when our situation is this messed up? Standing in front of the two of them are the enemy leaders and their massive army, which is as endless as an army of locusts. Back at the studio, Jungwoo clenches his fists, looking coldly down at Hungu, who's lying on the floor. Clenching his teeth, he thinks, I need to end all of this right now. As Jungwoo walks toward the exit, he gets lost in thought. I can't let things get out of hand. Right now, Kang Chun and the Golden River clan are. Suddenly, heavy chains shoot out from the door handle, locking his wrists tight. Jung-woo bites his lip and looks down. The bastard slowly gets back up, laughing like a maniac, and sneers, "I told you, you're not getting out of here." Hun-gu rubs his forehead, flexing his energy to lock down the cuffs, and adds, "These cuffs are made of a special alloy steel. No power on this planet can break." Jung-woo grits his teeth, trying to force them open. The bastard watches him struggle with sheer amusement, confidently declaring, "The moment you put those cuffs on, your fate was sealed. It means you're dead meat." A massive energy sphere flies straight at him, but Jung-woo, a massive explosion erupts, reducing everything around them to absolute chaos. Fueled by rage, Hun-gu summons his hammer of destruction. He orders it to smash down with full force into the thick smoke ahead. Outside the school, nobody has any idea what's going down. But within seconds, the devastating power of that hammer completely demolishes the building, leaving debris and dust flying everywhere. Standing in the ruins, Hun-gu sees absolutely no one left, his eyes gleaming with sick pleasure. He laughs hysterically and yells, out in excitement, "Guess you've been turned into dust, Jung-woo." He rolls his eyes with pure arrogance and sneers. "Serves you right. So what if you're a core member of the Golden River? You're nothing special. That's just what happens to punks who love to show off." Drunk on his victory, Hun-gu keeps boasting, "Bet you're feeling pretty bitter right now, huh?" And now, he turns to face the broadcasting screen and confidently declares, "You're next, Dujon." Cut to Golden River. The suffocating tension between both sides is making it hard for anyone to even breathe. A swarm of drones is flying all over the sky, recording the entire face-off between the two factions. Hoguk crosses his arms, letting his energy flare as he scoffs talk about a bunch of idiots with a death wish. Seriously, just asking to die. Panicking, Jongwon tried to hold him back, pleading, "Boss, please, you gotta calm down." He shot a confused look at Minchan and yelled, "Chairman Che, why the hell did the Alliance turn on us and tear our Golden River apart?" He coldly snapped back that there were reports claiming the Golden River clan had destroyed Break Tiger and the An-gi sect. Jongwon furrowed his brows and quickly shot back, "No way, that's absolutely impossible. There must be some kind of misunderstanding." Suddenly, Do Kaeon walked up with a smug grin and asked loudly, "Is that so? Especially considering Kang Chun is already heavily injured." He confidently continued, "I brought concrete evidence right here." He passed out after a brutal torture. Du Qian grinned wickedly, maliciously declaring, "Mess with Hebei, and all of you will pay the price." Hoguk's eyes widened in shock as he cried out, "Kang Chun!" He instantly erupted in a fit of rage, charging forward and roaring, "You bastards!" Mincheon rushed in to block him, shouting, "Hey, wait!" Hoguk, completely consumed by fury, roared, "All of you, get the hell out of my way." He lunged forward, gathering a blinding light in his hands, and unleashed his technique, the Supreme Thunder Fiend art. In an instant, Hoguk's sheer rage unleashed a world-shattering explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of thick dust. She clicked her tongue in frustration, muttering, "This Hoguk guy," while Dowon shielded his eyes with his hand, marveling, "So strong." Jung-on gritted his teeth, struggling to stand firm. Warning, heads up. Don't get swept away by this storm. They watched in absolute awe as he walked through the dust, looking like he was literally on fire with rage. Furious, Hoguk demanded, "Give me back my son, Kang Chun." Gritting his teeth, he unleashed an explosive punch straight at Do Chan, a strike as swift as lightning. But Du Qian effortlessly dodged to the side. Staring at the approaching Du Qian, Hoguk coldly declared, "I will never forgive you." But Do Qian was too quick, countering with a swift strike that threw Hoguk back the Hunyuan Thunder Palm. Do Chan casually shoved his hands into his pockets, nonchalantly watching him crash into the wall. Meanwhile, back at the school, a young Dong-woo from back in his kindergarten days stood on the street, staring at the massive beast looming behind the building in front of him. Back at Golden River, Hoguk collapsed inside a giant crater from that single blow. Du Qian smirked and bragged. Well, you're definitely a clan leader, all right. You actually made my hand go a little numb. Zheng jaw dropped in absolute shock. What? How is that even possible? Min Qian stared with wide eyes, biting his lip in deep thought. To attack Hoguk so easily and without a single second of hesitation. It looks like the Hebei clan sent someone seriously dangerous. He cast a thoughtful glance at Do Qian. Zhang Guan anxiously rushed over to check on him, asking, "Are you okay, boss?" Hoguk pushed himself up, his head hanging low as he stared at the ground. He put his hands on his hips, looked up, and remarked, "Damn, it's just as they say, the Hebei clan is insanely strong." Hoguk flashed a wide grin, bursting with power as he said, "Guess it's time to get serious." Du Qian grinned maliciously and scoffed, "Looks like the rumors were true, you really are a monster. But seriously, stop glaring at me like you want to eat me alive. Not to mention the next move." This guy is completely fired up, of course, since I am Hoguk, the absolute strongest. He anxiously raised his hand to stop him, saying, "Wait, hold on." The chief officer frowned and warned him seriously, "This critical matter cannot be settled like this. Please, give me some more time." Pursing his lips, he stared intently at Hoguk, who was deep in thought. Hoguk dropped his terrifying aura, let out a deep sigh, and said, "Fine, go ahead." Adjusting his glasses, the chief went back to his professional demeanor. He stepped forward and said coldly, "To all the clans gathered here today, attacking a martial arts sect without any solid proof is a direct violation of our martial arts treaty. Show me the evidence you've gathered." Dong Wu quickly realized this and replied, "That's right. We gathered here because of the Hebei clan," while Zhou added, "Yes, and at this very moment, we need to present our proof." Min Qian immediately stepped forward to speak. "Mr. Kim, listen closely. We were contacted by Zhou. He has full authority over the ruins of the Fane Brektiger clan, and if he finds any evidence, he has every right to present it." Hoguk's eyes flashed with fury as he barked, "What evidence? Kidnapping my son and torturing him?" His rage boiled over once more as he ordered the Golden River Guild to prepare for an assault. Immediately, the Golden River Guild members stepped up, burning with fighting spirit, and replied, "Yes, master." Suddenly, Zhou burst out laughing and said, "Looks like you're still holding on to hope, my dear patriarch. We wouldn't be standing here without concrete proof." The chief officer frowned and raised his voice. "Then what exactly is your proof?" He smirked deviously and replied, "Someone told me some very interesting things. There's actually a survivor from that Break Tiger incident." Min Qian and Dong Wu couldn't hide their shock, gasping in unison, "A survivor?" A young man appeared, nervously wringing his hands, as Zhou confidently announced, "I finally tracked him down. And that is Seiji." He coldly ordered, "Go on. Tell them what you saw." Bowing his head in sheer terror, the guy stammered, "I am Seiji, the third son of the Peng clan of Hebei." Shaking with fear, Seiji recalled the horrific sight of his guild building, burning to the ground. He hesitantly continued, "The day the Brektiger clan was destroyed, I was there." Min Qian and Dong Wu were completely dumbfounded and gasped, "What?" Meanwhile, inside the auditorium, Hyung Woo stood up high, watching the massive broadcast screen, totally ecstatic, laughing out loud. "So Zhou is still in play? Man, I never expected that guy to be so wicked." He hyped himself up, cheering, "Zhou, now go and end them all." "Do it, Zhou." Back on screen, he nervously hesitated. That night, the person who destroyed Brektiger is that horrific nightmare of a night flashes back, with the flames burning absolutely everything to the ground. The Black Tiger Guild members were. A mysterious attack unfolds. A man stands in the middle of a massive pile of corpses, staring at the fiery chaos right in front of him. Seiji grits his teeth, furrowing his brows, desperately trying to remember who the hell wiped out the Black Tiger clan back then. At that exact moment, Donggu also appeared. But the only image flashing in his mind was the cold, ruthless face of Qi Huang. Seiji gasped in absolute shock. The leader of the Darkness Guild, Qi Huang? Min Che-on looked totally stunned and asked, "Wait, what? The Darkness Guild?" Donggu's jaw dropped in disbelief. Huh? Meanwhile, Honggu, looking like he just got a major power boost, fiercely charged forward, shouting, "Qi Huang, you think you can take me?" The other guy angrily snapped back. "No freaking way. They're already here? How the hell is this even possible?" Qi Huang couldn't help but scoff. "I already wiped out the Black Tiger clan. Who could have caught up this fast?" Honggu's eyes went wide as he yelled back, "That's impossible." Suddenly, Donggu's familiar voice echoed, "Why? Are you so shocked, punk?" His eyes bulged out in pure shock as he gasped, "What?" Walking up from behind, Donggu sneered. "So, how does it feel, huh? Having fun?" Honggu's jaw hit the floor in sheer terror as he stammered, "How?" Donggu gave a savage, mocking laugh. "Those losers you hang out and plot with? Turns out, from the very beginning, you guys were just dancing in the palm of my hand." His eyes gleamed with malice, a wicked, condescending smirk stretching across his face. "You seriously thought you were one step ahead of me, when I'm actually miles ahead of you." Boom. The front of the school exploded, thick black smoke, billowing everywhere. The slammed doors buckled under the insane pressure from within, looking like they were about to burst open. Donggu ruthlessly kicked Honggu right into the wall. Gritting his teeth to hold back the agonizing pain, the bastard gasped, "How? How the hell did you break through that?" Mockingly, Donggu tossed the handcuffs right in front of Honggu's face and sneered. Donggu couldn't help but laugh in his face. "You still think you're the absolute top dog in this school? You seriously think you can take me on with these cheap toys?" His face turned pale with shock as he choked out, What did you say?" Rubbing his neck, Donggu let out a mocking chuckle. "Man, I thought an elite like you would actually have something to show for it. But this? Talk about a massive letdown. Got any other cool tricks up your sleeve, or is that it?" Behind the wall, a barrage of sharp swords suddenly materialized. Gnashing his teeth in pure rage, Honggu spat. "You arrogant piece of garbage, if I had just one wish," he pointed, his finger forward, commanding the blades as he screamed, "I'd wish for you to die." Donggu just stood there, completely unfazed and deadpan. A flurry of lethal slashes rained down, but he just scoffed in total disgust. Boring. So damn boring. Honggu watched in absolute horror as his weapons shattered into a million tiny pieces, stammering, What the hell?" Donggu's eyes flashed with a terrifying light, a wicked grin creeping onto his face. "Well, time to wrap this up, don't you think?" Holding the glowing sword in his hand, Donggu sighed in disappointment. "At first, I was actually pretty excited to see what you could do. But now, this isn't even fun anymore." Backing away in sheer panic, the bastard whimpered, What are you gonna do?" Grinning with sadistic pleasure, Donggu gave Honggu a brutal kick straight to the face, leaves him spitting out. "What? What the hell did you just say to me? I couldn't quite hear you. Can you speak up a little, huh?" He stares in pure agony with his eyes wide open, thinking, what the actual hell is going on here? How is this punk even able to wield that sword? Donggu looks like a cold-blooded assassin now, grabbing Honggu by the hair as he coldly spits out, wondering what the hell is happening. "Are you? Well, since this is going to be your final moment, I guess there's no harm in letting you in on a little secret." He leans right up to his face, letting out a wicked smirk as he whispers, "What happened back at Break Tiger? Wasn't Ki-ho?" Honggu's eyes pop out in utter shock as he gasps, What? Then why on earth did Seiji say it was Ki-ho-hoen?" Donggu gives a sinister grin and replies, "Oh, that? Seiji was completely under my control, both body and soul. Like a demon lurking right behind him, pulling all his strings." He coldly reveals, "Seiji had absolutely no choice but to say exactly what I wanted him to say. Even when it came to classified secrets, he had to spit them out, just like how he hesitantly muttered, 'Darkness, Ki-ho-hoen.' He can't help but mumble in pure terror, soul control. So, from the very beginning. The Darkness Guild and I. Donggu bares his teeth in an evil grin, interrupting him. Now you get it, right? Did you seriously think I'd let you slide after you messed with my family? Alright, now chill out, okay? His eyes flare up, and with a sinister, victorious smile, he declares, I'm about to give you a whole new life. Back at the Golden River, Duchan panics and demands, why? Is Kihuan involved in this? Calm down and tell me one more time. He roars in fury. Is it really Kihuan? Seiji grits his teeth, trying to think through the agonizing pain. Shaking in terror, tears streaming down his face, he replies, yes, that's exactly right. The Guildmaster of Darkness completely wiped out Break Tiger, Hoguk. Charges in, a thunderous punch charging up in his fist as he roars, don't make me laugh. He ruthlessly slams his fist straight at Duchan with a devastating, high-tier technique, earth-shattering strike. The ground itself rumbles and shakes violently from his formidable power. Doge's eyes go wide as he mumbles in disbelief. W. What the? Doge grits his teeth in awe. This power is absolutely insane. He watches in shock as the punch barely grazes past him. Doge looks on in absolute terror as Hoguk rushes towards them, gasping, when did he? The old man roars in sheer fury. Since you bastards, I did this to my son. You're gonna pay the price right now. He grits his teeth in pure horror as Hoguk keeps raging. I will never let you off the hook this easily. He coldly slams his hand down onto the arm that was grabbing Kang Chun's shirt, violently crushing it. Too easy. Hoguk's eyes bloodshot with rage as he growls. First off, let's get rid of this useless hand of yours. Dogi's eyes go wide with agony as he flees. Doge, burning with anger, charges in from behind, roaring, you old geezer. How dare you do that to my little brother? He easily grabs his son's shirt with one hand, while his other fist drives straight into the guy's face as he yells, you, who the hell do you think you are? Boom. A lightning punch straight to your ugly face. Teeth and lips smashed completely together. He was totally shell-shocked. That punch was way beyond any regular strike. No way in hell anyone's dodging that. Hoguk casually glanced at the guy face-planting on the ground and sneered with pure contempt. What's this? Why are you guys so damn weak? You look like whiny little kids. With his jaw practically dropping, Jin Wung thought to himself in absolute shock. Wait, it's not that Hebei is weak. It's just that Hoguk is insanely overpowered. Du-chan rushed in from behind, screaming, Hoguk? The old man shifted his glance and casually called back, Du-chan. The dude's eyes went wide with pure rage as he lunged forward, yelling, You're dead, old man. Heaven and earth palm. Hoguk just grinned, totally loving it. Hell yeah. Golden River soul shift. The two fists collided, unleashing a massive shockwave of pure energy everywhere. The sheer friction generated so much power that the ground started shaking violently, sending everything nearby flying. Min Qion looked at the cracking ground and yelled in a panic, We can't dodge this shit. Terrified and desperate, he barked out orders. Everyone, brace for impact. Defensive stance now. The earthquake ripped all the way to the rooftops. Its insane destructive power left everything in absolute ruins. After the dust settled, where the two of them were standing had literally turned into a gigantic crater. Du-chan gritted his teeth in pure rage, thinking, if I back down now, not only will I lose face, but it'll totally drag the Hebei clan's name through the mud. He growled furiously, I don't know what you guys did to my little brother, but you can't fool me. The Golden River clan is definitely behind this. In his head, he was dead certain this was the only possibility. Hoguk, radiating insane power with his staff resting on his shoulder, yelled back, You punks still haven't apologized for that stupid false accusation? And you're still being this stubborn? But the guy was just getting frustrated, plotting his next move. I have no choice. I've got to make up some official excuse to trigger Hoguk. With that thought, he raised his voice to bait him. Hoguk, I knew damn well you guys would never admit to your crimes. Suddenly, Min Cheon stepped in to break it up. Yo, hold up, both of you. He stood right between them, coldly trying to keep the peace. Just chill out and listen to me. Secretly, he was scheming, putting on a fake-ass smile as he spoke. There's no point in us fighting anymore. Don't we already have proof that the Darkness Guild completely wiped out Break Tiger? So why do you guys have to tear each other apart like this? He kept calculating in his head, but Hoguk isn't just gonna sit back after his son got messed up like that. If I can play mediator and resolve this beef between these two clans, it's gonna be a massive win for me. Du Chun gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Min Chun, that freaking idiot. Is he doing this just to play both sides and cozy up to both clans? He smirked deviously, plotting his next move. But whatever, doesn't matter. I'll handle this myself. I can always screw over Min Chun later anyway. Hoguk's eyes flashed cold as he said, "Oh, so you want us to stop throwing hands, huh? Min Keon, what do you mean by that?" He raised his eyebrows and smiled politely, answering calmly. Because he already knew the one who caused this mess wasn't Golden River. So is there really a need to waste our energy on a pointless battle? Deep down, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. Almost there. So close. Suddenly, he glared, burst into a loud laugh, and snapped. Pointless? Why the hell should we stop? Right now? Min Cheon looked around anxiously, stammering, as he replied, "I'm sorry, I was trying to settle this, and we were so close to making peace." Do Chiel gasped in shock. What? Standing outside, Do Nyun, who was eavesdropping, blurted out in surprise. No way, did I hear that right? Standing in the back with her jaw dropped? She complained. What is up with this guy? Zheng Wang was also caught off guard, wondering, wait, is this crap still not over? Hoguk calmly ordered, Golden River, gear up and get ready to roll. The guild instantly replied, yes, sir. Panicking, he tried to stop them. Hold on, wait, up. But you're gonna call it quits here, right? He frowned and retorted dismissively. There's no damn reason for us to throw hands anymore. Min Qian stammered in panic. No. Wait, we don't need to do this. Ho, Gook asked, totally confused. What the hell are you even trying to say? Besides, you is better get ready to give the order yourself. He asked back in shock. Wait, what? What do you mean? He gritted his teeth, flashed a terrifying grin, and said, what other reason do we need? We're going to darkness to wipe those bastards out. A car sped past the guild leaders. Min Cheon frowned and muttered in shock. This is a total setup. No one saw this coming. Zheng Wang immediately suggested. Right now, things are too messy to sort out. But first, we need to head straight to the headquarters of the Darkness Guild. John Innes suddenly realized something and raised his voice. Yeah, you're right. Only darkness could pull off some crazy crap like that. But then how the hell did Golden River even manage to survive all this time? Frowning, he firmly added, exactly. If the power of the Golden River clan keeps growing like this, then even the Murim Alliance won't be able to touch them. The elder loudly ordered, everyone gather with me at darkness. Zheng Wang tilted his head and instructed his subordinates. All of you, assemble. At darkness to get to the bottom of this. They instantly replied. Understood. Only Min Qian stood there like a statue, scowling with pursed lips as he said, I'm out. Du Chael shoved his hands in his pockets, watching the guild's fleet drive off. Looking totally pissed off, Du Chael glanced over to the side. Dak He, clutching his wounded arm and gritting his teeth to bear the pain, muttered, Tae Wu, I'm sorry. He bared his teeth and gave a wicked grin as he stared at him. Fueled by pure hatred, Do Chael muttered, You punks really think you can step to me? You sure about that? On the road, a whole line of guild vehicles was on the move. Hoguk bit his lip, looking at a battered Kang Chun, who was leaning on his shoulder. Sitting in the passenger seat, Zheng Guan glanced back at him. Frowning, he gave a cold command. We can't keep going like this. Let's hit the hospital first and get him patched up. Let the young master out first. The driver immediately replied, Yes, sir. Suddenly, Kang Chun snapped out of it and asked, Why the hell are we going to the hospital anyway? Hoguk crossed his arms, totally confused, and asked, Mr. Kim, my son is completely healthy. There's nothing wrong with him at all. Meanwhile, the kid tilted his head and groaned. Ugh, my neck is killing me. The officer's jaw literally dropped as he gasped in shock. What on earth happened? Young master, weren't you supposed to be brutally tortured? Kang Chun just grinned casually and replied, "Ah, just some minor scratches." The guy eyed him curiously and asked, "But wait, is what you said in that voice transmission actually true?" He rubbed his neck, gave a light chuckle, and replied, "Yeah, of course it is." At that time, while Hoguk and Zhou Kan were squaring off against each other, the chief of Cheongkun, Gordon River the Soul Destroyer, stared wide-eyed and laughed with pure joy, saying, "Awesome, let's make this fight a whole lot more exciting, shall we?" Suddenly, Kang Chun's voice kept echoing in his head. "Hold on, Dad. This is all part of Donggu's plan, so you need to back off right now." Hoguk frowned in complete shock, looking at the tattered corpse he was holding in his hands, and gasped, "What?" The kid groaned in pain and begged, "Dad, carry me on your shoulders. My back is absolutely killing me." Back to reality, his dad frowned and asked, "What exactly is Donggu planning? Is it even foolproof?" Kang Chun replied while massaging himself, "Yeah, trust me. If it weren't for his plan, I wouldn't have let myself get wrecked like this." Hearing this, Hoguk threw his head back and burst into a hearty laugh. "Hell yeah, that's my boy right there." The kid couldn't help but ask, totally bewildered, "Are you seriously laughing right now? But honestly, if I hadn't made it back, you would have flipped the whole place upside down, right? I bet I really had you worried sick." His dad gave him a playful wink and replied cheerfully, "As if. Of course I wasn't worried. Who do you think my son is, huh?" But seriously, what exactly is Donggu's plan? Kang Chun hesitated. "Well, I don't know all the details. Not too long ago, Donggu actually called me up privately. Back then, Kang Chun was literally stuffing his face when he yelled out in shock, 'Wait, what? You want me to play hostage for the Peng clan? Are you out of your freaking mind?' The two of them strolled along casually as Donggu coldly explained, 'Look, you ate my food, so you gotta pay me back somehow. Besides, they'll only torture you a little bit over there, just a mild beating, nothing crazy. It's not even that hard.'" Kang Chun stared at him, wide-eyed, absolutely pissed, and snapped, "What kind of crazy crap is that? You think it's that simple? What if I actually die? Huh? Can I just respawn?" The other guy took a bite of his sausage and calmly replied, "Come on, like that would ever happen. Have a little faith in me, will you? They need you alive, so you'll be totally fine." But Kang Chun flat out refused. "Hell no, I am not going." Fast forward to after he got captured by Zhou Chan's men, that guy arrogantly ordered, "Look, I'm not a very patient guy, so you'd better start spilling everything you know right now." Following the plan, Kang Chun pretended to stutter nervously. CZ, the third son of the Hebei Han clan. He knows something." Zhou Kan pursed his lips as he listened to the kid spill the tea. "Everything. Dragness. The guild. He's locked in the warehouse. I swear I don't know anything else. Cornered by Dragness. The guild. He was locked up in the warehouse. I swear I didn't know anything. A ton. So like, just let me go already." He smirked, asking deviously, "Is that really true?" Back to reality, Kang Jung grinned smugly with his eyes closed. "Yeah, my acting was seriously next level, beyond perfect." Ho Guk squinted with a proud smile, asking, "So did you get beaten up by them the whole time before that?" He calmly replied, "Nah, I'm good." Kyung Hwan frowned in terror and thought to himself, "I'm thinking about the possibility that Donggu wants to provoke all of Hebei into fighting the Darkness Guild." At the Darkness Guild HQ, Kyung Hoan stood in front of a giant hole, asking in confusion, "The third son of the Peng clan was locked up in this warehouse? I've never heard any report like that." Darkstar. Choi, Kyung Hoan's secret bodyguard, standing behind him, calmly explained, "We're wondering the same thing. How did Seiji end up locked in here? Especially when this place is so heavily guarded. But then we found out Seiji actually went missing during his mission." He pondered and speculated. Someone deliberately locked Seiji in here and leaked this info to Hebei. This person's goal is to spark beef between our guild and the Hebei clan. Kyung Hoan frowned in deep thought. According to the plan, A clash with Hebei is inevitable now, but why? Who is behind this? Suddenly, Dungu's wicked face flashed in his mind. Shocked, he thought, no way. Could he actually be involved in this? Suddenly, Darkstar cried out in shock. Boss! Urgent news. Kyung Hoan frowned and snapped angrily. What is it now? He rushed to Set. Report. Right now, 7 clans are heading our way. And the Golden River clan is the one leading this charge. He gaped in shock, blurting out, what? That fast? Meanwhile, at the HQ of Darkness, an explosion blew the gates to pieces. Kang Jung led the charge, yelling, purge them all, we gotta smash. The Darkness Guild's conspiracy. The Darkness Guild lackeys lost their nerve, shouting, Golden River is already inside. But the guy behind him reassured him immediately. Don't panic. We still got the power of friendship. He leaped into the air, burning with power, and roared, you punks think you can stop Kang Jung? I'm gonna unleash all the rage I bottled up while getting tortured. Kang Jung coldly unleashed his move, Golden River, pressure point kick. Instantly, a devastating kick slammed down right where those two guys were talking, the insane force shattering the ground. He turned his head and shouted, his orders? Stop wasting time on these small fry extras. We gotta hurry. Someone gasped in pure shock. Is this really the real Kang Jung? Meanwhile, they urgently urged, help the young master. Suddenly, Kang Jung widened his eyes in shock at the sight behind him. Something insanely powerful charged forward, completely blocking their path. He leaped backward, gasping in shock. What the hell? Jonhat gritted his teeth and roared, no one gets past this point. He's none other than the giant rock, Kang Jonhat, rank 7 of the Darkness Guild. Sergeant John Hart of Darkness coldly asserted, thinking that with him there, no one would get past. Kang Chun raised his head with a sneer. Are you actually human? I totally thought you were just a tamed dog. At that moment, the guild leaders arrived, and they couldn't help but gape in shock at the complete wreckage before them. Dujun grumbled, those Golden River bastards knew absolutely nothing, yet they jumped straight into the fray. Zhang-in frowned and muttered, if Golden River can even take down the vanguard, then things aren't looking good. Avenging Black Tiger and securing the business's tide to his plot was a golden ticket, but now it's about to be ruined. Min Qian, we need to secretly back up Darkness. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out of nowhere. Who gave you guys permission to leave? Dujun stormed over, clenching his fists, and barked, stop dreaming. This is about the honor of Hebei, and avenging Black Tiger is a must. He glared furiously, declaring, if any of you get involved in anything related to Darkness, I will consider you an enemy of our Hebei clan. Min Qian frowned and thought to himself, this brat Dujun is ruining everything. He probably wants to handle this alone to boost the Hebei clan's reputation in South Korea. He calculated silently. Either way, Dujun's plan is already in jeopardy, which is why he's getting impatient. The best way to play this is to somehow sneak in as an ally of that damn Golden River so they can't control the situation. Even though the previous plan failed, I still really want these two forces to clash. Min Chae-yang let out a soft chuckle and said, well, if Dujun says so, then I have nothing more to say. Meanwhile, inside the building, Kang Chun leaped high into the air and unleashed his move Golden River's Flying Swallow. He spun several times in midair and delivered a heavy kick. Bam! Kang Chun smirked mockingly. You look big, but you're nothing special. How do you like the taste of my kick? But John Hart was completely unfazed. His eyes gleamed as he sneered maliciously. You little brat, my attribute isn't just fortitude, it's also hardness. Kang Chun gasped in shock as he realized his foot was caught by John Hart. The giant coldly slammed Kang Chun onto the floor, roaring, no physical attack can damage this body of mine. Gritting his teeth in agonizing pain, Kang Chun suppressed a groan and thought, after getting tortured by Do Jun, and now having to tank this blow, my back hurts like hell. John Hart roared in fury. Kang Chun gaped in terror at the massive foot stomping down on him, and scrambled to block it. Whoa, buddy, Hold up. Let me catch my breath. I wasn't even ready yet. Baring his teeth in a malicious grin, John Hart sneered. Goodbye, Kang-chun. Suddenly, Kang-hoon showed up right in the nick of time, roaring. Get the hell away from my brother. He charged forward to deliver a punch, straight into Seon-hak's face. In sheer agony, the guy slammed his hands onto the ground, struggling. Hoon leaped down and stood right in front of his little brother. This badass was Lee Kang-hoon, the eldest son of Ho-guk and Kang-chun's older brother. Usually, people call him the Dragon of Golden River. Though his head is kinda bald, Seon-hak rubbed his chin in utter disbelief and gasped, Kang-hoon? He offered a hand to help Kang-chun up, smiling to ease his mind. Vice leader, Kim was worried sick about you, so he hit me up for backup. He smiled warmly and replied, Ah, so it was that old man. Well then, I definitely need your help. Bro. Pissed off, the bastard lunged at them, spitting insults. You useless dogs. You really think you can match a tiger? The two of them leaped up just in time to dodge the attack. Seon-hak coldly declared, You guys are fucking dead. His eyes lit up as he growled in absolute rage. Oh, so that's how you want to play? Going absolutely feral, Seon-hak unleashed his skill, Iron Fist hardening. He raised his arms to block it. Kang-hoon stood back up and coldly muttered, We're gonna have to use our attributes. Kang-chun smirked with a frown and replied, Hey, I was just thinking the exact same thing, bro. Suddenly, the bastard cut in, mockingly, I'm so honored to meet the so-called Dragon of Golden River. Seon-hak smirked maliciously and sneered. Well then, let's see just how long this little Golden River dragon can last. Let's see what you've got. Shall we? His body began to radiate insane power as he smirked wickedly and snapped back. Test us? Who the fuck do you think you? The two brothers instantly geared up for battle, their power skyrocketing. Kang-hoon crossed his arms and coldly spat, You really think you can test the two of us? Kang-chun smirked with confidence and added, Seriously? You think you've got what it takes to test us? Suddenly, a massive stone pillar came hurtling at them as he shouted, Bro, let's end this. The bastard went completely wild, shouting, Back, die. Just fucking die already. Seon-hak's eyes flashed with madness as he roared, Now, what are you punks gonna do? You two mouthy little shits. The bastard watched with absolute glee as the massive stone pillar slammed violently into the wall, sneering in contempt. Did you seriously think you two could easily take me down? Once I figure out an opponent's skills, it's game over. Though, it doesn't even matter anymore. Suddenly, Seon-hak's face fell as he realized something was off. Under the stone pillar, Kang-hoon didn't even bother to dodge, instead criticizing him. For someone who looks like that, you sure talk way too much, as Kang-chun chimed in. You're all talk, no action. Turns out, Kang-chun had caught the stone pillar just in time. He coldly snapped, Take a good look before you open your trash mouth, you idiot. Shocked, the guy blurted out, What? Kang-hoon calmly analyzed. According to the rule of 1 + 1 = 2. Then 2 + 2 has to equal 4. That means for a guild this massive to have such a pathetic gatekeeper is pretty pathetic. Seon-hak's face twisted in rage as he spat back, Then bring it on. I'll crush you two little shits one by one. Kang-chun smirked, still flapping that mouth. But Seon-hak wouldn't stop baiting them. Get over here, and I'll turn you both into ashes. But Kang-chun just threw the first massive stone pillar right back at Seon-hak, roaring, Look out, because your own attack is headed straight for you. A little while later, outside the building was already spitting thick black smoke. Jungwoo and Yoon-suk, he gave a cold stare and sneered. So what? Pretty hilarious, ain't it? He immediately went along with it, saying, Yeah, my thoughts exactly. The two of them stepped inside. Jungwoo kept his head down, deep in thought. He said, The world runs on laws. But honestly, that's just a load of crap from those greedy power trippers. Getting together, making guilds, and keeping unity, it just means, if they stick together, They can bend the rules whenever the hell they want. But whatever. That's their problem. Yoon-suk followed closely behind, thinking to himself, I'm gonna be his ultimate shield. Right then, an old memory flashed through his head. Back then, he was getting ruthlessly bullied, his head force-shaved, trembling in pure terror, begging, help, please, stop. I'll pay you back. I swear, please, just this once. Just let me slide. Forgive me. The bully gritted his teeth and barked in rage. Tell me exactly when you're gonna pay me back, punk. Stop giving me empty promises. Fine. Then today, I'll just take one of your legs, got it? Yoon-suk fell into deep silence, recalling how he used to get bullied and brutally tortured back then. But now, following my master, I'm seeing a whole new world I never knew existed. Suddenly, he spoke up. Master, do you think I'll ever get to see the world you once saw? Jung-woo tilted his head, giving him a playful, teasing frown. Dude, are you out of your mind? If so, I'd have to babysit you forever. That place isn't peaceful like this, you know. Just enjoy the moment. Hearing that, Yoon-suk couldn't help but smile. He quickly caught up and replied, Got it. I'll keep that in mind. Right now, Yoon-hyuk was getting absolutely pulverized by the Kang brothers, flying from one hallway to another. Yoon-suk gasped in shock, pointing over there. Meanwhile, Kang-chun barked in absolute fury. You little brat! Eat this! He lunged at the guy, turning his head to shout a warning. Keep your eyes peeled for those Dark Nest assassins. Find Kyung-won first. Kang-chun and his guild charged forward. He coldly ordered, We need them alive. His lackeys instantly shouted back. On it, young master. Jung-woo watched with amusement, muttering, Man, Kang-chun's skill. Mastery is getting sharper by the day. Jung-woo teased. Coldly, guess I'll reward him with 2 hot dogs next time. Right in the middle of the lobby, Hoguk's roaring voice echoed loudly. Kyung-won. Kyung-won. Where the hell are you hiding, you coward? With just a flick of his wrist, he easily blew them away. He barked out, provocatively, Kyung-won. Come out and face me. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket buzzed. Hoguk pulled it out, swiped to answer, and said, Jung-woo? Man, I've been looking for you. I've got a ton of things to ask you. The boy bit his lip as he listened. Do you know where Kyung-hwan is hiding? Jung-woo coldly replied. I've only spotted a few small squads. I'm guessing Kyung-hwan already made a run for it. Hoguk gasped in utter shock. Say what? The boy immediately took charge. All right, pull back. Our Dark Guild will handle the rest. He frowned, shouting in frustration, What the hell did you just say? Are you kidding me, kid? Do you even know how much I've been waiting for a fight like this? The furious voice of Guk kept echoing. Hey, say something, damn it. Suddenly, Donggu glanced over and barked an order. Get your head down. Eon X widened his eyes in confusion and asked, Why should I? Right then, the wall behind them shattered to pieces, debris flying and slamming right into Dae. Donggu looked at Eon X, lying on the floor, and coldly warned him, Watch it, will ya? Donggu glanced behind him and spoke. Up, so you're finally here, huh? You're a bit late, Do-chan. Holding his suit jacket, he smirked deviously and replied, Because I had to. Deal with some mess that you caused. Do-chan grinned like a demon and declared, Am I right, Donggu? Now, get ready, because I'm gonna tear you to shreds. Do-chan slowly walked over and spoke up. On my way here, I was thinking. I know I was way too hasty, thinking it'd be easy to wipe out Golden River. I'll admit that. But an opportunity like this doesn't come around every day, does it? He smiled wickedly and continued. So, I'm gonna make the most of this chance and tear every single one of you apart. Right then, Eon X stood up, lifting his head in utter disdain. Is that so? He raised an eyebrow, gritted his teeth, and asked, Hey kid, want a piece of me? Suddenly, a flash of light shot toward Eon X as Do-chan sneered. A mere fly like you. He widened his eyes in shock, but his body still dodged out of reflex. Do-chan acted surprised and said, Well, this fly isn't half bad. But the end. The result is still the same. You're gonna croak. Eon X looked at him and softly asked, Boss, would you let me take that guy on? Dung. You smiled and agreed. I know it's a stretch, but it's worth a shot. I'll give you 5 minutes. His eyes lit up as he gladly replied, Thank you, sir. Dochan couldn't help but mockingly laugh. Sending that fly to fight me? You really underestimate me, don't you? I'll take on both of you bastards at the same time. Eon X suddenly charged forward and yelled, We'll see about that. He threw a punch forward, adding, We won't know till we try. Dochan ducked to dodge, summoning a sphere in his hand with a sinister, mocking smile. How should I slice up your body? Dochan fired a blast right at Eon X and shouted, Taste this and die. Suddenly, he grabbed Dochan's arm. Eon X gritted his teeth to stop the bleeding and replied, You're right. His eyes gleamed as he got into stance, adding, You gotta try things to find out, right? Wonder what it tastes like? Dochan sneered in disdain. You're out of your mind. He frowned in pure rage. Don't you dare underestimate the Dark Guild, Uman. Borang. Flashing back to the past, Eon X was tied up with chains on the floor, screaming at the top of his lungs, Please, spare me. I'll never do that again. I swear. Just this once. Please, give me a second chance. Dong Wu picks his nose and asks, So, you gonna drink this potion? Eunex desperately agrees. Yes, I'll drink it. No matter what the cost, he coldly asks. No regrets, right? Cut to a monster fight scene, where he calmly orders everyone get into position. Watch out, this thing is losing its mind. All out, attack. They hide behind some trees, staring at the beast in front of them, while Eunex is freaking out inside, thinking, We're so dead. His teammates' jaws drop in shock as they watch him fall straight into danger. Eunex frowns and grits his teeth, telling himself, I don't want to die like this. His eyes start to well up with tears. Back to reality, he grits his teeth, furiously rushes forward, and screams, I've stared death in the face so many times. I'm never letting things end this easily. Jochan lets out a smug, mocking laugh, provoking him. Oh really? Yoon X is shocked, as his wrist gets twisted backward, gasping. What? In absolute agony, he grabs his arm and screams, while Jochan gloats with amusement. How's that? Hand feeling? You liking it? Jochan looks at Yoon X's twisted, painful face, and keeps mocking him. I heard you guys are immortal and can revive after kicking the bucket, right? Are you sure about that? Immortal? He summons an orb in his hand, chuckling like a villain. So, I wonder if you can still revive once you're turned to freaking dust. Honestly, I'm dying to find out. One of his eyes flashes with power as he snaps back furiously. Don't make me laugh. I still got my left hand? And you're the one who's gonna turn to dust? Joe Khan. Eunex charges forward, throwing a massive punch. Go to hell, Joe-chan. Joe Khan easily dodges it, letting out a mocking grin. Not bad. You've improved. He smirks with pure contempt and adds, But Joe Khan fires the orb straight at him, shouting, Even so, to me, you're still nothing but a pathetic pest. Eunex gets blasted back, flailing through the air, thinking, Is this it? He's too freaking strong. As expected, I'm just not cut out for this. He grits his teeth, refusing to accept it. I wanted to see the world the way my master does. A memory of his past flashes in his mind. Dongwoo coldly speaks up. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Can't you even get up on your own? Do you seriously want to lie here and become food for the bats? Eunex lies on the ground, his face pale as a ghost, and groans. No matter how much you beat me up, I'm still gonna say. Eunex just lies there throwing a total tantrum. No matter how much you beat me up, I'm still gonna say it. He replies, totally confused. What? Working 18 hours a day? And the monthly salary is only 1.5 million won? Hell no, that's trash. The benefits in this guild organization are worse than what migrant workers get paid. Dungu furrowed his brows and casually replied, "But hey, instead of that, haven't you saved more than 200 million won in your account already?" Hearing this, his eyes popped out in shock. "What on earth are you saying, boss?" "I mean, back." Since he was the one holding the bag, he bit his lip and sighed, lost in thought. Jungwoo spun around, his voice ice cold. "You seriously don't get it, do you? I already told you, I'm investing your guys' paychecks somewhere else. If you want a raise, show some patience and make sure to deal with that bastard." Before it gets dark, Yongik wept inside, silently cursing. What a piece of trash, truly. In the dead of night, inside the quiet hospital, a sincere voice of a woman broke the silence, saying, "Thank you so much." She stroked the head of her daughter, lying on the hospital bed, and continued, "But since the surgery was over 100 million won, that's why. I couldn't bring myself to tell you before. Yesterday, I was so shocked to see that the surgery bill was paid with your money. After our divorce, I thought you had abandoned our daughter. It looks like I was wrong. Thank you once again." Yongik frowned and lowered his head, lost in thought. Back to reality, he gritted his teeth, trying to hold on. Ducho couldn't help but sneer with disdain. "This pitiful look suits dogs like you much better. Where's that high and mighty attitude of yours from earlier?" He walked over, grabbed Yongik by the hair, and arrogantly continued, "If you want to tell me not to look down on you, you've got to have the actual power to back it up. Just looking at you, I can already tell that dark guild of yours is nothing but trash. Am I right?" He used his remaining arm to grab Docho's leg. Yongik gritted his teeth and growled, 1.5 million won a month. Working an average of 18 hours a day? Even though we don't get days off and are treated worse than foreign workers, I still chose to serve the master because of his ultimate sacrifice." He exploded with rage, forcing himself up and roaring, "You can insult me, but don't you ever dare disrespect." Yongik fiercely bit down on his hand, making Docho furious. Gritting his teeth, he raised his other hand, ready to strike, shouting at the top of his lungs, "You damn dog! How dare you! Where the hell did you learn to act like this?" But just as Docho was about to finish his sentence, Jungwoo delivered a devastating blow right to his face. "Your head is coming off your shoulders right now." Ducho screamed in pain, the sound echoing for hundreds of meters. Jungwoo coldly spoke up, "I apologize for interrupting, but your 5 minutes are up." Meanwhile, in a corner of the city, several buildings were engulfed in raging flames. In the sky, news helicopters hovered as reporters constantly broadcast live updates. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Darkness headquarters is currently being burned to the ground after being suspected of wiping out Black Tiger. According to our latest reports, the Golden River and Hebei clans have already breached the headquarters." The reporter looked straight into the camera and declared, "Breaking news from the scene at the Darkness Guild. Darkness has just declared that Golden River and Hebei are total jokes. Up until now, other martial arts factions are still waiting on the sidelines, but they are expected to follow Golden River in shortly." Just as she finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted below, and the camera swung down to catch the chaos. The reporter panicked as she shouted, "Another explosion has just rocked the Darkness Guild. With the explosion, it looks like some serious trouble is going down at the headquarters of Darkness." She questions, "What about the other guilds allied with Darkness? What the hell are they doing? Darkness is in deep trouble. Where is their alliance?" Right now, inside a locked room, the Union Alliance's presidential meeting is going down. One of them speaks up, "It's not hard for the alliance to see that the Chinese government is backing the Hebei clan." Another person in the meeting asks, "And?" With a serious look on his face, Ji-hoon continues, "With the Hebei clan meddling in this, the Darkness Guild will have to back off. If this incident ends up getting Jokion killed, the Chinese government will step in and unleash a brutal revenge." Meanwhile, Jokion is absolutely fuming with rage. He glares at the two people in front of him and barks out. Yeon-sok also furrows his brows, jaw dropping in absolute shock. "No matter how many times I feel this, every single time I see it, I just can't believe how Master Dongwu can be this insanely strong. Turning his back, Dongwu barks an order. Get up. Yeonsuk quickly replies, yes, sir. Dongwu, burning with rage, turns around and asks, so, how the hell do we deal with this? Yeonsuk replies in fear, I am so sorry. Suddenly, Dongwu pats his shoulder. His voice softens as he praises him. Just kidding. You've got great endurance. Special training starts tomorrow. Yeonsuk replies with a shiver. Yes. Got it. But Jo Kyun won't accept defeat and suddenly lunges to attack him from behind. Unaware of the sneak attack, Dongwu is still giving orders. Tomorrow, the entire Black Guild must wear uniforms. But Dongwu reacts instantly. With just a flick of his finger to Jo Kyun's forehead, the guy is down. Damn it, buzzing around like a freaking fly. Seeing this, Yeonsuk's jaw drops in absolute horror. Jo Kyun collapses to his knees, trembling and muttering, no way. Dongwu warns him in a low, cold voice, I'm giving instructions here. Since when did you get a say? Jo Kyun is still in disbelief, muttering, this is impossible. He glares and screams, you son of a bitch, do you really think you can kill someone like me, Jo Kyun? Then, like a moth to a flame, he charges at Dongwu, screaming, you're begging for death. Today, I'm going to rip your skin off. But Dongwu doesn't even flinch. He casually challenges him. Oh yeah? Bring it on. The moment the words leave his mouth, a terrifying blast of energy surges toward Jo Kyun. He grits his teeth, crossing his arms to block. What the? In a split second, Dongwu is already standing right in front of Jo Kyun. Wait, what? The villain's jaw drops in absolute shock. Dongwu roars in his face. This is the difference in our levels. The guy is blasted far away. Jo Kyun screams in sheer helplessness. What the hell is this? Closing his eyes, he asks himself. This makes no sense. What kind of monstrous power is this? No way. There's absolutely no way his power surpasses Min Cheon's. Are you kidding me? Dongwu glared, his face turning pitch black. He demanded, do you seriously still think that was just a coincidence? Or what? Do you think I'm using some kind of cheap trick? That bastard. He's way too cunning. Does he have a hidden stat? Du Cho, with eyes gleaming, smirked and replied, exactly. So, the current situation makes perfect sense. You've been hiding your secret stats. He started laughing like a maniac, then kept blabbering. I'm a bit surprised, but I've already figured out your true strength. But then again, you're not much stronger than Hoguk, are you? Hearing this, he didn't even get mad. He just scoffed mockingly. Even so, you deserve some credit for landing a few hits on me. Du Cho did not back down. He pivoted on his feet, swinging his arms as his sleeves whipped through the air, roaring. But that's as far as you go. Thanks to that punch of yours, I'm actually getting a little serious. You're going to pay for mocking me. This is the killing move I plan to use on Hoguk, but he half opened his eyes and asked, hey, looks like we have a huge misunderstanding going on here. But the guy didn't even bother to listen, lunging at him at lightning speed. I'll show you what my ultimate skill looks like. Du Cho zipped frantically around Dongwu. It was the Hebei clan's secret technique, the Wailing Spirit Divine Wind. Until now, not a single soul has survived after seeing this skill. He appeared right behind Dongwu's back, confidently saying, feel honored to die by our secret technique, the Wailing Spirit Divine Wind. Du Cho's eyes sharpened as he muttered, goodbye. Everyone was utterly shocked, and Kang Hoon quickly cried out, what? What just happened? Kang Chun's jaw dropped as he muttered, this massive explosion of inner force. What on earth is it? Thick dust filled the air, shrouding everything in white. He stared at the crater in front of him and laughed triumphantly. Du Cho focused the power in his palm, a smug look on his face, thinking, I can only use this once a week, but it's just too overpowered. Now, time to calm down and clear the air. He frowned as he recalled. 1,000 years ago, Hebei was the pride of the clan. The last person who saw the skill and lived was 1,000 years. So that's your ultimate skill? The dust slowly cleared, revealing Donggu standing perfectly still like a statue. There wasn't a single scratch on him. Du Choan gasped in panic. What? How the hell are you still alive? He was utterly shocked. This is impossible. I saw you take my wailing spirit divine wind head on with my own eyes. Even a graze should have made it impossible to stand. Donggu silently stared back at his opponent. Then he bared his teeth in a contemptuous smirk. Wailing spirit divine wind. He casually remarked, Right, I remember now. The invincible king 1,000 years ago, Soshan, created it. He added, But you actually deserve some praise, since you've almost fully perfected that move. Du Choan screamed in sheer disbelief. What? How on earth did you? How the hell do you know about my family's history? Who the crap even are you? Hyunggu smirked, baring his teeth as he replied. Since you showed me a neat little skill from ancient times, shouldn't I return the favor? I'll show you one too. Check this out. A skill so brutally humiliating. Not a single history book in Hebei would dare to write it down. By the way, do you want to know how Seo Keon kicked the bucket? As soon as he finished speaking, he kept that wild, savage grin on his face while his aura raged and flared up. At that moment, Min Keon was standing outside, frowning as he monitored the situation. What the hell was that explosion? Don't tell me. Is it possible that Hoguk already took down Kiwon? He crossed his arms, worrying his head off. If that really happened, their entire plan would be totally ruined. I can't just sit here and wait anymore. With that thought, Min Qian barked out an order. Listen up, everyone. From this moment on, the entire coalition force will completely wipe out the Darknet Guild. But suddenly, he froze. Min Qian whipped around and demanded, his voice trembling. By now, a huge stretch of the Darknet's base had been completely wiped out, leaving behind a massive, deep crater. He went on. Everyone's dead. Zoran is totally toast, slumped over a shattered rock. The crowd immediately erupted into frantic whispers. No way. This can't be real. Zoran actually died? And they still haven't caught the Darknet Guild leader? What do we even do now? China is never going to let this slide once they find out about this. Well, what other choice do we have right now? We have to turn Zoran into a hero. His head hung low, his body covered in injuries. Cut to the Ilyu group's villa, where bright, dazzling lights were shining. Some maids were crowding around a phone, suddenly bursting into giggles. Look at that. The secretary marched over, snatched the phone away, and snapped. What do you think you're doing? The chairman is literally right here. Are you crazy or what? She quickly opened the phone to check what on earth they were laughing at during work hours. The maid stammered in fear. Well, the image on the screen popped up. The secretary demanded, What the heck is this? She turned to Hyung Min, completely flustered as she showed him. Chairman, this. He grit his teeth in pure rage, growling. Hyung-gu. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, trash and broken stuff were scattered all over the floor. A voice kept ringing in his ears. I don't plan on killing you. Just yet, so don't be scared. The boy's face flashed in his mind, making him freak out. But that doesn't mean I'm gonna let you live either. Everything has to go in order, and Seo Qian is up first. At the same time, the news was blasting constantly. Seo Keon, the primary heir of the Hebei clan, died a heroic death while purging the Darknet Guild, which is mostly made up of assassins. Following the death of Hebei's Seo Qian, the Martial Arts Alliance expressed their deepest condolences to his family. The Chinese government has even decided to send a Hyung-gu was losing his mind, clutching his head as he panicked. Oh crap, I'm definitely next. What do I do? How the hell am I gonna survive this? Suddenly, an angry roar boomed from outside. Hyung-gu, where the hell are you? Hyung Min slammed the door open, completely furious, and screamed, Why the hell did you cause? Are you serious right now? Is your brain seriously lagging? Seeing him stay silent, he lost his patience and demanded, Why aren't you answering? Is your mouth just for decoration? Young-woo panicked, stammering, But, father, The man roared in fury. What? You can't even give me a straight answer? You think I'm just gonna let this slide that easily? He stood up and shot back. I get it. I know this even and better than you do, Dad. I'll handle it, so just leave it to me. This made him even more furious as he yelled. If you could handle it, then why didn't you do it from the very start? If I knew you'd turn out like this, I would have just let Chunjin or Chunmin run the business instead. Still stubborn, he snapped back. I could literally die at any second. Now, but do you even care? Your precious company is always more important than your own kids. He slammed the door shut and stormed off, which was totally out of line. Hoonmin stood there, completely stunned. Is that how you talk to Bash, your father? Fine. Then you better do a good job so I can see. He growled in rage. You've completely ruined my reputation. Just then, the secretary's phone started ringing. She answered it in a quiet voice. He's busy right now, so if you could. Yes? Suddenly, the secretary gasped and shrieked. What? Hoon. 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 She confirmed it. Hoon. He's being summoned as a suspect. For taking someone out? With a furious look, he marched out. The scene cuts to an amusement park where a gorgeous Hara had been waiting for ages. She waved and yelled, Jung-woo, over here. You're actually on time today. Suddenly, her eyes locked on two tall guys, Eon-sok and Tae-san, dressed in all black, standing right next to him. Curiously, she asked, Who are? Rubbing his neck, he awkwardly explained, Oh, these guys are your fans, Hera, even if they look a little sketchy. She stepped forward warmly, saying, Oh, I see. Nice to meet you too. The two guys looked just as flustered as they bowed 90 degrees and roared, Greetings, Lady Hara. Throwing all shame out the window, they added, We followed Jung-woo just to get your autograph. It is an absolute honor. If you ever need anything, just call us anytime. Standing in the middle of a massive crowd, Hara cringed hard at their extra behavior. She quickly covered their mouths and whispered, Hey, what are you guys doing? Everyone is literally staring at us right now. Plus, you guys look way older than me, so please don't call me. To that, they stubbornly protested. No way, lady. Hara. We're sworn to be loyal to you. Feeling completely awkward, she sighed. Fine, whatever. Finally, Hara got some alone time with Jung-woo at a separate table, and she asked, Who on earth were those guys back there? What did you even do to make them act like that? Don't tell me you brainwashed them or something? Confused, he asked. Brainwash? What's that? The only thing our syndicate knows is loyalty. Sipping her orange juice with a sigh, she muttered. Okay then. Since they're my fans anyway, I guess I'll just let this one slide. Hara put. Slamming her glass onto the table, she snapped. Oh right, the Ilyu group. Dungu tilted his head, asking, So what about the Ilyu group? She got super pissed and went off on him. Do you even remember my ability? Seriously? Cut the crap. Don't pretend you don't know. I already know, and I heard some rumors that Senior Hwangu wants to kill. He stayed dead silent for a second, then let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, it's true. I was gonna tell you later anyway. He added, The Ilyu group deliberately messed up my dad's business. She freaked out, remembering that Dungu's dad had once gone to see her grandfather. Hera curiously asked, So, wait, is it because of the Ilyu group that you invested in your dad's company? He honestly replied, Yeah, you're pretty sharp, huh? He dropped another bomb. What's more, the Ilyu group hired assassins from the Darkness Guild to take me out, which totally shook her. Wait, what? I'm not hearing things, right? Dungu. Deadpan confirmed. It's true. They came to kill me. So, he didn't hide a thing. Those assassins? I took out every single one of them. Hearing this, her face went totally pale. She thought, what the hell? Killed all the assassins? Who even is Dungu? No. Is he? Kidding? No way. This has got to be a lie, right? Seeing Hera's doubt, Dungu added, I know it's hard to believe, but it's the straight-up truth. I'll explain everything to you. The cafe went dead quiet for a moment. Hara tried to collect her thoughts. and muttered, "So, you mean, from Hebe, Brekteger, darkness, all the way to the Ilyu group, everything is connected?" Countless faces of big shots flashed in her mind, making her anxious. The scale of this was massive, but the more she thought about it, the more terrified she got. Her hands on the table began to shake. But still, killing people is. Before Hera could finish, he quickly grabbed her arm. Dungu asked in a low, tense voice, "They've kidnapped and killed tons of people, even my own family. Hera, if you were in my shoes, what would you do?" She hung her head, totally lost for words, and muttered, "If it were me? Yeah, I guess when your family's lives are on the line." But even as he held her hand, she still couldn't stop worrying. I mean, nothing matters more than family, but Dungu stared at Hara, his expression hard to read. After a long silence, she hesitantly added, "But still, I heard the Chinese government is already involved." She choked back tears and said, "Those people are terrifying. If anything happens to you." Dungu gently patted Hara's head, saying, "Hey, what are you so worried about?" He smiled, letting out a soft sigh. "It's nothing. Once we nab Huang Qiyang, this whole mess is over." Cut to the outskirts of Yong'an, blades of grass flying everywhere, as Huang Qiyang grits his teeth in pure rage. Right then, he struggled to fight off the crowd of thugs jumping him, having no clue why. He was completely surrounded with weapons pointed right at him, but Qiyang's glare was razor sharp. Furious, he barked, "You damn lapdogs of Ha! Buck!" Suddenly, an eerie dark energy erupted all around him. It started wrapping around the guys in front of him. "Look down on me all you want, but you should never underestimate the leader of darkness." They screamed in terror. "What the hell? This shadow? Our bodies won't move." Qiyang frowned and hissed, "Did you bastards really think you could take me with that pathetic level of skill? Go cry about it in hell." With that, he immediately unleashed his skill, Phantom Slash. They were instantly wiped out, leaving nothing behind but their agonizing screams. In just a split second, the whole group was flat on the ground, completely beaten. With them dealt with, he teleported away. Staring at the house in front of him, Qiyang muttered, "So this is where they're hiding?" he asked aloud. Dark Star, what the hell happened to Ilyu Group? His subordinate replied immediately, "All the corruption involving Ilyu Group and Darkness has leaked to the media. Every news outlet is going to be breathing down Ilyu Group's neck real soon." Qiyang agreed. "Perfect. If I bring Hyungu's head, it'll make a killer gift for the chairman of Ilyu Group. This time, all of Darkness is moving out." "Understood, boss." Suddenly, everything went dead quiet as the two of them stood there. Out of nowhere, a massive crowd of guys dressed in black appeared, the ultimate force of Darkness. "With these guys by my side, I could easily wipe out an entire sect without breaking a sweat." Frowning, Qiyang thought confidently, "Keep your neck clean. Golden River. After Ilyu Group, you guys are next." Hyungu. Inside the pitch-black house, he stood at the doorway and sneered, "Did you really think I didn't know you were hiding here?" Qiyang's eyes glowed. Glancing at the person lying in bed, he thought, "Your betrayal of the guild and those trashy little tricks of yours? It's time to pay." Qiyang smirked confidently. "I'll put you to sleep real nice and quiet." Suddenly, a voice from behind made him jump. "So you finally showed up? Huh?" Qiyang spun around in a panic and snapped, "Who's there?" Donggu stood casually by the door with his arms crossed and said, "See? These are the guys who wanted to see you." Standing across from him, Hoguk sighed. "I really didn't expect you not to notice us." Qiyang panicked. "Is this a trap? Then what's under the blanket?" Qiyang hurriedly pulled back the covers, only to find a super cute decoy. "A dummy?" "Tired of the chit-chat," the kid said. "Earlier, Uncle was wondering when this guy would show up, and you even told me I was wrong." Hoguk grinned. "My bad. I was just too eager." The kid teased, "A misunderstanding, huh?" The older man quickly started buttering him up. "Come on, can't you let it slide? Who was the one who raised you, huh?" Hearing this ridiculous banter, Kai Young lost his temper and roared. What the hell are you guys? What kind of BS is this? Hoguk smirked. Looks like someone's trying to ruin our little chat. Donggu chimed in, visibly annoyed. Seriously, what an absolute joke. Can't believe we're getting looked down on like this. Meanwhile, Ki Ung-hoen, who still hadn't learned his lesson, immediately unleashed his power and lunged at them. Well, that works out perfectly. Saves me the trouble of hunting your ass down to kill you, saving me a ton of time. Now die. But Hoguk effortlessly blocked this punk's attack. And then he burst out laughing. Grinning with a mocking sneer, he said, well, look at you, actually figuring it out. Aren't you smart? Ki Ung-hoen kept trash-talking as he fought, his voice sounding incredibly crude and filthy, to the point of being ear-shattering. He shrieked, Hoguk, you're the only one left. Before unleashing his technique, Dagger. Suddenly, a pitch-black darkness started slashing frantically in all directions. Ki Ung-won, still acting all cocky, boasted that he could wipe out both the Ilyu group and the Golden River in one go. Talk about hitting the jackpot. But before he could even finish bragging, a hand smacked him right across the face, sending him flying dozens of meters straight into a wall, with a massive explosion, pinning him deep inside it. Donggu then turned to Hoguk to discuss, saying, Yo, I still haven't decided which of us is gonna play with you, so you might as well plan ahead. It'll be over in a flash, alright? With that said, he and Hoguk started playing rock, paper, scissors right then and there. Rock, paper, scissors, they chanted, leaving the punk completely dumbfounded. Ki Ung-hoen could only watch helplessly as the two of them played their little game. Ultimately, Hoguk emerged victorious, happily cheering. Sweet. I win. Absolutely losing it. The guy unleashed his aura to break free and roared. Are you two freaking insane? But Hoguk just casually brushed off the attack, laughing out loud. I won. Your uncle won. Man, I wish I could beat Donggu like this every single day. Like a moth to a flame, with eyes flashing. With a blinding light, Ki Ung-hoen lunged at Hoguk. He leaped into the air, unleashing his signature move, Zig Cross Dagger. Thick clouds of dust and debris filled the air as the ground shattered. But through the chaos, Hoguk emerged looking incredibly badass. Completely unharmed, he gave a hearty laugh of admiration. Wow, that's some serious power right there. Worthy of being a clan master. But honestly, the fact that I beat Donggu in rock, paper, scissors is still way more of an achievement. He glanced at the crater right in front of him, while the punk hovered in the air, trying to calculate his next move. Right now, Hoguk isn't the main issue. It's that bastard who slapped my face earlier. I've got to take him down first. Ki Ung-won fumed as he recalled that thunderous slap. In all my dozens of years, I have never run into a situation like this. I couldn't even react to it. He retreated slightly, lost in thought. That guy's power is completely off the charts. If I let him live, the consequences down the road will be disastrous. But looking back, he realized the space was empty, shocking Ki Ung-won. He's gone? That makes absolutely no sense, he frantically thought to himself. He was literally right there. But in that split second, Hoguk had already appeared from behind. Clenching his fist tight, he lunged at the punk from above. Hoguk gave him a friendly reminder with a smile. Bro, we're in the middle of a fight, you know? Where the hell are you looking? Don't you dare look down on me. He scowls, angrily muttering, there is no way in hell I'm just taking that hit lying down. Absolutely no way. First, I've got to take care of Hoguk, and after that, Donggu. That punk can be left to Dark Star. Ki Ung-hoen turns back to focus his attack on him. Fine, Hoguk. If you want to throw hands, then I'll show you what's up. He keeps talking big, shouting, the reason why I am the leader of darkness. Ki Ung-hoen, with glowing eyes, continues to bark. Hoguk, do you really think you can survive in my darkness? Hoguk laughs, mockingly, and replies, we'll see about that. Ki Ung-hoen quickly unleashes his skill. Dark ground. Try showing me everything you've got, Hoguk. At this moment, Pitch black darkness completely envelops him. Ho-guk grins smugly, thinking, I don't even need to use that yet. Both sides clash intensely. He swings his arm to strike from the right. The guy easily dodges it and teases, wrong move, try the left. At the same time, Hyung-gu is frantically running outside. He grinds his teeth, in rage, thinking, this bastard Donggu. There must be a reason why he saved me. Hyung-gu recalls the memory of himself lying on the bed, like bait, feeling super bitter. That bastard used me as bait. He curses in rage. That damn Donggu. You dirty bastard. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out. Why are you talking smack behind my back? Donggu appears right in front of him like a god. By the way, who's the real dirty bastard here? He freezes. His eyes lose focus as he mutters the name, Donggu. Donggu smirks and asks, since you're gonna die anyway, did you enjoy your final walk? Hyung-gu furiously screams out threats. Get the hell away from me. If you kill me, the Ilyu group won't let you get away with it. He sneers mockingly. Oh, really? And that's coming from a guy who got kicked out of his own house? He trembles, but still tries to act tough. You don't look down on a young master of a Chibol like me. I'm the successor of a major Chibol. Even if I die, I'll die. At the hands of my own family. They won't let anyone else kill me. Do you even know what that means? Hyung-gu proudly declares, even if I'm abandoned, I'm still the son of the Ilyu group. The Ilyu group will tear you to shreds and kill you to get revenge. Hearing this, Donggu is stunned for a second. Then, he scowls and laughs, like a maniac. Even if you die, it doesn't end there. I will make your entire family starve to death. Oh, really? Donggu, without a shred of fear, scoffs contemptuously. So that's your grand plan? But how the hell are you gonna pull that off now? Hearing this, he instantly freezes, utterly dumbfounded. Donggu slowly pulls out a small knife. Thanks for worrying about me. But hey, isn't this the dagger only used by the high-ranking members of Darkness? Since Ki-ung Hoang happens to be nearby, Donggu pauses for a moment, then continues. So, the plan. Then, so. He paused for a moment, and then continued. That crazy plan of, my plan's actually a little different from yours, Hyung-gu. Hyung-gu's face goes completely pale, and he gasps, no way. You're dead. Then he spins on his heel and bolts. I'm one of the absolute elites. I'm the future chairman of the Ilyo group, and because I'm gonna be the boss of this company, there is no way I'm gonna let a psycho like you finish me off. Donggu just smirks, highly amused by his struggle. A for effort, buddy. But let me spell this out for you one more time. In the blink of an eye, he teleports right in front of him, pointing his sharp blade straight at his throat. From now on, Golden River is the sole successor to the Ilyo group. And, under the guise of protecting you, I'll let you go down in the most glorious way possible. So everyone thinks I tried my absolute hardest to save you. He casually plays with the tip of his blade, taking his sweet time. And if that happens, Golden River's clout is gonna shoot straight through the roof. Honestly, I should thank your ass in advance. Hyung-gu is literally on the verge of tears, shaking like a leaf. You're a freaking monster, he screams. Donggu just scoffs. A monster? Like you're any better than me? Why are you trying to play the victim right now? He teases him. Come on, cry for help. Let's hear it. Terrified and with tears welling up in his eyes, he begs. Please, just spare me. I'm begging you. But Donggu doesn't have a single drop of mercy. He drops his final warning. You messed with my family. That means it's not just your life on the line, but your entire family's too. Sayonara, Hyung-gu. Right at the edge of death, the guy suddenly activates some weird item. With tears still streaming down his face, he grins. Gotcha. Suddenly, a massive barrier forms, boosting blast damage by 7 times. Staring at the pile of rubble in front of him, even Donggu is left with a massive question mark. But then he just smiles and chuckles. Oh? What do we have here? Stop flexing and turn this thing off already. The moment those words leave his mouth, an Insane explosion rips through the air. The blasts keep going, one right after another. And then boom, an even bigger explosion shakes the whole place. The entire area is totally wrecked, covered in thick smoke, when a smug-ass voice echoes. How'd that feel? Did it hurt? Hungu starts laughing like a total psychopath, non-stop trash-talking. Oh, wait, you're dead, aren't you? Oh, yeah, I can't even find your bones anymore. You cost me a crap ton of cash. You know, he bursts into hysterical laughter. You really thought you could take me with those trash skills? How do you like that, huh? But Dungu is just playing along. Hungu goes on. As for me, I even set up the exact coordinates to launch missiles, just to make sure you couldn't escape my trap. But let's see how long you can survive. When Dungu's voice suddenly cuts in, all right, that's quite an investment. He lands a devastating punch right on the guy's smug-ass face. Then he casually walks up to him, without a single scratch on his body, and says, "Man, you really are something else. Why are you always like this? Just like last time? I seriously hope you'll be a slightly better person in your next life." At this point, Hungu desperately begs for his life. No, please, stop. He reaches his hand out to him to negotiate. Wait, just hear me out for 10 seconds. Please, spare me. I'll give you everything. I won't ever do this again. Dungu. Your family too. My company will pull out of absolutely everything related to you guys. Please, be merciful. Just give me a chance to make things right. He coldly reminds. Right, merciful. He twirled the knife in his hand, mocking, merciful? But acting like this, with these pieces of scrap metal behind my back, is a bit too cringe. Just like that, the razor-sharp blade grazed his neck. Just like that, the razor-sharp blade grazed his neck, blood splattering everywhere. He remained expressionless, muttering, "Goodbye, Hungu." He threatened in a cold, menacing voice, "Anyone who messes with my family will end up just like you." He glanced over at the corpse. Almost forgot. Yungu threw his knife in that direction. If someone finds out about my crime, then. The sharp knife flew at lightning speed, zipping through, leaving a massive gaping hole wherever it passed. He stared in that direction and said, "No one should survive, right? Wait, it went right through your stomach. So why haven't you revealed yourself yet? Doesn't it hurt?" There was only dead silence. Then, blood suddenly splattered into thin air. Dasta gradually reconstructed his body, asking curiously, "How did you know?" "I was perfectly camouflaged. In the shadows." Yungu slid his sunglasses down slightly, flashing a sinister smile as he replied, "Idiot, every single move and motion of yours completely exposed you. Guess you guys didn't know that. I can see everything clear as day." Yungu adjusted his glasses with a wicked smirk, adding, "Whatever the case, pulling stunts like this makes you better suited for stalking kids. Think your skills are up to that?" Dasta was completely stunned, thinking to himself, "This guy can actually sense my presence? This shouldn't be possible. Other guilds couldn't detect me at all, not even their guild masters." Bewildered and realizing this guy knew Dasta's exact weakness, Yungu gave a sinister smirk and said, "Pretty shocking, right? What are you guys called again? Dasta, right? Am I close?" Dasta grumbled in frustration. "Damn it, if only my core stayed intact." Then, his eyes flared up as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, this is bad. I can't even maintain my form anymore. Master, I'm sorry, but this guy is." Dasta's body began to fade away, filled with regret. He's a literal monster. He's the source of all of these events. Please be careful, Guild Master. In an instant, his body vanished completely. Yungu shoved his hands in his pockets, boredly complaining, "Seriously? What a lame way to die. Oh, and I know you guys have been stalking Kiowa from the start. You could have at least let me ask a few questions before kicking the bucket." He scratched his cheek in curiosity, muttering, "Man, their attributes are pretty diverse. If that's the case, then there's a good chance more of them are with Kiowa. Wonder if the old man is going to be okay." That night, At a school, suddenly the inside exploded, and Kyowa quickly leaped backward. He used his feet to stick the landing, snapping angrily. Seriously, no respect for public property. Kyowa narrowed his eyes warily. Hoguk charged out of the school, laughing out loud. Where do you think you're going, Kyowa? Don't even next time. Try to act tough. This isn't over yet. His eyes lit up with excitement as he unleashed a move. This time, let's fight like Hoguk lunged forward, blasting a powerful strike with his soul-slaying Golden River. He bared his teeth, grinning with amusement, and barked, "Cut the crap and stop backing out. Are you trying to pretend you're fine? If you're so damn confident, then show me what you got." Kyung Kwan, radiating a terrifying aura, bellowed. You've got a lot of spirit, but if you can't dodge this, it's absolutely useless. Meanwhile, Hoguk felt a wave of frustration washing over him. I can't even manipulate the darkness the way I want because of this. Goddamn skill. Still, he sneered arrogantly. Is this the power of the light that you're so damn proud of? If that's the case, then Ki Ung-wan furrowed his brows and yelled back. Too bad, but I don't have time to waste on playing word games with an old man. Tonight is a night with way too many bastards that need to die. He instantly commanded, "Go, dark star, surround Hoguk." He let out a booming, mocking laugh. Do you seriously think these things will help you, you brainless punk? Ki Ung-hwan, these worthless bugs won't even need to do much. Launching a surprise attack from behind, Ki Ung-hwan coldly replied, but they can help me create an opening. Hoguk furrowed his brows and sneered. Are you trying to scare me with these cheap tricks? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ki Ung-hwan blasted a strike forward and countered, then why don't you try dying by my cheap tricks? Golden River's Thunder Strike. That thrust unleashed an absolutely devastating impact. Rocks shattered and exploded, while dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Seeing Hoguk slumped against the wall, he couldn't help but gloat, raising his voice. Here's my skill, just like you wanted. Ki Ung-hwan mocked him arrogantly. How's that? These are the cheap tricks, if you were talking about. Are you shocked that I'm using the exact same martial arts as yours? The old man furrowed his brows, pursing his lips deep in thought. Hoguk regained his footing and lunged forward. His eyes widened in shock as he spat. Hold on. I took that hit dead on, but it was incredibly weak. Or are you just struggling to act tough? Hoguk's eyes gleamed as he sneered with a sinister laugh. How the hell did a little brat like you pull that off? Did you sneakily leak the secret of our martial arts? No way in hell, you just figured it out on your own. Ki Ung-hwan furrowed his brows and snapped in annoyance. Who knows? Word on the street is that Golden River's security is incredibly sloppy. If you just look it up on the internet, you can easily find it. Honestly, I didn't even want to do this. But the old man quickly charged forward, shouting aggressively, Fine, let me show you some mercy. I'll destroy those annoying shadows, and you're next. He burst out laughing and barked. You still don't want to accept reality, old man? That's right, it's absolutely useless. Go ahead and keep struggling. I'll take my time, enjoying your techniques. Hoguk's eyes flared with rage as he roared. How damn arrogant. I'll rip that smug mouth of yours apart. Inside his head, he couldn't stop thinking. For a kid like him, how on earth could he? I know about this. Only a select few have access to Golden River's martial arts. Could there really be a spy inside Golden River? No, even if there was a spy, there's no way. Ki Ung-hwan flashed a wicked smirk and taunted. Feeling a bit panicked, are we? By the way, your movements are way slower than before. Take another hit. Suddenly, he lunged forward, unleashing his ultimate move, Golden River's Soul Annihilation. The old man. He stood there in utter shock, his mind racing. What the hell? How does he even know the Golden River Soul Destroyer? How is that even possible? Even if he stole it, there's no way he could master a martial art like that in such a short time. Ki Ung-hwan mocked him with a razor-sharp glare. What's the matter? Hoguk, where'd all that energy from earlier go? My talent doesn't stop here. You know. He unleashed another move, Ruinous Pierce. Hoguk's eyes widened in shock at the raw power unfolding before him. What? As everything exploded around him, he couldn't hide his terror. This is insane. It has to be some kind of trick. Is that power actually light attribute? Damn it. What the hell is his actual attribute anyway? Ki Ung-hwan seemed like a completely different person now as he stepped forward, radiating a dark aura, and sneered. Hoguk, you're not even half as good as the rumors say. I'm going to finish you off right here, take the golden driver, and turn this place into the headquarters for the Darkness Guild. Hoguk bit his lip, staying silent. Suddenly, he stood back up, his body surging with a thrilling power as he spoke. Actually, overthinking all this crap isn't gonna help anyway. Using my brain really isn't my style. Now, let's go again. Ki Ung-hwan, I'm gonna show you the difference between a real photon demonic god and a cheap knockoff. He scowled in frustration and barked. You seriously think it's gonna be that easy? Don't make me laugh. You really are a brainless idiot. Why on earth did you think I'd fight you head on without having a backup plan? Ki Ung-hwan sneered coldly, revealing his trump card. Using your brain is always better than anything else. From the very start, you walked right into my trap. As a pitch-black trap manifested, he coldly ordered, activate it, darkness, shadow storm. As the razor-sharp black aura surged downward, Ki Ung-hwan shouted in pure ecstasy. Get shredded and die in this shadow storm, Hoguk. He gloated as he watched the old man get swallowed whole by the tempest. Ki Ung-hwan confidently declared, no matter who you are, there's no surviving this technique. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in pure shock as he gasped. What the? From deep inside the storm, a massive beam of light burst forth. Ki Ung-hwan stuttered in sheer terror. No, Hoguk spoke with a chilling tone. Fakes really have nothing going for them. He casually grabbed the poser by the throat and continued. Instead of actually fighting me, you rely on these cheap party tricks to try and take me down. Hoguk grinned mockingly, his power blazing. Let's cut the garbage. Ki Ung-hwan, I'm about to show you the difference in our levels. This is how a real fight is done. A true battle of life and death. Ki Ung-hwan's eyes flashed with a sinister grin as he sneered. You really think you can beat me? Props to you for holding out this long. But you're honestly a bit of a disappointment. Dasta, along with the shadows from earlier, are still lurking all around, waiting for a single opening to end you. As soon as he finished speaking, his lackeys lunged forward to ambush Hoguk. He spun around, raising his fist with a smug-ass laugh. Think you've got numbers? Please, you guys are just bringing in a few more scrubs, that's all. But then, noticing something weird, Hoguk's eyes shot wide in shock. Furious, he stared and barked. Damn it. I literally just killed these bastards, so how? Hoguk slammed a devastating punch onto the floor, roaring in frustration, but I still only hit an afterimage. When he looked down, there was absolutely no sign of anyone. Just then, an enemy jumped out from behind, lunging to strike Hoguk's back. Super pissed, Hoguk spun around, swinging his fist as he scoffed. You damn punks are just like a bunch of annoying flies. Suddenly, another one popped up behind him. Hoguk gnashed his teeth in pain, his eyes popping. Ki Ung-hwan smirked in excitement, ordering, disperse, distort, hallucinate. When every dark star unleashes their unique trait and links up, absolutely no one can beat us. Hoguk knitted his brows in anger, asking, so are these bastards real or not? He recalled the times the villain unleashed his moves, warping space to create illusions, scattering his power to mess with his mind. Now, wrought in an endless abyss of pain, Hoguk. Ki Ung-hwan instantly struck. Dark Star combined with Diablo, tearing through with 1,000 blades. In a flash, the blades pierced straight into Hoguk's back. Suddenly, a strange light burst out, ripping the villain's henchman to shreds. Dungu stepped forward with a cold, mocking smirk. Pointing his finger ahead, Ki Ung-hwan's eyes flared with anger. That bastard. I just lost my connection with the rest of the members. Meanwhile, Hoguk, who was raring to fight, got his kill stolen. Totally pissed, He barked, "Yo, Donggu, what the hell are you doing? Why are you crashing my fight? Are you out of your mind?" Donggu coldly replied, "Stop talking crap, uncle. You almost got wrecked just now, didn't you?" Suddenly, a barrage of punches burst out. Overflowing with raw power, Hoguk smirked confidently, as if these paltry little scratches could actually hurt me. Hoguk knitted his brows and asked, "Do you seriously think a few needles sticking in me means I'm losing?" He grumbled in frustration. "All right, what's your plan now?" "You just killed 2 of my targets," Donggu casually replied. "Relax. I left Qi Huan for you, didn't I?" Over in the distance, the villain narrowed his eyes, thinking, "Crap, Donggu's not normal. If that bastard's here, there's no way I can take on both of them at once. But right now, if Hoguk drops his guard, no matter what, I've gotta finish him off and make a run for it." Qi Huan seized the opening and lunged at Hoguk's back. Donggu snapped in irritation. "Do you really want me to slap your face again? Can't you see I'm talking here?" His eyes rolled back in sheer terror. Like a phantom assassin, Donggu had already appeared behind him, coldly warning, "Take one more step, and you're dead." Hoguk raised his fist in anger and barked, "Hey, brat! Leave Qi Huan to me, with both sides under attack." Qi Huan gritted his teeth, desperately blocking as he thought, "These guys are completely looking down on me, humiliating me together." As Hoguk charged, Donggu, wearing his glasses and watching the show from afar, couldn't help but feel amazed. A new skill. He raised an eyebrow, grinning with excitement. "Qi Huan, I don't know how the hell you got your hands on that quantum energy, but you're never gonna beat the guy who actually created it." Suddenly, Qi Huan rushed to unleash his move, a quantum blade. Hoguk widened his eyes in shock and blurted, "What the?" A barrage of daggers stabbed straight into him. Hoguk slowly pulled them out, one by one, gritting his teeth to suppress his anger as he growled, "You really love playing with these stupid daggers, don't you?" His eyes gleamed as he let out a sinister, smug laugh. "How pathetic and brainless. The more you use that skill, the more powerful I get. Turns out you're way stupider than I thought." He narrowed his eyes and grinned, thinking to himself, "So Qi Huan's attribute is copying?" The scene before them turned into absolute chaos, and the guy said with sheer excitement, "Let's do this again." Donggu silently analyzed the copy ability. It copies the opponent's skills and optimizes them by linking them with the skills of that person in the shadow world. Only a few unique traits have this. This is clearly a... Qi Huan smirked, thrusting the orb forward as he yelled, "You are gonna be even more shocked." Attribute amplification. Activate. Guk stared in pure shock and disbelief. "What? Even my quantum blade? What the hell is this guy? Is he freaking hacking?" Watching from the sidelines, Donggu bit his lip in frustration. Man, it's probably been ages since my uncle paid any attention to his opponent's attributes. The two fought well into the night, and Donggu couldn't help but worry, thinking, "I really want to gather more info on that copy attribute. But the sun's about to come up. If this keeps dragging on, the whole plan's gonna get totally messed up." He pulled out a drill, quickly plotting his next move. Time to use Hungu's gear. "Sorry, uncle, but I've got to intervene the old-fashioned way." Hoguk was still lost in his own disbelief. "Unless you're actually a fake, and I don't even know what that guy's real power is." Suddenly, Donggu shoved the drill straight into Hoguk's butt. Hoguk jumped in absolute agony, clutching his butt, squeezing his legs together. He screamed, "Donggu, you bastard!" A blinding light flashed, illuminating Qi Huan's entire body. He stared in shock, stammering. His entire body was slowly being swallowed by the energy. Struggling desperately, he stubbornly spat. "No, this can't be happening." The energy lit up the entire forest, and a massive explosion echoed everywhere. The energy kept expanding, causing the surrounding trees to wither away. After a while, the whole forest was engulfed in a thick cloud of smoke. Hoguk grumbled, complaining, "Why the hell did you ram that thing into my butt? And how did you even pull that off anyway?" Donggu calmly replied, "Why? It's just simple science, uncle. The conduction rate is insanely OP, so it's actually super useful, you know? Ho Myung's face popped into his head, as he thought with amazement. That copy attribute. It can steal an opponent's skills without even having to kill them. I'm definitely taking that attribute from that conceited jerk. Donggu let out a mysterious smile, thinking, I hope. Meanwhile, Hoguk kept clutching his butt, totally pissed off. Donggu, you gotta pay me back for my ass. Who told you to butt in? Anyway? He questioned in utter shock. Say what? Uncle, you should be thanking me instead. So what exactly do you want? As payback? Hoguk firmly replied, 10 billion. Donggu shot him down instantly. No way. Meanwhile, articles started popping up everywhere with headlines like, the heir of Ilyu Group, Hungu, has been murdered. News channels were broadcasting the report nonstop, spreading rumors of Ki Woong-won's death, sending the Ilyu Group into total chaos. Moonjin grinned, praising him with admiration. Hey Jong Seo, hurry over here and look. There's a video of Hoguk and Ki Woong-won fighting. This is insane. The guy he just called is Baek Jong Seo, 18 years old, with the appraisal attribute. He has the ability to measure the power of special individuals, rank them, and upload it to YouTube, making him super popular among teenagers. He tilted his head in surprise and asked, Hoguk and Ki Woong-won? They crowded around to watch the fight clip. Min So-ok asked curiously, Here, look, isn't that him? He stared intensely at the touchscreen. Moonjin rubbed his hands, grinning excitedly as he predicted. At this rate, Hoguk has got to be level 9. Jong Seo asked with a wide, surprised look. What? No way he's level 9. That's way too high. You guys seriously don't know anything, do you? He pulled up his files and revealed. Ki Woong-won just ranked up from level 7 to low level 8. Hoguk is on par with Ki Woong-won, so at best, he's only low level 8. Moonjin couldn't help but gasp in shock. Only that? But in the video, he looked so damn strong. Jong Seo immediately pulled out his iPad to show them his notes. Look, this is the data that I've gathered. Min Seo-wook hesitated before speaking up. But, wait, what's this? Is the Hibi gang leader at the top of the chart? What kind of bullshit ranking is this? He grinned and slowly replied, No way. It's totally legit. According to my research, the combat power of the Hebei gang leader must be at least mid-level 8, because there's an article reporting that he defeated a tier 3 monster. Min Seo-yuk frowned in confusion and said, From what I've seen, the Hebei gang leader was already killed once, right? And his power compared to our country's strongest Ho-guk is even higher? Jung Seo frowned awkwardly and stammered, Well, about that, I think Donggu, the master of the Black Gold Hall, appeared there. He clutched his stomach, laughing mockingly at him. What the hell, you idiot? In your own files, Donggu hasn't even reached level 6 yet. I thought you were actually smart, but your self-made database is full of plot holes. Jong Seo lowered his head, lost in thought. Yeah, I know it makes zero sense. That's why I'm planning to thoroughly investigate Donggu now. On a beautiful day filled with laughter at the Jeongkang sect, Hoguk laughed happily and asked, Are you talking about me? Well, that's what a real man is like. Read that comment on YouTube again. Ki Woong-won lowered his head and repeated, Aren't you tired of the Jeongkang sect yet? I once saw you at Incheon, and it was no joke. Yo, I wish every single bite went straight to my muscles, he said, holding the chicken drumstick in his hand, grinning ear to ear as he praised. Nice. This is freaking awesome. He calmly adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Yeah, sure, but that might not actually be a good thing. Right now, people call that survival of the fittest eaters. Even if it's just to keep up your image, you'd better watch your back. The last image left behind is just sheer stubbornness anyway. Ho-guk just finished eating, his face all messy, but he excitedly asked, Hey, are you free or busy? Want to go hang out somewhere? He scratched his head, smiling happily as he added, just for fun. In front of him was a crowd of adoring teenage girls. "Sir, can we take a picture together? You're so freaking cool. Can I shake your hand, please?" Hoguk immediately flexed his muscles for them to take photos. Two pretty girls smiled brightly, posing in front of his massive, muscular build. Or rather, Hoguk locked the girls in a tight embrace with his arm for the photo. Suddenly, Donggu appeared out of nowhere and spoke up. "If that's the case, can you actually succeed?" Hoguk panicked, covering his mouth and whispering, "Hey, dude, don't talk so loud. You want to get us caught and killed? The path I've been chasing for so long? Is it just gonna end like this?" Zhang Quan immediately stepped in to explain. "Excuse me, everyone. Due to another schedule, the fan meeting ends here. Please make your way out." The crowd immediately dispersed, though the girls couldn't help but feel bummed. I wanted to take more pictures, but honestly, those muscles of his felt just like a stone statue. He furrowed his brows, grumbling, "It's all your fault that I can't even walk around freely anymore." Donggu playfully tapped someone in front of him, smiling as he replied, "Hey, being a star is exhausting, you know? Plus, you always have to watch out for others." Hoguk squinted one eye in annoyance and asked, "That's on you, but still." In his head, he recalled the video of his fight with Gyol Huan and couldn't help but ask, "Why did you upload that sparring video anyway? That's totally not like you. Are you trying to make money off YouTube now or what?" Donggu chuckled and replied, "That's just a side gig. It's actually a trap to lure the Habuk faction out." Somewhere else, a massive billboard mounted on top of a supermarket was broadcasting the news. The screen was showing a headline that read, "Internal document from Darkness Assassination Group leaked." At the Incheon port, two people were slowly walking down the stairs. Hoguk tilted his head and asked, "Donggu, you're sure the Habuk faction will reach out, right?" He calmly replied, "Of course they will. The Habuk faction has always wanted to expand into Korea, but they haven't found a way yet. Naturally, taking out the Bando family is their best shot." Donggu stood in front, smiling slightly as he added, "And since we are their enemies, they will definitely come looking for us." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and asked, "But wait, why does the Habuk faction even want to move into Korea?" He calmly explained, "The Habuk faction is an ancient clan with brutal internal competition. Plus, they've recently been at war over in Heilongjiang." Hoguk couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How on earth did you get that intel?" Donggu calmly replied, "Meh, pretty mid. Anyway, the Hebei Peng clan still controls plenty of dojos in Korea, and with that power, they could easily run all the fighters in mainland China." Hearing this, the old man got totally pissed off, shouting, "Say what? Those bastards actually dare use us?" The kid tilted his head with a sly smirk and replied, "Well, it's not like this is new. Those punks want to gain everything without paying any price." The two of them boarded the ship. Donggu walked closely behind and calmly said, "Anyway, it's not just China anymore. The other side is also making moves, so we've got to watch our step." Grinning confidently, he declared, "I don't back down from a fight." The kid gently slid open the door, revealing a massive room inside, decked out with fancy furniture. Hoguk gasped in surprise. "We're staying here?" Then, a deep voice echoed from within. "Yes, that is correct. I have been expecting you." Li Guk, the medicine trade manager of the Hebei Peng clan's Dayun farm, a rank 6A expert, cupped his hands with a bright smile, saying, "Please, come in." "Hello, hall leader. I'm Guk, the guy running this medicine trade office. We handle the exclusive medicine trade for the Hebei Peng clan, and since the eldest young master was killed, I've been put in charge of the investigation. I'm truly grateful for your cooperation with the Hebei Peng clan." He slung an arm around the kid, grinning as he introduced them. "Hey there, I'm the hall leader of Jinjiang Hall, Hoguk, and this is Branch Master Donggu." Guk smiled warmly and admiringly remarked, "Ah, so you're the black gold branch master everyone's been hyping up lately." As the two shook hands, Gook spoke with pure sincerity. "It's a real honor to meet you. I hope we can help each other out." Donggu immediately replied, "Same here." He gestured inside and suggested, "Why don't we all take a seat so we can have a real chat?" Once the three of them were settled in their seats, Hoguk spoke up. "So, what's the big secret that you had to drag us out to a secluded place like this?" Gook cupped his hands politely and smirked. "To express my deepest thanks, of course. I'm incredibly grateful to the hall leader for avenging our eldest young master." The old man raised an eyebrow suspiciously and said, "Cut the formal thanks. That Ki-ung Hua punk dared to stab Jinjiang Hall in the back, and I hated his guts for a long time." Guk chuckled dryly and replied, "You're too modest, hall leader," while scheming in his head that this would definitely be super profitable for the Hebei Peng clan if they want to break into Korea. He then flattered them with a bright smile. "After this, we highly value the sheer power of Jinjiang Hall." Hoguk crossed his arms and threw his head back, smugly saying, "You've got some serious eye for talent." Obviously, Jinjiang Hall is the absolute best. Guk furrowed his brows and lowered his voice. "Indeed, our third young master, Seiji, is extremely anxious," as he steps forward, saying, Hello, so glad to meet you all. I'd like to extend my humblest greetings to everyone here. I'm Seiji, the third young master of the Hebei Peng clan." Suddenly, Donggu flashed a sinister smirk. Terrified, Seiji instantly shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word as old memories flashed through his mind. Inside the warehouse, he coldly orders, "Keep this in mind, Seiji." Trembling in fear, he yells back, "Why yes, branch leader." Donggu continues coldly, "You are heading back to the Habuk clan right now." Seiji's jaw drops as he stammers, "Wait, for real? Boss?" Throwing an arm around his shoulder, he smirks. "No cap. You're going back as the successor of the Habuk clan. You feel me?" Seiji's losing his mind with worry and stammers, "Wait? Just like that? But what about the guy who was next in line?" Donggu shrugs it off. "I'll just drag him down. But hey, do you want to catch a body?" He immediately folds and whimpers, I'll do whatever you say." That crazy decision by Donggu is about to spark a total bloodbath across the entire Chinese mainland. With a wicked gleam in his eyes and a satisfied smirk, he thinks to himself, "Now that Seiji and Gook are headed back to the Habuk clan, my master plan is officially back on track. Hell yeah. Now, what's next on the agenda?" But out of nowhere, a thick, heavy fog rolls in behind them. Donggu tilts his head, totally caught off guard, and mutters, "What is this?" Suddenly, his eyes go wide as saucers. "No way. Why is this thing even here?" Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning strikes the ship, sending crazy vibrations through the whole deck before it completely blows up. Water blasts into the sky, leaving the entire harbor dead silent. Sung Ho, a high-rank level 6 leader at Unix, slams his hands on the table, absolutely losing his mind. "I'm reporting this national emergency right now. If we sit on this, people are going to get absolutely wrecked because they won't see it coming." Sang In, the big boss of Unix, just casually leans back in his chair, taking a bite of his burger, and says, "Dude, quit tweaking. Just take a breath and chill, Sung Ho. Seriously, man. All we gotta do is beef up the defenses at a couple of key Unix spots, and we're golden. You think national disaster response is some kind of joke? If we mess this up, things are only gonna get way worse." But Sung Ho is absolutely seething. He marches right up to him and snaps, "Are you seriously saying that right now? Once the dungeons pop open, everything goes to hell. The monster levels will absolutely skyrocket. There's no way our current setup can handle that, and keeping them locked in the dungeons won't even be an option anymore." Sung Ho's face goes completely pale as he stammers out. "And the worst part is, the dungeons have been warped to some dead zone with zero signal, and they're gonna open completely at random. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a level 9 dungeon cracks wide open and a swarm of deadly beasts just casually strolls out. Terrified people start running for their lives, screaming in absolute chaos. Why the hell is there a level 9 dungeon here? Run! Hurry, somebody help us. Where the hell are the Unix hunters at? But suddenly, a lone figure walks straight against the fleeing crowd and stops. On the left stands Seo Dong-min, a low-rank hunter clutching a heavy mace. On the right is Kim Jong-pyo, another low-rank hunter, nervously gripping his weapon. In the middle is Kim Tae-gyu, a mid-rank hunter wielding an axe, who shouts, "Listen up, there's nobody else to save this place but us. Move out, Squad 12. Let's show these beasts what we've got. Hold the line until headquarters gets here. Squad, get ready." But out of nowhere, a massive, giant mace crashes down, completely crushing him. The other two can only watch in absolute horror as yours, General. Dong-min's eyes went wide as he gasped, "G General." Dong-pyo stammered, his face pale with utter terror. Right in front of them was a creepy, one-eyed monster, grinning wickedly with bared teeth. The beasts completely surrounded them and started throwing brutal punches. Painful screams echoed through the air, but absolutely no one came to help. Meanwhile, outside, the eerily quiet city, Seiji hid behind a wall, keeping a low profile and watching. "Man, I thought getting off the boat and running inland would be way safer." He gritted his teeth in pure anxiety. "Oh my god, it's even worse here. Even Unix's high-level troops at least level 5 can't do a damn thing." Seiji glanced over at the giant, two-horned beast on the other side, instantly losing his nerve. "My skills compared to those monsters are a joke." But it was already too late. The one-eyed beast seemed to sense Seiji's presence and whipped its head around. Panic-stricken, he thought, "Oh crap, I'm spotted." The beast immediately lunged forward, giving chase, growling ferociously. He ran for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Somebody help me." Suddenly, someone appeared out of thin air and unleashed a move, Cosmic Palm. Seiji, crying tears of joy, gasped, "Are you okay, young master? May I know your honored name, Hall Leader?" Guk frowned and barked, "Wait, weren't you the very first to jump off the boat? Why the heck are you still here?" I was crying so hard his face was a total mess. I wanted to run, but my legs literally turned to jelly. Furious, Guk snapped, "Is this really the time to say crap like that?" Guk looked back and said coldly, "I still have to wipe out those monsters. It's too dangerous here. Get somewhere safe, fast." Suddenly, a massive club swung down from behind. Seiji screamed in terror, "Guk, behind you!" But it was already too late. A massive cloud of dust exploded from the impact. He stood frozen with his mouth wide open, screaming, "Gee, Guk!" The beast roared furiously, raising its. Suddenly, something incredibly sharp poked his head. Crying hysterically, he kept repeating, "It touched me. It touched me." But strangely, he didn't feel any pain. Seiji looked up at the trembling thing hovering above him. The beast looked totally paralyzed, shaking so hard it could barely hold its weapon. He stammered in utter shock. What's happening?" Suddenly, from behind, a massive explosion blasted. Seiji shrieked in terror. Dungu appeared out of nowhere and coldly snapped, "What are you doing? You idiot!" Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he scoffed, "Are you seriously from the Black Gold Hall?" Seiji squealed with joy. "H Hall Leader," Dungu coldly muttered. "Even if you're the absolute weakest in our hall, you're still a massive disappointment." Seiji raised his head with a cheeky grin, replying, "Please forgive me, boss." Dungu cast a highly condescending glance and asked, "Wait, didn't you say you could easily kick the asses of those level 7 monsters? What a joke. I'd throw you into a brutal boot camp right now. But if you get banged up now, it's just gonna be a massive pain in the neck. So just take a breather for now." He immediately took off like a bat out of hell, yelling back, "You got it, boss. I'll do my best to keep my butt alive." Dungu just smirked. He thought, "Gotta split. Now." He turned his head back to look at the pack of beasts in front of him and muttered, "Time to trash the rest of these monsters." Out of nowhere, another dude showed up and unleashed a crazy attack right at for them, an absolute god-tier move. One punch, one kill. "Heyo." Guk laughed like a maniac and shouted, "Just one punch to take down a high-level beast? Man, This is getting exciting. Yonggu frowned and let out a forced laugh, thinking to himself, with that guy around, this will be over in no time. The man went absolutely wild, throwing kicks left and right, his mouth never shutting as he trashed them. So weak. Way too weak. You monsters are pathetic. The three guys who were running for their lives earlier stopped and gaped in shock. Whoa, that power is insane. He is so freaking strong. Who even is that guy? Yang Xiao pushed up his glasses and coolly introduced. The master of the Diamond Sect, known as the Invincible Diamond, the undefeated Diamond Warrior sent from above, or the Demon King of this world. These are all titles of the Diamond Sect's master. Their eyes popped, and their jaws dropped in disbelief. Wait, he's the #1 trendiest guy right now? The Diamond Sect master? Seungji let out a strained chuckle and said, damn, you know a lot about him. Ji Seon scratched his head and replied awkwardly, well, I'm a hardcore fan of Unique, after all. Yongseo knit his brows, watching closely and calculating silently. These monsters are all above level 7, and they are absolute powerhouses. His eyes shifted to the glowing portal of the dungeon as he thought, but this is clearly a level 9 dungeon. Yet the monsters coming out are about 2 levels lower. After throwing around a few flashy moves, Heho Guk had wiped out almost all of them. Crossing his arms arrogantly, he scoffed. Is that it? No stronger monsters around? Guess a level 9 dungeon is nothing special. Suddenly, a massive, giant beast emerged, making his eyes widen in total shock as he looked. A one-eyed behemoth had appeared. It was the boss monster of level 9. Having reached the peak, Heho Guk grinned, baring his teeth, and said with excitement, now we're talking. At this level, things are actually going to get fun. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar, a sound that felt like it would tear everyone's bodies to shreds. Ji-seon squeezed his eyes shut, clutching his bezed head and crying out, what the hell? Just a roar and I'm all ready. Seung Ji stammered in absolute terror. The pressure is insane. Ji Seon, with wide-eyed shock, blurted out. Does this kind of monster really exist in this world? Yongseo gritted his teeth, thinking, this is a level 9 monster. He stared intently at it, lost in thought. Is the only person here who can stand a chance against it the Diamond Sect master? No, that makes no sense. High-ranking rankers from level 8 and above in Unique should be able to handle it. Yongseo knit his brows in worry, but Heho Guk is only at level 8 himself. Even if he somehow gets lucky and wins, this entire area is going to get completely leveled. We need to get out of here, right now. Before we could even move, the Diamond Sect master, Heho Guk, still grinning like a madman, rushed straight toward the level 9 monster to challenge it. So you're the big boss? Huh? Come on, let's have some real fun. Glaring at him, the beast roared. In fury, lowly insect, I will smash you to pieces. Suddenly, his body moved like it was possessed, his eyes widening in pure shock. Seizing the moment, he raised his fist and charged straight at the monster, yelling, take this. Ultimate Thunder Slash. The Class 9 monster got absolutely after, beaten to a pulp, its body exploding into pieces. The crowd of onlookers could only stare, their eyes popped out in total disbelief. Sejeon's jaw completely dropped as he gasped, but Heho Guk wasn't celebrating. He looked absolutely pissed off. No way. Dungu. Look at that sword. Turns out, it was all thanks to that glowing sword in his hand. Dungu smirked, totally amused, and quickly slipped away. Every single news channel was spamming updates about the massive, breaking incident that just went down. Gumgang sect leader Heho Guk had made a wild appearance at Incheon Port, right where a monster cave had busted open, with dungeon gates constantly popping up left and right, throwing the entire nation into a state of emergency. The city was basically engulfed in a literal sea of fire, and with new dungeons cracking open everywhere, the casualties were getting insanely high. Not only did they destroy the strongest monster, but the Jumgang sect was also the squad that took the absolute least damage. Naturally, the rep of Hyoguk and the Gyumgang sect shot through the roof. It was almost dawn inside a trashy little room. Du Seo was sitting at his desk, booting up his device to dig for info, muttering, "This is more than enough proof. This is easily enough to drag the Gyumgang sect through the dirt." Staring hard at the iPad in his hands, he grunted, "Quit hiding behind Hyoguk already. It's time to step into the light." The next morning, outside the city, reporters were losing their minds, broadcasting live. A dungeon gate has just ripped open again in the district over there. Citizens are urged to find shelter immediately. Members of the Hwakion sect were lined up on both sides of the street, taking charge and directing the crowd. "Everyone, get to safety. The Hwakion sect will hold them back. Don't panic, just keep moving in an orderly fashion." Jin Qiyong, the second commander of the Hwakion sect, crossed his arms and nodded in approval. "Nice work. Has everyone cleared out yet?" His subordinate standing nearby instantly replied, "Yes, sir. The evacuation is completely finished." He coldly ordered, "Good. Those monsters are gonna leave their damn corpses right here. Bring every last ounce of potential in it. The Hwakion sect's forces here now." Suddenly, a massive surge of lightning ripped through the command office. In a split second, everything was blasted to smithereens, and thick plumes of black smoke shot into the sky. A Class 8 monster coldly grabbed Jin Kyung by his head. Its eyes flared up as it growled, "Human, were you the one who slaughtered my brother?" Jin Kyung glanced back, totally terrified, thinking to himself, "A Class 8 monster? The sect leader. We should have warned us that a monster like this was going to show up." Getting zero response. The Class 8 monster frowned in annoyance. It angrily squeezed its grip and answered its own question. "Guess not." As the entire city was engulfed in flames, Jin Kyung's agonizing screams echoed through the ruins. Meanwhile, inside the Hwasong clan estate, the sect leader, John, spoke in a low, grim voice. "The evidence shows that Hoguke isn't the one who defeated the demon king, and that his power is totally fake." He handed over a file, telling him to keep reading, exposing the true identity of Hoguk. It turned out Hoguk was just a puppet, and the real powerhouse was pulling the strings from behind. If that's the case, then Jonan knitted his brows in confusion and asked, "What is this?" Sect leader Gu Hoon, the Hwakion sect's young master and a novice level 5, grinned widely and answered, "It's obviously proof that Hoguk is a big fat fraud." The old man furrowed his brows and warned, "I already told you to stop doing these pointless things." Jonan was so pissed off he threw the documents right in his face. Right now, the world is singing praises for Kim Kang-moon and Hoguk. Everyone even thinks he represents the entire martial arts world down there. The old man yelled in pure rage, "Is this something a young master of the Hwakion sect should even be poking his nose into? The Hwakion sect is risking their very lives right now to fight monsters. What the hell is their young master even doing?" Gu knitted his brows, barely holding back his anger as he listened. "Instead of wasting time worrying about this, you should go out and slay some monsters, you useless punk." Suddenly, Kang Chun and Donggu strolled in casually. As the two of them walked inside, Kang Chun clasped his hands respectfully and spoke up. "Kim Kang-moon's Kang Chun greets sect leader Gu." Standing on the platform, the old man coldly replied, "Greetings. What brings you here? If I recall, I never invited anyone from Kim Kang-moon." He pursed his lips and glared at Kang Chun, who was smiling awkwardly. Donggu couldn't stand the wait and immediately jabbed Kang Chun in the back to nudge him. Kang Chun scratched his head, gave a forced laugh, and explained, "Actually, someone's been spreading nasty rumors about Kim Kang-moon, so we came to investigate. We hope you'll cooperate." Gu Hun was taken aback and questioned them with a scowl. "What? Why the hell did you come looking for us?" He raised an eyebrow and grinned. "I know, right? Both sides are super busy, so we didn't really want to drop by and bother you. But the IP address of the malicious post belongs right here in the Hwakion sect. They even used a VPN. Must have been quite a chore." Furious, Gu Hun pointed his spear at the two of them with utter contempt. "Kids these days really have some balls, huh? Guhan grit his teeth and sneered. I've heard about you, Dungu. You got lucky and won against Hermione once, and now you think you're hot stuff? Keep acting like this and… Suddenly, something crashed right into the room. An angry level 8 monster, burning with rage, roared, "The bastard who killed my brother is here. I can smell his blood." Jonan's eyes widened in fear as he gasped. A monster? How did it get all the way in here? Kang Chun stared in shock, his mouth agape. With this pressure, it has to be at least level 8. Guhan, furious, grabbed his spear and rushed toward it, roaring, "How dare a mere monster barge in here?" The old man warned him in a panic. "Stop, Guhan. That's a level 8 monster." Ignoring the warnings, Guhan charged forward to attack the level 8 monster. Jonan cried out in worry, "Guhan." But the monster coldly spoke, "His scent isn't on you. I'm going to kill that other guy." Kang Chun tilted his head in surprise and said, "Hey, looks like that thing is looking for you." Dungu scratched his ear in confusion and replied, "What? But your dad was the one who killed it?" The level 8 monster loomed over them with its massive body, threatening, "You blue-haired brat. You're dead." Dungu calmly questioned him. "See? It really is you. No way it could mistake you, right?" Dungu smirked. He flat out denied it. Anyway, it wasn't me." This made it absolutely pissed. Opening its huge mouth, it roared, You smell like my brother's blood." Right after saying that, it hurled its massive weapon right at the two of them. Luckily, Kang Jun quickly leaped out of the way and shouted, "I knew it. My guess was spot on. It really did target you." The level 8 monster went totally ballistic and roared, "Don't even think about escaping." Suddenly, from behind, a fierce fire flared up. Jonan seized the moment and unleashed his skill, Fire Dragon Tamer. Frowning in anger, the old man raised his fist, charged forward, and declared, "Hey, monster, I'm your opponent now." Then, Jonan lightly unleashed another move, Fire Dragon Combo Kick. Dungu thoughtfully pondered, Sect leader. His eyes widened in rage, and he barked, "You dare do that to my son? I'll burn your very soul to ashes." The level 8 monster glanced over with sheer boredom and scoffed, "Ugh, what a drag." It instantly teleported to another spot. Jonan's eyes popped out in shock, and he gasped. What the? The level 8 monster was already standing behind Tim, ready to strike, die. Jonan, frowning with intense worry, thought, This guy is too fast. It's too late." Just then, a woman appeared from above, spinning her spear non-stop. As she plummeted, she leaped down and slashed right across the level 8 monster's face, coldly executing her move, blazing spear, clutching its face in agony. It shrieked. The old man rejoiced and gasped. Now is the perfect time. Jonan seized the chance, leaped into the air, and unleashed Fire Dragon Galaxy. The level 8 monster rolled its eyes in agonizing pain, let out a low growl, and its entire body was engulfed in a sea of flames before exploding. Its physical form shattered into pieces and vanished into thin air. That woman from earlier was none other than Flame Lord Guhua, a dual attribute user, and the eldest daughter of the Huasan sect, managing all matters big and small, a beginner level 7. Fire trucks quickly rushed to the scene. Kang Jun pouted and looked toward them. He smirked, thinking about Gu Hua. Since the Huasan sect kept pressuring the Kang clan, he decided to do a little recon, and it sure paid. Very Jew off. The relationship between Gu Hihan and Gu Hua is like oil and water, and after this, things will get even more brutal. The Huasan sect is about to have some serious drama. Meanwhile, over at the Huasan sect, panicked voices cried out one after another. Someone's hurt here. Carry them out. Quick. Jonan placed his hand on Gu Hua's shoulder and praised her with a smile. Thanks to you, we managed to take down that level 8 monster. I'm so proud of you, Gu Hua. Hearing this, she calmly replied, Thank you, father. Elsewhere, Gu Hihan was being treated for his injuries while he cursed under his breath. Damn it. I put so much effort into making a good impression on father, and that stupid monster ruined everything. In the end, Gu Hua got all the credit. What about my position then? The guy supporting him asked with a worried face. Young master, are you okay? Gu Hehan angrily shoved him away and yelled, Don't get in my way. You think I'm just gonna let this slide? He hurriedly clenched his fists and rushed over to Jonin, shouting with a smile, Congratulations, father, on defeating the level 8 monster. I'll immediately notify the press about this. Upon hearing this, the Huaqian sect leader turned around and roared in anger. You idiot! Even at a time like this, are you still worried about public opinion? Can't you see how many people are injured right in front of your eyes? As the young master of the Huaqian sect, you only care about such useless crap. Do Yup glared intensely at Gu Huan, scolding him. You disappoint me more and more. Get the hell out of here right now. I don't want to see your face ever again. His face darkened as he silently bowed his head. Across the plaza, the urgent shouts of the rescue disciples echoed. There are injured people here too. Training room number 1 is already packed with patients. Gu Hua pointed in one direction and took charge. Hurry up and move the injured to the hospital. Get the critically injured out first. Right then, Gu Huan walked up and called out, Hey, Gu Hua, let me talk to you for a second. She glanced over at him and rejected him. I'm busy. If you have something to say it here. Gu Huan cursed inwardly in anger. Just because father favors her. Does she really think she's the young master now? Fine. Since we're both busy, just do your thing. Let's see if father actually names a girl as his heir. He patted Gu Hua hard on the shoulder and said, Actually, it's nothing major. Some guys I know want me to set you up with them. Quite a few of them are pretty decent. Want to give it a shot? Hearing this, she gasped in shock, glared at him, and shouted, Are you serious, brother? Did you already forget what father just told? Is this seriously the time to be talking about that? Gu Huan frowned and mocked. Heh. From a lowly position like yours, you just need to do what you're told. How long do you plan on doing this grunt work anyway? All your friends are already getting hitched. Aren't you even thinking about getting married? Gu Hua rubbed her chin thoughtfully and replied, Actually, I've been thinking about that lately. I think I've found the right guy. Maybe I should just marry him right away. He gasped in sheer disbelief. What? You already have someone you like? Who is it? The handsome face of her crush flashed in her mind, making her smile. Gu Hua giggled and said, You saw him earlier. He's that guy from the Jum Gang sect, the master of the Black Gold Hall. He seems pretty solid. Gu Huan yelled in absolute disbelief. What? No way. Is it that good for nothing? That guy is from the Gum Gang sect. Gu Hua brushed it off completely and asked back. Seriously, so, what? He roared in a fury. They're currently the biggest obstacle to our Huaqian sect. How can you even think about stuff like that in a situation like this? Not backing down, she yelled back angrily. Stop talking like that. You're totally crossing the line. I only said. He was kind of cool. Why are you getting so worked up? Gu Huan let out a sinister laugh and spat out every single word. Kind of what? Even that is unacceptable. Who knows, you might even team up with the Jum Gang sect to get rid of me. Her face darkened as she mumbled. How can you even say such things? She watched him walk away in silence. Yet he didn't stop threatening her. Don't think I'll let this slide. You'll soon realize the massive gap between. Look at the difference between us. A chick like you could never even touch my level. Gu Hua's eyes widened in frustration as she thought, if Dad actually passes the young master title down to him, he's gonna get even more out of hand. She stared at Gu Huan's retreating back and thought, I know he's wanted to compete with me since we were kids. Yeah, he's good. He could take over my position in a heartbeat, but he only cares about his damn self. The era of girls not being allowed to lead the clan is long gone. With fierce determination written all over her face, Gu Hua swore to herself, I'm gonna build my own power, and there's no way in hell I'm backing down to you. Meanwhile, somewhere else, looking at Hyorin sitting up on the roof, the chief manager cried out in panic. Hyorin, Hyorin, it's dangerous. Get down here right now. The chief manager looked up at the roof and shouted at the top of his lungs, it's super dangerous up there. Get down. Already, Hyorin. Right then, Kang Chun walked over and asked with concern, hey chief, what is Hyorin even doing up there? The manager glanced back over his shoulder, let out a heavy sigh, and replied, well, to be honest. The chief manager, looking incredibly worried, asked, is it because of some brutal heartbreak? Dude, you've been watching way too many K-dramas. Donggu flinched and gasped. Wait. What? Kang Chun turned to him with a teasing smirk. Looks like this is all on you. Bro, just look at her after finding out you and Hera are dating. It's like her whole world just collapsed. He frowned, thoroughly confused, and asked, but why did she climb up there anyway? The manager let out an annoyed sigh and grumbled. She said she has to pray to the moon and the sun. Honestly, I'll never understand what goes on in a girl's head. Donggu scratched his head, thinking to himself, man, seriously, she looks exactly like someone who just got totally cheated on. He used all his strength to leap onto the roof next to Hujin. He thought, with those three brothers, like Kang Chun, I can be strict with their training, but Hujin is a totally different story. Donggu placed a hand on her shoulder, trying to coax her. Hey, Hujin, it's really dangerous up here. Let's get down, okay? Hujin clasped her hands together and replied, don't worry about me, Donggu, I'm fine. He closed his eyes and muttered under his breath, I'm the one. Who's not fine, you stubborn brat? Come on, quit acting up and get down here already, Hujin. She just sat there, cold-shouldering him with a flat refusal. No way. Not until the moon and the sun hear my wish and make it come true. Donggu immediately tried to scare her. You know, falling from all the way up here is gonna hurt like crazy. Hujin couldn't care less and replied, I won't fall. He kept trying to persuade her. Come on. You can pray downstairs. Just as well. Her voice came back, short and dry. Don't want to. He closed his eyes and cursed in his head. See? This is what happens when they aren't your own blood. Stubborn as hell. I should just smash this roof to pieces. Donggu cracked open one eye and sighed. Fine. I'll wait with you. Hujin whipped her head around, eyes lighting up. Really? He flashed a warm smile and replied, turns out you were just waiting to hear that. 10 years. The little girl immediately threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around Donggu's neck, and cheered. Awesome. He secretly let out a massive sigh of relief, thinking, damn, talk about a mood swing. Once Hujin gets past 20, she'll probably start acting a bit more mature. Donggu hauled Hujin off that motel roof. There was really no need to brush his first love's heart right at this moment. Meanwhile, in a room filled with non-stop roaring laughter, Ho-guk raised his teacup, grinned, and said, Donggu, I heard you. He was grinning ear to ear. So, we can basically call it a date, right? Donggu sat across from him, deadpan. Drop it, old man. Don't overthink it. I just didn't want the girl getting hurt. Ho-guk winked and said, but a promise is still a promise. You're a grown-up now. So going back on your word would be. Before he could finish, Donggu cut him off. I'm going to war with China. Ho-guk jumped, totally freaked out, and shrieked, you're doing what to who? Donggu just lifted his teacup, winked, and replied, going to war with China. Duh. Panicked, the old man slapped a hand on Donggu's forehead and cried out, are you sick or something? Wake up. Donggu snapped back, annoyed. While other gangs are slacking and messing around, I want Korean martial arts to stand absolutely dominant. Ho-guk's voice boomed back. Well, we're still as solid as ever, aren't we? Donggu opened his left eye, looked at him, and explained, China is unstable right now. Their internal beef is hitting an all-time high. If we strike now, we can minimize our own losses. Ho-guk clenched his fist and shouted, at the top of his lungs, damn right. If we throw down, we're definitely winning. Those Chinese punks are just scrubs. Let's trash them all. Donggu grinned and said, we'll have to burn bridges with them eventually, but first, We gotta slip our guys in to stir up some serious trouble. Ho-guk furrowed his brows and let out a cold laugh as he sneered, "Oh? Stirring up internal beef first?" Donggu grinned back, "Exactly. And here's our shot." The image of a certain someone popped into his head as he thought, "It's time to use the mole we planted in the Habyok gang." Over at the ILAEE group, a rowdy crowd was staging a massive protest outside. Expose the connection between Daniel Shield and the ILAE group. Spill the beans. Tell us the truth about Hungu. Clear it up. Come clean. Ever since the Hungu scandal broke out, the ILAE group had been in deep trouble, with their stock price taking a massive nosedive. Because of this, the chairman's position was on the line. During the board meeting, someone stood up and started grilling him. "Do you even realize the kind of mess this company is in right now? Hitman, are you freaking kidding me? And a division leader at that? If this keeps up, I'm pulling my investment. How the hell are you going to take responsibility for this?" On Min furrowed his brows, looking down at them as he tried to de-escalate. "Please. Shareholders, calm down. My useless son is the one who caused all of this. I deeply apologize. But we still don't know what kind of conspiracy is playing out behind the scenes." He promised, "I will look into this thoroughly." And suddenly, Gukwan stepped in, cutting him off. "No need for that." Hanmin froze as he saw. Seeing Gukwan, 85, the founder of the ILHE group, who had retired due to health issues, stepping into the room, Hanmin cried out in shock. "Father!" Gukwan bellowed, absolutely furious. "Hanmin, how many chances did I give you, only for you to let me down? If you can't even keep your own son in line, how the hell are you going to run this entire conglomerate? You useless. You've got no right to be the chairman. Get down right now." Hearing that, Hunmin fumed and screamed at the top of his lungs, "No way! I'm the one who built this entire group to what it is today. Right now, I'm the chairman, not father anymore." Right then, Chun Jin spoke up. "You've dragged things today. This point, and you're still talking big, bro?" Instantly, Hun Min flew into a rage and barked, "Chun Jin, what the hell did you just say?" Kang Chun Jin, 43, the second son of Kukwan, who has plenty of beef with his older brother Hun Min, smirked and said, "Yeah, I said it. So what? It's about time you packed your bags and stepped down." The crowd below got totally riled up and started shouting, "Since things have gone this far." "Just like what?" the second son said. "Take responsibility and resign already." "Heck yeah, get off that chairman's seat." "I'm down with that." Hun Min's entire body was shaking with fury. He gritted his teeth as the crowd's shouting echoed, "Count me in too. Chairman Hun Min, step down. Resign already." After storming out of the room, he slammed his fist hard against the wall. Shaking all over, Hun Min lost his mind and screamed, "Those damn bastards, the shareholders. How dare they fire me? Just you wait." Did they seriously think I'd let this slide? From behind, Chun Hai called out, "Big bro, are you over here? I've been looking all over for you." Haijin also chimed in with a soft, comforting voice, "Don't be mad, bro. You've been treated so unfairly." Hun Min just stood there and laughed, maniacally, shouting out, "Chun Hai, Haijin, I was literally just looking for you two. Get over here and back me up." Kang Chun Hai, the third, son of Kukwan, clenched his fist tightly and yelled, "Don't worry, big bro, Chun Hai, am here to give you a hand." Kang Haijin, the youngest, daughter of Kukwan, smiled reassuringly, "Big bro, just trust me on this." Hun Min is currently using his two siblings' power to trigger a massive power struggle within the family. At first, thanks to Kukwan's endorsement, the upper hand was totally with the second son, Chun Jin. At the hospital, Chun Jin looked at Kukwan being wheeled on the gurney and cried out in worry, Dad, please wake up. You can't just collapse like this." He stared at the old man's closed eyes and screamed, "Dad." But when Chairman Cook, Huan fell sick, the whole game changed. Hun Min wasn't about to let this golden opportunity slide. Backed by his siblings, he managed to grab the interim chairman seat. Elsewhere, Hun Min stood on the stage, completely hyped, shouting out at the top of his lungs, Tae-hoon, Gina, Chun-hai, Hai-jin. Hunmin just pulled over 50% of the votes. His eyes went wide as he screamed, I, Hunmin, have been elected as the chairman of the board of directors. I will return to lead the Ilyu group once again. The crowd below sat in dead silence as Hunmin's voice boomed. Anyone who's not cool with this outcome, speak up right now. Later, in the office, a voice buzzed over the intercom. Chairman, Director, Ha from the Hando group is here. Hunmin said, all right, show him in. He turned around to look toward the door, calling out, Director Ha, please come in. Jung-woo pushed the door open, smirked, and said, congrats on getting your chairman's seat back. Seeing him, Hunmin was completely shocked, shouting, what the hell are you doing here? Isn't the mess at Kim Kang-mun already enough to keep you busy? Dong-gu smirked and replied, hey, appreciate the concern. But today, I'm here representing the chairman of the Han Sun Group just to congratulate you on getting your chairman's seat back. Seriously, this guy is a total snake. His own kid just got iced, yet here he is, still playing dirty power games. He glared at him, thinking to himself, look at this clown. He's hiding out at Kim Kang-mun to dodge the spotlight, but he's still trying to leech off of others. Hunmin, looking extremely pissed, barked out, you done with your little speech? We're not even friends. If you've got nothing else, Dong-gu shrugged, completely unbothered, and said, yeah, got the pleasantries out of the way. I'll take my leave. Oh, wait, almost forgot. We at Kim Kang-mun just dug up some files left behind by the late Darkness Guildmaster, Kyo-hwan, before he passed. The old man flinched, yelling, what? What files are you talking about? Dong-gu grinned and replied, oh, just the blueprints Kyo-hwan had to take over the Ilyu group. It names some big players, including the Darkness Guild and their entire money laundering paper trail. Every single detail. Hearing this, Hunmin frowned, his mind racing. What kind of game was that bastard Kyo-hwan playing? The cops are already snooping around. If they get their hands on those documents, our entire group is. Slamming his hand on the desk, he roared, are you trying to blackmail me right now? Dong-gu chuckles, answering loudly, no way, man. But hey, I just hope we get a sweet piece of the action, thanks to those files. Hunmin gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I can't let him hold this leverage over me, but I can't just take down Kim Kang-mun right now, either. I've got to focus on fixing the group's current crisis. No time to play games with these punks. He turned his back on Dong-gu and muttered, I'm going to pretend I never heard any of that. Now, get lost. Heading toward the door, Dong-gu called back, oh, is that so? I get where the chairman is coming from. I just hope you're making the right call. Hunmin shot him a cold glare, warning, unless you want to go down together, Kim Kang-mun better pick the right side. Immediately after, he silently watched the door slam shut. Bowing his head toward the desk phone, Hunmin demanded, did you get that whole conversation recorded? A hesitant voice crackled from the other end. About that. For some reason, the moment that guy stepped in, all our files and recording gear were completely wiped. Hearing this, he snapped in rage. That damn Dong-gu knew this would happen. What a sly fox. Meanwhile, Dong-gu walked out and looked back up at the high-rise, thinking, if the Ilyu group goes bankrupt, it'll send a massive shockwave through the economy. So, the government might step in with some emergency funding. Frowning with concern, he thought, a massive giant employing over 100,000 workers like the Plains Ilyu group won't go down that easily, but that's only the start. Once you're sucked into this dirty power struggle, there's no turning back. In his mind, Dong-gu pictured Hunmin and his brothers planning his next move. First, I've got to play Hunmin's family. Right now, it looks like Hunmin holds the upper hand with management rights, but his cash flow is totally dry. I smirked and thought to myself, those stingy bastards who wouldn't give anyone a single dime will definitely tear each other apart and pour every last cent of their capital into this scheme. Suddenly, some guy bumped right into Donggu. He looked after the dude with a puzzled frown as he walked away. Donggu turned his head and asked, "What's his deal? That guy walking off with his hands stuffed in his pockets?" Gold Knight, the info broker, chuckled mysteriously and said, "Donggu, look." Right then, a grand announcement echoed, establishing the hyperfactory, ushering in the golden age. Our group's assets are now 300 times larger than other companies. Revenue has reached 2 trillion won, which the media reports as a 300-fold increase compared to mid-tier companies. A guy on the podium went on, stating that if they established a new company, demand would skyrocket, and distributing it across several mid-tier companies would bring in way more profit. Deng Chun looked totally stressed out as he muttered, "Man, the bigger the company gets, the more crap we have to worry about." The presenter looked over and asked, hesitantly, "What do you think, Director?" Deng Chun sighed and groaned, "Ugh, my head is killing me." He glared at Donggu, who was casually sipping his tea, and cursed under his breath. "This lazy brat." Deng Chun forced a smile and asked in a gentle voice, "Hey son, why are you so quiet today? Usually, you're always ready with some crazy solutions, aren't you?" Donggu just smirked, glanced over, and said, "We're discussing official business here, so please keep it professional, Director." Deng Chun fumed, screaming inside, "Official business? Fine, I'll bite my tongue. It'd look pathetic to argue with my own kid here." Deng Chun set his teacup down, looked back at the presenter, and said, "I knew it would come to this. First, let's put together a finance and legal team, because our absolute most urgent issue right now is legal." The crowd around them instantly erupted into excited applause, showering him with praise. "Our director is truly something else. No wonder he's running the show. His capabilities are top tier." Deng Chun smirked, glancing over at Donggu with a smug grin, thinking, "I nailed it. Man, having a son like this is a lifesaver. Even a screw-up like me managed to have such a brilliant son. In times of absolute chaos like this, having a successor like him puts my mind completely at ease." But right at that moment, Donggu turned his head with a grin and asked, "Director, you've got things prepared, right?" Deng Chun, totally confused, asked, "Prepared for what?" Donggu gave a bright smile and replied, "A guest is about to arrive." Right as the words left his mouth, a guy slammed the door open, barged in, and roared, "Donggu, get the hell out here." Deng Chun jumped in shock at the intrusion and yelled, "Hey!" It was Hoguk, his face twisted in pure rage, clenching his fists as he shoved past the crowd and lunged forward, roaring, "You bastard Munsu!" Munsu gripped his hilt, unsheathed his blade, and lunged forward, shouting, "Bring it on!" In a flash, Kang Chun tackled Hoguk, locking his arms around his waist, to drag him back, screaming, "Father, stop. Don't do this." Fuming, his father barked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, Munsu stood completely still, his sword half drawn. Hoguk whipped around and glared, roaring, "Kang Chun!" His son desperately pleaded, "Father, please, just calm down. Open your eyes and look around." He glanced over and saw the crowd, whispering and gossiping loudly. "What's going on? Is this a duel between the sect leaders? The Jumgong sect leader fought earlier. He's such a violent dude. Guess the rumors about his brain being all muscle are actually true." Hoguk immediately stood up and straightened his clothes. He flashed a super bright, friendly smile and said, "Munsu, my bad. I got a little too excited. Sorry about that." The crowd around them immediately started whispering in awe. As expected of the Jumgang sect leader, he realizes he's wrong and apologizes right away. Hearing this, Munsu growled in pure anger. "Grr, this bastard." Gripping his sword tight, he rushed forward, screaming, "Hoguk, you bastard! How dare you mess with me? Don't think for a second I'm letting this slide." Right then, Minqian stepped in and shouted, "Hold it right there. The Martial Arts Coalition Conference hasn't even started, and you guys are already throwing hands?" Munsu gasped, looking over in shock. Sect leader Che. He barked back defensively. Do you have any idea what this trash Hoguk did? Min Cheon scowled and snapped. So you're saying you two are settling a personal grudge right in front of the public? The crowd immediately started whispering again. Yo, that's the president of the Martial Arts Association. Word is they completely put a stop to the Kabi gang. Yeah, and it wasn't just the Jeumgang sect. The Wasun sect and Cheonwoo sect teamed up to crush them too. The crowd cheered. Total heroes. Hearing this, Munsu was so pissed. He muttered under his breath. These bastards. Just you wait, Hoguk. Outside. And inside, Min Cheon sat at the head of the table and coldly announced, I hereby declare the Martial Arts Coalition Conference open. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Dongwoo stood there, staring in that direction. He asked, why do you and the Dohai sect leader always throw hands whenever you meet? Gang Chun hesitated before answering. Well, it's probably because the Dohai sect leader seriously offended my dad. His puzzled voice echoed, offended? A few years ago, they were having a meal after the Martial Arts Coalition conference ended. Munsu watched Hoguk stuff his face like a beast opposite him and sighed. No way I can ever vibe with this dude. At that exact moment, Hoguk tore into a chunk of meat and yelled, why the long face? Man. Right after, sauce instantly splattered all over Munsu sitting across from him. Furious, he jumped up and roared, you pig, that is disgusting. I can't even eat in peace with you. Ho! Gook also slammed the table, stood up angrily, and yelled, what did you call me? A pig? Back in the present, Gang Chun took a sip of his water, glanced at Dongwoo and asked, turns out, the Dohai sect leader is a total clean freak. Like, the exact opposite of my dad. Anyway, they had a crazy fight that day, completely tearing the place apart, but it ended in a tie. Hoguk and Gang Chun. Gang Chun calmly added, even though the Dohai sect leader is based far away and doesn't show himself much, he's still a super tough opponent. Dongwoo heard this and sighed in agreement. Man, no wonder my dad has a solid reason to hate that guy. He took another sip, silently lost in thought. The Dohai sect leader. He's one crafty bastard. Fighting him head-on is going to be a total drag. Suddenly, a sound rang out, making Kong Chun look over and gasp in shock. Huh? Gu Hua waved as she walked up to the door and said, hey there. He lightly froze up and gasped. Then, Kang Chun raised his hand toward the door with a bright but nervous smile and stammered back, hey. Donggu eyed her thoughtfully. If she looked like a stunning red rose the last time we met, this time, her makeup makes her look just like a sweet little strawberry. Right after that, Gu Hua walked over, grabbed his shirt, and teased, wanna go on a date with me? Donggu was shocked, thinking, wow, talk about a shameless flirt? Then, he flat out rejected her, saying, sorry, but I'm already taken. Gu Hua put on a sad face, looked at him, and whined, I don't even care. I'm in a crappy mood today, and having you around would totally cheer me up. Pretty please? Kang Chun violently shoved Donggu aside and got all hyped up, shouting, then how about you and me? Gu Hua covered her mouth and rejected him instantly, saying, oops, sorry. I'm actually feeling better. Now, my mood for a date is totally gone. Hearing that, he gasped in utter shock, screaming, huh? Just like that? Donggu's gaze grew, deadly sharp as he muttered, all right, that's enough scouting for today, don't you think? Her eyes went dead cold. In a flash, she leaped backward, putting some serious distance between them. Then, standing perfectly still, Gu Hua threw a sudden punch. Kang Chun stood frozen like a complete idiot, shouting, in shock, what? Wait, what? Gu Hua grit her teeth, thinking, no way. She recalled that scene, lost in thought. Is it really? Gu Hua stared at Donggu, muttering, did I make a mistake? Donggu softly smirked and asked her back, what's with the sudden surprise? Donggu looked straight at her and added, you didn't just come here to spy on us, did you? Looks like you got what you wanted. He smirked and continued. Besides, the young master of the Hwasun clan is too chicken to show up to a meeting like this, so he sent his little sis instead. Looks like your ambition is no joke. Guhua flinched, thinking, damn, he actually knows all the dirty laundry of the Hwasun clan. Don't you dare mouth off like that in front of my brother. Donggu sneered mockingly. You love backstabbing people, don't ya? Right then, a voice called out from behind. Yo, Donggu. Hey, Kang Jun. Kang Hun rushed over, shouting the news. The meeting results are out. They decided to hold the martial arts grand assembly. Kang Hun and Gu Hun gasped in shock. The martial arts grand assembly? Kang Hun excitedly replied, yeah, to bring the clans together and boost the reputation of the martial arts alliance. They're gathering all the rising stars from each sect to throw this massive grand assembly. Meanwhile, inside a room, a voice muttered, Hun-gu of the Il-Ryu group has already made contact with Hara from the Daehan group in the past. The guy sitting on the sofa smirked. What's more, Hun-gu is also a key player in the Habek gang. In the end, Kim Kang-moon wants to call all the shots. He smirked and asked, is this just a coincidence? He stared at the documents in front of him and muttered, all of this is connected to that Donggu guy. His terrifying smile is a total guarantee, so please, don't stress over it. And that's exactly why I hate that Donggu guy so damn much. A girl holding a plushie squeals with a grin. OMG, this is too freaking cute. Two schoolgirls eyeball the plushie and gossip. Look, his tummy is even sticking out. It's so adorable. Plus, it's cute and wards off bad vibes at the same time. Hyoseo stands behind them, muttering under her breath. I seriously don't get what's so great about some buff, old dude. Like, seriously. Hearing this, the two schoolgirls spin around, pissed off, and snap. Hey, we heard that, you know? What's your problem? We can say whatever we want. Freaked out, Hyoso runs away, screaming, I'm sorry. Behind her, the two girls shout in anger. What's her deal? So rude. 3 days later at school, Hyoseo grips her backpack straps, grumbling. No matter how I look at it, it just doesn't add up. Everything Donggu, the sect leader of Kim Kang-moon, did, ended up being pinned on that Hogu. Suddenly, from behind, Kang-chun rolls up his sleeves and walks over, saying, Yo, the internet is flooded with hate comments targeting our Kim Kang-moon faction. And there's this one toxic troll called Kim Kang-moon's dogs. He's always manipulating public opinion. I am absolutely going to hunt him down and beat his ass. Hearing this, Hyoseo panics, thinking, wait, Donggu and Kang-chun of Kim Kang-moon. Hyoseo, whose secret username is Kim Kang-moon's dogs, is terrified, thinking they're hunting her down. She turns around to leave, but their voices still echo in her ears. Who the hell could this Kim Kang-moon's dogs be? He's probably not a student at our school, right? Hyoseo nervously thinks. If I keep hanging around here, they're gonna bust me. I need to lay low for a bit. On the other side, Kang-chun smiles brightly and shouts, Yo, Donggu. Yoon-jung is back at school today. Donggu silently listens as he adds, she must have been in deep shock lately. Meanwhile, at the school lounge, Yoon-jung is sitting all alone on a bench. Soon after, Donggu walks over to her with a smile and greets, Hey, long time no see. How have you been? Are you feeling any better? Yoon-jung gives a slight nod. He immediately sits down beside her and says, Life always throws crazy things at us, things we never thought could happen. Just let it go. Sometimes, forgetting is the best medicine. But as Donggu notices her giggling behind her hand, he asks, puzzled, Why are you laughing? Hearing this, she teases, You talk like an old soul who's lived for ages. Donggu smiles to himself, thinking, Well, I actually have. I've been through several lifetimes already. But anyway, I'm just glad you got over the shock. Suddenly, Yoon-jung's expression turns dead serious as she asks, But Donggu, have you cleared level 7 yet? It's been a while, but you feel like a completely different person. She gasps inwardly. What? No way. It took me 15 years of training just to reach level 6. He's been training for less than a single year. What kind of insane talent is this? He's like a main character out of a webtoon. Excitedly, Yoonjung asks, "Hey, do you mind if we do a quick test?" And Donggu extends his hand, replying, "Sure, why not?" She reaches out to grab his hand, thinking, as a witch, this is how I'll read his level. It's basically exposing all your secrets, yet he did it so easily. Dong-gu, are you some kind of genius? Or do you just look down on witches? Her eyes widened in shock as Dung cried out, "What is this crazy power?" In her head, a rush of childhood memories flashed back, how she was treated like total trash just because she had a mother like that. The door slammed shut with a harsh scream. Don't even dream of going out. Just rot and die in there. Outside, two shadows were whispering to each other. How many days has she been locked up? Yes, it's been a week, sir. Dung lay on the cold floor, staring at the place, slightly ajar door. She forced herself to sit up and asked, "Can I finally go out now?" But that woman gritted her teeth and shrieked, "You wicked monster." Unable to endure the abuse as she grew up, her mother immediately ran away to Korea. And that was where she met. Back to reality, Dung gasped in absolute shock. No way. You actually surpassed level 7. What the heck? This is the first time I've ever seen this. Dung-gu looked at her with a smirk. This is new X Control, a magic style I developed myself. Does the name sound too lame? Then let's just call it Dung-gu Control, all right? Dung's eyes went wide as she screamed in her head. No freaking way. He's been learning magic for less than 1 year, yet he's already developed his own brand of spellcasting? Dung-gu smiled at her and asked, "What's with that look of disbelief? Want to test it out and see how it differs from your magic? Or what? You're not down?" Shaking off her shock, Dung stared at the magic in her hands. Donggu's mana was flowing into her. Staring at the magic circle appearing, she thought, is he really trying to teach me magic to help me reach level 7 too? Dung closed her eyes, feeling the massive mana swirling around her, and gasped, "Whoa, this is insane. So this is level 7. Magic." Suddenly, she remembered Luke, the eldest son of the Erlin family in America, an arrogant level 7 witch. Back then, Luke, that guy looked at her with a smirk and said, "So this is where you've been hiding." Donggu turned his head, totally confused. Wait, is he a foreigner too? Back then, Luke had insulted her loudly. "Just like your mother, hiding out here like a rat." Angrily, Dung snapped back, "Shut. I'm your mouth. Don't you dare insult my mother." But he just laughed arrogantly. "Insult her? You've got trash blood anyway." Just then, Kong Chun stepped up behind her, furious. "Hey, you've gone way too far." The memory of Luke's harsh words still made her boil with rage. "Get lost, you lowlife dog. Get the hell out of our family." The Erlin clan was one of the big 5 families ruling America. Her mother was just an illegitimate child of that family. Staring at the glowing magic before her, Dung thought. Suddenly, Donggu snapped his fingers and said, Dung, let's call it a day." Startled, she opened her eyes wide and gasped. "Huh?" With her face blushing red, she stammered, "Thank you. Thanks for snapping me out of it. I got too excited and almost lost control of my mana." She looked at Donggu, thinking, as expected of a magic genius, combining magic with the pokus, Hyeoncheon art lets her adapt instantly. He gave a slight smile and called out, "Congrats on breaking through the 7th stage," Dung said, rubbing her chin. She cheered, "Thanks a ton. Seriously, I couldn't have hit the 7th stage without you." Just then, Donggu's worried voice chimed in. "Hey, your face looks like crap. You okay?" She rubbed her chin and replied, "Nah, I'm fine. I just still can't believe I actually cleared the 7th stage, that's all." Donggu thought to himself, "I was actually planning to teach Hara first, but Dung is so sweet and polite. She's totally worthy of learning it. That's just how awakening works anyway. If she wants to thank me, she can just buy me a meal later." Dung sat down next to him and gave his shoulder a playful nudge. "Hey, don't forget, I'm the proud successor of the heavenly martial sect. Just then, Kang Chun walked up and shouted, "Ha! I knew it! You're hanging out with Dung Dung, huh? Hey, someone's looking for you." Dung Dung stared at Luke, thinking, so this guy right next to me, the sole heir of the Ealoon family, is actually my cousin. Luke glared at him and yelled, "I've got absolutely nothing to say to you, so stop showing your ugly face in front of me." Luke got pissed hearing that, raising his hand and roaring, "How dare an illegitimate brat speak to me like that?" Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm, stopping him. Dungu gripped Luke's arm tightly and said, "Are you seriously trying to put your hands on a kid?" His eyes glowed with a sinister red light as he asked, "What should we do, Dung Dung? Want me to teach this prick a lesson?" Luke scoffed. In response, "Teach times? Me times a lesson?" Dungu's eyes flashed with a menacing red light as he asked, "Or should I just obliterate this entire place?" Kang Chun, standing nearby, rolled up his sleeves and barked, "Hey you," he's warning, "you. So keep your damn mouth shut." Suddenly, a flash of light burst before his eyes, making him gasp in confusion. Right after, Luke raised his hand, summoning a magic circle that blasted Kang Chun away, leaving him groaning on the ground in pain. Kang Chun looked up at Luke in disbelief and yelled, "Dungu, weren't you holding on to him?" Dungu instantly smirked and replied, "Yeah, well," he slipped away. Dung Dung cried out anxiously, "Dungu, Kang Chun, stop it. This is my problem. You guys shouldn't get mixed up with the Ealoon family." Right after that, Luke emerged from the magic circle behind Kang Chun and sneered, "Too late. Yellow monkey." Actually, more like yellow gorilla. Kang Chun's blood boiled as he roared, "Yellow what? What did you just say, bastard?" Luke sneered sarcastically. "Your hearing is as trash as a monkey's. I called you a yellow gorilla." Kang Chun's left eye flashed with furious golden light. "You smug bastard." He raised his fist, charging forward as he screamed, "You're dead meat." Dung Dung instantly screamed, "Kang Chun, no, don't fight." Then, Luke waved his hand, conjuring a magic circle while mocking, "Prehistoric monkey." Kang Chun's eyes widened in pure rage. "Say what?" He grinned and asked, "Are you shocked, loser?" A red magic sphere glowed right at the tip of Luke's finger. Then, Kang Chun was instantly blown away by the blast. Dungu, with both hands in his pockets, watched him fly and thought, "That magic is at least level 7, at least one level higher than Dungu's." Kang Chun clutched his stomach, groaning in pain as he gasped, "What the hell is that power?" Right after that, Dungu turned to him and asked, "Ready to give up yet?" Kang Chun instantly snapped and screamed, "Who the hell are you telling to give up? Dungu, back off. I'll take this bastard down myself." He raised his leg, while the guy instantly turned half of his body into solid bronze. Muttering, "Stat skin," Kang Chun put everything into a savage kick, but the moment he hit Luke's rock-hard bronze body, his leg bones completely shattered. Kang Chun's face immediately turned pale as a ghost. Hopping on one foot, he clutched his leg and screamed, "Damn it, it hurts, it hurts. So bad. My leg." Watching from afar, Dungu smirked and thought, "This guy's pretty clever, using stat skin to shield himself in a split second." Then, Luke effortlessly snapped his fingers, and the trash laughed and yelled, "Lightning." A bolt of lightning instantly struck Kang Chun, making him scream in agony. Luke looked at his charred body, face down on the ground, and laughed. "Well, looks like your clown show ends right here." Then, he conjured a fireball in his hand and grinned, shouting, "Time to roast this big ape." Suddenly, Luke flinched and dashed to the side as Dungu raised his leg, kicking out a blast of magic that triggered a massive explosion right in front of him. Striking a pose, he muttered, "Damn, you're pretty fast at running away." Luke emerged from a magic circle right behind Dungu, scoffing, "I wasn't running, I just used warp to dodge. Worthless trash like you would never see it coming." He gathered his power, but Dungu suddenly appeared behind Luke, looking at the explosion and saying, "Damn, Never thought I'd see a fire this huge at school. Luke whipped his head around and laughed. A clone? Huh? You pathetic rat number 2. Dungu's eyes glowed blood red as he asked, "Who the hell are you calling? A rat? You insect?" The guy's eyes flashed with a sharp golden light, and he sneered. "I only planned to give you a warning today, but..." He raised both hands, conjuring a massive magic circle. That was huge. But I just changed my mind. When an idiot doesn't know his place and comes looking for trouble, he's literally begging to get wrecked. Yoonjung saw the stone wall lifting Luke up and screamed, "Stone golem, stop it, Luke!" She cast a spell, turning to Dungu and shouting, "Dungu, you stop too. This is my family's business. Stay out of it." Luke scoffed and asked, "Yoonjung, did you seriously just try to stop my fight? Have you lost your damn mind?" Furious, Yoonjung yelled, "Are you out of your mind too? You're not allowed to use magic above level 7 on campus." Luke laughed mockingly. "Give me a break, N? Illegitimate kid trying to act all high and mighty?" She let out a cold sneer, firing back. "Listen, I don't give a damn what you think of me, but this is a specialized academy, and some outsider is barging in, causing absolute chaos. You seriously trying to take on the entire school?" Suddenly, a crowd of students appeared behind Luke, shouting, "Yo, what's going on? Looks like they're about to throw down." One male student stared at him and whispered, "Who's that? An outsider really has the balls to come here and mess with our school?" A girl next to him instantly chimed in, raising her voice. "Who cares? That foreign dude is fine as hell." Irritated, the guy snapped, "Can you stop barking like a dog and talk like a human being, please?" Screaming in rage, the girl shot back, "If you don't want to get slaughtered, you better shut your mouth." The corner of Luke's mouth twitched up as he let out a savage, threatening grin. "You think that pathetic special alliance of yours can actually threaten the Eolan family? Jungu?" Hearing those words, Jungu's face instantly darkened. Luke chuckled savagely, raising his hand and saying, "You already know this. Even if a bunch of weaklings team up, they can't block my way. So, how about I play with you guys for a bit?" Suddenly, from behind the wall he had built, a voice called out, "Bring it on." With a crazed look on his face, Jungu shouted, "This is gonna be so damn fun. After all, I've been dying to see the power of Tier 7 magic." Luke was also incredibly hyped, saying, "Man, I'd love that too, but today is only a friendly greeting. No need to waste too much energy." High up in the sky, a helicopter roared in and dropped a rope ladder. Luke immediately reached out and grabbed hold. Swinging himself up onto the ladder, he looked down, arrogantly. "Hey, you little monkey. Oh, wait, I mean Jungu. Next time we meet, I'm gonna throw you in a zoo and make you perform." Ascending into the sky, Luke looked down and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Make sure you wait for me." Jungu smirked, muttering to himself, "So he actually knows about me? Huh? This is getting interesting." Inside the hospital, Kang Jung lay in his bed, looking at Jungu in front of him, and asked, "So, you really just let that bastard walk away like that?" Jungu replied with a shrug, "Well, what else did you want me to do? Keep fighting him?" Kang Jung screamed out in absolute frustration. "Hell yeah. Obviously. I just let my guard down. That's all. Next time, I'm gonna beat him so hard he won't even be able to open his damn mouth." Jungu gently tried to reason with him, saying, "Kang Jung, you keep telling yourself you only lost because you weren't prepared, but Luke, that guy is definitely a step above you. Going head-to-head with him is still way too much for you right now." Kang Jung yelled back, completely furious. "We won't know that for sure until we actually throw down." Putting a finger to his lips, he added, "Anyway, tomorrow is the day I get discharged from the hospital, so make sure you keep this a total secret from my dad. Seriously, don't forget." Jungu nodded in agreement. "All right, I got it. As long as you're okay, that's all that matters. I'm gonna head out first." He gently held the door and shut it. Jungu frowned, deeply lost in thought. The Eolan family. The most powerful family in the United States. On the surface, it seems they yielded the #1 spot to China. But if you look closely, you'll see the US is still the dominant superpower. And that means the Eolan family is basically the force holding up the 5 pillars of America. Economically speaking, they definitely won't give anyone else a single chance. The Eolan family definitely won't give anyone a single chance. Donggu thought back to the meeting between Hoguk and the calculating Minchon, wondering why a family like that would want to team up with Kim Kang-moon. He shoved his hands in his pockets and analyzed the situation as he walked. They showed up right when things were getting tough, which is why the Martial Arts Alliance finally gathered. There was no way the Eolan family came to Korea just because of Donggu. Donggu remembered the warning. Donggu, promise me, you absolutely cannot mess with the Eolan family. They are not someone we can handle. The Eolan clan is way stronger than you think, even stronger than what I told you. Thinking about this, Donggu frowned. Of course he was worried about such an oppressive power, but so what? No matter how solid of a steel fortress they were, he decided as he walked forward, I'll just have to smash it to pieces. Nearby, Gongknai licked his lips and thought, Donggu, how is that guy going to handle this? He'll probably make some dumb, rushed move. Suddenly, Donggu appeared right behind him and asked, who the hell are you? Last time in front of the Ilyu group, you're the one who bumped into me, right? Gongknai frowned and muttered, I've been spotted. He immediately vanished, thinking to himself, how could I make such a stupid mistake? Donggu stood still, watching him slip away. He tilted his head with a smirk and muttered, pretty slick. Right after that, Goldgnai instantly appeared on another street. He smirked and said, Donggu, you're a lot sharper than I thought, actually remembering me. Right after that, Donggu instantly appeared behind Goldgnai and said, of course I do. You attached something to my body before leaving, didn't you? Startled, he glanced back and thought, did he just use teleportation to catch up? In that case, I still have one more trick. Goldgnai vanished, leaving behind only his mocking voice. I really want to fight too. But now's not the time. Just wait a bit, Donggu. Donggu let out a sigh and complained as he walked forward. Suddenly, the ground cracked open. He jumped up and yelled, I absolutely hate stalking freaks. Goldeneye dashed out of his magic circle, thinking to himself, who the hell is this guy? He's clearly only at mid-level 6, so how can he teleport and keep up with me? Was it just a fluke? No way. Just to be safe, I should get further away. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Donggu appeared out of nowhere and kicked Goldeneye hard in the face. He sent him flying, crashing, far away. Goldeneye let out a dry cough and screamed, Donggu, you son of a bitch. Next, Donggu walked over and stepped on his face. He leaned down and said in a low voice, now, let's have an honest chat, shall we? Who the hell are you, and why are you stalking me? Hearing this, Goldeneye snapped back. Like hell I'd tell you. Suddenly, Donggu flinched and quickly dodged. From above, a giant fist smashed down right where Donggu was standing. A massive explosion instantly erupted as a giant stone hand slammed down, leaving a deep crater. Donggu stepped out of the dust, standing on the rock as he looked into the distance and muttered, he got away. Donggu smirked, muttering to himself, well, look at that. Not only did the Eolan clan show up, but there's a freaking supervisor lurking around too. Huh? But Donggu had a bad feeling that things were about to go down in a completely different way. Inside a studio apartment, a guy spoke into his earpiece. Yo, you ready yet? On the other end, the guy stared at the door and snapped back. All set. Then, from inside the earpiece, a voice crackled. All right, then do it. Just as the guy on the other end gave the signal. He kicked the door open and charged in, shouting, get inside. The guy slammed the door open with a loud kick and opened it. Rewind to a week before this whole mess went down. Inside a high-rise apartment, Donggu's mom was busy cooking in the kitchen. Donggu was sitting cross-legged in his room, focused on mastering his mystic sky art. He opened his eyes and muttered, not too shabby. Suddenly, Su Jian burst through the door, kicking it open and screaming, "Donggu, you absolute hypocrite." Donggu casually blocked her high kick with one hand and sighed, "Seriously, this again? Don't you ever get tired of this?" Sujian dropped low, slamming her hands onto the floor as she barked, "Shut your mouth right now, you chronic liar!" She shrieked. Who in their right mind would listen to a total hypocrite? Donggu blinked, totally lost, and asked, "Who's a hypocrite? Why are you spouting crazy nonsense this early in the morning?" Sujian snapped in annoyance. "You are a massive hypocrite. Why didn't you go see Suyan?" Hearing this, he mumbled, "Suyan?" Suyan was Sujian's friend, the one who came over to hang out, and ended up sticking to him like glue the whole day. Back then, Suyan was eating and suddenly gasped excitedly, "Oh my god, Donggu Appa, do you have a girlfriend yet? You're seriously so sweet and handsome." Donggu just chuckled and said, "Is that so? Well, thanks. Make sure you look out for Sujian for me, okay?" Back in reality, he defended himself. "Yeah, she's a pretty smart kid, who actually knows how to mind her own business." Hearing that, Sugan shrieked. "Then why on earth did you promise to hang out with her, only to completely ghost her? You big fat liar." Donggu flinched. "Wait, me?" A flashback of their parting instantly popped into his head. Suyan had waved. "All right, Donggu Oppa, see you next time." And he had casually waved back. "Sure, get home safe." Donggu scratched his head and grumbled. "Literally all I said was that." Sujian crossed her arms, fuming. "But you literally said yes to Suyan. She's been waiting by her phone for your call every single day." Donggu winced at her screaming, muttering under his breath, "Great, what am I supposed to do now?" Sujan pointed a finger right at his face and raised her voice. "Suyan is seriously heartbroken. She's not even talking to me right now. You better take responsibility for this mess and fix it right now." Hearing this, Donggu whipped out a fat stack of cash. Sujian's eyes went flat as she gritted her teeth, thinking, "Unbelievable. Here he goes again, trying to buy me off with his rich-ass bribes." Seeing her glare, he smiled and pulled out an even thicker stack. "Oh, resisting, are we? What about this?" Sujan clenched her fists tight, telling herself, 400,000 won won't even buy me enough chewing gum every single day. Wait, who am I kidding? That is a crap ton of cash for a kid like me. But to protect his pride, Donggu immediately whipped out some more cash and said, "Okay, that actually stung. Let's raise the stakes then, to 600,000 won. In the blink of an eye, she immediately lunged forward and snatched the pile of money. Clutching the cash, Sujan said, "I'll talk to Sui Yang. But just because I took the money doesn't mean this is over, okay? One of these days, right in front of everyone, I will definitely rip off that mask of yours." Donggu threw his hands up in defense and smirked. "You can only do that if you actually beat me." Hearing this, she turned around to call him out. "Hey, you literally said before that if you reached level 6 of the Mystic Heaven skill, you'd already be at your peak? So how come you never are?" He immediately turned back to look at Jun, smiled, and asked, "Level 6 of the Mystic Heaven skill is already a monster level, so in 5 years, you won't even have any rivals, right?" Donggu sat down on the bed and teased, "By the way, does your promise to live with this brother of yours forever still hold up? Or maybe you should try dating a guy like Black Rose from the fan club." She gave a cold huff and snapped back, "I'll find someone way better than you." He brushed it off, replying, "Whatever, but if you do date, at least pick someone who's stronger than me." Sujan frowned at Donggu, thinking, is he basically telling me to die single for the rest of my life? Suddenly, she spotted a letter on the desk and gasped, "Wait, a letter? Hey, what's that? No way, is it a love letter? Look at you getting popular." Donggu walked over, picked it up, and said, "Oh, this? It was left in my locker at school." Sujan immediately begged him, dying of curiosity. "Ooh, I wonder who it's from. Read it, quick." He stared at the handwriting and said, "Fine, let's see." But as Donggu read it, his hands started shaking. He gritted his teeth and cried out, "Crap, it's a chain letter. It's a freaking chain letter." Sujun sprinted straight to the kitchen, shouting, "Mom, guess what?" Hearing this, Donggu's mom giggled as the girl excitedly blabbed. Donggu was totally bragging about getting a love letter. But it turned out to be a stupid chain letter. Apparently, he has to send out 200 copies. His mom chuckled and replied, "Wow, do kids and still believe in that kind of superstition these days?" Donggu rubbed in the back of his neck. For real, who even plays these lame boomer jokes anymore? And Sujun quit being so loud. His mom set the food down on the table and urged, "All right, quiet down and eat." He sat down, stuffed some food into his mouth, and didn't forget to say, "Thanks for the food." But the second he started chewing, he bit straight into a rock. Startled, his mom gasped, "Oh, my God. Donggu, are you okay? That's so weird. Why is there gravel in the rice lately?" Donggu's whole body started shaking, in disbelief as he thought, "Surely, this is just a fluke, right?" The next day, a loud clattering noise echoed from the stairwell. Out of nowhere, Donggu slipped and tumbled all the way down. He just lay there, completely dazed on the floor. Later, while walking down the street, he got smacked dead in the head by a ball. Someone yelled out, "Oh, my bad." Next up, when the door slammed shut, Donggu got his toe totally pinched in it. He was just lying there, staring at it. He was writing while constantly mumbling, "One letter for my sister. 3, 1 letter. 1 for mom." But even after all that, there were still 197 letters left. The next day, a crowd of guys stood in line, shouting in unison. As the black and yellow team assembled, Kang Hoon stood up there, holding up an envelope and announced, "Today is a great day. Our captain has recognized all our hard work lately. So besides our salary, we're also getting a bonus. Come on up and get what you've earned." The employee walked up, bowed, took it with both hands, and said, "I'll use this money wisely." He advised them, "Spend it wisely, okay?" The employee immediately tore the envelope open and was shocked, thinking, "Wait, is there a bonus too? How much is it? Why is it just a piece of paper?" Looking at the paper in his hand, he cried out in shock, "What the hell is this?" Donggu, standing behind him, immediately announced, "It's a token of my appreciation for you guys. You don't have to take it if you don't want to. But if you don't, you won't get paid next month." The crowd flinched, turned around, and asked, "Wait, what do you mean by no pay? That is way too unfair, Captain." Then the day of the incident came, and the door got kicked open with massive force from the outside, sending it flying inside. The member of the black and yellow team barged in and looked at the young man inside. He frowned, startled, and asked, "Who the hell are you? Why did you come here?" The member of the black and yellow team rushed forward, punched him flying, and yelled, "Who is who, huh? Our lives are a total mess because of you." The young man got kicked, flying, and lay on the ground, coughing. Right after that, 2 other people pushed the door open, came out, and asked, "What's going on? Who are you to just barge in like this?" The member of the black and yellow team gritted his teeth and asked, "Are you guys accomplices?" Dong Xiao immediately held up his phone, right in front of his face. "Accomplice my foot? Get out right now, or I'm calling the cops." The guys from the black and yellow team had a glint in their eyes and laughed savagely. "Yo, they said they're calling the cops. Oh, I'm so scared. This actually reminds me of the old days, also making a huge fuss and calling the police. Were you like that too? Man, that was a blast." Hearing this, his whole body trembled, and he mumbled, "These guys? They really came to kill us? Why? Why are you doing this to us? We don't even owe you any money." The member of the black and yellow team grabbed Dong Xiao's cheek to teach him a lesson. "Even if you didn't write an IOU, didn't you write letters? Do you have any idea how much trouble we've been through because of you?" he asked in utter confusion. "What letters are you talking about?" The member of the black and yellow team gritted his teeth and roared, "That cursed chain letter. A lucky letter packed with all kinds of cursed attributes." Dong Xiao pushed him away with all his might and screamed, What? Cursed chain letter? Run, you guys. Dong Xiao ran forward with all his might, saying, just to avoid Donggu, I had to hide at a friend's house. Damn it. Suddenly, he flinched, stopped in his tracks when he saw Donggu waiting for him, hands in his pockets, saying, who are you trying to hide from? Dongsu jumped in shock, screaming, as he fell flat on his back. Donggu. Donggu looked down from above, smirked, and asked, what's wrong with you? Next, Dongsu and two others were kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. They looked up at him sitting on a chair in front of them. Donggu, with a dark, shadowed face, was deep in thought. Why the hell is Donggu here? Then those guys behind him. Wait, doesn't that mean the boss of the Black Gold Association is Donggu? Donggu suddenly grinned and yelled, come on, just relax, it's fine. Another guy, shaking like a leaf, stammered. What? What about us? Right. Then, a white light flashed and sliced right past him. He fell backward, staring in horror at a letter, pinned to the ground, right between his legs. Donggu, with a grim look on his face, kept his hand raised in a throwing stance and said, I'm about to blow my top, so you guys better give up on trying to escape this mess. The other guy stammered, Donggu, so, the truth is, we never thought things would get this out of hand. Seriously. His voice echoed as he started explaining, we're students from the spell department. It's a major focused on spellcraft, talismans, and barrier magic. Since it's such a weird major, we're always dead last in popularity at the university. On top of that, people always make fun of us. Back then, two students walking by looked at the three of them and laughed out loud. Yo, spell department. If you've got so much free time, why don't you read your own fortunes? Or better yet, give me some winning lottery numbers. The two of them got pissed, yelling, what did you just say? We're not fortune tellers. Take that back right now. Those two students just burst out laughing, mockingly, saying, look at him. Is he seriously saying stuff like that? The chubby guy clenched his fists and yelled, oh my god, this is so annoying. I can't take this anymore. We gotta teach them a lesson. The glasses guy clenched his fists and yelled, Heejin, Kiryong, we have to teach those idiots a lesson. We've got to make those idiots taste our power. Back to reality? Donggu looked at the chubby guy and asked, so that's why you scattered those cursed letters all over the campus? Was that also part of your spellcraft? Hearing that, he bowed his head and begged for mercy. We were wrong. Please forgive us. Smiling, Donggu raised 3 fingers and said, if you're really sorry, then fine. Just pay me 300 million won. Dongsu gasped in shock. What? 300 million won? The first guy also jumped and shouted, Are you serious? How is that even fair? Donggu grinned, showing his teeth, and asked, what's the matter? Is that too much money? Dongsu barked back. Of course it is. Where are students like us supposed to get 300 million won? Donggu chuckled and began to explain. To track you guys down, I had to hire a bunch of private investigators. There were 300 people working on this for 10 days. Doing some quick math, you should probably understand why it's 300 million won, right? Don't go thinking it's too damn expensive. All the crew handling this gig are seriously one of a kind. Du Xiong hung his head, biting his lip as he listened to him lay it down. Do you even know that hiring a private eye for 1 million won a day isn't even enough? First off, if you only fork over 100,000 won, I'm not going to compromise. I'm washing my hands of this. He sprang right up instantly. No way in hell. That's just impossible. We just don't need any weapons. After all, those guys are just shady thieves. Donggu stood up from his chair, cold-faced, and said, oh, is that so? Guess I'm out of here then. Hearing that, Dozong flinched in shock and gasped. Huh? But Donggu just calmly kept talking. From now on, I have to deal with these friendly neighborhood uncles. The guys from the yellow-black squad cracked their knuckles with terrifying grins. Thanks, Cap. We've been holding back this whole damn time. We'll beat them down based on the creating exact number of words in those letters, plus the number of letters sent. Donggu's eyes glowed red as he let out a menacing laugh. The hobbies of these uncles are really a whole new world for you guys, huh? Of course, your body parts will be separated, one by one. Do Xiang gulped hard, panicking. No way. If Donggu walks out, we're literally dead. Two other guys instantly rushed over and clung to Donggu's legs, crying out. Wait, hold up. We're wrong, Donggu. Don't leave us. Please save our next time. Sorry asses. The guy with glasses begged at the top of his lungs. If you save us, we'll do whatever the hell you tell us to. Donggu slapped a piece of paper on the table and smirked. Then here's the agreement to join the Yellow-Black Guild. You'll even get a sweet salary of about 1.5 million won. The corner of the friend Yellow-Black member's mouth twitched as he thought, getting paid 1.5 million won a month sounds nice, but the cap's holding onto both cards. If we end up dead, that cash is basically just ghost money anyway. Donggu gave them a sideways glance, spinning a pen, and asked, You guys know how this works, right? He pictured the three of them inside the wrecked car. Even if they get lucky, they'd only make it out halfway. So if the curse doesn't lock onto the target, Donggu smirked brightly and chimed. Your bodies will literally be ripped to shredded pieces in a horrific crash. We gotta prevent those unfortunate things. Do Xiang yelled back instantly. Hell yeah, we'll do it. Of course we have to. No question. Right, you guys? Hell yeah, we swear. Damn, they definitely messed with the wrong guy. Was the curse backfiring on them already? He stared at the Yellow-Black squad members and thought. Giving up this easily feels kinda sketchy. Those cursed chain letters we wrote, we're gonna have to destroy them with our own hands over the next few days. Donggu smiled with a devious plan. Their combat skills are absolute trash, but the nature of their curse spells could actually come in handy. A golden wildcard like this just walked right into my lap. Meanwhile, at the mansion of Chairman Ro of the Daehan Group, Han Min stood, standing quietly in front of the door. He stood there, frozen, completely silent. After a moment, Hoon Min pushed the door open, telling himself he had to get a grip and clear his head. He stood there thinking that if things went south, it would be the end of everything. Suddenly, Man Chun gasped and called out. You finally arrived. The old man smiled with feigned concern and asked, Was it a long trip? You must be exhausted, right, Chairman Kang? Hoon Min's face darkened as he thought furiously. They already snatched my own kid away. All I have left is the Eliu group, and there is no way in hell I'm letting anyone take it. Hoon Min immediately bowed his head and said, I'm deeply sorry for arriving so late. Man Chun picked up his glass and sneered. Did you think you couldn't sleep tonight? If you didn't apologize the second you walked in? His face instantly went dark as he cursed under his breath. Damn old geezer. What a pain in the ass. But for now, I'll just have to suck it up. If I piss him off, it's going to be a massive headache. Man Chun brought the glass to his lips and said, Take a seat first, and then we can talk. Hoon Min replied with a highly respectful tone, Yes, sir. Setting his glass down, the old man demanded that they get straight to the point. Look, we don't have all day. So let's cut the crap and get right to it. Hoon Min saw this and analyzed silently. This old fox wants me to show my cards first. Then, he spoke. I need at least 200 billion. Man Chun immediately probed, And what about the terms? He replied with an expression full of sincerity. I will pay you back with shares of our Eliu group. If so, then other than me, you will be ranked as the largest shareholder. Man Chun immediately cut him off. That is totally redundant. Isn't that a given anyway, Chairman Kang? Hoon Min saw this and thought. As expected, his greed knows no bounds. He quickly added, In addition, I will share our secrets regarding the chip industry. Man Chun chuckled in response. Hearing that, Hoon Min pondered. Although this will definitely cost me over 200 billion won. Of course, this amount should satisfy you, right? But if this partnership with the Daehan Group succeeds, I can win back the trust of the directors. The old man stood up, scoffing with a smirk. Fine, very well. Since both sides are so determined, there's no need to drag this out. Let's get the paperwork ready. After a moment, Hoon-min held the pen, staring at the paper on the table. He turned his head to Man-chun and demanded, "You must release the funds immediately after I sign." The old man put his hands behind his back and replied, "Of course." However, right before Hoon-min could sign, a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. It quickly sent the contract papers flying into the air. Man-chun roared in surprise. What the hell is going on? 2 bodyguards rushed forward to shield him, shouting, "Sir, please step back." "Chairman, we have an intruder." Man-chun, furious, screamed, "How the hell did someone get in here?" Hoon-min gasped, raising his head as he heard a sound coming from a magic circle above. How did they bypass the barrier? A pair of legs descended from above, accompanied by a mocking voice. "Wait, wasn't this supposed to be a barrier? Chairman, you..." The intruder grinned playfully upon appearing. "If you're going to have a secret meeting like this, you really should pay more attention to security. Don't you think? Didn't guard yourself carefully." He smirked and added, "Then you must definitely be begging for death." Man-chun, boiling with rage, pointed at Luke and screamed, Did you set a trap for me?" Hoon-min stammered in utter confusion. I shouldn't have gotten mixed up in this at all." The old man roared at the top of his lungs. "If it wasn't you, then it's definitely your old man's doing." Hoon-min, hearing this, stumbled back and thought, if this contract is broken right now, the one who benefits most is definitely Dad. Damn it, it was such a mistake, not bringing backup. Meanwhile, Luke raised his hand, gathering magic. With a mocking sneer, "Hey, old man Man-chun, no matter what you guys plot, it's not going to do any good. Just now, I connected a pathway to a new barrier space. Now, not a single soul can get in, and nobody can get out." Man-chun, absolutely seething, spat, "You bastard." Scowling, the old man thought, I messed up big time. Turns out, he came here with the sole intention of wiping us all out. His 2 bodyguards immediately charged at Luke, shouting, "President, we'll hold him back. Please don't worry. We can't let him get past." Raising a single finger, he gathered mana and sneered, "How pathetic." A magic spell instantly wrapped around one bodyguard, shocking him. The spell quickly locked down the other guy too. Controlled by the magic, the 2 slammed hard into each other. Luke casually waved his hand, sending them flying into the wall behind, and muttered, "Boring, so boring. Is this really the best the bodyguards of a major group's chairman can do?" Man-chun gasped, trying to gauge him. That magic. Are you with Alanga?" Hoon-min turned back to look at the golf club behind him, thinking, even though I'm sure some power is backing him, he reached out and grabbed one, resolving, I still can't just let this happen. Hoon-min raised the club and charged straight at Luke, yelling, "Whether it's Alanga or Nabhan, I will absolutely never let you steal the Iliu group." The guy let out a cold snort, waving his hand to blast him back. Luke smiled and said, "Now, it's just the 2 of us." Chairman Ju. Man-chun, watching in absolute terror, trembled. What do you actually want? Is all of this really because of Kang Gokwa?" The guy raised a blade, his voice dropping low. "You're about to kick the bucket anyway. So, what good would knowing do? Chairman Ju has to pay for sticking his nose into Alanga's business, don't you think?" The old man silently cursed, "Damn it, Donggu. I should have listened to that kid." A memory of Donggu flashed through Manchun's mind, sighing. Today seems like a perfect day to just stay home, doesn't it? Back then, the old man snapped back. "What does kicking the bucket have to do with anything? I'm still in better shape than those snot-nosed brats." The kid gently warned him, "That's not gonna be good for your heart." Getting super pissed, Man-chun barked, "My heart is none of your damn business." Hearing that, Donggu chuckled, saying, "Fair enough. If the president kicks the bucket, then all we need at the wedding is my old man anyway." Hearing that, the old man roared in a rage, "You watch your mouth. Cut the crap, his voice echoed, warning him. I mean, you've got to be careful, Manchun whispered in a panic. I still want to hit up Hara's wedding. If things end here, then, suddenly, Dungu's voice rang out from behind. Told ya. If Grandpa misses the wedding, Hera's gonna be totally bummed, right? He appeared behind the old man, grinning. So, you're pretty thrilled right now, aren't you? Manchun gasped, startled. You. Meanwhile, Luke was completely stunned, demanding in disbelief. Yellow monkey, how the hell did you get in here? Dungu scratched his neck and replied, with a trashy barrier like yours, that's basically a joke. The guy shrieked in pure rage. You cocky little monkey, I'm gonna rip you to shreds. Right after, a magic circle flared up in front of Dungu. From that magic circle, a violent beam of light blasted out, and a huge explosion tore away more than half the building. Seeing Dungu still standing tall, Luke shrieked, Yellow monkey. Behind him, a magic circle was gathering energy. Luke spread his arms wide and yelled, take a good look at what happens when you defy a god. Die. Next was Meteor Storm. Dungu watched the massive lava spheres hurling toward him, mockingly gasping. Whoa, those are massive. He grinned and said, but I think you got it twisted. Dungu easily tore through the spheres, closing the distance to Luke, who yelled, you're nothing but. But then Luke winced, scowling in shock. What the actual hell? That hurts, as a brutal fist buried itself into his gut. Dungu just smirked at him. He slammed a heavy downward strike, sending him plummeting from the sky. In an instant, Luke crashed into the ground with insane force, making the earth shake as thick dust kicked up everywhere. Lying in the ruins, he couldn't believe his eyes. Did I really just get punched by a damn monkey? Dungu calmly walked over and asked, what's the matter? Did that shock you? Can't believe it? Want me to throw another punch? Luke gathered power in his palm, determined to teach him a lesson. Your damn arrogance knows no bounds. I'm gonna crush that big mouth of yours. He unleashed a barrage of dark blasts straight at him. Dungu scoffed, effortlessly slicing through the incoming power. Have you never been to a zoo before? Now it was Dungu's turn to counterattack with a few sharp sword slashes, bringing down a heavy rain of massive rocks as he mocked. You keep whining about monkeys. It's getting pretty damn annoying. Dazed by the sight, Luke could only swear, God damn it. His entire body was battered by the storm of crashing earth and stones, with nothing left to do but scream helplessly. You bastard! Dungu's voice echoed from behind. Didn't see that coming? He delivered a brutal kick that sent Luke face-planting into the dirt. His voice swallowing the burning humiliation, Luke gritted his teeth and spat. What? Dungu told him straight, so he could die in peace. Did you really think I didn't know about your buddy lurking in the woods around your mansion? Meanwhile, Manchun was still completely knocked out cold. X is struggling to carry the old man and escape. He's stressed out of his mind, not daring to let his guard down for even a second. Suddenly, a massive explosion rips through the air. From deep inside, a panicked voice screams, "Get the hell out of the way." The roaring flames rage harder, turning everything around to ashes. Goldeneye stares at the thick black smoke, rising in the distance. The moment X catches up, he mocks, "Where the hell do you think you're going, punk? Huh? Who did you think would fall for your trap? Taeson, backup fire." No kidding. The boss has a sharp eye. He said some kid wearing a cap and a hoodie would show up within 3 days. X laughs and exclaims, "Just following the Baystud boss's orders, of course." He totally agrees. You got that right. A whole crowd of guys in black suits surrounds Goldeneye, and he says smugly, "You walked right into our trap, idiot." But Goldeneye remains totally chill. Do you seriously think I'm the one who's cornered here? Meanwhile, on Luke's side, his opponent's attitude is just as smug. He barks at Luke, "You little monkey, you actually used your brain for once. I didn't expect you to. Wait for me here." Yongwoo kindly warns him, "It's so satisfying to watch you fall into my trap, you clown. Don't worry, I'll take out your little lackeys too, so you won't be lonely on your way to hell." Luke just grins, showing absolutely no fear. He chuckles, "Oh, this is getting interesting. Suddenly, blinding golden light bursts from his entire body. As he screams, "The one dying today isn't me, it's you." Yong-woo quickly backs away from him. Looking at that massive, powerful pillar of light, he's stunned. Luke, his tattered cape fluttering, sneers arrogantly. "Besides, messing with the Ilyu group, Yong-woo, you've been constantly getting in my way. With that big mouth of yours and your stupid actions, you don't deserve forgiveness anymore. I'll rip you apart with my bare hands." He tenses up, channeling his raw power, and screams, "Release attribute." Metal armor starts forming on Luke's arms. From his legs on up, the armor covers him completely, ending with a heavy-duty helmet on his head. The emblem on his chest flashes brilliantly. Luke stands there in a completely new look, fully armored. But Yong-woo doesn't give a crap. A magic suit? What? Are you cosplaying an anime character? But judging by your mana levels, you've gotten a lot stronger. In his mind, he thinks, is this what makes the heir of the Orlean family so special? Luke, who's used to mocking him for fun, sneers. "You stupid monkey, do you even realize what's going on here? Let's see how long that arrogant attitude of yours lasts." Yong-woo thinks to himself, "I've only read about level 8 magic in books, so I can't really gauge his actual power. But damn, fighting this Luke guy is actually pretty fun. The experience and info I'm getting from this fight are super useful. I wonder if he can do more." He starts taunting him. "Stop floating around in that suit and show me. It's real power. Or is that armor just for show?" Luke is a bit smarter this time though. "You brat, I'm way smarter than a bug like you. Did you think I wouldn't notice such an obvious provocation?" Yong-woo intentionally keeps pushing his buttons. "Well, I thought you were a total idiot. But at least, he's actually got a decent sense of humor." But when Luke gets pissed, he can't even control his annoyed facial expression, thinking, was this dude literally born to read everyone's preface, minds, or what? The second he opens his mouth, it's straight up violating community guidelines. He barks, "You trashy little monkey. If you really want to see it, I'll show you the real Arfan deal of this magic suit." Right after talking his trash, Luke uses insane, wind-like speed to blitz right behind Dongyu. But our boy Dongyu doesn't hesitate to throw a sarcastic compliment at his cocky-ass opponent, saying, "Well, look at that speed. This magic-boosting suit really carries your stats." But the moment his kick completely whiffs into thin air, Dongyu drops the mic, saying, "Even so, you're still way too slow, ain't you?" Luke is still flexing his confidence, which is honestly hilarious. "Running is totally useless, bro." He stays hot on his heels. "My suit's magic sensor's already locked onto your ass." Even though the gap is closing, Dongyu is still chill, just straight up trolling his opponent. "Wait, what? This thing looks kinda useful. You really are a pain in the ass till the very end." Luke loses his cool, screaming, "I'm gonna catch you, you yellow monkey." But our boy just baits him. "Come and get me then, clown." Luke's hands whiff yet again into empty air, and Dongyu counters with a direct strike to his wrist. But even Dongyu is shocked. "Wait, what? This thing is actually getting twice as fast?" Luke keeps throwing wild punches, screaming, "You damn monkey." But once again, his attacks are blocked effortlessly by Dongyu, who is literally just playing with his food. He even throws some shade with a fake compliment. The guy starts questioning his whole life, thinking, even with this speed boost, I'm still missing him by a hair. Dongyu keeps teasing, "Yo, is it just me? Or is your suit running kinda slow? Turn up the output already, bro." Luke, living by the motto, "Ask and you shall receive," snaps back, "Fine. Let's see how much you can actually take." He fully activates the gear, boosting output to dock 30%, 60%, 75%. Unlock maximum acceleration, boot up the visual analyzer. The moment he locks onto the target, he unleashes a massive beam of pink firepower straight at him. Dongyu just calmly stands his ground. Meanwhile, over on Taeson's side, he's barely holding in the pain of having an ice spike impaling his body. while GoldenEye Ha-He just stands there, admiring his work. Every single person who surrounded him is down for the count. Unex is so pissed, he's literally gnashing his teeth, groaning. This bastard. Even though he's covered in wounds, he still grits his teeth and swears, "I'm gonna end you." Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet starts shaking, leaving Unex totally shocked. Is this an earthquake? A thick cloud of smoke starts to billow from the nearby forest, making him panic. What the actual hell is going on? Suddenly getting a super bad feeling, Unex realizes with terror. It's the boss. GoldenEye smirks with total confidence. Prince Luke, it's finally starting. Equipping his armor, Luke thinks to himself, Nakar really went all out developing this magic suit that they're so damn proud of, and that's hooking it up with the latest artificial intelligence. Even though a mage's insane calculations and formulas are way beyond regular humans, there are still times they miss some details, and that's where the artificial intelligence system comes in as the ultimate backup for that. The dude lunged at Dongwon with a seriously devastating blow, his endless, insane power tearing things apart. The impact sent rocks and dirt flying everywhere. A whole stretch of land was completely obliterated. Just as Elun started gloating, a warning flashed, alerting him of a massive energy source closing in fast. Melee mode activated. Elun casually blocked the incoming attack with one hand. From Dongwon and sneered, "Looks like you actually managed to dodge that one, huh?" Dongwon quickly fired back with a counterattack, muttering, "Damn, the world's changed a lot, to the point where we're literally throwing hands with AI now." The guy, he didn't even flinch. He swung his arm to strike back, calmly, saying, "An advancing civilization always tramples over things." The two of them clashed furiously, trading heavy blows, as Elun roared, more like decaying civilizations. Gathering all his power, he delivered a direct hit that left Dongwon no time to react, sending him flying backward. Dongwon quickly regained his balance and dropped down to the ground, landing with a heavy crash that shattered the earth. Right at that moment, Elun launched another high-powered blast from a distance, just like before, with a terrifying wave of energy heading straight for Dongwon. He quickly dashed out of the way, just as the ground exploded from the massive impact. Elun chased after him, swinging his arms to attack while mocking him. "Moving that slowly? What do you even think you can do?" His hands were shaking, but his face didn't show any sign of 20-teen fear. Instead, he looked kinda hyped. Staring at his hands, he said, "Yeah, I gotta admit, looks like I seriously underestimated this AI." Hearing this, Elun smirked triumphantly and clenched his fist, saying, "Like I care about getting recognition from a punk like you." Suddenly, several magic circles locked down on Dongwon, completely trapping him and catching him off guard. But he quickly chilled out and mocked the guy, setting up a barrier. With this kind of precision on the spot, aren't you just flexing your Feng 7th class mage skills? Elun immediately blasted a powerful wave of energy. The attack ripped straight through Dongwon's body, and Elun shouted, "Gotcha!" Hovering in the center of the magic circle, he slammed another strike, straight down at him. As the dust settled, massive flames erupted and debris rained down. The whole place was a total wreck, thick smoke filling the air. Floating high up, Elun burst out laughing, totally satisfied with himself. With a smug grin on his face, he thought, "Whoops, did I go too far? Guess I should at least go look for his corpse." But out of the smoke, Dongwon was still standing perfectly fine. He scoffed, "Corpse? What corpse?" Dusting off his sleeves, he added, "You're making a mess, man. This much dust is literally the main cause of respiratory issues, you know." After that attack, he got even more excited. "Anyway, I was only planning to test what this AI can actually do, but who knew you'd put on such a laughable show like this? Honestly, fights are still way better the old school way. Crushing your opponent with COD, your own raw power, is where the real fun is. If mages start using their brains to fight, it's just a major headache." Meanwhile, Elun's face, looking back, he still proudly declared that this hunchback, Deunggu, had totally lost his damn mind. Deunggu flashed a dangerously wicked smirk. He then looked up at Luke, rolling up his sleeves as he spoke. "From now on, let's fight like a real warrior." Meanwhile, in another forest, scattered across the ground, were sharp ice spikes. Ion X clutched his injured right arm. What the hell just happened? Goldkind smirked smugly and scoffed. Your Duke Luke just activated that magic suit. Right now, I bet your damn monkey of a captain has already been torn to shreds. Ion X couldn't help but burst out laughing. We only got tricked once, and yet you're already spouting complete nonsense. The captain told me to test your skills. Hearing this, Goldkind's face darkened. Ion X had a head injury, but it didn't seem to faze him at all. Now, I'm gonna change your mind my way. Right, Taeson? How long do you plan on playing dead over there? Taeson, with an ice spike impaling his chest and his head bleeding, responded when called. Of course, sir. His pitch black eyes suddenly glowed and his pupils contracted. Ion X and Tyson leaped up as their other teammates surrounded Goldkind. Against someone like him, the best play is to attack head on. Seeing the situation, the bastard felt a bit pressured, sweat clearly visible on his face. He was sure they were dead, so how the hell were they standing back up? Seeing this, Ion X and Tyson found it even more amusing. Hell yeah, head on is definitely the best way. You've got some skills, but coming here alone is pretty stupid, don't you think? Goldkind's eyes flashed as he let out a confident smirk. You pests, who don't even know honor or shame, even if you rise from the dead, I'll make damn sure to bury you deep into the ground again. The guys around him started charging. Since you care so much about honor and shame, you must love this. Go to hell. He conjured sharp ice pillars, smirking confidently as he said, looks like you guys still haven't felt the heat yet. Magic circles materialized in midair, launching sharp ice spikes straight at their targets. Goldkind roared, Gritosum. They rained down, causing massive impacts. Watch out. Ion X's expression hardened, but he shouted, don't panic, keep attacking relentlessly. We've got to wear the bastard down. Tyson launched a surprise attack from behind, his eyes filled with bloodlust, swinging a punch at Goldkind as he roared, don't you dare underestimate the nature of villains. The bastard quickly blocked the attack with an ice block that materialized to stop Tyson's fist. Then, another chunk of ice flew over and slammed down on Tyson. Goldkind smirked triumphantly, boasting, no matter how much you try to corner me, you can't win. But then, two sharp needles stabbed into his neck. He pulled them out without showing a single trace of pain, wondering. Hidden weapons? Ion X, standing on top of an ice pillar, replied to his question. If it were just hidden weapons, that would be way too boring. Goldkind glanced over, seeing that with just one look, he could tell they were planning something more. It's just two freaking needles. Then boom, out of nowhere, a sharp wave of pain hits him. His pupils shrink to tiny dots. As he coughs up a mouth, he yanks down his collar, only to see these creepy black lines crawling up, spreading all the way up his face. Yo, what the hell is this? No freaking way. Bozink. Poison. Out of nowhere, Ion X and Tyson throw a massive punch. Duh. If you're throwing hands, using poison is just common sense. How did you not even know that, you absolute rookie? Goldknight takes the hit head-on, sending him flying backward. The blow is so brutal it totally warps his face, rattling his teeth loose. Grimacing in pain, Goldknight barks, don't you punks have any shame? How can you say that with a straight face? But the whole crew just jumps him. Shame my ass. You die, we live, that's how the game works. Everyone, jump him. All Goldknight can do is take the beating and curse. You bastards. Then he starts overloading his power for a final destructive move, Thermal Blast. Beams of intense thermal energy shoot out, piercing right through Ion X's squad. Tyson grits his teeth, enduring the agonizing pain burning through his chest, while the rest of Ion X's team collapses all around him. Goldknight glares at them in pure rage and spits. You pieces of trash, go rot in hell. Suddenly, a hand grabs his ankle in a death grip. Tyson, though, his face is a bloody mess, smirks triumphantly and gasps. Hey, that's pretty brutal, you know, I have feelings too. Goldknight slumps to the ground in total shock. What the hell? How? He locks the guy in a tight chokehold from behind, while Ion X holds a dagger and charges straight at him, lecturing, "You need to watch your mouth, dude. You punk-ass piece of work." Tezon from behind shouts, "Game over, jerk." He struggles desperately, screaming, "Let me go, you bastards." But like hell, Ion X is gonna let him off. This is payback for making Swiss cheese out of our bodies. The blade sinks deep into Goldeneye. Seething with rage, he curses internally, "You dirty, cheating cowards." Suddenly, the rest of the crew shouts in unison, "Don't let him cast anything. Finish him, stab him together. This is what you get for messing with the Iron Squad." Meanwhile, the situation over on Luke's side is just as pathetic as Dong Yu lands a brutal punch right to his jaw, shattering the armor covering his face into a million shards. Infuriated, Luke swings wildly, barking, "You piece of trash." Dong Yu catches the fist easily. "What's the matter? Can't even scratch me?" Luke's arm starts to glitch out as system warnings flash. Warning, warning, system damage at 78%. Core damage at 60%. Cannot restore magic barrier. Durability is below 20%. For the second time, Dong Yu sends him crashing straight into the dirt. Luke is absolutely livid, unable to accept this reality. No way. How can a few measly punches completely wreck my magic armor like this? Dong Yu chuckles coldly. "You seriously still think you have a chance against me, huh? You're never, ever gonna reach my level, bro." He snapped back, "Arrogant piece of trash. I'm a superhuman who is way past human limits." Infuriated, he cranked up his missile systems to the max, screaming, "There's no way in hell I'm losing to a bunch of pathetic monkeys like you and your outdated martial arts. Do you think you can survive this hell? There's no way out. They're gonna hunt you down to the depths of hell." But our boy wasn't about to just lie down and die. He bolted instantly, even throwing in a smug compliment. "Not bad. You're actually keeping up." Seeing Jung Woo completely cornered from all sides, Luke got cocky and faked a sympathetic voice. "Stop struggling and just die in peace, you monkey." But right from the center of that devastating barrage, Jung Woo's cold voice rang out, "If I don't want to die." Suddenly, Luke's system blared. Target lost. Reacquiring. He started sweating. No way. Those gold missiles fly at Mach 60. But right as Jung Woo materialized behind him, a notification popped up. Collision detected within a 2-meter radius. Before Luke could even react, he took a devastating punch to the face. The system flashed. Warning. Damage threshold exceeded. Severe physical trauma detected. Tactical retreat advised. Just then, a barrage of nuclear bombs rained down from the sky. While Luke was pinned down, getting stomped under Jung Woo's boot, the entire area lit up with the blinding flash of the nuclear explosions. The ground caved in, forming a massive crater, with a thick plume of smoke billowing from the middle. Standing there, Jung Woo sighed, "So that's what a nuke feels like." He calmly looked down at Luke, who was buried under the smoldering ash, and said, "Thanks for the fun fight. Because of you, I've got a better grasp on the properties of Eighth Circle magic." This completely bruised Luke's massive ego. "Damn you. Were you seriously just using me as a test subject?" Jung Woo casually admitted, "Obviously. Why else would I bother fighting a weakling like you if not to gather data?" Luke's system warned. Weak vital signs detected. Initiating data back up to cloud servers. Shocked, he gasped. "What?" Suddenly, a massive force blasted Luke's body straight out of the rubble. Jung Woo smirked, getting even more amused. "You really don't disappoint. Guess they value AI data way more than their successor's actual life, huh?" Unable to take the disrespect, Luke screamed, "Damn it. Stop this right now." Pure, destructive energy began erupting from Luke's chest, bursting in all directions. Yet, Jung Woo didn't have a single scratch on him. He calmly turned around and walked away, leaving a raging storm of heavy, black smoke in his wake. Meanwhile, over at GoldenEye's side, the guy was basically cosplaying a hedgehog, with throwing knives pinned all over his body. And the savior he was counting on, Luke, was currently buried deep inside a crater. Slowly, a bruised hand reached up, desperately clawing at the dirt. Luke dragged his broken body forward like a total cripple, his mouth spewing endless curses. "GoldenEye, Yoon Dung." I'm going to rip you both to bloody shreds. With my bare hands. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. How dare you say Yundong's name with that filthy mouth of yours? Standing right behind him was Ho Myung, looking absolutely murderous, ready to collect a blood debt. His hand was all ready. And just like that, Luke's desperate, agonizing screams echoed through the entire forest once again. Deep inside those woods, Manchun was casually leaning against a tree. So I'm asking you, what are we supposed to do now, Hunmin? He scowls and snaps back. What else can we do? We just stick to the deal. The old man flinches and gasps. Say what? Are you seriously telling me to stand up to the Elaine family? If we go head to head with them, the Daehan group is going to be straight up hanging by a thread. Manchun scowls and presses him. And another thing. Are you even gonna back me up? Hunmin jumps to his feet and fires back. What is that supposed to mean? The old man chuckles. Hesitating and overthinking at a time like this is just a waste of time. He calmly counters. Only the chairman can pull this off. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making the two of them snap their heads over. Ah, so this is where you two were hiding. Dungu sighs in relief. Thank God you two aren't hurt. The old man immediately demands, my son-in-law Dungu, what the hell is going on here? He shrugs and says, I took out the eldest son of the Alain family. With these very hands, Hunmin gasps in pure terror at his words. Oh my God, the eldest son is dead? He roars in a total rage. You crazy bastard, what the hell did you just do? Hearing this, Dungu scowls and shoots back. Excuse me? Hunmin's entire body instantly freezes up. He yells out, now that things have gone this far, what are we supposed to do? Once the Alains find out, we're dead meat. Hearing that, Dungu confronts him. And what exactly can those punks even do to us? Hunmin instantly shrieks, the company is completely doomed. This time, neither you nor Jiyoung stand a chance of getting away. You knew exactly what would happen, so why did you still do it? Dungu raises his hand and cuts him off. Can you quit with the useless, empty drama, Dad? You think if we just sit here acting like good little boys, the Elaine squad is just gonna back off? He starts breaking it down, taking over. The ILU group was just a side quest. Their real game is to swallow the entire Korean economy whole and dominate the whole Chinese market, the economic heart of East Asia. You really think the Elaines would just let such a massive, juicy prize slip through their fingers? Or are they just taking a step back to play the long game? Manchun scowls as Dungu turns the question back on him. What do you think, Dad? Hunmin silently grits his teeth, thinking, the brat is right. He smirks, looking pretty pleased with himself. But lucky for us, those Alain bastards won't find it easy to take us down. The old man immediately shouts back, that's just your naive, dumbass thinking. If they actually make their move, we're absolute history. Dungu waves his hand dismissively and pitches. Which is exactly why I've got a killer idea. Why don't we? Why? Sign a little deal? From now on, I'll be your personal bodyguard, Chairman Kang. He adds, and since I'm obviously gonna have to crack some Elaine skulls, my fee is gonna be pretty damn steep. Hunmin flinches and screams, what? Are you freaking kidding me? Do you have any idea how much cash I've already pumped into you? Dungu raises his hand to offer a workaround. Look, if you're short on cash, Dad, we can always do collateral. Or just hand over some sweet assets. The bigger my cut of the pie, the better. Furious, the old man roars. What the hell are you barking about? Hearing that, our boy just lets out a heavy sigh. Well, if that's the case, I guess there's nothing we can do. The old man gasps in shock. What? Dungu smirks and says, and honestly, there might be a bunch of other people who know about this too. Hunmin curses under his breath. This little bastard, he is definitely no pushover. He's only in it for the cash, totally different from Hoguk, a sellout who'd literally die for a buck. The old man roars at the top of his lungs. Don't you? I know how much cash I've dumped into this project. Our boy doesn't give a damn and mocks him. Ah, poor baby. But I only move when there's a signed contract. You know? Besides, the hit money for wiping out the Elaine family isn't even factored into my salary yet, alright? Furious, Hunman barks, "You!" A blood-red aura suddenly flares up around Dungu, as he wears a savage grin, thinking, "Hunman, you greedy bastard, using your own kids for profit. I'll strip the Ailu group away from you piece by piece." Meanwhile, at another manor belonging to Manchun, Dungu looks at the old man and asks, "Hey old man, are you totally exhausted? Go get some rest." Manchun folds his arms behind his back and calmly says, "Look, kid, if you've got something to ask, just spit it out." He then asks in a softer tone, "Did you predict that the Alain side would make a move on us?" Our boy grins and replies, "Yup, pretty much," making Manchun lose his temper and yell, "Then why the hell are you only telling me now?" Dungu calmly shrugs. "I literally told you not to go, old man." The old guy loudly snaps back, "You should have spelled it out for me, brat." Manchun frowns, thinking to himself, "This kid is out of his mind. At this rate, my precious granddaughter is gonna end up a widow. He might even drag the whole damn company down with him." Dungu flashes a bright smile and reassures him, "Relax, none of those terrible things are gonna happen." The old man freezes in shock, thinking, "Wait, did this kid just read my mind? How can he be so damn sure about it?" Dungu leans right into Manchun's ear and whispers, "Let me let you in on a little secret, but don't freak out, okay?" The old man asks suspiciously, "What's so top secret that you're acting like this?" He whispers, "I have a friend who's a direct blood relative of the Alains." Hearing this, Manchun's eyes widen as Dungu smirks and adds, "In fact, the entire Alain bloodline will be completely wiped out." The old man gasps, "Oh my god, the entire Alain clan too?" Our boy says in a calm voice, "I just need a little backup from you, that's all." Utterly dumbfounded, Manchun screams at the top of his lungs, "You've totally lost it." He scowls, thinking, how can he say such crazy, bold things with a straight face? His brain must be totally fried. Manchun squints at Dungu and mutters, "I honestly can't tell if you're a blessing or a straight-up curse." With his mind in a complete jumble, he thinks, "But whatever the case, I still gotta survive until I'm 100 years old." Just then, a breaking news article pops up on the screen. The students stare at the computer screen in absolute shock. "Oh my god, is Hara actually dating? How is that even possible? She's only 18. They start gossiping in utter disbelief. Hara is the heir to the Daehan group and the nation's little sister. This is wild. She's barely even grown up and she's already getting married? This has got to be some cheap clickbait rumor. 100%. That's 100% fake news. Just watch. At the press conference, Hara stands still, listening to the reporters bombarding her with questions. "Miss Hara, how long have you been dating? What made you decide to go public with this? Is the guy you're seeing some rich heir to a massive conglomerate? Or what?" Meanwhile, her face flashes across the giant screen in the plaza as she declares, "My boyfriend is literally the most perfect guy in the world." Dungu, who was walking by, looks up at the screen and gasps, "Wait, is that Hara?" Hara smiles brightly and announces, "My boyfriend is a sophomore in the magic department, and he's the head of the Jeong project." On the other side of town, Dungu chokes on his drink the moment he hears her drop his name, Dungu. The next day, Dungu gets out of his car and slams the door shut. The crowd around him immediately starts gossiping loudly. "Look over there. Isn't that bastard Dungu? He looks like some loser. Poor Hara." They immediately start shouting at him, "Hey, you bastard. We heard you two have been dating since kindergarten. If that's true, doesn't that mean you've been together for 10 years? You must be bored of each other by now." The crowd keeps jeering. "Hurry up and break up. Break up with our Hera right now." Dungu sneers and mutters, "A bunch of absolute freaks." That night, right outside his house, two reporters are staring intently at the house. Dungu and Hara should to be showing up in a bit. From here, we'll catch every single touch between them, right? Another reporter behind him asks hesitantly, "But they're just high schoolers. Is it really okay to film them like this?" The other guy snaps back, Who gives a damn? These days, people only care about juicy scandals like this. Donggu suddenly pops up behind them and says, "Oh, is that so?" Hearing his voice, the two reporters spin around, stuttering in panic. Donggu. Their bodies begin to twitch uncontrollably. One reporter looks at his colleague and frowns, asking, "What's wrong with you?" Right after that, the two of them suddenly grab each other and start aggressively making out. Donggu quickly whips out his phone to snap a photo. Then he turns to leave, saying, "Well, let me post this kind of news for you guys instead." The two reporters, still locked in a weird kiss, struggle to mutter, "No, you can't do that." Right at that moment, Hara steps out of a car. When she spots Donggu, she gasps in surprise. He looks at her while holding his phone and says, "You sure got home late." She quickly asks, "Were you waiting for me?" Hara steps forward, walking towards Donggu, and says, "Even if you weren't, I still have something to tell you." Hearing this, he repeats in confusion, "Something to tell me?" She looks at him shyly and says, "Well, you know, that thing." He plays dumb, asking, "What thing?" "Now, you've got me really curious." Hara suddenly lunges forward and plants a kiss on his cheek. "I love you." She looks at his completely stunned face and asks, "What's with that face? Did my sudden public confession make things awkward for you?" Then, Hara smiles brightly, heads toward the house, and laughs, saying, "Hit me up once you're done with everything, okay?" Donggu, he stood there, muttering to himself. I mean, what's there to be embarrassed about anyway? But still, just standing there, watching her walk away, he thought, "Man, I've never felt like this in my entire life." Sure, it's a bit cringe and awkward, but saying I hate it would be a straight-up lie. If things between me and Hara go a step further, I'm honestly totally fine with that. Next morning, Kang Chun raised his hand, looked at him, and said, "Yo, look at Mr. Superstar here. Everyone's talking about you lately, huh?" Donggu smirked and asked, "You hungry or something?" Hearing that, Kang Chun snapped back, "Hey, your leg's barely even healed yet, all right?" Donggu just glared over at Kang Chun, plotting, "Honestly, the Murim tournament is right around the corner. If we want to crush it, looks like I'll have to get my hands dirty." He saw Donggu putting a hand on his stomach and freaked out, asking, "Why the hell are you looking at me like that? Dude, you're creeping me out." He blasted Kang Chun, flying with one hit, yelling, "You better think long and hard about this." Donggu just stood there, keeping his hand raised, and said, "See? Getting back up after eating dirt makes you way stronger, right? Don't get lazy though. You can't let your body slack off for too long." Kang Chun furiously leaped up and screamed, "What kind of absolute garbage are you spitting, you sadistic bastard? You're messing with me, aren't you?" Donggu smirked and said, "I'm dead serious." Kang Chun's pissed off voice echoed, "Oh my god, you total psycho." He lunged forward with everything he had, screaming, "Take this." Donggu just smirked, raised his fist, and slammed it right into Kang Chun's gut. Talk about killing two birds with one stone, healing you up and doing rehab training at the same time. Clutching his stomach, he groaned in agony. "How the hell is this supposed to be rehab?" Shaking all over, Kang Chun wheezed, more like, "You just can't stand seeing me get healthy. If I were actually 100%, I would have easily tanked these hits. This stupid incurable disease is gonna get me killed before I even know it." Next thing he knew, Donggu kicked him straight in the face and snapped, "Cut the crap." Kang Chun slammed hard against the wall and immediately screamed, "What the hell is wrong with you?" Donggu just stood there and said, "Cut the act. It's not working." Suddenly, Donggu unleashed a creepy, demonic aura, pressing him. "Come on, chop chop. Get your butt up and train already." Kang Chun wiped the blood off his mouth and spat, "Stop hitting me, you psycho. Even if you don't beat me to death, I'm gonna die of pure frustration sooner or later anyway." Hearing that, Donggu blinked in surprise and asked, totally confused, "Wait, frustrated?" Kang Chun squeezed his eyes shut and roared, "Whose fault is it that the front pages of every freaking tabloid are plastered with dating rumors about me? Donggu laughed and cheered him on. Well, if you're that mad about it, then you better win. The tournament. It's not like the world is running out of hot girls anyway. In his head, the image of Jiwa flashed in his mind, smiling as she said, Kang Chun. My type is definitely strong, guys. Are you gonna be the one to win the tournament? Thinking of this, Kang Chun started muttering like crazy. Hell yeah, I'm winning this. Donggu grinned and added, if you get first place at the tournament, you can literally have whatever you want. Every single thing you've ever dreamed of will come true. Only the absolute strongest in the world get to. Here. Suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, and he gasped in disbelief. Then, Kang Chun's entire body erupted with an insane wave of raw power,